Sun Yonglian sneered as he spoke, then picked up a nearby blue porcelain teacup and took a slow sip. This Princess Yu, she probably thinks she's someone important now. After staying in the prince's residence for so long, he stretched out his hand so long that he could take control of the security in Hangzhou territory. The attendant standing nearby bowed slightly and carefully reminded him, "Your Excellency, although what you say is true, that caravan was indeed operating under the banner of Prince Yu's estate. The princess herself has taken an interest. If we ignore it, I'm afraid." "Afraid of what?" Sun Yonglian interrupted the attendant with a raised eyebrow. "She's just a woman. What can she do to me? Prince Yu only bears the title of prince. Basically, he's a fallen noble exiled to the northern frontier. In his own territory of Ningzhou, he might still show some power, but when it comes to managing Hangzhou, isn't that overstepping? The court has rules for a reason. Moreover, Hangzhou is full of mountains and dense forests. Isn't it normal to have a few bandits around? Every year, we fight them. Every year, we spend a lot of money and resources. It's just treating the symptoms, not the cause. For a few merchants in her prince's estate, do we need to mobilize a large force? Where do I have so many people and supplies to entertain them?" Seeing him get more and more excited, the attendant considered carefully. "But I've heard that the princess of Prince Yu values trade highly and maintains close contact with merchants from various regions. If she spreads this news in the trading circles, it might affect your reputation." "Your Excellency." "Reputation?" Sun Yonglian snorted coldly, showing no concern. "I govern Hangzhou with clear achievements. I pay taxes on time every year. That's real work. A few merchants' gossip can't shake my foundation. As for those escaped bandits," like a hint of calculation flickered in his eyes. He slowed his speech. "Let them be free for a few more days. When the princess gets more anxious, I will reluctantly send troops. That will show the authority of my office. Maybe it will also teach them a lesson." At this point, he smiled meaningfully, casually crumpled the letter, and threw it into the wastebasket at his feet. "Go, reply to the people from Prince Yu's estate. Say I've received their message and am gathering forces to investigate the bandits. Tell them to stay calm. As for when we will eliminate them, it depends on the weather, the terrain, and the people." Cui Haomiao looked at the 10,000 silver coins being handed over, feeling nervous. He hesitated before closing the box carefully. "General Guo." This. He was unsure what to do and could only look at Guoli. Guoli said in a deep voice, "This must be the idea of the princess. Rest assured, accept it. Make sure the common people are settled and that the everyone is a soldier plan is carried out properly. After trying it in Yunzhong County, I will need to go to other counties to promote this policy." Based on Guo Li's understanding of Zhou Maokai, the money and supplies allocated were definitely not his idea, and probably not even from the government treasury. Cui Haomiao touched the boxes filled with relief silver and nodded seriously. This 7-foot-tall man's eyes slightly welled up with emotion. "Thanks to the princesses, everyone is a soldier plan. Otherwise, these villages would have been completely destroyed. Now, although the villages were ruined, there were no major casualties. The princess also showed kindness to the displaced villagers by sending silver money to help them. For the first time in years, when facing the northern barbarians' raids, the people of Yunzhong County did not become helpless lambs but fought back. The villagers not only saved their lives but also killed many northern barbarian cavalry. This was unimaginable before. Most importantly, this time, before he could even desperately ask for help, the princess sent silver money. In the past, whenever the northern barbarians attacked, he had to beg desperately, and the court ignored their plight. That long-standing feeling of helplessness finally eased, replaced by sincere gratitude. "I thank the princess on behalf of all the people of Yunzhong County, and I thank the government. I will make sure to deliver your thanks to Governor Cui. Please quickly arrange the related matters. In this cold weather, we can't let the people stand in the wind with empty stomachs." Cui Haomiao agreed and quickly arranged for staff to make lists, distribute supplies, and build shelters. Northern barbarian riders bypassed the border patrols and launched surprise attacks on Kaoshan village and several nearby villages. The villagers relied on tunnels and simple traps to escape successfully, leaving behind about 10 dead northern cavalry. Although the scale was small, it caused a huge stir among the people of Yunjeong County. They truly realized how wise the government's policy was. Some villagers had resisted at first, but now they only praised and felt grateful. At the same time, they understood an important lesson. When facing fierce enemies, doing nothing but waiting for death is a dead end. Picking up weapons to fight back shows that these tigers, leopards, and wolves are not so terrifying. Outside the county town, villages that initially had no weapons now have them, thanks to the recent funding. The soldiers responsible for delivering the weapons loudly announced, "Dear villagers, the government has issued an order. All people in Yunjeong County, regardless of age or gender, who can stand and have some strength, must undergo training." This is long overdue. A man picked up a newly received crossbow arrow and shouted, "With these, even if the Digga dogs come again, they won't return." Each town and village quickly organized. At simple training grounds in each village, people gathered, farmers in rough cloth shirts, learned men in long robes, and even some agile women and older children. Their faces showed determination and bravery, with a hint of excitement. Early morning frost covered the Yuwang mansion with a silver edge. On the red platform of the martial arts training ground, two figures moved quickly, fighting fiercely. Wei Yunyun, with her black hair tied high, skillfully wielded a short sword with no blade. She was light on her feet, quick in her steps, using martial arts taught by Qin Yu, but with her own twist. Because she incorporated techniques she gained from system check-ins, her movements looked more lively and unique, almost forming a new style. She slashed diagonally, aiming at Qin Yu's ribs with great speed. Qin Yu remained calm, blocking with his left arm, knocking the short sword aside with a crisp clang. Even after many practice matches with Qin, Wei Yunyun was still amazed by his physical strength. Even though she was holding back force, and her sword was not sharpened, Qin Yu dared to block with his hand. His skin and muscles must be as tough as armor from training. While blocking, Qin Yu lowered his right hand, aiming directly at her wrist holding the sword. Wei Yunyun rotated her wrist, swinging the short sword to block Qin Yu's hand with the back of her blade, then used her momentum to step back 2 paces, easing the force. "Not bad. Your reactions are much faster now," Qin Yu said, standing with his fists closed, full of praise. "Your strength is also more balanced now. You know how to use leverage instead of fighting blindly." Sweat beads on Wei Yunyun's forehead released faint white steam in the cold air. "Master Qin taught you well," she said with a bright smile, feeling refreshed after exercise. "However, I still feel like there's a bit more fire to be ignited. Facing a true expert, I worry I might not hold out for long." "Not hold out for long?" Qin Yu paused, almost blurting out. Even when facing a real master, with the innate divine power of the princess fully unleashed, who would give in first? "It's hard to say." He smiled and walked to the edge of the training platform, picking up a cloth towel from the railing to wipe his hands. "Your Highness is too modest. Your progress and understanding now far surpass ordinary people. The path of martial arts can't be mastered overnight. Your foundation is now solid, and your moves are becoming more refined. What you need now is time to hone your skills and build your inner strength." At this, Qin Yu's eyes darkened as he remembered what the leader told him yesterday. He hesitated, unsure how to speak. Every day, without fail, Wei Yunyun practiced with Qin Yu. She knew him well. Seeing his expression, she knew he had something to say. "What's wrong? Master Qin, is there something you want to tell me?" she asked. Qin Yu cupped his fists and bowed to her. "Your Highness, what you have learned is enough. The rest is just practice. There's not much I can teach you." She frowned, placing her short sword back on the weapon rack. If it was about this, Master Qin wouldn't hesitate or be conflicted. The more he hesitated, the more she suspected it was something serious. She looked at Qin Yu again and asked, "Master Qin, isn't that what you're about to say?" Qin Yu was surprised, then helplessly smiled. "You really can see through everything, Your Highness." Actually, Your Highness, now that winter has come, trade routes have decreased. I heard that your merchant caravan encountered trouble returning from Hangzhou. Hearing Qin Yu say this, Wei Yunyun immediately guessed why he was hesitating. Her eyes brightened. She raised her hand and invited Qin Yu into the palace hall. Spring snow brought in steaming tea. Wei Yunyun took a sip and didn't hide her thoughts. We ran into a group of reckless bandits, but luckily, there was no loss. Qin Yu clearly remembered the past when he delivered goods, and he spoke in a serious tone. Hangzhou is the wealthiest prefecture near Ningzhou, but because of this, bandits are a big problem there. The local officials can't be relied on, and merchants have to protect their trade routes themselves. To be honest, Your Majesty, right now the agency is quiet. Would it be possible for us to take responsibility for guarding the trade routes heading toward Hangzhou in the future? After saying this, Qin Yu lowered his head. Wei Yunyun's eyes showed a hint of a smile. She knew that Qin Yu only looked uncomfortable when talking about business and money. That would be good. It wouldn't be a problem to have city guards or palace guards the goods. The glassware produced by the local government was about to be ready and would soon become popular. In the future, many goods leaving Ningzhou would need protection, and having professional guards is a good idea. Hearing this, Qin Yu bowed deeply to Wei Yunyun. Thank you for your trust, Your Majesty. Everyone at the agency will do their best to keep the trade routes open and live up to your expectations. Wei Yunyun smiled slightly. Qin Master, you don't need to be so formal. But if that's the case, the guards in your agency will need to follow my military training methods. Qin Yu remembered the impressive contest at the new recruits' camp and nodded. Training according to Your Majesty's methods is a great idea. I will inform the head of the guards when I return. He then stood up to leave. As he left, Qin He praised, Your Majesty, you are truly kind. Everyone around you seems destined for great success. Wei Yunyun put down her cup and gently pinched her nose. You, little one, at such a young age, are learning to be more talkative from Chunxua. Suddenly, she remembered something and asked, How is the paper production at Old Li's place going? Qin He smiled. Your Majesty, the nearby courtyard has been purchased and connected. Old Li has hired a few new workers. He personally handles the process of turning yellowed paper back to white. It looks like the first batch of paper has been made. Then, the Academy's plans need to be sped up. Wei Yunyun stood up. Come with me to the military workshop first. Let's check if the heated beds in the rest area are ready. After that, we'll go to the Academy. The Academy is located near the military workshop. At the rest area of the workshop, the air smells of fresh mud and firewood. In a large house, a wide clay bed is built against the wall. The bed is made of mud bricks, smoothed with clay plaster on the surface. A fire burns inside the bed's chimney, giving off a warm and cozy feeling. When Wei Yunyun arrived, she saw a few craftsmen sitting on the bed, chatting casually. Seeing her, the craftsman quickly stood up and bowed. Sit down. No need to be formal, Wei Yunyun said as she approached the bed. She reached out and touched the surface. Warm, evenly heated, not hot to the touch, very comfortable. How does it feel? She asked with a smile. Your Majesty, this bed. It's amazing. It's so warm to sleep on. With this, I'm no longer afraid of waking up cold in the middle of the night. Plus, it uses much less firewood than a coal stove. The smoke goes up the chimney through the bed's channel, so the room isn't smoky. Thank you, Your Majesty, for this idea. It's good as long as everyone can use it, she replied. She carefully examined the structure of the bed, the path of the smoke channel, and asked about the materials and the time needed to build it. This fire bed is simple to make, low cost, and very suitable for popular use among common people. Record all the details about the craftsmen, materials, and steps used to make this fire bed. Create a set of guidelines. Later, the government office should organize to recruit skilled bricklayers willing to learn this technique in the city and nearby villages, and you will be responsible for teaching them. It's very important to spread this fire bed quickly into the homes of ordinary people. Wei Yunyun told the craftsmen responsible for building the beds. Yes, we will follow your orders. This is a great deed that can benefit countless people. After leaving the workshop, Wei Yunyun and her team went to a nearby open space. It was originally a barren, but after some leveling, it became large enough. Now, several school buildings have been constructed here. Inside, different learning areas are still being built. But before learning begins, everyone needs to learn to read. They plan to arrange a literacy teacher in the front yard to teach basic reading skills. For the academy, they could set up a large stove similar to those at border forts. At this moment, Zhou Maokai was in the government office, listening to a report from his subordinate. "Sir," the official in charge of civil affairs looked through the documents in his hand, his voice strained. Since the beginning of winter, the number of people dying from the cold reported by various counties has increased daily. Some days, several people die. Other days, only one or two. Most victims are the elderly, weak, women, and children. He spoke with worry. Many common people are staying at home, afraid to go outside. The price of firewood in the city has tripled and is still in high demand. People in the countryside can still gather some dry branches, but in the city, poor families have started breaking down damaged doors and windows, even furniture, to keep warm. Another person added. The medical office also reports that many people are seeking help for frostbite and cold-related illnesses. The demand for medicine is huge. If this continues, there might be a rebellion, sir. One bad news after another made Zhou Maokai feel very cold inside. Why didn't he realize there were so many problems in Ningzhou before? He didn't know that the issues had been building up over time. His previous inaction had caused suffering among the people of Ningzhou. Now the problems are just starting to surface. Breaking doors and windows to keep warm is like drinking poison to quench thirst. It's not a long-term solution, Zhou Maokai said slowly. He couldn't think of any good solutions. He interrupted his worried official's reports, stood up, and walked outside, muttering, "The princess is kind and virtuous. She should have a way to deal with this." The officials looked at their lord as he left, exchanging glances. Was he really just going to leave like that? Check-in successful. Congratulations, the host has obtained Salt Industry Chemical and Refining Technology. The system's notification sounded, making Wei Yun feel excited. She had previously tried to purify salt using her scattered knowledge from her past life, but the results were poor. The army rations didn't last long because the salt wasn't pure enough. With this new technology, she believed she could improve the purity of the salt. In the warm pavilion of the Prince Yu's residence, the charcoal fire burned especially brightly today. He carefully added coal from Heishan, which she had brought earlier, into the fire basin. Since returning from the border, Wei Yun had given the mineral detecting device to Sun Li. Sun Li had discovered a large coal mine there. This mine came just in time. "Your Majesty, I have an urgent report." Zhou Maokai hurried in, reporting the situation of the people in Ningzhou who had died or been injured from the cold, one by one. After listening, Wei Yun spoke. "Lord Zhou, you arrived just in time. I have something here that I need to give to you." She took out the draft drawings of the fire pit that she had improved with Lu Cheng, pointing to a structure that looked like a furnace. "This is called a fire bed. You can experience its benefits yourself. It has already been tested successfully in the military workshop's rest area. I have ordered the workshop to fully cooperate in promoting the fire bed, creating rules, and training craftsmen. However, organizing it across counties and dealing with possible problems will require Lord Zhou's personal supervision. This matter is urgent. We want to help the common people avoid the cold this winter." Zhou Maokai wanted to ask more questions. Wei Yun brushed her hands and said, "Lord Zhou, this is not something that can be explained quickly. You should send someone to handle it first." Zhou Maokai hesitated for a moment and said, "All right. I will send someone to take care of it now. Also, a large amount of coal has been found in Heishan. Distribute some to households to help everyone get through the cold winter." A hint of joy appeared in Zhou Maokai's eyes. He knew that coming to see the princess was the right choice. She must have a solution. Not only does she have this fire bed, which he had never heard of before, but also coal. Now, staying warm won't be a problem. Right after Zhou Maokai left, a servant came to report that Su Wenyuan had come with a few people to see her. "Please send them in." Wei Yun tidied her sleeves and sat upright in the main seat. After a moment, Su Wenyuan led in 3 men dressed in faded, white long robes. They looked honest and calm, bowing respectfully when they saw Wei Yunyun. Commoners greet the princess. "Good evening, Your Highness." Seeing these three, Wei Yunyun guessed that they were probably the painters and calligraphers Su Wenyuan had brought. "Please, everyone, don't be so formal. Have a seat." Her tone was gentle, and her gaze fell on Su Wenyuan as she was about to ask something. Su Wenyuan quickly introduced, "Your Highness, these three are old acquaintances of mine, all talented and noble in character. The promotion in Hangzhou had been very successful with sugar and candied fruits, but Ningxiu was a little behind." She didn't expect that the princess would come up with a solution so quickly. He had a feeling that if he followed the Empress's ideas to manage Ningxiu, Ningxiu would soon find a market in Daqian. Therefore, he spared no effort to quickly find someone suitable to help with painting and calligraphy for Ningxiu. He pointed to a thin-faced man and said, "This is Mr. Tao Yuan. He writes very well and has unique insights into early education and moral teaching." Yun Yun's eyes lit up. Could he be the perfect person to serve as the Enlightenment teacher? Su Wenyuan then pointed to two others. "These two are Meng Qian and Su Wenjing. They were my classmates and are very good at painting landscapes and objects." After introducing them, Tao Yuan stepped forward and bowed. "Your Majesty, Brother Su has praised me too highly. I am just somewhat skilled in calligraphy. Since Your Majesty came to Ningzhou, everything you do benefits the country and the people. I hear you are looking for someone to do painting and calligraphy, and I hope I can contribute my humble efforts." He took out a few scrolls from his sleeve and respectfully handed them over. Spring Snow stepped forward to receive them and handed them to Yun Yun. She looked at the scrolls. Although she didn't particularly appreciate the style of writing, one thing was clear: his calligraphy was much better than hers. Meng Qian and Su Wenjing also took out their paintings. She didn't rush to look at them, but instead looked at the two men. "I wish to build a school in this city to enlighten the people. Before the school is built, the task of early education is urgent. Would the three of you be willing to serve as the teachers for the children? I promise the pay will be fair." Tao Yuan was momentarily surprised. Wasn't he here to do calligraphy? But Su Wenyuan was right. He had always been interested in early education. He immediately bowed and said, "Your Majesty cares for all the people. Enlightening and educating the young is the foundation of teaching. I am willing to do my best." Meng Qian and Su Wenjing exchanged glances. Hearing that they would start as teachers for children, they hesitated slightly. But recalling Su Wenyuan's admiration for the princess and thinking about Ningzhou's emphasis on martial skills over literature, along with their own humble situation, their doubts quickly faded. Meng Qian solemnly said, "It is an honor to contribute to the enlightenment and education of Ningzhou." Su Wenjing nodded in agreement. "We will follow Your Majesty's arrangements." Yun Yun's face showed genuine happiness as she began to look through the paintings. Su Wenjing presented a detailed figure painting depicting an old man playing the zither under a bamboo tree. She suddenly widened her eyes. She couldn't understand the writing style, but she could understand the painting. In the scroll, the old man's hair and beard are clearly detailed, his expression focused and calm. The gentle pressure of his fingertips on the strings is vividly depicted. Next to him, the green bamboo stands tall and strong, each leaf carefully crafted with lively energy. The whole painting has a careful composition, delicate brushwork, and soft colors, showing the scholar immersed in music and blending with nature, full of noble spirit. Su Wenyuan is just a scholar, yet he recognizes that his classmates have such skill. Mr. Su's characters are full of life and spirit, truly the mark of a master, she sincerely praised. This fine, detailed painting style is especially good for storytelling scenes or delicate figures and flowers. If turned into embroidery, it would surely produce exquisite pieces worth collecting and admiring. Seeing the princess pleased, Su Wenjing felt very reassured and modestly said, "I don't deserve such praise. I'm just glad you don't dislike it." She put down Su Wenjing's painting and picked up another scroll. As she unrolled it, a sense of openness and clarity filled the air. This was a freehand landscape painting titled, "Autumn River Fishing Alone." The scene used large empty spaces to show the vast river, with just a few strokes outlining distant mountains and a misty autumn atmosphere. A small boat and a fisherman wearing a straw hat with simple, bold brushwork. It immediately made her think of the poem. A lonely boat, a straw hat fisherman, fishing alone in the cold river snow. The painting perfectly captures that lonely mood. This freehand style emphasizes spirit and charm, with a unique artistic appeal that leaves room for viewers' imagination. Expressing this charm through embroidery is what Wei Yunyun wants to create as Ning embroidery. This way, she can attract customers who seek unique artistic tastes. She gently placed the sketch back on the table and said, "Both of your skills are outstanding, each excelling in your own way. I am truly impressed, but..." She looked at Su Wenyuan and said, "Mr. Meng's freehand landscape has a spiritual and lively mood. Ordinary embroidery artists might find it hard to capture its essence." Su Wenyuan glanced at Meng Qian with a puzzled look. Does the princess not like his painting? In his view, only Brother Meng's paintings can truly show the unique features of Ningzhou that the Empress mentioned earlier. He was about to speak and help Meng Qian get some recognition, but Wei Yunyun suddenly changed the topic. "How about this? We could try on larger embroidered screens to sketch out the landscape scenes with ink and brush, leaving enough space. Then, the embroidery artists can follow the ink outlines and create with more flexible stitches, aiming for a likeness of spirit rather than exact shape, forming a special style that combines painting and embroidery. We can also include the meaning of poetry and scenes, with Mr. Tao writing the poems, Mr. Meng painting, and then transforming it into embroidery, an integration of poetry, calligraphy, painting, and embroidery." Meng Qian was initially worried that his painting style might not suit embroidery. Hearing this idea of combining painting and embroidery and pursuing a spiritual resemblance, he suddenly felt enlightened. He excitedly cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty's insight is truly unique." "Mr. Su," Wei Yunyun instructed, "for Ning embroidery's innovation, proceed with this idea. Coordinate with the embroidery workshop and the three masters to ensure the paintings can be smoothly turned into embroidery." "Yes, Your Majesty." Su Wenyuan clenched his fist and responded. "The residences of the three masters will be arranged near the military workshop. It's close to the embroidery workshop and convenient for teaching at the academy." "Thank you, Your Majesty," the three of them replied in unison. Finally, Wei Yunyun looked at Tao Yuan and smiled. "Mr. Tao, the primary task now is to establish the school. Please take care of it. Once the building is ready, I hope to hear the sound of children reading soon." Tao Yuan solemnly promised, "I will not let Your Majesty down." As dusk fell, the setting sun's glow brushed over the tall eaves of the city, and the cold wind swept up dry leaves and twigs, making rustling sounds. At the Zhou residence gate, lanterns were hung early. Zhou Maokai dragged himself home, so exhausted that he didn't even change out of his official robes and sank into the grand tutor's chair in the hall. He rubbed his aching forehead, his face full of tiredness that couldn't be eased. Seeing this, Madame Zhou hurried over with a brand-new dark blue cotton robe, softly saying, "Sir, you're back? Take a look. This is a new cotton robe made for you at the princess's new shop, using fresh Songjiang cotton, soft and warm. Try it on and see if it fits." Zhou Maokai didn't even lift his eyelids, just weakly waved his hand. "Leave it for now. I don't have the energy to try it." Madame Zhou handed the cotton robe to a maid nearby, signaling her to put it away first. Then she went to stand beside Mr. Zhou Maokai and asked with concern, "What happened to the master? Has he been too busy with official duties lately?" "Not just busy." Zhou Maokai sat up straight, as if he had found a way to vent his feelings, and his tone became excited. "It's just so overwhelming, like trying to catch water with a sieve. Madam, you don't know. These past few days, I feel like an ant on a hot pan, busy and restless." He started counting on his fingers. Since winter began, reports of people freezing to death or getting frostbite from various counties have piled up on my desk. The price of firewood has skyrocketed, and the common people are angry and worried. We need to calm and help them. That's one thing. Princess Wang ordered me to promote the fire brick bed. It's a good thing for the people, but setting rules, managing craftsmen, gathering materials, coordinating with different counties, all these require my personal attention. The military workshop needs workers, the government office needs money and grain, and the counties keep sending reports of various problems. That's another big mess. And there's more, he said more angrily. The Black Mountain coal mine is coal, but how do we distribute it to each village and household? According to what standards? How do we transport it? How do we prevent corruption at each level? Don't I have to draft the detailed rules for that? That's another task. Plus, there are daily expenses like criminal and tax money, official documents, and correspondence. Zhou Maokai sighed heavily, his body slumping as he leaned back in his chair, staring blankly at the ceiling. Madam, I feel like I can't do everything myself. I wish I could split into 8 people to handle it. This Ningzhou prefect is really not suited for such a job. If I had known it would be like this, I might have. He didn't finish his sentence, but Madame Zhou understood. He was recalling the fear and anxiety when the prince's family was searched and ransacked. Compared to now, when he's so busy he can't keep his feet on the ground, it's hard to say which is more painful. Madame Zhou looked at his dark circles and tired face, feeling very worried. She gently massaged his temples and softly said, Master, I see how hard you're working. But all these tasks also show that Ningzhou is growing and becoming lively, isn't it? The princess trusts you, which is why she's entrusted you with all these responsibilities. If it were a peaceful time, there wouldn't be so many chances to make achievements. She paused briefly, then continued, I am just a humble woman and do not understand complicated matters. But I know that when faced with difficulties, one should not try to handle everything alone. Since the master finds things so complicated and can't see a way out, why not go to the princess and ask for her advice? The princess is very wise and resourceful. If you tell her your problems, maybe she can help you find a solution and clear the way for you. It will also save you from worrying alone here. Zhou Maokai closed his eyes, listening to his wife's gentle words. His restless mind calmed a little. He knew very well that the princess was capable and talented. But as a subordinate, bothering her with every small issue would seem too helpless. He sighed deeply and muttered, all right, you have a point. I will go to the government office and organize these recent problems. As for the princess, I just received a task and shouldn't bother her now. When I am busier later, I will ask her for guidance. He reluctantly stood up and tidied his clothes. Mrs. Zhou quickly brought over a new cotton robe. Master, it's cold today. Put on this new robe to stay warm. Zhou Maokai didn't refuse and let his wife help him put on the soft new robe. The cold wind swept across the endless tents, and the battle flags above the gates fluttered loudly. Inside and outside the fortress, a tense and deadly atmosphere prevailed. After lying for a few days, Zhao Yuankai's bruised face and swollen nose had slightly healed. His physical injuries were recovering, but the shame and resentment in his heart grew wild like poisonous vines. Now, he sat with crossed arms at the table, his expression uncertain. On the training ground, being beaten publicly by Song Yinian, Chen Hongfang's indifference, and the disdainful looks from the border soldiers, all felt like hot irons burning fiercely on Zhao Yuankai's dignity. Prince Yu, Song Yinian, dares to humiliate me like this. He clenched his teeth and said angrily, and these ignorant brutes. It's outrageous. Why does Song Yinian, a fallen prince, have such respect among the border troops? Why does Chen Hongfang listen to him? And when Song Yinian looks at him, that cold, dead-like gaze. Song Yinian must be planning to gather troops and rebel. It must be so. Otherwise, none of this makes sense. He must tell his father and inform the crown prince. He absolutely cannot let Song Yinian gain power in this distant place where the emperor's reach is weak. He suddenly stood up, but his movement was too forceful, pulling at his still healing ribs. The pain made him gasp sharply, and his eyes grew even more wild. He found the hidden small brush, special medicine water, and paper. He leaned over the desk, his hand moving quickly and fiercely, his expression fierce. First, he wrote a formal letter, careful with his words, saying only that he had arrived at Yanmen Pass and was safe, asking not to worry. Then, he took out the special medicine water and used a fine brush to write the real message in the blank spaces between the words of the first letter. Song Yinian is very close to the border general Chen Hongfang, always together. His training methods are strange and unusual, not like official rules. The weapons he makes are sharper and more advanced than standard ones, suspicious of private armament. The soldiers in the army are very loyal to him, almost like his personal guards. When I tried to advise him according to court laws, he beat me in public, nearly risking my life. His arrogant attitude shows he does not respect the emperor. His words and actions suggest he does not want to be subordinate, with wild ambitions clearly visible. Yanmen Pass is no longer under the court's control. It now belongs to Song Enian. Father, please see clearly, report this to the heavens quickly, prepare in advance, or danger will come. After finishing, he carefully let the secret message dry. The ink from the medicine water gradually faded, making it look like an ordinary family letter. He rolled up the letter and placed it into a small bamboo tube tied to the pigeon's leg. Then, he went to the tent's edge, opened a small gap. Seeing no one around, he quickly threw the pigeon into the air. The pigeon flapped its wings and circled low once. Then, it flew with great effort toward the capital. Watching the pigeon disappear into the distance, he curled his lips into a bitter smile. Song Enian, I wonder how long you can keep being arrogant. When you become a rebel wanted by the law, I'll see who can still protect you. The atmosphere was tense and oppressive, filled with a different kind of restless violence. The wolf riders heading to Yunzhou County, covered in wounds and terrified, hurried back to the camp. According to past experience, this should have been a one-sided slaughter. They wanted to use bloodshed to create a spectacle that would scare off all doubters. But the news they brought back plunged the big tent into complete silence. What? What did you say? Tuoba Liao almost couldn't believe his ears. He grabbed the collar of the centurion and looked furious. 300 wolf riders and fewer than 50 have returned. The centurion's face still showed fear, and he spoke tremblingly. Great Khan. It's strange, very strange. Those villages don't look like villages at all. We hadn't even gotten close when the alarm sounded. Men, women, children, all armed with bows, arrows, and spears. They even set traps, pits, and tripwires everywhere. We retreated into an ambush set by the soldiers of the Great Qin, which is why we suffered such heavy losses. Tuoba Liao's face darkened more than the sky outside the tent. He suddenly waved his hand, knocking everything off the table onto the ground. All useless, his roar echoed inside the large tent, trembling with anger. 800 elite soldiers killed, and you can't even deal with unarmed villagers? I sent you to Yunzhong Commandery to use those villagers' heads to threaten the Great Qin. What kind of threat is that? It's a big joke. My Northdee's most elite wolf riders are useless now. The eagles of the grasslands? Bah. I think you're even worse than chickens on the grassland. This is a great shame. A shame never seen before in North D. Repeated failures slapped him hard in the face. Not only did they question North D's strength from Shixia and Donghu, but such failures felt like being beaten and stripped in public. These setbacks not only lost the elite troops but also damaged North D's reputation, dragging it into the mud. News spread quickly. Yi Lichang and Mao Liao came together again. This time, they didn't bother with false politeness. Yi Lichang stroked his ivory dagger and said gleefully, 300 wolf riders, sent to destroy a few villages, and they come back beaten like stray dogs. Tuoba Khan, it seems your reputation as the grassland's lone wolf is about to change. First it was 800 vanguard soldiers, now 300 wolf riders. Great Khan, is the life of your North D children so worthless? I think this alliance should just break apart. Everyone go back to guard their own land. That's better than losing everything here. Helian Duob immediately stepped forward and said in a deep voice, General Yeli, leader of the Maolao tribe, why do you insist on boasting and losing your dignity? The people of Dakian only rely on some strange tricks and makeshift tactics, and they have only succeeded twice by luck. Do you really think our combined army of 200,000 soldiers will stop because of this small setback? At this moment, the lucky returning centurion bravely spoke up. Great Khan, it's not that we are afraid to fight. It's those soldiers and officials hiding in ambush who are using magic tricks. Everyone inside the tent looked at him at once. Tuoba Liao's eyes widened with anger. Magic tricks? Do you think a group of officials can summon monsters or ghosts to help them? You useless fool. To hide your failure, you even spread false rumors to confuse me. We North D people are not as shameful as you. Yes, it's true. Good for nothing. A defeated general dares to lie and make excuses. Are you telling me those two-legged sheep can summon thunder gods from the sky? You've brought shame to all North D warriors. The centurion's body trembled violently, but he still forced himself to lift his head. Great Khan, please believe me. They took some mud-like round balls out of a black jar and threw them at us. And then there was a loud bang. A flash of fire. Black smoke spread everywhere, and the brothers closest to us were immediately torn apart and fell to the ground. That sound was louder than thunder, and the power. It's definitely not something bows, arrows, or swords can compare to. I dare not fight anymore, so I led the remaining men to fight desperately and escape with our lives. Just to bring this message to the Great Khan. We have never seen such a thing. Round balls? Explosions. Tuoba Liao repeated these two words, and a hint of surprise and suspicion finally appeared in his furious expression. From the nearly broken eyes of the centurion, he saw no sign of lying, only deep fear.
Could it be
that the people of Dakian really developed some terrible weapon? Helion Duobe coldly glanced at the trembling centurion on the ground. Then he turned to Tuoba Liao, saying, Great Khan, calm down. What he said might not be entirely false. His words immediately drew everyone's attention. Ready to continue mocking, Yili Chong and Mao Liao cast curious glances. Seeing that Tuoba Liao did not stop him, Helion Duobe continued, A few days ago, some suspicious Dakian men came to seek alliance and offered a pill called Fire Thunder. They claimed it sounded like thunder and could hurt enemies from several steps away. I had people test it with animals. He paused, choosing his words carefully. It did produce a loud explosion, with sparks of fire, and burned a sheep's fur. But its power. In my opinion, it's not enough to decide a battle. It seems more like a trick or a boast by those Dakian merchants to get rewards. The test results were naturally better than he described. Otherwise, the monks wouldn't have been accepted by the Northern D infiltrators for cooperation. He deliberately downplayed it, partly to hide his own weaknesses from allies, and partly because he instinctively dismissed the unknown. Yili Chong seized the topic, twirling an ivory dagger at his fingertips with a mocking tone. Great master, if it's just a trick, could it really scare the bravest wolf riders of the Northern D so much that they wouldn't dare enter villages? Isn't that a bit too powerful? Or, he deliberately stretched his tone, glancing at Tuoba Liao's pale face, are the Northern D warriors now unable to handle even a little fire and noise? Mao Liao sneered and added, the sheep the great master mentioned only had a small burn, but the captain saw blood and flesh flying. That's a big difference, and it can't be explained away as just a street trick, can it? Could it be that the weapons Dakian supplies to their soldiers are not the same as what they used to fool you? If that's true, then the Yenmen Pass might be even harder to conquer than we thought. Helion Duobe frowned slightly, annoyed by their relentless questioning, but he remained calm outwardly. Generals Yi and Mao, why spread such alarming rumors? Even if Dakian has some new tricks, can they really stand against my 200,000 troops? He looked at the captain still kneeling on the ground. What he saw might be some kind of defensive device we haven't encountered before. It could be useful in narrow areas, but on a vast battlefield, in front of my cavalry's charge, it's just a fool's hope. His tone was firm. The more Dakian relies on these strange tricks, the more it shows they lack confidence in their own strength. We must not let these distractions disturb us, or give them a chance to breathe. The Great Khan cannot wait any longer. The situation in Yunzhong County shows they are actively preparing for battle. The longer we delay, the better their preparations will be, and the harder they will be to defeat. We must strike before they are fully settled. Use our strongest force to crush Yenmen Pass. Tuoba Liao took a deep breath, his red eyes flashing with madness. The Grand Master is right. We cannot let the Dakian people keep preparing. Issue the order. In 3 days, attack the city with the entire army. Yeli Chong raised an eyebrow. 3 days? Great Khan Tuobliao, your Northern D soldiers are still new and lack morale, and my Western Xia warriors and the Donghu brothers also need time to prepare. Is rushing the attack too risky? Mao Liao replied coldly. Exactly. If the attack fails, who will take responsibility? Tuobliao stared at them, speaking slowly. What? Are you afraid? If you're scared, you can go back to Western Xia and Donghu now. The Great Khan, with the Northern D soldiers, can still conquer Yanmen Pass. As for responsibility, he snorted coldly, I will bear it all myself. But let me be clear. After breaching the pass, the spoils inside will not be shared with you. Yeli Chong and Mao Liao exchanged glances, their eyes shining with cunning. They wanted to see the Northern D soldiers fail, but they also didn't want to miss the chance to seize the rich lands of the northern frontier. If the Northern D soldiers were left to break through alone, they wouldn't even get a share of the loot. Yeli Chong hesitated for a moment, then spoke in a more conciliatory tone. Great Khan, why be angry? We are allies, and we will fight together. But this plan for the attack needs careful discussion. Our Western Xia foot soldiers are good at city assaults and breaking through defenses, mainly attacking the East Gate. But we need the Northern D cavalry to hold back the defenders inside the city, preventing them from coming out to attack us. Mao Liao also said, my Donghu warriors are skilled at climbing and surprise attacks, so they will pretend to attack the West Gate to draw the defenders' forces. But the Northern D Wolf cavalry must ensure the flank safety and provide enough arrows for cover. They seem to share the tasks, but in fact, they cleverly push the most dangerous and likely to suffer heavy losses, direct and containment, onto the recently defeated and eager Northern D soldiers. Tuobliao knew their schemes well, but he still clenched his teeth and said, Fine, we will do as you say. The false attack on the East Gate will be led by Western Xia, and the climbing on the West Gate by Donghu. And I, the Northern D Wolf cavalry, will focus on attacking the North Gate. 3 days later, at dawn, the attack was launched simultaneously. I will turn Yanmen Pass into dust. Agreed, Yeli Chong and Mao Liao replied in unison. However, a faint smile appeared at the corners of their mouths. In the early morning, fog shrouded the area, and frost covered the training ground of Yanmen Pass with a silver sheen. As the whistle sounded, all soldiers immediately filed out quickly and lined up neatly on the field. Song Inian stood on a high platform, looking down. The formations were like forests, shining armor reflecting the sunlight, and a powerful, unstoppable spirit soared into the sky. Chun Hongfong, holding his sword handle excitedly, said, Your Highness. New weapons, new drills, and ample supplies. Our army looks more formidable than ever. With such a mighty force, what do we have to fear from the northern tribes? Song Inian nodded slightly and walked down the platform with his hands behind his back. Where he passed, soldiers stood firm like pines, their blades gleaming coldly. But he didn't look at the weapons or their expressions. His gaze slowly fell, focusing on the soldiers' boots. Suddenly, he stopped and bent down in front of a soldier. The soldier tensed up immediately, breathing quickly. Song Inian reached out and pinched the torn boots, then stood up, clapping his hands. He frowned at Chen Hongfong, who was following behind, and said, These boots need to be replaced. Chen Hongfong looked uncomfortable. The army's boots are usually used sparingly. We wear whatever can still be worn. But I'm afraid. No need to worry. Song Inian's voice was steady. All of Ningzhou is backed by the border troops. The soldiers are fighting here to protect the gates of Dakian. In such cold weather, standing in the snow with these worn-out boots, their feet will be ruined in no time. Send orders to replace all damaged boots immediately, but if we run out of stock and can't get more supplies— Chen Hongfong's throat tightened, his voice hoarse. In previous years, requesting grain and supplies was very difficult. Song Inian's gaze swept over Chen Hongfong's weathered face and said firmly, Such things will never happen again. Chen Hongfong trembled slightly, his eyes turning red. He clasped his fists and bowed deeply. I, along with all the soldiers at Yanmen Pass, thank your highness and the princess for your kindness. Your care is the blessing of the border troops and of Dakian. Song Inian waved his hand. Guarding the border and defending the country is the duty of the court supplies. There's no need to thank me. The training ground was silent. Only the howling of the north wind could be heard. Countless soldiers clenched their lips tightly, their eyes filled with heat. Feeling the surge of intense emotions in the air, Song Inian remembered the main task of the day and shifted the topic. General Chen, let's begin the demonstration of gunpowder. Chen Hongfang's spirit lifted immediately, and he quickly ordered, Lieutenant Jiang, step onto the stage and demonstrate as planned. Lieutenant Jiang, accompanied by a soldier holding a specially made clay pot, hurried onto the stage. He lit the fuse, then forcefully threw the clay pot toward the open ground in the distance. A loud explosion erupted, flames burst out, black smoke billowed, and a violent shockwave carried snow and frozen earth into the sky. All the observing soldiers were stunned by this destructive power, feeling shaken and speechless for a long time. Although they had heard about the power of gunpowder before, they still couldn't help but gasp in awe. Some seasoned veterans instinctively gripped their swords tighter. This thing completely exceeded their understanding, as if facing some ancient giant beast. They had seen the fiercest sword fights and heard the loudest arrows whistling through the air, but they had never imagined such wild, unreasonable strength. This was no longer something humans could fight against. It was almost like a divine force. In Wu Xiaoxiao's bright eyes, the initial shock faded, replaced by sharp, gleaming light. If such power exploded among the enemy ranks, she seemed to already see the North D cavalry thrown into chaos, their formations shattered amid continuous explosions. This was no longer simple combat, but destructive crushing. She instinctively touched the cold handle of her sword, a wave of excitement spreading in her heart. The meaning was clear. It signified a change in battlefield rules, and more brothers might return home alive. God, what exactly is this thing? From this distance, I even feel my chest tighten. If we throw it into the dig-a-pile, someone muttered to themselves. They finally understood why the prince could lead 800 North D cavalry to be surrounded and killed by only 500 untrained soldiers from the city. Besides bravery and new training methods, there was also such an extraordinary weapon. This thing is called black powder, Song Inian's voice rang out, clearly suppressing all the noise. Everyone has seen its power firsthand. He paced back to the high platform. We need to select a group of gunpowder soldiers in the army to specialize in this weapon. Zhang Xiu loudly announced the selection rules. There are two main rules. First, accuracy. At 100 steps away, those who can hit the target at least 7 out of 10 times with a sling are given priority. Second, strength. Those who can precisely throw this clay pot to a designated area 50 steps away are considered qualified. As soon as the rules were announced, there was a buzz among the crowd. Many soldiers who believed they had strong arms or were good at throwing immediately showed eager expressions. Controlling such a powerful weapon was a great honor. Wu Xiaoxiao instinctively tested her arm strength and remembered her usual archery skills. Her eyes grew firm. She must earn a place among the gunpowder soldiers. She looked at her 100 soldiers and began to consider who met the criteria. Chen Hongfang watched the reactions of the soldiers and said in a deep voice, each camp can start the preliminary selection. Within 1 day, report the list of qualified candidates to Captain Jiang. Those selected will be regrouped and trained carefully. Everyone responded with agreement. Qingyu suddenly leaned close to Song Inian and whispered something in his ear. Song Inian nodded to Chen Hongfang and left first. Back in his tent, Ganwen approached and handed him a letter in a very quiet voice. Prince, the message from the courier station was brought by the little bird. He took the letter, which was addressed to the Zhao family in the capital. The message was simple, seeming like an ordinary family letter. He brought it close to his nose and sniffed lightly. Besides the smell of paper and ink, there was nothing unusual. Song Inian went to the candle stand, had someone light a candle, and slowly held the letter over the flickering flame, carefully warming it. As the letter was warmed, faint brown characters gradually appeared on the blank paper. Seeing the writing emerge, Song Inian's expression grew colder, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. Huh. A cold laugh escaped his throat as he casually tossed the secret letter onto the desk. Ganwen also saw the contents and tentatively asked, "Prince." Song Inian looked up. "Where's Zhao Yuankai?" "He has been in his tent the whole time, never leaving. There are 3 layers of hidden guards around him. Not even a mosquito can get out," Ganwen replied. "Our northern general has thought of everything for us." "This hat is indeed big and heavy." Song Inian paused, then sat back in his chair, a sharp glint in his eyes. "Seal this letter as it is. Doesn't he want to send it out? Let him do it." Ganwen looked at him with confusion and doubt. Song Inian explained, "The route must be under our control. As for when, how, and to whom it is sent, you should understand." "Understood." Ganwen immediately grasped the point. "Keep a close watch on him." Early winter snowflakes hit the low mud-brick houses in Anding City. In previous years, every household kept their doors and windows shut tight, and inside and outside were equally cold. The wealthier families could burn charcoal in a basin, but poorer families had to endure the cold. This year, things are a bit different. The government notice had been posted for several days, announcing the promotion of something called a fire bed. It is said that building this inside the house and burning fire can warm the entire bed and save firewood. Fire bed? Sounds strange. Building something like a stove inside to keep warm. Does it use a lot of firewood? Firewood is already precious, and if it needs more, how will we survive this winter? Maybe the officials came up with a new trick to bother us common folks. Old Lou, the wicker craftsman on West Street, squatted under his eaves, watching neighbors gather around the notice and discuss. He snorted. "Nonsense. Our ancestors have been living like this for generations. How could it be wrong? Warm? Can it beat a cozy bed? Don't say that." Since the prince and princess arrived, everything the government announced has become real. This time, it's definitely true, a woman who had just bought a cotton coat retorted. In previous winters, they had managed to get through, but this year, thanks to her embroidery skills, she was working in the princess's embroidery room. The pay was high, the treatment good, and this winter, not only did they have enough firewood, but she also had extra money to buy new cotton clothes. Inside the town, some well-off families heard about the effectiveness of the heated bed and exclaimed, "Great! Our family will be the first to try it." They quickly hired the earliest bricklayers from the military workshop, bought good blue bricks and clay blocks, and within a few days, a bright and sturdy heated bed was built in the spacious main house. After lighting the fire, they sat on the warm, large bed. The even, long-lasting warmth without smoke amazed them. This is much better than those charcoal basins. The money spent is worth it. With some people leading the way, others saw and felt the benefits firsthand, which was more convincing than any words. Initially hesitant villagers also became interested. "It's a bit expensive, but if it keeps us warm and comfortable all winter, it's worth it. Quick, find out if any other craftsmen can build this bed." The wages are negotiable. From Anding City outward, a wave of interest in building heated beds spread across Ningzhou. Soon, the bricklayers who first learned the skill became very popular. Their schedules were full, invitations came from all sides, and wages increased. Some poor villages gathered at the village chief's door, their eyes eager but worried. The village chief's mother touched the warm bed, tears of excitement in her eyes. "Thanks to the queen, I can stand straight this winter with my old, cold legs." Villagers around his house discussed quietly. "This is a good thing. But the labor and material costs are really high. Yeah, seeing others warm while we can only watch helplessly. The queen is kind, but we are too poor. Although we can sign a contract, we don't know how much the harvest will be next year. 50 gene of grain is not a small amount. If the harvest isn't good, this grain could save our lives. We can endure the cold for a while, just like in previous years." The village chief, wearing an old cotton jacket, came out of his house, cleared his throat, and said, "Fellow villagers, 50 gene of grain, and the material costs are indeed a lot for us." The crowd quieted and looked at him. He sighed and pointed to the broken temple outside the village. "Think about it, this winter will be different. It is much colder than in previous years. Have you not seen it, or are you pretending not to notice? A few days ago, 2 beggars froze to death outside the old temple. They literally died from the cold. This news made the villagers feel heavy-hearted and shiver with fear. Who wouldn't be scared by such a tragic scene? We have roofs over our heads, but inside, it's no different from a freezer. The village chief's voice grew firmer. In past years, we could endure because it wasn't this cold. It was only because the weather was better. But this year, it's only early winter, and the snow keeps falling. Who can guarantee that our families, especially the elderly and children, can survive this terrible weather? Yes, 50 pounds of grain can save lives, but if everyone is frozen, who will eat the grain? Some villagers with elderly or sick family members started to hesitate. The village chief continued, "Why do the officials and the princess work so hard to promote the hot brick beds? It's all to help us, the common people, suffer less and stay alive. The government knows how hard things are for us. That's why they came up with the contract for the grain. It's a great kindness. They didn't force us to pay cash immediately. They've given us a way to survive." An old man hesitated and said, "Village chief, I understand. But what if next year's harvest isn't good?" The village chief cut him off, thinking about how much the hot brick bed had helped his own family. He firmly said, "Uncle Wang, we can't just think about what if. We must focus on how to survive right now. With this bed, the elderly and children will suffer less. The strong workers can sleep warmly at night, so they'll have the energy to work during the day. Maybe next year's harvest will be even better." And the contract clearly states that if there's a natural disaster and the harvest fails, the government has rules to reduce or forgive the debt. The princess is kind and generous. She wouldn't push us into a dead end. He looked at everyone sincerely and said, "I'm putting it plainly today. My family has taken the hot brick bed. My mother's old cold legs no longer hurt. If you trust me, come with me. Let's go to the government office and sign the contract. The sooner we get the bed, the sooner we'll be warm." His heartfelt words made the villagers, who were still hesitant, stop doubting. The village chief is right. If we lose people, what's the use of grain? My father has been coughing all winter. If it gets colder, I'm afraid. I'll sign. Let's go. To the government office. For the children, I'll sign the contract. For a moment, everyone was very excited. Those who had been planning to take the 50 gene of grain now decided to join the crowd. They followed the village officer, marching together toward the government office in the town. The clerk saw such a large group coming and quickly took out the prepared contract documents. At a storage room inside the government office, 2 guards stood at the door. Inside, there were the first batch of coal mined from Black Mountain, processed into easy-to-burn coal blocks. These were meant to be given to poor villagers who came to sign the contracts. "Everyone, don't rush. Line up properly and come one by one." The clerk raised his voice to keep order. "Make sure you understand the contract before signing. There are 2 main points. First, confirming your willingness to repay the loan, which is worth 50 gene of grain or its equivalent in copper coins at market price. Second, the repayment method. You can choose to pay back after next summer or autumn harvest with grain, or register to participate in government labor projects like road building or ditch digging to repay. If there's a natural disaster and the harvest fails, you can apply for a delay or reduction after verification. Do you all understand?" "Yes, we understand," the villagers answered in unison, their eyes fixed on the paper. After confirming everything was correct, they solemnly pressed their red handprints or drew crooked crosses under their names. Once they signed the contract, the clerk handed them a small wooden token, pointing to one side of the government office. "Take this and go to the storage room over there. Collect your allocated coal blocks by household. Are there still coal blocks to collect?" Everyone looked at each other in surprise. They couldn't believe it and took the wooden token to the storage room. The guard responsible for distribution checked their tokens and handed over the corresponding coal blocks. "Is this coal? It looks dark. Can it really burn?" "It's issued by the government, so it must burn. I heard it burns longer than firewood. Wow, it's heavy. Now I can make a proper stove and have firewood ready." The old man who received the coal bowed repeatedly to the guard. Thank you, sir. Thank you, government. Thank you, Lady Wang. The guard waved his hand with a slight smile. Go back quickly and get the stove ready so your home can be warm. Outside in Ding City, the largest river now had a thin layer of ice on its surface. Along the flow of water, there was a sizable salt processing yard. This was a salt farm directly managed by the Salt and Iron Administration. Assistant follows the instructions and provides the corrected, simplified, family-friendly version. Assistant, 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 assistant. Seaweed contains iodine, but the amount here in Ningzhou is small, so it can only be used on a limited scale. Zhang Pei listened excitedly and said, I understand. I will follow your Majesty's orders and do my best to develop it. After receiving the first batch of snow salt, Wei Yunyun immediately went to the experimental area she prepared at the candied fruit workshop. There were roasted flour, dried meat powder, and crushed wild vegetables laid out on the table. The female workers chosen by Chuanxue and Qinghe had already prepared and were standing with clean hands on one side. The air was filled with the fragrant smell of toasted wheat flour. Wei Yunyun approached the table and said, Today, we are making military rations that soldiers can carry with them and eat anytime. She looked at the ingredients and ordered, mix these materials in the given ratio, 7 parts flour, 2 parts meat powder, 1 part vegetable powder, and add an appropriate amount of snow salt. Be sure to stir thoroughly. The female workers immediately started working, carefully mixing the powders of different colors with wooden spatulas until the color was even. Wei Yunyun took some of the mixed powder, added a little cooked oil, and some clean water. This is the first type, which we call portable grain brick. She demonstrated and explained you need to knead and press it tightly so it becomes firm, then cut it into fixed-size blocks. Finally, place it near charcoal fire to dry and remove excess moisture. This item is very durable for storage and easy to carry. When marching, if possible, soak it in hot water to soften and eat. In urgent situations, it can be chewed dry to fill the stomach. Although it tastes rough, it provides lasting energy. Next, she took some small cloth bags that had been initially treated with alkaline water. This is the second type, called instant food pack. She carefully filled each bag with a portion of the mixed powder, tying the opening tightly with fine string. This method is more convenient. Soldiers don't need to prepare it themselves. Just put this small bag into a pot with water and cook. In a short time, you'll get a warm, flavorful porridge that fills the stomach and warms the body. The female workers listened carefully, taking notes on each step. Under Wei Yunyun's hands-on guidance, they began working in groups. The sounds of pounding the grain bricks and filling the food packs echoed together. When the first batch of military rations was finished, an old veteran who had retired from the army was invited to taste it. He first broke off a small piece of the baked, portable food block and slowly chewed it in his mouth. It was a bit dry and hard, but the rich wheat aroma, salty meat flavor, and the special taste of wild vegetables gradually released in his mouth. Next, he felt a strong sense of fullness. What surprised him even more was the instant meal pack, when it was quickly dissolved in hot water into a thick porridge. Taking a sip sent a warm flow straight to his stomach. In this slightly cold weather, it even made him sweat on his forehead. The old soldier's eyes instantly turned red. He put down the bowl, voice trembling with emotion. Madam, if this can be mass-produced, the soldiers won't have to chase the enemy on empty stomachs, nor will they have to gnaw on cold, hard biscuits in snowy nights. This is a life-saving treasure. Wei Yunyun nodded, thinking that the flavor could be adjusted based on feedback, perhaps by adding some crushed dried fruits or spices. The key was to ensure it could be stored for a long time, be easy to carry, and provide enough energy. She said to the female workers. Quickly produce several samples in bulk, along with this premium snow salt, and send them to Yenmen Pass for the soldiers to try. Listen to their opinions and then we can improve. Yes, Your Majesty. The problem of improving military rations was finally solved. Wei Yunyun let out a long sigh of relief, returned to her warm chamber, and lay down on the noble consort's bed. Before long, the doorkeeper reported that Miss Lin from the Lin residence wanted to see her. Wei Yunyun, hearing this, tiredly lifted her eyelids, and her mind recalled the chance encounter at Drunken Immortal Tower, the shy yet bold girl. She had a good impression of Lin Weiwei and sat up straight. Please let her in. Qinghe looked a bit distressed and said, Madam, if you're tired, you should rest well. I will ask Miss Lin to come another day. It's okay. Wei Yunyun reached up and massaged her temples. Her body was fine, but recently, things had been busy and complicated, leaving her mentally exhausted. Soon Lin Weiwei entered, followed by a maid. She wore a pale yellow jacket and skirt, which made her small face look fair and delicate. Behind her, a maid carried a delicate gift box and a silk cloth bundle. Your humble servant Weiwei greets the princess. As soon as Lin Weiwei saw Wei Yunyun, she bowed properly, her face showing uncontrollable excitement. Miss Lin, there's no need to be so formal. Please have a seat. Wei Yunyun smiled and gestured for her to sit down. Why are you here today? Lin Weiwei stood up and presented her gifts, her voice cheerful. Your Majesty, this is the new osmanthus honey from Drunken Immortal Tower. It tastes wonderful. I brought some for you to try. And this. She opened a silk pouch, revealing a set of very delicate baby clothes and tiny tiger head shoes, with fine stitching and lively patterns. This was made by my mother. I made it in my free time. My skills are simple, but I hope it shows my good wishes. I hope Your Majesty will have a healthy baby soon. Wei Yunyun looked at the small, cute clothes, feeling a bit surprised. Spring Snow happily took the gifts. After a moment, Wei Yunyun forced a smile and said, Miss Lin, this is very thoughtful of you. These clothes are very well made. She emphasized very well, heavily. I like them very much. Thank you. Lin Weiwei's smile grew wider, like a small cat that had been petted. She started talking about funny stories she had recently heard or seen. Then she mentioned that the hot brick bed she just made was very good, and her grandmother had been sleeping more peacefully at night. So everyone says that Your Majesty is. Her words slowed down, her eyes drifting, and she bit her lower lip unconsciously. Seeing her like this, Wei Yunyun asked, Miss Lin, is there something difficult you're facing? You don't need to hold back. Feel free to tell me. Lin Weiwei looked up, meeting Wei Yunyun's clear, perceptive eyes. She opened her mouth, a flicker of struggle crossing her face. She remembered hearing whispers outside her father's study that day. The fragmented words made her uneasy. She instinctively felt she should tell the princess. But that was her father. What if? What if she just misheard or misunderstood? Would speaking out cause big trouble for her family? The responsibility and fear for her family finally overwhelmed her desire to speak. She forced a strained smile and shook her head. No, there's nothing difficult. Thank you for your concern. It might just be the weather changing lately, and I haven't rested well. She lowered her head, hiding her nervousness behind her hair. Wei Yunyun saw her expression clearly. She could tell she was truly facing some trouble. However, if she does not want to speak, I cannot force her. Everyone has their own secrets. That's good to know, Wei Yunyun said kindly. Rest well. If you ever feel bored or want to talk, you're always welcome to visit the Prince Yu's residence. Here, I have nothing else to offer but good tea and snacks, and my ears are open too. Her caring words made Lin Weiwei feel grateful and a little guilty. Last time, she sneaked into her father's study, but found nothing. Recently, she noticed more guards outside his study, so it's probably not easy to sneak in again. She nodded heavily. Yes. Thank you, Your Majesty. I will remember. After sitting for a little while and expressing her thanks for the hospitality she received at Drunken Immortal Tower that day, she stood up to leave. Watching Lin Weiwei's back, Wei Yunyun looked thoughtful. She heard that Lin Tongji's family is honest and upright, and his only daughter, Lin Weiwei, is very loved at home. So, what is she worried about? Meanwhile, at the border training ground, the selection of gunpowder soldiers was in full swing. When it was Wu Xiaoxiao's turn, she picked up a sling, weighed it, spun it, and applied force, all in one smooth motion. With a series of crisp pop sounds, she hit the target accurately from 100 steps away, earning cheers from the crowd. Then she moved to the strength training area, took a deep breath, engaged her core, swung her arm, and threw a training jar, which flew in a perfect parabola and landed exactly within the marked circle. Her movements were clean, precise, and flawless. Immediately, applause erupted around her. "Captain Wu, well done." Chen Hongfang nodded involuntarily, a rare look of admiration crossing his face. Wu Xiaoxiao was indeed impressive, calm-minded, determined, and most importantly, humble and steady. She had the bearing of a great general. Being a 100-man leader was truly a waste of her talent. As her military achievements grew, she would surely become a rare and brave general in the Northern Army. When the last soldier finished his throw, Commander Jiang and a few clerks quickly compiled the results and submitted them. Chen Hongfang carefully reviewed the final list. Commander Jiang reported in a deep voice, "General, the selection is complete." Out of more than 15,000 participants, 148 met both accuracy and strength standards. This number surprised everyone present, only about 100 elite soldiers out of 10,000. The prince's standards are indeed quite high. Each selected person is a top performer in their unit. 100 people was expected by Song Yinian, since gunpowder is a new and powerful weapon, and its production is still limited. When building an army, quality is more important than quantity. Chen Hongfang saw the expected name on the list and asked, "How many from the Jiazi camp's small unit were selected?" Replying to the general, 7 soldiers qualified, far exceeding the average of other units. Chen Hongfang nodded with satisfaction. Not only are the soldiers themselves highly skilled, but the overall level of his troops is also noticeably better, showing good leadership. He turned and handed the list to Song Yinian. Since only the prince understands gunpowder best, the final decision depends on him. Song Yinian only glanced at it briefly and then ordered, "These 148 people will immediately form a new elite soldiers camp, led and trained by Captain Jiang. No unit is allowed to delay or block these soldiers from reporting for duty for any reason." "Understood." The soldiers responded in unison. On the training ground, those chosen for the elite soldiers' camp held their heads high, feeling proud. At this moment, a scout on a fast horse burst through the gate like an arrow. "Report, General. There's movement at the Northern Barbarian camp. Scouts have detected 3 allied armies mobilizing troops and transporting siege equipment. The camp smoke signals have increased sharply, indicating a possible preemptive attack." Everyone present looked serious. Chen Hongfang showed little surprise. He brushed the frost off the battlements. This year's snow arrived earlier than usual. The Northern Barbarians have allied with the Western Xia and the Eastern Huns, so an early attack is inevitable. Send orders to all units. Prepare for battle immediately. Strengthen patrols and closely monitor enemy movements. Captain Jiang will lead the elite soldiers camp to key defensive points and await orders. Keep a close watch on enemy actions and report at any time. After giving the orders, Song Yinian, Chen Hongfang, and several generals immediately went to the war preparation meeting hall. Just as they sat down, another scout arrived swiftly. "Report. The Northern Barbarians are distributing 3 days' rations, and siege engines have been pushed to the camp front." When Chen Hongfang heard this, he immediately turned around and said, "Prepare the crossbows. Move all the logs and stones onto the city walls." Xixia foot soldiers are forming ranks at the east gate, while the Shihu cavalry are watching from outside the west gate. Song Yinian walked straight to the model and said, "Tell me what you see." Lu Pengkuan was the first to speak. "Xixia is setting up at the east gate, probably the main attack." "I think otherwise." Qiu Yan pointed at the model. "Xixia's formation is loose, more like a feint." Lieutenant Li Mu frowned and said, "The Shihu people are good at climbing, but they are staying still. The main forces of the North D haven't moved." The smoke was seen rising early, and scouts reported they are distributing dry food. I believe the real attack will come from the north gate. Song Yinyan's sharp eyes swept over the east and west wings. The Xixia soldiers at the east gate seem noisy, but are actually scattered and hesitant. It's a feint. The Shihu people at the west gate are good at climbing but are not making much movement. They might be planning a surprise attack during the chaos. I agree with that, Chen Hongfeng nodded. The north gate must be the main attack point. Then, Song Yinyan made a quick decision. The north gate is entrusted to Deputy General Liu. Frontline soldiers with shields and swords should be at the front, followed by spearmen. Archers and crossbowmen, keep a close watch and use all the stones and logs you have. The west gate should be prepared with hooks and night demons to prevent the Shihu monkeys from climbing the walls. At the east gate, leave some troops to shoot with bows and crossbows from afar, to prevent the Xixia from pretending and then attacking. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside the hall. How dare you? I am the Anbei general, officially appointed by the court. The battle is about to begin, and you dare to block my participation in military affairs? Step aside. I want to see General Chen. The guards at the gate remained calm and respectful. General Zhao, apologies. The general is currently handling important military matters. No one is allowed to disturb. Important military matters? I am here for that very reason. Overseeing the battle is my duty. If we delay military intelligence, can you bear the responsibility? Zhao Yuankai raised his voice deliberately so that those inside could hear. The officers inside looked at each other with different expressions, their eyes involuntarily shifting to Song Yinyan. Chen Hongfeng frowned and whispered, "Your Highness, this." A cold light flashed in Song Yinyan's eyes. He raised his voice. Let him in. The curtain was pulled aside. Zhao Yuankai adjusted his robes, walking in with a proud look, as if he had just won a battle. Now that the war has begun, I am here under the Emperor's orders to oversee the troops. This military council should include me. Song Yinyan did not look at him, keeping his gaze fixed on the sand table, speaking calmly. General Zhao, your arrival is perfect. Since you are here to supervise the battle, being on the front line shows the Emperor's importance. The North Gate is under the most pressure, and we need a great general to stay there and boost morale. Zhao Yuankai's face slightly changed, and he forced himself to say, "Of course." Song Yinyan looked up. Deputy Commander Liu, your servant reports. Lu Pengkuan stepped forward confidently. General Zhao, I am entrusting this to you. You are responsible for defending the west side of the North Gate's walled city. Make sure to keep General Zhao safe and let him focus on supervising the battle. Song Yinyan emphasized the words, supervising the battle, slightly more. Lu Pengkuan understood immediately, clasping his fists. I obey the order. I will make sure General Zhao has no mishaps. He looked at Zhao Yuankai with open scrutiny, as if examining a tricky object. Zhao Yuankai felt a bit uncomfortable under his gaze, but forced himself to stay calm, saying, the North Gate is just the North Gate. I, your general, am not afraid. During a moment when Song Yinyan and Lu Pengkuan were quietly inspecting the sand table details, he whispered so only they could hear. Keep an eye on him. If he's afraid and hides behind others, let him. If he dares to interfere with commands or makes any suspicious moves, Song Yinyan paused, his tone cold. No need to ask. Just take him down. If he resists, kill him without mercy. I will take responsibility for everything. Lu Pengkuan's eyes flashed with a fierce light, whispering, rest assured, your highness. Old Lu, no one to hold back. I will make sure this Northern Peace General from the capital behaves himself. As the pre-battle arrangements were underway, behind the fortress, a sizable convoy was slowly entering. It's a convoy from Ningzhou. Look. So many big boxes. It's military supplies. Our supplies have arrived. Song Yinyan and Chen Hongfeng, who were directing the defenses, received the news immediately. Prince, the military boots, cotton clothes, new rations, and snow salt, prepared by the princess, have arrived. Qingyu, with a happy face, excitedly reported to Song Yinyan. Warmth flickered in Song Yinyan's eyes as he strode toward the open ground where the convoy was stopping. On each carriage, there were neatly bundled new cotton clothes, thick-soled military boots, sealed boxes, and burlap sacks. Seeing Song Yinyan, The officer in charge of quickly stepped forward to bow and handed over a list. "Prince, the Empress is worried about you and the soldiers at the border. She ordered us to rush day and night to deliver these cold-weather supplies and military grain. The Empress said that soldiers should stay warm and eat well so they have the strength to fight enemies." Chenhong picked up a pair of military boots. The soles were thick, the stitching tight, and reinforced with cowhide at key points. He respectfully bowed to the officer. "My men, and I thank the princess." Soon, these supplies were quickly distributed. The soldiers took off their old, worn boots and put on warm, sturdy new ones. They also wore thick, warm cotton clothes, and a feeling of warmth spread from their feet throughout their bodies. Not only that, but the team also brought the follow-up gunpowder produced by the military workshop. Song Inian looked around at the refreshed army, feeling the soldiers' spirits rise clearly because of these supplies. He looked toward Ningzhou with a deep gaze. "Yun Yun, you always give us exactly what we need at the right time." Chen Hong focused his internal energy on the standing generals and soldiers, his voice loud and clear. "Soldiers, the people of Ningzhou are watching us. The northern barbarians dare to invade our land, so let them taste defeat at Yanmen Pass. With our swords and these new firearms, let them know, anyone who dares attack our fortress will be left with no chance to escape. Kill.
Kill.
Kill." On the city wall of the north gate, Lu Pengkuan held his sword and stood at the battlements. Zhao Yuankai was not far behind him. A scout climbed onto the wall and knelt, calling out loudly. "The vanguard of 10,000 northern barbarians is pushing their siege equipment. They are now 3 miles from the north gate." Lu Pengkuan took the telescope handed to him by a guard, rotating the lens with a click. In his view, a black tide was slowly advancing. He turned the telescope again, and the enemy formations were clearly visible. Shield carts in front, over 100. Behind them, the moat bridge, about 50 machines. Li's soldier stepped forward. "The shield carts are breaking through obstacles, and the moat bridge is filling the ditch. It seems they want to get close to the wall quickly. What about the siege towers?" Lu Pengkuan asked without turning his head. The scout responded immediately. "We observed 20 siege towers, positioned in the middle army. Yun ladder units, divided into 2 wings, lightly armored infantry hold them, in large numbers." Lu Pengkuan lowered his telescope. "Send the order, prepare the crossbows, target the wheel axles of the siege towers." "Understood." The messenger turned and ran down. Li Mu added, "The enemy is within 300 steps. Archers can cover them." Lu Pengkuan nodded. The scout reported again. "The enemy is within 2 miles. Get the archers in position. Fire on command." He raised his telescope again, and the ground began to shake faintly. "Tell all officers to guard the battlements. First wave, smash their turtle shells." On the city wall, the creaking of the crossbow mechanisms, the sound of soldiers running, and the clash of metal armor quickly filled the air. Lu Pengkuan's telescope tracked the enemy's front line moving forward. "The shield carts are speeding up." Li Mu listened carefully, the shaking of the ground becoming clearer. "They want to use speed to reduce the time for the crossbows to aim." "Crossbows, measure the distance," Lu Pengkuan ordered. Behind the wall, the officer in charge of the crossbows responded loudly. "For 50 steps." 400 steps. The group of shield carts from the northern tribes looked like moving wooden walls, approaching within 400 steps. "Hold steady." Lu Pengkuan's voice was calm. 380 steps. 350 steps. Crossbows, aim at the lower axle of the siege tower. Lu Pengkuan commanded. "Fire." Bang.
Bang. Bang.
Several loud explosions tore through the air as giant crossbow bolts, as thick as arms, shot out. They whistled sharply toward the slow-moving, massive siege towers. One bolt hit the wooden wheel of a tower precisely, causing wood chips to fly and the wheel to shatter instantly. The siege tower tilted and stopped in place, with frantic shouts coming from inside. But more towers continued to advance. Hit 3 towers. The rest missed, only hitting the towers themselves. The lookout shouted, "Reload!" Quickly, the crossbow officer roared. At this moment, the shield cart group had already entered within 300 steps. "Archers!" Lu Pengkuan pointed forward with his sword. Elevate the angle. Fire. A dark cloud rose from the city wall, arcing down into the shield cart formation. Most arrows were blocked by the shields, but some flew over and struck the infantry behind, causing chaos. Lu Pengkuan immediately ordered, "Oil jars, release." The dull sound of a counterweight arm swinging echoed as dozens of lit clay pots were thrown into the air, trailing black smoke and crashing into the enemy formation. Oil tanks exploded among or beside the shield carts, with thick flames splashing everywhere. 2 shield carts caught fire and quickly turned into torches, with soldiers inside screaming as they rushed out in flames. Trench bridge vehicle approaching the trench, Scout urgently reported. "Focus rockets, fire at the trench bridge," the scout added. Specially prepared rockets like swarms of locusts stuck to the wooden bridge of the trench bridge vehicle. But the effect was limited. Most of the bridge vehicles still managed to connect with the city wall. "The scaling ladders are coming up." The lookout's voice was tense. Under the cover of shield carts and arrow rain, the North D infantry carrying scaling ladders began to run wildly, like a bursting flood, rushing toward the city wall. "Rolling logs. Prepare stones." Lu Pengkuan's voice cut through the noise on the wall. "Long spearmen, shield and swordmen move forward. Cut down anyone trying to climb up." The first wave of North D soldiers, despite arrow rain and falling stones, heavily placed the scaling ladders on the battlements, with iron hooks tightly gripping the bricks and stones. A furious North D leader's angry shout was faintly heard. "The first to reach the wall will be rewarded with 10 taels of silver and 100 households title." Brave soldiers with curved blades began to climb recklessly. On the wall, the fighting reached a fever pitch. North D soldiers, like bloodthirsty wolves, kept climbing upward along dozens of scaling ladders. Defenders on the gate stabbed downward with long spears, while rolling logs and stones fell from above. One exceptionally brave North D soldier, shield in hand, dodged 2 stabbing attacks, then suddenly leapt onto the battlements, swinging his sword to cut down a young defender. Just as the gap was about to be opened, an old soldier with graying hair roared loudly, throwing his spear like a javelin with all his strength. The spear pierced through the North D soldier's chest, knocking him backward and sending him flying down into the city. "Reinforce the position." Quickly, the old soldier didn't look at the result. He picked up a sword and shield from the ground and quickly moved to block the gap, his movements smooth and swift. Zhao Yuankai watched the intense battle, especially the approaching siege towers. It was his first time facing such a battlefield, and he hadn't expected the North D to attack the city so recklessly. A wave of panic rose in his heart. If those towers rushed in, would he still be alive? He moved closer to Lu Pengkuan and spoke in a caring tone. "General Lu, the northern barbarians are attacking very fiercely, especially those towers. Once the enemy gets close, they can keep sending troops directly into the city. Would it be better to send the reserve troops to focus on destroying them first? The reserve troops are the last line of defense for emergencies and counterattacks. Sending them out too early could be dangerous. If the enemy launches a new attack or breaks through other parts, the defenders will have no troops left and the whole city could fall." Lu Pengkuan frowned, blocking an incoming arrow with one hand, and replied in a deep voice, "No, the reserve troops stay put. Keep attacking the towers with the bed crossbows and siege carts. The key to defending the city is to wear down the enemy, not to risk everything at once." Zhao Yuankai was visibly upset by the rejection. He whispered, "General Lu, the chance to fight is fleeting." Lu Pengkuan looked at him angrily and said, "If General Anbei is afraid, he should hide in his tent like a coward. Don't stand in the way on the city wall." Lu Pengkuan didn't want to listen anymore. He turned to command the battle. Behind the city wall, a bed crossbow winch was creaking under heavy pressure, making a strained, squeak sound. The archer aiming the crossbow, Su San, had veins bulging on his forehead. He stared intensely at the attacking tower within 200 steps. "Just left by an inch." "Hurry," he shouted. His teammate strained to move the crossbow arm. Suddenly, an arrow shot through the air and pierced Su San's thigh with a puff. He grunted and swayed, leaning on the crossbow frame to steady himself.
Don't worry about me.
Fire! The large crossbow shot out and hit the pulling rope of the tower's traction system precisely. The rope snapped, and the horses pulling the tower panicked and ran wildly. The tower paused for a moment, slowing down, buying some time. At this moment in the main tent of the Central Army, Chen Hongfang frowns silently, while Song Yinian calmly sips his tea. Messengers come and go quickly, reporting the latest battle updates from all sides. Report. The northern gate repelled the enemy's first attack, destroying 3 siege towers and over 10 shield carts. Enemy casualties are estimated to be over 1,000. Our losses are still being counted. Report. The eastern gate's Xixia troops are weak, only using distant weapons and small infantry units to harass. Report. The western gate is mainly disturbed by the East Hun's cavalry, with infantry pretending to move, but no full-scale attack seen. After hearing the reports, Chen Hongfang looks at Song Yinian. Your Highness, the situation is clear. The North D are the main attackers, while the East Huns and Xixia are only pretending to attack. Their goal is to distract our defenses at the west and east gates, preventing us from fully supporting the north gate. Song Yinian puts down his teacup and nods slightly. A group of small, weak alliances may seem strong, but they all have their own plans. Xixia wants to conserve strength. The East Huns are watching, hoping North D can break through our tough defenses. They want a share of the victory but don't want to lose too much. Exactly. Chen Hongfang points more heavily at the map near the north gate. The enemy's plan is to concentrate their best troops to break through at the north gate. Our response must be adjusted. He takes a deep breath and issues a series of commands. Immediately secretly transfer 5,000 elite archers from the eastern and western garrison, prioritizing those with bows and crossbows. Use secret tunnels inside the city to quickly gather at the north gate, under the unified command of Deputy General Liu. Inform the guards at the east and west gates that troop numbers are reduced, so they must be extra cautious. Deploy decoy soldiers to create the illusion that our main forces are still here. Prioritize supplying rockets and oil stored inside the city to the north gate. Also, direct crossbows and stone-throwing machines to focus on the north gate. Order Deputy General Liu to reinforce the defenses at the north gate, adopting a grinding tactic, layer by layer exhausting the North D troops and weakening their morale. No one is allowed to leave the city to counterattack without my orders. The Central Reserve Force is divided into 3 parts, ready at any moment to support the North Gate and monitor any changes at the East and West Gates. After finishing, he signals to Song Yinian, eager to hear his opinion. Song Yinian listens carefully and praises him. General Chen's plans are very good. His decisions during battle are quick and calm. General Chen, your arrangements are excellent. Let's proceed as you suggested. The orders are quickly passed on by the messengers. Song Yinian tapped his finger on the north gate of the sand table, his voice cold and steady. Ganwen. Ganwen immediately stepped forward. Your Highness, I am here. Bring 500 archers and crossbowmen. Immediately rush to support the north gate and wait for Deputy General Liu's orders. Ganwen clasped his fists in salute and turned to stride out of the tent. Eventually, the siege tower reached the city wall, and the barricades on the tower were suddenly lowered. Dozens of Northern D soldiers roared as they charged out, immediately engaging the defenders in fierce fighting. Zhang Ergu, soaked in oil, watched his comrades fall one after another and saw more enemies pouring in through the inside of the tower. His eyes reddening, he grabbed a broken piece of a burning oil jar from the ground and shouted at his comrades, "Cover me!" Like a fiery man, he charged without hesitation toward the entrance of the siege tower. Inside, a huge blaze erupted instantly, and thick smoke billowed out. The incoming Northern D soldiers were blocked by this suicidal attack, and the wooden tower began to burn fiercely. Erguzi, his comrades shouted in anger and grief, frantically fighting the remaining Northern D soldiers at the tower's exit. Wu Xiaoxiao led more than 40 soldiers from the Sharp Blade Battalion toward Lupenkuan. Each of them carried a black clay pot filled with gunpowder on their waist. General Liu, Captain Jiang sent us to assist at the north gate. Lupenkuan swept his gaze over them. Just in time. This gunpowder is perfect for dealing with those turtle shells. However, Li Mu shook his head and refused. No, this is only the first wave of the Northern D attack. The main has not yet begun. If we use the gunpowder too early, I fear. Fear what? Lu Pengkuan interrupted angrily. Not using the best weapons. Are you waiting for our brothers to die for nothing? I don't believe that if we unleash this deadly weapon, those can find a way to counter it in such a short time. Li Mu wanted to say more, but Lu Pengkuan stepped in front of him and said to Wu Xiaoxiao and the others, "Ignore him. Just go ahead." Wu Xiaoxiao grinned, showing a row of white teeth. "Rest assured, General Lu. If we can't them up, I'll come back with my head. Check the fuse. Prepare in groups. 2 per team. 1 covers, 1 throws. Follow my orders. Target the tower and the siege carts." They quickly checked the fuse on the clay pots, making sure the oilcloth igniters were ready. Zhao Yuankai watched coldly from the side, feeling jealous as Lu Pengkuan paid so much attention to them. He sarcastically interrupted, "Humph, clever tricks and fancy skills can't compare to a true, honorable general. General Lu, relying on such dangerous tools is unwise. General Zhao, defending the city and repelling enemies is the right way." Wu Xiaoxiao patted the clay jar on her chest and said, "We'll see if this can resist the enemy soon." She bowed to Lu Pengkuan and said, "General, I volunteer to lead my brothers to the front line at the highest tower so we can observe the enemy and attack at the right moment." Lu Pengkuan looked at her and nodded. "All right. Be careful." "Thank you, General." On the East Gate battlefield, drums roared and dust filled the air. But if you looked closely, you could see signs of the situation. The Western Xia army was large but moved very slowly. Their battering rams stopped at the edge of the archery range and didn't advance further. Only a few stones hit the city wall, leaving small white spots. The infantry shouted and charged loudly, but only small groups took turns to go forward. Under the arrow rain, they quickly retreated after a brief contact. It was like they were just wasting arrows. The commander on the west gate stood on the city tower, frowning slightly. He observed for a moment and then told the nearby officer, "Send orders for the crossbowmen to fire warning shots. No need to aim for kills, just scare them and save arrows. Don't use stones or rolling logs for now." Outside the west gate, the scene was even more lively. Eastern Hu cavalry rode back and forth in front of the gate, kicking up dust. Archers occasionally shot arrows, but their power and density were far less than those of the Northern D. Infantry carried simple ladders and shouted loudly, but whenever they got within effective range, they were called back by the sound of distant horns from behind. The East Gate commander spat and cursed. Loud thunder, but no rain. "Are we just playing a show here?" He ordered, "Send 2 teams of sharpshooters to target the leading cavalry commanders and weaken their morale. Everyone else, keep your eyes wide open and don't get blinded by their dust." A clay pot filled with black powder flew through a gap in the barricade, accurately landing inside the tower. Xiaoxiao withdrew behind the city wall. The upper part of the siege tower seemed to be torn apart from inside by an invisible giant hand. Wood shavings, torn flesh, and broken limbs mixed with gunpowder smoke rising into the sky. The entire tower emitted a harsh cracking sound and collapsed loudly amidst the dust and smoke. Nearby North D soldiers were knocked down by flying wooden spikes and iron caltrops. Their screams were drowned out by explosions and shouts of battle. Soldiers from the Sharp Warriors camp seized the moment, throwing firecrackers toward the dense North D infantry below and under the shield carts. Continuous explosions burst into flames. The soldiers hit by the blasts were instantly shattered. Those a bit farther away were thrown into the air by shockwaves, with internal organs ruptured and blood spilling from their mouths and noses, collapsing to the ground. The shield carts were blown apart, with burning cowhide and wood pieces carrying soldiers into the air. Thick smoke and the smell of burnt flesh filled the air. The North D attack slowed, causing a brief chaos on the battlefield. Brothers of the Sharp Warriors, well done. Archers moved forward. Lu Pengkuan seized the opportunity and shouted loudly. The city's archers, already prepared, were about to unleash a rain of arrows when the sound of quick footsteps came from the ramp. Guard Commander Ganwen under King Yu's command is leading reinforcements. Ganwen's voice cut through the battlefield noise. 500 archers rushed onto the city wall, quickly taking their positions at designated shooting spots. They were equipped with sturdy composite bows made of fine iron, with resilient bows and rapid firing. Without many commands, they moved in perfect unison, drawing bows, knocking arrows, and shooting upward. The dense sound of arrows breaking through the air, far surpassing ordinary bows in speed, and covered the chaotic enemy ranks below. The arrows easily pierced the North D soldiers' simple leather shields and armor. They even posed a real threat to the shields of the shield carts. The continuous rain of arrows shot down the North D infantry trying to regroup, causing many to fall. The North D army, already shaken by the gunfire, lost its attack rhythm under this fierce arrow storm and retreated in heavy casualties. "General, they're retreating." Zhao Yuankai also let out a sigh of relief. They had managed to hold the line. The soldiers, leaning on their weapons and catching their breath, were wounded and battered, with armor damaged and faces covered in blood and dirt. The city was filled with broken bodies and still burning wreckage. Lu Pengquan did not dare to relax.
Quick.
Treat the wounded. Restock arrows and rolling logs. Repair the damaged battlements. The enemy has only temporarily retreated. They won't rest for long. The city wall became busy again. After carrying the seriously injured comrade down, the logistics soldiers shouted orders as they brought new supplies to the city wall. Some of Ganwen's people kept watch, while others quickly helped clear the battlefield and refill arrow quivers. Wu Xiaoxiao and the soldiers of the Sharp Blade Battalion were checking the remaining gunpowder jars. In the last attack, they destroyed at least 3 siege towers and 10 shield carts. Zhao Yuankai looked at the hellish scene below, feeling sick but holding back from vomiting. He took out a silk handkerchief, wiped some blood from his forehead, and approached Wu Xiaoxiao with a commanding tone. "It seems this gunpowder is quite something. But such dangerous stuff must be used carefully to avoid hurting our own people." Wu Xiaoxiao, uninterested, replied without looking up, "Thank you for your concern, General Zhao. If you have free time, why not check on how the wounded are being cared for? It would show the kindness of His Majesty and the court." Zhao Yuankai looked at the gunpowder jars on their bodies with envy, but dared not show arrogance. "Unbelievable," he cursed inwardly and turned away with a displeased look. Li Mu whispered, "Deputy General Liu, the power of the gunpowder has been proven. Next time the northern barbarians attack, they will be prepared." Lu Pengquan nodded. "I understand. Send orders for the Sharp Blade Battalion to spread out and find strong cover. Each squad leader can decide when to throw, without waiting for my signal, but be precise and aggressive." Lu Pengquan then looked at Ganwen. "Commander Gan, your archery skills are excellent. Focus on shooting enemy leaders, flag bearers, and those manipulating devices to disrupt their command." Ganwen cupped his fists. "Understood." At the northern barbarian camp, Tuabal Yao's face was pale. The siege commander who had just retreated lowered his head, trembling with fear. "Good-for-nothings. A bunch of useless fools." Tuabal Yao's voice shook as he stared at the cups and plates. "Over 10,000 elite troops, hundreds of siege machines, and we couldn't even touch the city walls. What kind of monster is that? Grand Master, their army is indeed equipped with those strange weapons. Their power exceeds what we reported earlier. The siege machines can't get close. What do you suggest we do?" He Lianshua Bai squinted and confidently said, "Great Khan, calm your anger. In my opinion, although this weapon is powerful, it is not something to fear." "Oh." Tuabal Yao looked at him unexpectedly. "Does the National Master have a plan?" He Lianshua Bai was confident and replied, "Great Khan, consider this. If this fire weapon were easy to produce, our army would have already suffered heavy losses and retreated hundreds of miles. Why wait until the siege tower is close to the wall before using it?" He stood up and walked to the map hanging inside the tent, pointing toward Yanmen Pass. "They only use it at critical moments to destroy our most threatening siege equipment. This shows they have very few of these weapons, making them very precious. They use only a little at a time. He paused, looked around at the generals, and spoke more firmly. They want to scare us with this limited weapon, delay time, and weaken our morale. If we are intimidated and dare not attack, then we will have fallen into their trap. Tuabal Yao's eyes flashed with fierce light. The national master means. Helian Chuabai's lips curled into a cold smile. Tomorrow, when we attack again, we can change our strategy, send slaves and prisoners to the front, mixed with our scattered soldiers, forcing them to hesitate. We should reduce the use of large weapons, prepare simple ladders, spread out our formations, and launch multiple feigned attacks to make it hard for their firepower to be effective. Let the Donghu and Xixia tribes increase their attacks, distract their forces and attention. Organize archers to specifically target soldiers on the wall throwing fire weapons. We will use numbers and continuous attacks to exhaust their limited firepower. Once they run out of supplies and ammunition, Yanmen Pass will be ours. Tuabal Yao's face cleared of gloom after hearing this. Good. Follow the National Master's plan. Send orders to prepare accordingly. At dawn tomorrow, we attack again. Let's see how much they can still hold. Meanwhile, inside Hangzhou City, a sudden craze for buying cakes and sweets broke out. In the busiest street, a pastry shop called Ningwei Zhai had recently opened and was busy every day. Especially among the women, this shop was very popular. Princess Manhwa, you must try this. It's called crystal cake. They say it's made from a special ingredient unique to Ningzhou. Oh, agar. It's smooth, cool, sweet, and not sticky at all. I still prefer this rose pastry. Look at the flaky layers, and the rose filling inside is fragrant, but not overpowering. It must be made with high-quality sugar and flour paste from Ningzhou. I heard these treats come from Ningzhou, a place known for its poor land. I wonder how they manage to make such delicate pastries. Recently, the Ning Flavor restaurant in the capital has introduced many new dishes. Princess Manhwa, accompanied by her close maid Yunjin, is strolling through the market. Recently, concubine Yu hasn't been feeling well. She has been trying different dishes and snacks every day to cheer her up. Despite that, concubine Yu still shows little interest. Princess Manhwa, worried about her, decides to come out and see if she can find something new and interesting to eat. Suddenly, her steps stop and a sweet, refreshing fruit aroma fills her nose. She looks up and sees the signboard with the elegant characters, Ning Flavor Restaurant. The shop is busy with many well-dressed women and servants, making it lively. A quick-witted shop assistant notices her and quickly greets her with a smile. Miss, you look new here. Is this your first time at our Ning Flavor Restaurant? You're in for a treat. Our pastries and preserved fruits are one of a kind in the capital. I promise you've never tasted anything like them before. The assistant speaks enthusiastically and proudly. They're made with the latest recipes from the north, using special white sugar and top-quality fruit ingredients. Even the nobles in the palace say they're wonderful. Would you like to come in and try some fresh samples? Hearing that these treats come from the north, Princess Manhwa is intrigued. She looks at Yunjin. Yunjin understands and whispers with a smile, since we're out, why not take a look? If we find something new and tasty, we can bring some back for the Empress. It might help improve her appetite. That's a good idea. Princess Manhwa agrees with a smile and follows the shop assistant into the store. Inside, there are many beautifully made pastries, each crafted with great skill and tempting to the eye. The shop assistant, noticing her interest, offers a few small pieces of different pastries on a clean plate for her to try. Miss, please try this crystal cake. Its texture is very special. Princess Manhwa picks up a small piece and puts it in her mouth. The cool, smooth, and bouncy feeling surprises her. With a gentle sip, it melts in the mouth. Fragrant sweet osmanthus honey aroma spreads, not sticky at all. Fresh and pleasant. This is quite new and tasty, she praised. What truly caught her eye was the candied plum called sugar-preserved plum. This is good. Princess Manhwa couldn't help but take another one and said to Yunjin, Mother has been bored lately. These sour and sweet plums are very appetizing and just right. Meanwhile, in the Golden Lawn Palace. Urgent message from 800 miles away. North Border Military Report. A hurried messenger, guided by guards, quickly entered the main hall. knelt under the imperial steps, trembling as he raised a copper tube with 3 blood-stained pheasant feathers. Your Majesty, urgent message from 800 miles away. An alliance of 200,000 troops from the northern D, western Xia, and eastern who is attacking Yanmen Pass. The hall immediately erupted in noise. 200,000? That's not a small border disturbance. The 3 allied armies. The northern D are fierce, plus the western Xia foot soldiers and eastern Hu cavalry. Usually just the northern D's light cavalry are hard to deal with. Sigh. Many people had previously dismissed the news of their alliance as exaggeration by border generals. Now, many officials' faces showed obvious panic. If Yanmen Pass falls, the northern border will be wide open, with unimaginable consequences. Emperor Jaha's body trembled. The nearby eunuchs quickly stepped down, took the copper tube, checked the seal, and opened it swiftly. They took out a silk scroll and placed it before the emperor. Jaha Emperor took the scroll, his face growing darker as he read. Finally, he angrily slammed the scroll onto the table. North D barbarians, too reckless. Haven't I already sent General Anbei Zhao Yuan Kai to oversee the troops and allocated supplies? Why are we so passive, with the enemy troops at the city gates? This is such an urgent report. His sharp gaze swept over the ministers bowing below. Tell Chun Hongfong, I appointed him as the general of the northern border and entrusted Yanmen Pass to him. He is my face in the north. If he can't hold it, Jaha Emperor paused, his tone cold and stern. Then he shouldn't be the general of the northern border anymore. As the ministers dared not speak, Song Yisheng stepped forward. Father, calm your anger. General Chun is loyal to the country, and I understand that deeply. Certainly, as the saying goes, those outside my clan have different hearts. Oh, I misspoke. It should be, when away from the court, the king's orders may not be fully obeyed. He looked at the ministers around him, each with different expressions, and continued. Now, 20,000 enemy troops are surrounding Yanmen Pass. The defenders inside are many, but after prolonged fighting, people's hearts are hard to predict. General Chun is a veteran of our army, but in such a desperate situation, it's possible some soldiers might become afraid or even think of surrendering. To be safe, I believe the court should prepare for such possibilities. The Minister of War, Li Songping, frowned and said, Your Highness, why do you say this? The enemy is at the gate. Please do not doubt our soldiers. Song Yisheng smiled slightly and interrupted. Minister Li, you are overthinking. It's not about doubt, but about protecting the country and the people. He looked at Emperor Jaha and suggested, I propose we issue an order to show kindness to meritorious officials and support their families. We could invite General Chen's mother, wife, and children to stay in a separate courtyard, with trusted palace staff caring for them. First, this will reassure General Chen and let him fight without worries. Second, it shows the soldiers on the front lines that the court stands with them. They will be protected. His words sounded noble, but everyone present understood the real meaning. It was clear he wanted to use Chun Hongfong's family as hostages to prevent him from defecting or betraying. Your Majesty, this is not right, Li Songping hurriedly said. But his words were drowned out by the others. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has thought carefully. I believe this is a wise strategy for the country. In extraordinary times, we must take extraordinary measures. This will stabilize the border troops and prevent future problems. I agree. I also think this will motivate General Chen to serve with even more dedication. Approved, Emperor Jaha said, looking at Song Yisheng with satisfaction. Follow the Crown Prince's advice. The inner palace should act immediately to properly arrange General Chen's family, without any mistakes. Upon reaching outside the palace, they headed toward the moon-gathering palace. The warm pavilion was filled with a faint floral scent. Princess Yu faced a beautiful face that resembled her own and shook her head helplessly. Mother, I bought some new snacks from Ningwei restaurant. Try this plum, sweet and sour, Mingyu said as she handed over the paper-wrapped treat. Princess Yu had just taken the plum and was about to put it in her mouth when her close maid entered. Your Majesty, little Fuzi requests to see you. The young bowed after entering, then approached Princess Yu and whispered a few words in a low voice. After speaking, he quickly stepped back. Princess Yu's expression changed. She put down the plum and pulled Mingyu's hand. Mother? What's wrong? Mingyu looked at the young who had just left and then at Princess Yu, feeling worried. Princess Yu pulled her close and whispered, in court for the Northern Border War, the Crown Prince suggested, under the pretense of kindly nurturing, to keep General Chun Hongfang's mother, wife, and children in a separate courtyard, actually holding them hostage. The emperor has approved. What? Princess Mingyu suddenly stood up. How can they do this? General Chun is fighting bravely on the front lines, and they are holding his family hostage behind his back. Isn't this heartbreaking for all the soldiers at the border? Princess Yu gently placed her hand near her lips. Quiet, don't speak nonsense. This isn't the first time, and it won't be the last. Mingyu shook her head. Mother, we can't just watch the General Jinbei's family be treated like this. We must find a way. Princess Yu sighed, her tone full of helplessness. Find a way? What way? This was the Crown Prince's proposal, and the Emperor personally issued the decree, with the inner court supervising directly. In this deep palace, without strong relatives or allies, we are walking on thin ice ourselves. What can we do? Right now, your elder brother is far in Ningzhou, and his situation is delicate. Any reckless move could give court officials an excuse to attack him. Then, not only would we fail to save the Qin family, but your brother might be in even greater danger. Mingyu opened her mouth to argue, but realized her mother was speaking the truth. Yes, what could they do? Plead? The emperor might not even see them. Send secret messages? Since the inner court is in charge, the separate courtyard is heavily guarded. Their people simply cannot get in. Is this all I can do? Mingyu lowered her head, her voice dull, filled with reluctance. Consort Yu was silent for a moment, then her sorrowful eyes suddenly flashed with a complex light. Yuan had left the court long ago, but even the general's residents at the border couldn't escape such difficulties. Can they really live peacefully forever? Perhaps, from the moment she entered the palace, she was doomed to be unable to escape her fate. She and Mingyu, in the future, might also become Yuan's leverage, hostages to threaten him. Thinking of this, she suddenly looked directly into Mingyu's eyes, her tone very serious. Mingyu, do you trust your elder brother? Of course I do, Mingyu answered without hesitation. After speaking, she looked at her mother with confusion. Why did she suddenly ask this? Then, do you think General Jinbei could become your elder brother's helper? Mingyu was even more puzzled. But she still thought carefully and nodded. Probably. Isn't my brother helping General Jinbei? The supplies they need now are being arranged by him. Consort Yu patted her hand gently, speaking earnestly. If you want to help General Jinbei's family, there are ways. Hearing this, Mingyu eagerly grabbed her mother's hand. Mother, what can I do? Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. Consort Yu looked out the window thoughtfully, as if she could see through the palace walls to the bustling marketplace outside. The court can block the news, but it's hard to stop the voices of the common people across the land, especially the voices of ordinary merchants and townspeople. She withdrew her gaze and slowly said, General Chun has guarded the northern border for many years, with a great reputation. Among the people, he is well respected. If, at this moment, rumors start spreading that the general fought bravely on the front lines and repeatedly defeated the enemy, but his family is being treated so unfairly in the capital. What do you think those merchants and common folk, who have been protected by the border army and have heard the general's stories, would think? Mingyu's eyes lit up. As expected, she knew her mother and elder brother were both the smartest. Consort Yu continued, in tea houses, taverns, and on street corners, discussions happen silently. They are a quiet but powerful force. Public opinion is hard to ignore. Even the emperor sometimes has to consider where the people's hearts lie. Mingyu immediately understood. Mother Consort meant that they could use public opinion to their advantage. Yes, Consort Yu nodded. Then her tone became cautious. But this spark must not be ignited directly from us. We need others to speak for us, naturally. For example, her gaze fell on the package of snacks from Ningwei Zhai that Mingyu had brought back. Merchants traveling from south to north are very well informed and eager to spread strange stories. If the northern flavors can reach the capital, then stories from the border regions can too. Mingyu quickly understood and felt her anger settle a bit. I understand, daughter, she said softly. Consort, you watched her daughter's figure disappear beyond the palace gate. The kindness and helplessness on her face faded, leaving only cold calmness. She entered the inner hall and stopped in front of a carved and golden-laid box made of purple sandalwood. The box was very finely crafted but covered in a thin layer of dust, as if the owner had deliberately forgotten it for a long time. She reached out with her well-maintained fingers, brushed away the dust, and unlocked it. Inside were just some ordinary old items, a few faded letters, a plain jade pendant, and a small packet of spices sealed in a brocade pouch. She took out the spices and gently sniffed them near her nose. A familiar, slightly bitter scent filled her lungs. For many years, she had kept to her duties, avoided conflicts, and carefully lived as a faint shadow in this treacherous palace, only hoping to stay safe and protect her children. She thought that as long as she remained patient and low-key, she could avoid the sharp arrows and hidden dangers. But reality gave her a harsh slap. Wei Sifu dared to openly replace the second daughter for her marriage, and the emperor gave Nian the worst fiefdom. Even so, the crown prince continued to press forward step by step. Earlier, he deliberately placed the heavy burden of 10,000 border troops supplies on Nian. If Nian couldn't provide the food, leading to a mutiny, she would have to die to atone. Now, with the border war tense, the emperor, suspicious and paranoid, wants to seize the families of the border generals. Today it's General Chen, but tomorrow, who will it be? In this palace's swirling political storm, there is no true outsider. Yielding and patience do not bring peace, but only allow others to push further and bully more. The tree wants to be still, but the wind keeps blowing. She whispered to herself, her fingers brushing the cold jade pendant. A long-lost sense of sharpness rose from her heart. She took a small pinch of awakening incense and placed it in the incense burner. She then ordered the palace maid, bath and change clothes. If her guess was right, today the emperor would come to her moon-gathering palace for a talk again. The latest battle report was presented. Chun Hong looked pleased at first, then became serious again. Prince, the first wave of attack by the Northern D has failed, especially after they saw the power of gunpowder. The next attack will be even fiercer. He pointed to the map showing the Northern D camp's position. I think they might change their tactics. Song Inian tapped lightly on the armrest of his chair, his eyes deep. Yes, the shield carts and siege towers are too big and easy targets for gunpowder. They might rely more on scattered soldiers and ladders, climbing multiple times to wear down our troops and city defenses. Your words are correct, Chen Hong said thoughtfully. This will put more pressure on our archers. The consumption of rolling stones and logs will also increase. Tell Lupinkuan to save the logs and stones. Use gunpowder and oil first when facing dense formations. Archers should rotate in sections to keep arrows flying continuously. Ignore the shows at the east and west gates. Prioritize supplying stones and logs to the north gate. The cold mist had not yet dispersed when the horn sounded again. The Northern D commander, responsible for the siege, sneered and ordered, "Send the message. Drive the captured Han slaves and prisoners to the front lines to fill the moat and clear obstacles. I want to see if they themselves up. Abandon the dense shield formation. Infantry, spread out in groups of 100, carry ladders and charge in turns. Tell the soldiers, the first to scale the wall will be rewarded with 100 taels of silver and a title of 10,000 households. Those who hesitate and do not advance will be executed on the spot. Cavalry patrol the flanks and use bows and arrows to suppress the city walls. Force the archers back, and also, tell Shixia and Donghu to stop dawdling. If they don't contribute, they won't get any of the spoils after the battle." The soldiers on the city tower at the north gate hurriedly ate dry food. Wu Xiaoxiao leaned behind a battlement, carefully wiping her slingshot with cloth. The soldiers of the sharp warrior camp were silently checking their equipment, the atmosphere tense and grim. Suddenly, The lookout on the watchtower sounded a warning whistle. The enemy is coming. Everyone immediately took their battle positions. Lu Pengkuan quickly walked to the battlements and raised his telescope. The enemy army from the northern tribes surged again. This time, unlike before, there were no large groups of shield carts in front. Leading the charge were captured Han civilians. To Opal Yao, you dog! Using our people as shields, Lu Pengkuan punched the city wall in anger and shouted. The soldiers on the wall were stirred by his words. Many soldiers' eyes widened with rage, their own people being driven like animals by the enemy. They clenched their weapons tightly, furious. Behind the ragged civilians, many soldiers carried ladders and moved apart. Farther away, cavalry spread out to the sides. Lu Pengkuan's face turned pale, his chest rising and falling rapidly. The northern soldiers hid behind the civilians, sneering as they advanced. When the first group was forced to reach the edge of the moat, the enemy's ladder teams mixed in with the crowd, approaching within 100 steps of the city wall. Cries and pleas for help echoed clearly from the top of the wall. "Commander, save us. Open the gates. Let us in. My children, my children." The soldiers on the wall became restless, many unable to hold back their words. "General, we can't just watch them die. But if we open the gates, what if the enemy rushes in? This is clearly a trap set by the northern tribes." Zhao Yuankai hurried onto the city tower with his personal guards. Seeing the tragic scene below, his face showed no mercy. He shouted sternly, "What are we waiting for? Shoot arrows. Quickly, shoot arrows." "These are spies from the northern tribes." His guards quickly drew their bows and shot at the civilians below. Lu Pengkuan roared in anger, but it was too late. Arrows whistled down, and several civilians screamed as they fell. The cries for help below grew more desperate, and the soldiers on the wall were stunned. Zhao Yuankai ignored this and turned to scold Lu Pengkuan. "Deputy General Lu, what are you waiting for? Do you want these spies to reach the city gates? Order the archers to fire. Delay the enemy. Can you bear the consequences?" At this moment, Li Mu quickly stepped forward and leaned close to Lu Pengkuan's ear, saying, "General Lu, the prince just sent a message, reminding us that the Northern D cavalry often use a three-wave rotation attack tactic, mainly targeting the gaps in our archers' reloads. Their arrows are mostly designed to break armor, so we must focus on protecting the back of the battlements." Lu Pengkuan closed his eyes, forcing himself not to look or listen to the voices of the civilians. Zhao Yuankai saw that the Northern D ladders were about to be set up again and urged once more, "Hurry. If we don't give the order soon, they will charge." Lu Pengkuan opened his eyes with a fierce determination. "Soldiers, you all see this. The Northern D barbarians are worse than animals. They want to use the blood of our people to break our will." His heavy words weighed on everyone's hearts.
But
"The Yanmen Pass cannot fall. Behind the pass are our parents, wives, children Ningzhou, and millions of common people of Dakian. If we lose this pass, everything will be destroyed. All archers, listen to my command." His voice suddenly rose sharply. "Target the enemy infantry behind the lines. Shoot at an upward angle. Fire fiercely. Every life saved is worth it. We cannot let the enemy use our people to get close to the walls. Sharp Warrior Battalion, prepare. When the enemy gets close to the walls, throw in the explosives. Up those beasts. Crossbow artillery. Adjust the angle to cover the enemy's rear formations and cavalry." With the command, a rain of arrows shot into the sky, most flying over the crying civilians' heads and landing among the advancing Northern D infantry. Some arrows accidentally wounded civilians in front, and screams of sorrow echoed throughout the city. Zhao Yuankai kept urging, "Fire. Keep shooting. General Lu, aim carefully. Clear out these traitors." His voice made the surrounding soldiers glare angrily. "Sharp Warrior Battalion. Launch the explosives." Wu Xiaoxiao shouted hoarsely. The soldiers of the battalion ignited the fuses, pouring all their strength into throwing the explosives down. Explosions rang out one after another. Flames shot into the sky, blowing the Northern D soldiers and unfortunate civilians into the air. In an instant, a large area was cleared. The hellish scene not only terrified the following Northern D troops, but also made the defenders on the city walls feel a chill in their hearts. Lu Pinkuan, with red eyes, painfully ordered, "Fire arrows. Use rolling logs and stones to smash the ladders." "Listen carefully," Gon said firmly. "Make your eyes bigger. If an arrow hits a common person, after it happens, don't bother saving them." These northern barbarians, after this battle, I fear both the prince and General Chun will be overwhelmed by public opinion, accused of ignoring death and even attacking unarmed civilians. The northern generals back there looked pleased, showing they were worried. The soldiers and generals of the Great Qin are kind-hearted. Speed up and charge forward. Cavalry move in. After the snow stopped, the sun shone on the snowy eaves of Prince Yu's residence, shining with a clear, bright light. While tidying up the warm bed, Wei Yunyan decided to repair the inside and outside of the prince's house. Usually, this isn't a good time for repairs. But since they arrived in Ningzhou, they've been so busy they haven't had time to take care of the house properly. Fortunately, although the house looks old, its layout is good, so fixing it up was quick, only a few days. The hardest part was the Guanyun pavilion in the yard. When they first arrived in Ningzhou, Wei Yunyan loved resting in the pavilion every evening. Recently, because of the cold weather, she spent less time there. She thought, if she installed foldable doors on the pavilion, she could close them to stay warm when it's windy and open them to enjoy the sunshine when it's clear. Wouldn't that be better? So she put extra effort into repairing the pavilion carefully. After finishing, the pavilion's eaves and beams looked simple and elegant. Wei Yunyan asked Chunxiue to close the 3 doors, leaving one open, and placed a heater inside along with a lounge chair. Sunlight streamed in through the open door, shining on the small stove, which was heating a pot of rice wine brought back from Hangzhou by Su Wenyuan. The wine was steaming hot. The aroma of the wine mixed with the scent of honeyed dried fruits from 2 small dishes nearby and the fresh smell of wood. The whole pavilion felt warm and sleepy, making people want to doze off. Wei Yunyan sat on the lounge chair, poured herself a cup of warm, sweet rice wine. As she drank, the warmth spread through her limbs, making her feel incredibly comfortable. If only the prince were here too. Chunxiue sighed beside her. Wei Yunyan turned her head with a smile and glanced at her. "If the prince sneezes at Yanmen Pass, you can blame yourself. You're teasing me again, your majesty." Wei Yunyan didn't respond right away. After a long pause, she finally said, "When he returns, being able to sit here together, drinking tea and enjoying the sun, would truly be wonderful." As she spoke, she took another sip of warm rice wine. Current location, Cloud Pavilion, Prince Yu's residence. Sign in? A familiar mechanical voice suddenly echoed in her mind. Wei Yunyan immediately sat up straight. It had been quite some time since she had received anything useful from signing in. Lately, it was always food or seeds that could only be planted in spring. Should she find a better place to sign in today? While she was thinking, a servant hurried in to report, "Your ladyship, Master Qin has sent word that everything has been arranged as you requested." She sighed softly and stood up. "Prepare the carriage. We're going to the Wei Yuan agency." As Qinghe helped her put on a thick cloak, she couldn't help but advise, "Your ladyship, why not send someone to deliver the message, or ask Master Qin to come here? You haven't rested yet." When she arrived at the agency, Qin was leading 100 carefully selected escorts in training. Chin up, chest out,
Turn left. Turn right.
remember, we move as one. Since the last training competition, Qin had been deeply impressed by the princess's methods and now followed them strictly. Wei Yunyan watched quietly from the corner. When the training ended, Qin finally noticed her. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and quickly stepped forward to bow. "Greetings, your ladyship. You've worked hard, Master Qin. Prepare your men. In 2 days, you'll shopkeeper Su to Hangzhou." "Yes, your ladyship." Qin accepted the order with enthusiasm. At first, he had only wanted to ask the princess for a small job, but unexpectedly, she had allowed him to form a team directly under the prince's household. "I just observed the training," Wei Yunyan said seriously. "Everyone is doing well, but the bandits in Hangzhou are dangerous. Please don't underestimate them. Be cautious on the road. I understand, Qin replied firmly. He had escorted many missions and knew the dangers of Hangzhou well. Wei Yunyan paused, then added, remember, safety comes first. If you can't defeat the bandits, it's better to lose the goods than to risk your lives. Everyone returning safely is more important than anything else. Qin was surprised to hear this. He had been escorting goods for many years, but this was the first time he heard the merchant say such words. Usually, he heard only, protect the goods at all costs. After a moment, he excitedly clasped his hands and said, thank you, Your Majesty, for your kindness. We will not fail your trust. Wei Yunyan nodded happily and handed Qin a specially prepared health pill with minor flaws. Since you are now part of my team, taking care of each other is natural. Today, the weather is cold, and long trips are hard. This is a special health pill that can strengthen the body. Please distribute it to your brothers. Qin took the bag of medicine, his eyes full of gratitude. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your kindness. The team all shouted together. Thank you, Your Majesty. She raised her hand slightly and said, no need for formalities. After taking this pill, you might feel a little uncomfortable for a short time, but your health will improve significantly afterward. Qin didn't wait for her to finish and swallowed one pill immediately. She smiled and advised, from now on, the responsibility of escorting will be entrusted to you all. Rest assured, Your Majesty, we will do our best. After arranging everything, Wei Yunyan headed to the Huichun Hall. Near the hall, there seemed to be more people than usual. As soon as she appeared at the door, the people inside waiting or coming and going became quiet. After a while, surprised voices arose. It's the princess. Here comes the princess. Many of the patients were former refugees and recognized Wei Yunyan. A few elderly people in line immediately bowed and saluted, and a woman holding a child quickly pulled her confused child closer. An old woman with white hair trembled as she stepped forward and said excitedly, Your Majesty, thanks to the fire stove you created, my old bones, which used to suffer most in winter, can finally sleep warmly at night this year because of that stove. Yes, Your Majesty, my little one no longer makes trouble at night. It's all thanks to you. Your Majesty is kind and virtuous. Everyone, no need for formalities. It's good to get through winter safely. The weather is cold, so take care to stay warm and avoid catching a cold. As she spoke, she entered Huichun Hall. Suddenly, someone asked worriedly, Why did Your Majesty come here? Did she catch a cold too? Thank you all for your concern. I am fine. I just came to check on things. Wei Yunyan smiled and shook her head. To her surprise, she was actually asked to leave. The kind aunt who asked if she was unwell saw that she not only stayed, but also moved toward the inner hall filled with patients. She quickly became worried and stretched out her arms to stop her, saying, Your Highness, since you are in good health, you really shouldn't stay long in this place full of illness. If you catch the sickness, how can we all feel at ease? Her words immediately gained support from others. Yes, Your Highness, please go back. You're so precious. You must not take any risks. Your Highness, this place is dirty and messy. It might spoil your eyes. For a moment, the voices urging her to leave overshadowed her feelings of gratitude. She touched her face, feeling a bit amused and helpless. Seeing everyone's anxious expressions, it was as if she was not a princess, but a young person who needed protection. When did she become so important in the hearts of the common people? System. Check-in at the Rejuvenation Hall. Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a copy of Quick Relief Cold Remedy, along with detailed manufacturing steps. This formula is effective against wind-cold symptoms, and the medicine is in granular form, easy to carry and take. This check-in, like the last one with the gunpowder, was as if information was directly poured into her mind. She instantly understood the full content of the Quick Relief Cold Remedy, from the ingredients and preparation methods to how to use existing tools to make convenient, storable granules. Everything was detailed. What does this mean? She looked worriedly at the patients in the hall. Could it be that the cold-related illnesses are too serious? She explained, Good villagers, I appreciate your kindness. I came here because I've noticed many people falling ill recently. I wanted to discuss with Dr. Zhang whether we can find better ways to prepare medicine so everyone can recover sooner. Your Highness came for this. Your Highness really cares about us. Dr. Zhang took this opportunity, stepping out from behind the consultation desk and bowing to everyone. Rest assured, Your Highness knows what she's doing. Please stay calm and wait your turn quietly so as not to disturb her important work. Hearing this, everyone stopped blocking her. Dr. Zhang led Wei Yunyun into the quieter inner hall. Another doctor took over the consultation seat. As soon as they entered, Dr. Zhang bowed deeply. Your Majesty's kindness and concern for the people are truly admirable. The water purification methods you promote, the various workshops you have established, especially the recent hot brick beds and coal blocks, have saved many common folk from the cold and hunger. They have truly saved many lives. On behalf of the people of Ningzhou, I thank Your Majesty. Dr. Zhang, please rise. Ningzhou is the territory of Prince Yu. The prince, the palace, and the people here share weal and woe. We are all one. This is my duty, not worth mentioning. She gently helped him up and said seriously, I see the clinic is crowded. How are the current patients with cold and flu? How many are there, and how serious are their conditions compared to previous years? Dr. Zhang straightened up, helped Wei Yunyun sit down, and reported with a worried look, Your Majesty, the situation is indeed serious. Recently, after heavy snow and cold weather combined with the busy year-end travel, the number of cold and flu cases has surged. The clinic now sees several times more patients each day than usual. Most symptoms include chills, fever, body aches, coughs, and runny noses. Among them are elderly and children, some of whom are weak and have developed severe cases with high fever and difficulty breathing. He paused, with a hint of fear in his voice. Honestly, if it weren't for Your Majesty promoting the hot brick beds and coal blocks this winter, helping families stay warm and resist the cold, the number of patients might have increased several times more, and the situation could be even worse. The hot brick beds have truly saved many weak people from falling ill. Wei Yunyun nodded gravely. I see. So, what are the usual medicines used in the clinic for this illness? Are the medicinal supplies still sufficient? Dr. Zhang sighed and looked helpless. The common prescriptions are mainly Manhwa Tang and Gui Ji Tang, with some modifications. But these decoctions need to be prepared on-site, which takes time and effort. Many families don't have the conditions to brew medicine promptly, so delays happen and some patients' conditions worsen. Plus, with so many patients, the key medicinal ingredients are running low. Our stock is almost exhausted.
And
He frowned, pulling his beard in worry. Ordinary people can't afford long-term medication costs. Wei Yunyun understood clearly. Many patients, inconvenient decoction, shortage of herbs, high costs. Even in her previous life, these issues in public health care were still major problems that hadn't been fully solved. Her abilities are limited, but she can improve a little. Dr. Zhang's concern is very important. Recently, I found an old recipe called Quick Effect Cold Wind Formula. Its brilliance is not only in its precise combination and good results for the right symptoms, but also in that the herbs can be prepared in advance, made into small, portable granules that can be dissolved and taken easily. She paused briefly, then explained in more detail. With this, patients don't need to boil herbs themselves, making it very convenient. Secondly, the granules are small, easy to produce in large amounts. Store and transport. This helps solve the shortage of herbs and reduces costs, benefiting more people. Thirdly, these granules are easy to deliver. Dr. Zhang was stunned. He had been practicing medicine for decades and had never heard of such an innovative idea. Granules that can be dissolved and taken immediately? Lady, if this works, it will completely change traditional medicine. Please explain more. Seeing that she had no objections, Wei Yunyun decisively said, Dr. Zhang, talking won't help.
let's make a sample right now.
We'll see how effective it is after trying. Good. If Lady has the courage, I will follow along. He immediately turned around and shouted outside the door. Ah, Fu! Quickly bring a clean medicine jar, a small stove, a fine sieve, a smooth copper plate, and a scraper. Also, prepare the herbs according to this recipe. He quickly wrote down the main herbs and their doses on a piece of paper and handed it over. Soon, All the necessary items were prepared inside. The stove was lit, and the medicine jar was placed on top. First, add the herbs in proportion and cover with water. Wei Yunyun personally demonstrated, placing herbs like ephedra and cinnamon twig into the jar. Thanks to her knowledge from the system, she operated as if she had practiced countless times, with no hesitation. Dr. Zhang watched closely, occasionally leaning in to smell the herbs. When the water boiled, the herbal aroma gradually filled the air. Boil for 2/4 hours, then filter out the liquid. She used the fine sieve to strain the herbal decoction into a prepared large bowl. Add water to the residue and repeat this process 3 times to extract as much medicine as possible, she explained while working. Dr. Zhang nodded thoughtfully, took the sieve himself, and experienced the process. 3 times boiling, the residue is almost colorless. The efficiency is indeed much better than a single boil. Next is the key step in the process. All the mixed medicinal liquids are poured back into the cleaned medicine pot and simmered gently over low heat. She holds bamboo chopsticks, gently stirring to prevent sticking at the bottom. Temperature control is very important. Be patient until it forms beads on the wall. She concentrates fully, a slight sheen of sweat on her forehead. Dr. Zhang holds his breath, watching the liquid in the pot gradually thicken. Bubbles become finer, and the color deepens to dark brown. The air is filled with a strong medicinal aroma. Almost there, Wei Yunyun uses chopsticks to pick up a small amount of ointment, pulling out thin, continuous threads and nods with satisfaction. Then, she quickly pours the thick ointment onto a smooth copper plate coated with sesame oil. While it's hot, hurry, Wei Yunyun speaks as she picks up a small spatula, skillfully scraping and pressing on the surface, creating grooves. Before cooling, the ointment is moldable. Under her actions, it breaks into countless small, even moist granules. Dr. Zhang watches intently, unable to look away. He also picks up a small knife and tries scraping at the edge. Brilliant! It really takes shape. He looks at the tiny granules on the copper plate, like a child discovering treasure, his white beard full of amazement. Next, just dry these moist granules in a ventilated place or in a warm room at low temperature to remove the last moisture. Then they can be stored. Wei Yunyun puts down her tools. Dr. Zhang carefully pinches some of the not fully dried granules, smelling them close to his nose, then tastes a small amount with his tongue, savoring it carefully. The medicinal power is concentrated, and the scent is pure. Your Majesty, this method really works. I have practiced medicine for half my life and have never seen or participated in such a new way of making medicine. How fortunate! He is so excited that his voice chokes with emotion. Dr. Zhang, you are too kind. If this method succeeds, it still needs experts like you to improve and promote it. Once these granules are dry, we can find suitable patients to test the effects. I will personally oversee it. Dr. Zhang replies without hesitation. Wei Yunyun nods, takes out paper and pen, and writes down all the precautions and the list of ingredients needed. Once the results are clear, send someone to inform the palace. Dr. Zhang carefully takes the notes, promising solemnly, certainly. Your Majesty, rest assured. Even so, Wei Yunyun still couldn't let go inside. Medicine production was successful, but for many poor people, medical costs remained a big hurdle. Could she do something about it? Could she create a system in this ancient time that offers more protection to common folk when they fall ill? If only we could have something like modern health insurance, saving a little each time and getting help when needed. As soon as this idea appeared, she almost instinctively thought, I need to discuss this with the prince. But just as her thoughts arose, a wave of disappointment washed over her. He was still at the border and she didn't know how the current war was going. She took a deep breath of cold air. Though Song Enian was not here, she couldn't delay. She decided to go see Prefect Zhou to discuss it. With that thought, she set out for the government office. However, just as she stepped out of Huichun Hall, she was stopped by the scene before her. The villagers inside the hall had not yet left. They were waiting outside. Seeing her come out, the crowd stirred slightly. A woman holding a child stepped forward first, placing a small basket with muddy winter bamboo shoots into Qing He's hand, and said hesitantly, Your Majesty. These were just dug up this morning by the child's father. We were going to sell them in the city. We didn't expect to meet your majesty. Our family has always been grateful for your kindness, and we have no way to repay it. These bamboo shoots are fresh and tender. Please don't dislike them." At her words, others quickly gathered around. An old man took out a piece of smoked meat carefully wrapped in a clean cloth. "Your Majesty, this is homemade cured meat. Please try some." "Your Majesty, these eggs were just laid this morning by my hen, still warm." "Your Majesty, take these cabbages." "Your Majesty," despite their own hardships, some even ill, each face was filled with sincerity. There were no fancy words. They simply offered their ordinary food, even if it was a bit plain. But seeing this scene, Wei Yunyun felt her nose sting and her throat tighten with emotion. She quickly stopped Qing He from refusing and stepped forward gently, kindly accepting the old man's smoked meat. She also picked up a bamboo shoot from the woman's basket and said loudly to everyone, "All your heartfelt gifts have been received. These are all hard-earned items, and your kindness touches me deeply. I am truly grateful. Everyone's life is hard, so please keep these items for your family to improve health. If everyone can get through winter safely, that will be the best gift to me. If you insist on thanking me, then from now on, let's help each other. Neighbors should look out for one another and work together to live better lives. Is that okay?" The common people listened to her caring words and felt very touched. They responded happily, "Yes, Your Majesty, rest assured, we will support each other." Wei Yunyun finally managed to persuade the villagers not to insist on giving gifts. She then got into her carriage and headed to the government office. She still held the cool winter bamboo shoot in her hand. Her determination to establish a fair support system for the people grew stronger. Such honest and kind-hearted people deserve better protection. Maybe we can create a public benefit medicine fund, similar to the relief granary, led by the government. Wealthy merchants and officials could be encouraged to donate, and ordinary people could voluntarily contribute a small, safety fee. The collected funds would be used specifically to help cover medical expenses for the poor and sick. However, she is not an expert in this area, so she needs to gather officials from Ningzhou to discuss the details. When she arrived at the government office, her trusted guard came out from inside. Seeing Wei Yunyun's carriage, he immediately stepped forward respectfully. "Greetings, Princess. Coincidentally, the official just asked me to find you." Wei Yunyun stepped down from the carriage with the help of Chuanxiwa. "It seems I arrived just in time. Is there something important? Please follow me, Your Highness," the guard said, guiding her inside the main hall. As soon as she entered, she felt a bright flash, as if something had dazzled her. Inside, many officials from Ningzhou were gathered around several embroidered tables, looking at something with amazement. On the tables were the first products from the glass workshop. Several glass mirrors of different sizes, set in wooden frames. The mirrors were smooth and flat, with clear images and fine details, far better than the common blurry copper mirrors. The officials were adjusting their clothes in the mirrors, their faces full of surprise and wonder. "Master Zhou, this mirror. This mirror is truly amazing." "Yes. Master Zhou, we should prioritize this first batch of products for our government office. Brother Zhou, I need a mirror like this in my study." Seeing Wei Yunyun's figure, the officials quickly composed themselves and stepped forward to pay their respects. Their eyes still lingered eagerly on the mirror. Zhou Maokai smiled broadly and cupped his hands toward Wei Yunyun, saying, "Your Majesty, look, I am almost overwhelmed by their attention. Since the workshop is just starting and production is limited, we need your decision on how to distribute these finished products." She looked at the clear glass items, approached the desk, picked up a small concave lens, and examined it under the light. She glanced around at the officials present. This item is new and interesting, so it's natural that everyone likes it. Everyone quieted down and listened carefully. However, since the workshop is new and the capacity is low, the first batch of products is very important. They shouldn't all be used just for entertainment. She pointed to the lenses. The telescope is a military tool, crucial for the safety of soldiers at the border and for battlefield reconnaissance. This batch of lenses should be prioritized for assembly into telescopes and sent to the Northern Army for urgent use. Hearing this, the officials' expressions grew serious. They stopped joking and nodded in agreement. As for these glass mirrors, they are meant to showcase our Ningzhou workshop skills and attract business. This palace intends to use them as samples. When Manager Su goes to Hangzhou, they can help open trade routes and exchange for much-needed supplies and silver. Lord Zhou, for the distribution, follow this principle. You are to draft detailed rules, ensuring fairness and prioritizing military needs and commerce. Zhou Maokai immediately bowed and replied, I obey. Your Majesty's wisdom is profound. I am impressed. Wei Yunyan invited them to the council hall. Zhou Maokai knew that when the princess came to find them, it must be for an important matter. What does your Majesty wish to instruct us on? Governor Lin Mingyuan was still thinking about the glass mirrors. He was determined to ask the governor to save some for him in the next batch. He knew his wife would love this item, and the young girl Wei Wei would surely want one too. I have summoned you all because there is an important matter concerning the long-term livelihood of Ningzhou's people which I wish to discuss. She organized her words and said, Today, I visited Huichan Hall. The hospital is overwhelmed with patients, and doctors are working tirelessly. Many poor families cannot afford medicine, which delays their treatment, and some even face ruin or death. Lin Mingyuan furrowed his brow upon hearing this. The well-being of the people was also within his responsibilities. Your Majesty, please understand, this is a chronic illness. During outbreaks or cold weather, the government occasionally provides medicine, but it is only a temporary fix and cannot address the root problem. Exactly, Wei Yunyan nodded. Providing medicine as relief is only a short-term solution, not a long-term plan. I am thinking, could we create a system similar to the relief granary for storing grain to prevent hunger? Perhaps establish a dedicated public medicine fund? Public medicine fund? Several officials looked confused. The term was new to them. She explained further. This fund aims to provide financial support for poor people in Ningzhou to buy medicine. The money for this could come from 3 sources. First, the government could allocate part of the tax revenue from commerce as a base. Second, we could encourage local gentry and merchants to donate voluntarily, with their names inscribed to show their kindness. Third, and most importantly, I suggest we encourage common people to contribute a small safety fee, like a few coins per household each year. If someone in their family falls ill, they can present a poverty certificate from the local officials and receive some help from this fund. Her idea was very idealistic, but the biggest challenge was whether ordinary people would be willing to pay this fee. They already struggled to afford medicine. Why would they pay in advance? The room fell silent, and the officials looked thoughtful. Assistant Magistrate Yuanba, who was in charge of supervision and was very careful, said, Your Majesty's idea shows great kindness.
But
would the people be willing to pay voluntarily? And how do we define poor? How do we prevent fraud or misuse? How should the fund be managed, and how do we keep the accounts clear? These details are quite complicated. Lin Mingyuan quickly added, Your Magistrate is right. Your plan is very good in intention, but if not managed well, it could lead to corruption and abuse. That would not help the people but cause resentment, which is not what Your Majesty intends. Princess Zhou did not immediately respond, weighing the pros and cons in her mind. Her idea was bold. If it worked, it would be a great achievement and show her kindness. But it also carried risks and difficulties. Wei Yunyan understood their worries, which was also her concern. Your concerns are very important, and I share them. Do any of you have ideas for solutions or safer ways to implement this plan? Once this was said, the officials present understood that the princess's determination to carry out this matter was firm. Now, it was no longer about whether to do it, but how to do it. Lin Mingyuan clasped his hands and tilted his head in thought. Suddenly, he had a bright idea and looked at Wei Yunyan. This matter indeed requires careful planning. I think at the beginning we shouldn't force the common people. The workshops the princess built earlier employed many artisans. These people should be a bit wealthier now, so we can try involving them first. If it works, it will attract others. Zhou Maokai disagreed. What Lord Lin said makes sense, but these artisans probably don't lack money for medicine. That doesn't match the princess's goal to help the poor. Lin Mingyuan added, Maybe we can select 1 or 2 honest, simple neighborhoods that are well organized to try first? Lord Lin's suggestion to start with a trial is good, but we still need to carefully choose which neighborhoods to test. If we pick very poor areas where people struggle even to eat, they won't have extra money to pay the deposit. On the other hand, if we choose neighborhoods where people have some savings, it might go against the princess's main goal of helping the very poor who have difficulty getting medical help. We need to find the right balance. For a moment, the entire meeting hall fell silent. This problem was quite tricky. Wei Yunyun clasped her hands and frowned in thought. Suddenly, she felt her sleeve being pulled. She turned her head and saw Qinghe. She quietly asked, "Why doesn't the princess separate the wealthy from the poor?" Wei Yunyun's eyes flickered with a bright light. She was excited and patted Qinghe's hand. "My Qinghe is so clever." She cleared her throat and looked at the officials, saying, "Perhaps we can break down the goal and implement strategies in layers?" This immediately drew everyone's attention. Lord Zhou's point about those struggling to eat, households who can't even pay a few coins for the deposit is true. They shouldn't be forced to pay. Instead, we should allocate funds directly from the treasury and gather donations from the gentry to set up a special medical aid fund. When someone falls ill, after strict checks, they can receive full or high-discounted medication costs. This is about urgent relief and helping the poor, showing the benevolence of the court, and it is also the foundation of this compassionate medicine bureau. She paused briefly, then continued. Secondly, as Lord Lin mentioned, we need to establish a long-term system. We can focus on those who can still support themselves, families with stable workers or vendors or officials and guards in this room, who have some savings but cannot afford serious illness on their own. Yuanba nodded thoughtfully. Your Majesty means dividing beneficial aid into 2 levels? One purely for relief, and the other with a mutual help aspect. Wei Yunyun nodded. For the second group, we strongly encourage them to join the mutual aid fund. They pay a small amount each year, which mainly goes toward their own medical expenses. This way, the funds become stable and participants gain some protection, preventing a serious illness from pushing them into extreme poverty. The government and gentry's contributions can serve as a risk reserve and a safety net for the poorest households. The idea of tiered strategies suddenly made the officials present understand clearly. Zhou Maocai's previously furrowed brow relaxed, and he smiled. Brilliant! This method has clear levels, and each part serves its purpose. Wei Yunyun looked at Yuanba. Lord Yu, I'll leave the oversight and anti-corruption work to you. They continued discussing the detailed plans until nightfall. At this moment, inside the main tent of the Yanmen Pass Army, Prince, something's wrong. Deputy Liu led a cavalry out of the city. The people inside were shocked. Nonsense! Chen Hongfang was both surprised and angry. What does Lu Pingquan want to do? Leaving the city without orders? Is he trying to get himself killed? Yuan Yuan's face immediately darkened. What's going on? Which direction did he go? How many people? The bodyguard, panting, hurriedly reported, Your Highness, just half an hour ago. General Liu. He led about 300 riders out of the city and headed northwest, chasing after the retreating Northern D soldiers. I overheard him shouting as he left, saying he wanted to kill those animals driving the civilians away, to avenge our fallen villagers, and he even said he'd twist off that dog's head. That reckless fool. Chen Hongfang slammed his fist on the edge of the map, with chips flying. Brave to a fault. Truly reckless. The Northern D retreat was orderly. Surely there are ambushes waiting. He led hundreds of riders rushing out. Isn't that like sheep entering a tiger's den? A soldier also hurriedly said, Prince, General, we must send troops immediately to support. Otherwise, General Liu and the others. Song Enian raised his hand to stop the rising chaos inside the tent. Sending a large force out of the city now is dangerous. If there's an ambush, opening the city gates could mean the city falls. Song Enian's voice was cold. Lu Pingquan disobeyed orders, and he must be executed. But his 300 men are innocent. General Chen, at your command, Chen Hongfang responded firmly. Immediately station at the north gate, prepare bows and stones, and do not open the gates again. Also, Send scouts and light cavalry along the road to check the enemy's position and movements. Song Inian then looked at the messenger. Order Ganwen to lead all the palace guards, mount up now, and wait inside the north gate. Be ready to attack and support at any moment. He walked to the tent entrance, where cold wind and snow whipped his face. Lu Pinkuan. He whispered the name, his tone complicated. I hope you still have time to bring your life back. Suddenly, he remembered something and asked, What is Zhao Yuankai doing? The soldier watching Zhao Yuankai quickly reported, Your Highness, General Zhao has been inside the hidden soldier cave near the North Gate Tower and hasn't left. Without hesitation, Song Inian strode quickly toward the North Gate. Chun Hongfong signaled a few guards to follow. Zhao Yuankai was holding a cup of hot tea given by a soldier, his eyes often looking outside the city. Song Inian burst in with cold air and snow, startling him. He hurriedly put down his cup, trying to stay calm. Why are you here? His gaze fixed on Zhao Yuankai's face. Instead of answering, he asked, Zhao Yuankai, did Lu Pinkuan leave the city because of you? Zhao Yuankai's eyes flickered with panic. He instinctively avoided eye contact and stammered, Huh? General Lu left the city. I don't know. I've been hiding here from flying arrows. I didn't. You don't know? Song Inian stepped closer, drawing his sword and pointing it at his face. Better tell the truth. Did you say anything to him before Lu Pinkuan left? What? You want to kill me too? Zhao Yuankai was not worried at all. He didn't think Song Inian would really kill him. He raised his chin and explained, This general was just upset seeing the common people die painfully, so I casually said, The northern barbarians are so cruel to our people. If there is a brave general, he should not just stand by and watch. Who knew that Deputy General Lu would be so impulsive, rushing out of the city to chase the defeated soldiers? It's not my fault. I was just trying to boost morale. He took a step back, avoiding Song Inian's sword. Boost morale? Song Inian sneered angrily. His aura suddenly dropped, and the surrounding temperature seemed to lower a few degrees.
Zhao Yuankai.
Hidden evil intentions, framing the general, and putting 300 soldiers in danger. Come here. Capture Zhao Yuankai. Disarm him, his armor, and lock him in the camp. No one is allowed near without my order. Song Inian. How dare you? I am the honored General Anbei appointed by the court. You have no right to imprison me. Zhao Yuankai shouted in fear. After dealing with Zhao Yuankai, Song Inian's anger still did not fade. He looked at Chen Hongfang, who also looked worried. It's my fault. Knowing this person is untrustworthy, I still let him stay at the North Gate. Chen Hongfang opened his mouth to say something, but saw Song Inian suddenly turn around. General Chen, your servant, the North Gate command is now under your full control. Hold the line as planned. Prince Yu. Chen Hongfang felt a bad premonition rising. Song Inian quickly walked toward the guards leading his horse, took the spear handed by Ganwen and said firmly, Lu Pinkuan disobeyed orders and must be executed, but the root of the trouble was caused by my poor planning. I cannot just watch them die outside the city. He mounted his horse, gave orders to the assembled royal guards. Follow me. Let's go out of the city. Save the people. Prince.
No.
You can't risk yourself. Chen Hongfang hurriedly tried to stop him. He was about to order someone to hold him back, but Song Inian suddenly kicked his horse's belly and shot forward like an arrow. Chen Hongfang watched the group disappear into the distance, then punched the city wall. Why is the prince so reckless and impulsive? Send orders to Captain Jiang to arrange the sharpshooting camp, bring all the gunpowder supplies, and go to support the prince and Deputy General Lu. Make sure to protect them as they return to the city. Outside the city, in the northwest, was a wilderness covered with sparse woods and rolling hills. Lu Pinkuan led the charge, his long sword stained with blood, and his bright red eyes fixed firmly on the fleeing North D cavalry squad ahead. General, we're chasing too deep. There might be an ambush, shouted the captain of the personal guards nearby. Who cares? Can't you see how fast they're running? A bunch of cowardly dogs.
Charge.
Kill these beasts. Lu Pinkuan roared. Instead of slowing down, he sharply pressed his horse's belly. His horse, feeling the pain, sped up even more. The soldiers behind him felt uneasy, but seeing their leader so brave, they could only grit their teeth and follow closely. When they rushed into a lower-lying area, suddenly, something strange happened. Woo buzz! A sharp cow horn sounded through the air. It was the signal to attack. On the quiet hills on both sides, countless shadows suddenly appeared. Black North D wolf flags fluttered in the wind. Ambush! Raise shields! Shouted the captain of the personal guards. Lu Pengkuan snorted coldly, a smile spreading on his face. Trying to ambush me, he pulled on his reins, gathered his strength and shouted. Change formation. Switch to a spearhead. Rear units move to the front. Fire the gunpowder. Charge back. Within moments, the middle and rear cavalry quickly changed their formation. Their impressive training stunned the North D archers. Among them, 20 riders from the Sharp Warrior Battalion quickly took out gunpowder clay pots from their saddlebags. Light it. Throw. The fuse was ignited instantly, making a puff-puff sound. The clay pots, sparking with fire, were hurled forcefully toward the enemy's densest areas on the hillsides and the closing North D infantry formations.
Boom. Boom.
Boom. Amid continuous explosions, countless broken limbs and weapons were thrown into the air. The infantry formations trying to block the retreat at the back were blown apart, creating huge gaps. Charged together, Lu Pengkuan pointed his long sword forward, leading the charge toward the explosion-created gap. The cavalry behind him cheered with high spirits, following closely, their blades flashing as they cut down the dazed North D infantry soldiers on the ground. The North D commanders clearly did not expect such fierce counterattack methods. He spoke to his nearby guards, his voice like a venomous snake. Go, have the soldiers who seized the armor of the Great Chi soldiers smear the blackhead juice on it. Mix into their army and make sure to take the leader's life. The Northern D soldiers had the advantage in numbers, and their ambush was not just one layer deep. More Northern D cavalry came from the side, surrounding him from the flank. Lu Pengkuan fought fiercely in the midst of the encirclement, pushing and retreating. Gunpowder was powerful but limited. They had already used it all. Lu Pengkuan was wounded in many places and covered in blood. Am I going to fall here today? Just as this thought arose, a sudden loud commotion erupted from the outside. A sharp, black cavalry force like a blade charged in with unstoppable momentum, striking hard into the rear side of the Northern D army. Leading them was Song Inian, wearing a dark armor and holding a long spear, standing tall. Where his spear pointed, Northern D soldiers fell like grass being cut, quickly breaking a hole in the tight encirclement. Prince. It's the prince. Brothers. The prince is coming to help us. Fight your way out and join the prince. Song Inian immediately saw Lu Pengkuan and others. Without hesitation, he aimed his spear in that direction and shouted, Support Deputy General Liu, retreat immediately. Ganwen responded loudly, leading his guards to rush toward Lu Pengkuan. The two groups quickly closed the distance. Song Inian led the charge, his spear strikes fierce. A Northern D centurion, wounded by Song Inian and falling from his horse, had a look of madness and hatred in his eyes just before hitting the ground. He grabbed a short spear with a barbed tip from the ground and stabbed it fiercely at Song Inian's horse's front leg. This was a ruthless move. The horse let out a scream of pain and collapsed suddenly. Song Inian was caught off guard and was thrown forward by the huge inertia. Ganwen and Lu Pengkuan, from a distance, roared in anger. Despite the danger, Song Inian remained calm, adjusting his body midair and landing steadily. But at the moment he touched the ground, a soldier from the Great Chi, holding a bag of unknown powder, threw it toward him from the side. Another Northern D archer seized this rare opportunity, drew his bow, and aimed. Whoosh! Song Inian's vision was blocked, and a sense of danger rose in his heart. He instinctively turned to the side. Specially made armor-piercing heavy arrow, with a sharp, piercing scream, accurately shot through the gap in the crowd. With a loud thud, it forcefully pierced below Song Inian's right shoulder blade. The arrow instantly tore through his armor and entered his body. The powerful impact caused him to stagger back several steps, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. This arrow was shot with perfect timing, angle, and force. If Song Inian hadn't instinctively turned slightly to the side, it might have pierced his heart directly. Protect the prince. Gong Wen's eyes nearly bulged out in fury as he led his guards to charge forward wildly. In an instant, they formed a flesh-and-blood barrier around Song Inian. He felt numb on his right side, and his vision started to blur. The arrow is poisoned. He immediately used his energy to protect his meridians and body. Retreat. Quickly retreat. After saying this, he felt his vision darkening and struggled to hold on with willpower. Gong Wen quickly supported Song Inian. Having been close to him for many years, he immediately saw that his prince was in serious trouble.
Quick.
Take the prince back to the city. His heart was torn apart, and he didn't care about Lu Pengkuan, who was trapped in the enemy's formation. Lu Pengkuan saw that Song Inian was shot to save him and was in grave danger. His endless regret and rage almost consumed him. Prince. His eyes turned blood red. Ignoring his own injuries, he swung his long sword and rushed towards Song Inian with all his might. Even if it cost him his life, he would protect the prince at all costs. However, how could the Northern D people miss such a rare opportunity? More enemies, like sharks smelling blood, surged forward layer by layer.
Boom.
Boom. A series of explosions suddenly erupted from the outer circle of the encirclement. The flames lit up half the sky, and the loud blasts overwhelmed the noise of the battlefield. Jiang Xiu led a team of over 100 soldiers rushing over. He had a stern face, with fierce fighting spirit burning in his eyes. Sharp Warrior Battalion. Target the enemy cavalry and the rear command formation. 3 rounds of rapid throwing. Clear the way for the prince. As the intense explosions continued one after another, the Northern D cavalry and command formations were thrown into chaos. Somandargan. Take the prince through the northeast gap. The enemy forces there have been blown apart. Jiang Xiu directed the continued use of gunpowder to slow down the enemy, while gathering his internal strength and shouted loudly to Gong Wen. Gong Wen immediately turned his horse around and charged toward the direction Jiang Xiu indicated. Jiang Xiu calmly observed the battlefield. Seeing Gong Wen and Lu Pengkuan breaking through in the designated direction, he quickly ordered, "Stop throwing. All troops charge. Support the prince and General Lu, cover each other, and retreat into the city." Inside in Ding City, a sudden wave of admiration for the glassware rose. People curiously gathered around the carefully transported, shining vessels. The marketplace became even busier. In taverns and tea-houses, people discussed the latest news. Did you hear? The daughter of Mr. Li's family is getting married, and among her dowry is a full-length, clothing mirror that reflects everything clearly. Items from the royal workshop are so delicate. Ningzhou has really changed. We used to never imagine using such things. Isn't it all thanks to the princess? Without her, we'd still be worried about firewood and wouldn't be sitting here drinking tea and chatting. In Wei Yunyun's side room, Chen Shui looked at the bright window that could clearly show the snow outside and was amazed. "Your Highness, with these glass windows, the room is so bright." Wei Yunyun looked out the window toward Yanmen Pass, feeling suddenly uneasy inside. She had a strange feeling that something was about to happen, and her mind was restless. She turned around, picked up paper and pen, and planned to write a letter to Song Inian. "Open the door. Quickly open the door." Gong Wen's urgent shouts, combined with the sound of hooves, echoed outside the north gate. The city gate quickly opened, and the waiting military doctors rushed forward. Gong Wen almost fell off his horse. He ignored his bloodstained clothes and carefully carried the unconscious Song Inian down. "Prince." Chen Hongfang hurried forward in a stride. Seeing the fierce arrow in Song Inian's right chest and his pale face, Chen Hongfang nearly blacked out, swaying on his feet. "Hurry, take the prince back to the residence." "Where's the military doctor?" "Quickly." "Hurry." Inside Song Inian's tent, the veteran military doctor, who had been with the army for years, rushed in panic. "Make way. Everyone, step aside." The military doctor only glanced at the wound and Song Inyen's complexion, and his heart sank. He trembled as he placed his fingers on Song Inyen's wrist, carefully checking the skin around the arrow wound. His face suddenly turned very grim. What happened to the prince? Chun Hongfong, Gongwen, and Lu Pingquan, who had just been helped in, asked urgently at the same time. Doctor, whose voice trembled with despair, the prince was poisoned with a special toxin from the northern tribes called wolf poison, mixed with wudo extract and several poisonous herbs from the plains. It's extremely fierce. This poison. It seals the throat when it contacts blood, moves with the blood, and directly attacks the heart veins. I can only use gold needles to block the prince's heart meridian to slow down the spread of the poison, but if there's no antidote, I'm afraid. He couldn't finish his words, too afraid to speak further. What did you say? Lu Pingquan's eyes nearly bulged out as he grabbed Doctor Who's collar, acting like a madman. Say it again. If we can't save the prince, I'll cut you down first. Lu Pingquan, calm down. Chun Hongfong shouted angrily, pulling him away forcefully. His own hands trembled, and his voice was hoarse. Doctor Who, is there really no way at all? Doctor Who's tears streamed down his face as he knelt on the ground with a thud. General Chun, it's not that I'm not trying. This poison is too powerful. All the remedies I know can only ease the symptoms, not cure it completely. Unless we have a holy antidote, or we can immediately find the original poison formula used by the northern tribes and reverse engineer an antidote. Otherwise, I'm afraid the prince won't last more than 3 days. Not more than 3 days. Those words hit like a thunderbolt, causing everyone present to feel their spirit shatter. Gongwen staggered, nearly losing his balance. Lu Pingquan felt as if all his strength had been drained. He collapsed to the ground, clutching his hair and whimpering like a beast. No, it can't be. Everyone turned around to see Qing Yu pushing through the crowd, determined. His Majesty is blessed by heaven. He will be fine. Doctor Who, please, do whatever it takes to save His Majesty's life. The antidote. We will find a way. Chun Hongfong snapped back to his senses. With the prince poisoned and injured, he had to stay calm. Doctor Who, do your best. Whatever herbs are needed, just say the word. Even if it means crossing Yanmen Pass, find them. Gongwen, immediately take my token and block the news of the prince's serious injury. Anyone who leaks it will face military justice. Lu Pingquan, get up. If His Majesty sees you like this, how disappointed he will be. Now is not the time for regret. Lieutenant Jiang, the city defenses are fully under your control. Be sure to guard against a night attack by the northern barbarians. Everyone else, follow me. We must find a way to cure the poison quickly. As he issued various orders, a low, weak groan sounded. Song Inyen's tightly closed eyelids fluttered a few times, and he struggled to open a small slit. His lips moved as if trying to speak, but only a dark red foam of blood came out. Prince, you're awake. Gongwen, who was closest, hurried to the bedside. Chun Hongfong, Lu Pingquan, Qing Yu, and others quickly gathered around. The Doctor Who was about to give an injection, stopped and watched nervously. Song Inyen's gaze moved slowly, sweeping over Gongwen and Chun Hongfong, finally resting on Lu Pingquan, who was lying on the ground covered in blood and dirt. His voice was hoarse and weak, not dead. Good. These 4 words hit Lu Pingquan like a heavy hammer. He suddenly cried out loudly, like a child, banging his head on the ground. Prince, it's my fault. I caused this. Kill me if you want. Song Inyen's brows furrowed tightly. He coughed violently, blood foam spilling from his mouth. Gongwen hurriedly used a clean cloth to carefully wipe his face. Shut up. After catching his breath, Song Inyen, even with a weak voice, still carried his usual authority. Guard. The city is important. Chun Hongfong, with tears in his eyes, bowed deeply and choked out. Prince, rest assured. We will stay at Yanmen Pass. You must hold on. We will find the antidote for you. Song Inyen felt as if his consciousness was being pulled into a deep sea, with intense pain and suffocation tearing at him, trying to pull him upward. Fragments of broken memories kept crashing through his mind. He seemed to see the warm sunlight in the imperial garden, his mother smiling as she listened to him recite the complete laws of the Great Qin, and his father lifting him high, praising, "My Nian is the most clever." The scene shifted to his brothers, bringing cold, mocking hatred. "Is that all you've got?" He was deliberately pushed into a pond, cold water choking his nose and mouth, with suppressed laughter echoing in his ears. His mother, upon hearing this, only held him and wept. Later, life became increasingly difficult. The moon-gathering palace grew colder and emptier. Rewards were cut, and even getting a doctor when sick became hard. Not long after Mingyu was born, his mother was weak, and one day she had a high fever. That winter night, the 6-year-old knelt outside the Imperial Medical Office for a long time, but only received a cold reply: "The doctors have been sent to other palaces." He was upset and secretly went to his father's palace to ask for help. He overheard his father talking with others, saying they had no family backing them. To keep the harem and officials happy, they had to let them be bullied. That was when he realized that he and his mother were being bullied with his father's silent approval. The royal family had no real family bonds. He, his mother, and sister were just pawns that could be discarded at any time. The more he tried to show himself, the more he attracted jealousy. He started to change. He no longer answered questions confidently in class, sometimes even leaving flaws in his essays. He learned to bow his head and hide his talents and sharpness, becoming a plain, even reckless prince. In hidden corners, he secretly practiced martial arts and read military books. He secretly investigated the backgrounds of the officials. He was waiting until he was old enough to go to his own land. He wanted to gather strength to carve out a path for himself and his mother. Until he married Wei Yunyun and came to Ningzhou. The princess, who was just a part of his power map, suddenly shone like a bright light, breaking into his cold, calculating life. She was not like the noble daughters in the capital, who only cared about power and profit. She was like a busy little bee, with a pure heart. Her thoughts were about things he had never cared about: how to grow more food, how to make new crafts, how to keep the starving people warm in winter. She didn't think these things were extraordinary. She just did them naturally, as if making life better for those around her was the most important thing. Beside her, he first felt a different kind of life, something beyond palace intrigues and court battles. This pure warmth was a treasure he had never dreamed of in his dark, oppressed early life. He hadn't had time. He hadn't had time to protect this light properly, nor to tell her. He couldn't fall now. He still had many things to do. With great effort, he reached out a hand, raised it to his chest. "Master, what do you want to take?" Qingyu asked with concern, noticing the cold sweat on his forehead caused by this movement. Song Inian didn't answer. He continued to struggle, reaching into his clothes to search. After a while, he took out a sugar cube with a character engraved on it. The sugar had the character "U" on it. It was made by Wei Yunyun for him. He held the sugar cube up to his eyes, watching the light reflected inside. After a long moment, he whispered 2 words: "Yunyun." Song Inyan's faint, muffled voice echoed clearly in the quiet room. Qingyu's eyes brightened. "Princess." "Yes, go find the princess." "Master?"
Hold on.
"I will go find the princess right now. She must have a way to save you." Qingyu muttered anxiously as he hurriedly looked for paper and a brush. Earlier, when the princess hit her head on a pillar and lost a lot of blood, the doctor said she was hard to save, and even if she recovered, she would need careful care. But she took a pill, and now she was lively and strong again, full of energy. He always felt that the princess still had that medicine. Song Inian looked at Qingyu with difficulty. "No, don't. Let her worry." Qingyu paused with his brush in hand. Even at this moment, does the master still fear the princess's worry? He couldn't care less now. The master's life was more important than everything. Without hesitation, he grabbed the brush, dipped it heavily in ink, and wrote hurried, heartfelt words on the paper. To the princess, the master was struck by a poison arrow from the North D, in critical danger. Does the divine medicine you took in the capital still have any? Please, bestow a divine pill to save the prince.
Urgent.
Qingyu bows and prays 100 times. After writing, he quickly sealed the note, then turned to Chen Hongfang. Chen Hongfang nodded heavily. Immediately, he arranged for the most trusted confidant, equipped with 2 horses, to send the message to the prince's mansion in Anding City at all costs, as fast as possible. Dr. Hu, while giving acupuncture, said, "The prince's constitution is remarkable, but he can only hold on for 3 days. After that, if no antidote is found, even a fairy can't save him." Qingyu clenched his fists and silently thought, "Master, I have disobeyed orders. When you wake up, you can punish or kill me. I have no complaints. But now, you must stay alive.
Princess.
She will definitely save you." Chen Hongfang was not idle. He immediately went to plan the battle. He wanted to act quickly, hoping that by attacking first, he could catch the enemy commander and force the northern D side to give up the antidote. Ganwen looked at Lu Pingquan, who was still full of regret, and pulled him up roughly. If the prince suffers any harm, I will be the first to cut you apart. But right now, sitting and waiting for death is useless." Ganwen dragged him outside, his tone cold. "Regret won't help. Come with me. If it weren't for that Zhao, you might not have been impulsive and left the city, and the prince might not have risked himself to save you. Can you tolerate this anger? Where is he?" Lu Pengquan's voice was hoarse, like an injured beast. "He's been ordered to be confined in the camp. Follow me." Without another word, Ganwen pulled Lu Pengquan and strode toward the tent where Zhao Yuankai was held. The guards saw Ganwen and Lu Pengquan, especially their fierce looks, and dared not stop them. They silently moved aside. Inside the tent, Zhao Yuankai was pacing anxiously. He was cursing under his breath that Song Yinian dared to imprison him. When he heard the door, he wanted to put on an attitude and scold them, but he saw Ganwen and Lu Pengquan rush in like fierce gods. Lu Pengquan's eyes were red, almost bleeding.
What?
"What do you want to do?" Zhao Yuankai backed away in fear, shouting fiercely, "I am General Anbei."
You dare to. You.
Lu Pengquan didn't give him a chance to speak. His huge fist slammed hard into Zhao Yuankai's relatively fair face. Zhao Yuankai screamed, his nose breaking instantly, blood pouring out. He was knocked flying backward and hit the wall hard. Ganwen said nothing, moving even faster. He kicked Zhao Yuankai in the stomach, making him scream again.
Dog.
Trying to sow discord. Hiding malicious intentions. Lu Pengquan rode on Zhao Yuankai, hitting and scolding him in painful spots on his body. "You, troublemaker. If the prince has any trouble, I will cut you into pieces and feed you to the dogs." Ganwen stood nearby, pressing his foot firmly on Zhao Yuankai's struggling arm. When Zhao Yuankai tried to call for help, Ganwen kicked him precisely, making him grunt in pain. At first, Zhao Yuankai could scream and curse, but soon he was only whimpering. Eventually, he had no strength to beg for mercy and collapsed on the ground like a dead dog, trembling all over and badly injured. Until Lu Pengquan, exhausted from fighting, was pulled back by Ganwen, and both gasped for breath before stopping. "Leave him alive. Wait for the prince to decide. If the prince, he might have to be buried with him." When Lu Pengquan said this, Ganwen's sharp eyes looked over. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Yes, I'm talking nonsense." Lu Pengquan slapped his own mouth and changed his words. "The prince will definitely recover safely." He panted heavily, looking at Zhao Yuankai's miserable state, and felt some of his anger and regret release. But thinking about whether the prince was still alive or dead, his heart sank again. He glared at Zhao Yuankai fiercely, then followed Ganwen, silently leaving the camp. Outside the door, the guards stood still, watching with their hearts, as if they saw nothing and heard nothing. The soldier sent to deliver a message to the Duke of Yu's residence didn't dare delay, even for a moment, and arrived in Anding City that night. In the study of the Duke of Yu's house, Wei Yunyun was frowning, gently setting down the draft of the Huimin Medicine Bureau pilot program she held. What happened today? She couldn't focus at all. She picked up the cold tea nearby and took a sip, the icy taste waking her up. A strange emptiness and heartbeat fluttered inside her. She stood up and walked to the window, opening it. Your Majesty, it's late at night. It's better to rest early. Ching He quietly came in, helping her put on a thick cloak. You've had a long day today. She nodded softly, but didn't move. Ching He, she suddenly spoke. With a slight tremor, she didn't realize herself. Do you think the border might? Her words were interrupted by hurried footsteps. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! A messenger from Yanmen Pass has arrived. It's from Qingyu, who is close to the prince. Opening the letter, Wei Yunyan quickly scanned the messy handwriting line by line. Qingyu wanted to ask her about the health tonic she had taken earlier. That thing was for preventing all illnesses, not for resisting all poisons. She staggered back a few steps, dropping the letter to the ground. Suddenly, a cold feeling rose from her feet, traveling up her spine to her head. Song Enian. How could he be in danger? At that moment, a sudden idea flashed through her mind. The 9 turns rebirth golden pill she had obtained from the sign-in system. Zwaruasia, subordinate here, immediately ride light and fast, head to Yanmen Pass. From her sleeve, actually from a hidden space, she took out a small bottle containing the pill and handed it to Zwaruasia. This must be delivered directly into the prince's hands. Hearing that Qingyu sent the message, Zwaruasia, though not knowing the exact content, guessed that something had happened to the prince. He solemnly took the bottle with both hands and promised, Rest assured, Your Majesty, I will deliver this safely. Good. Leave immediately. Wei Yunyan's fingers clenched tightly around the words, in imminent danger. Doctor Who's remark, at most 3 days, even immortals can't save him, sounded like a death knell in the hearts of every border guard. Qingyu's plea for help was a hope for distant aid. Whether the princess could help was still uncertain. They could not sit and wait for death. All the grief and anxiety on Chen Hongfang's face were forcibly suppressed. Besides the guards at each gate, he summoned all other generals. How is Lu Pingquan's injury? He asked. Mostly superficial wounds, but his internal energy is depleted. He has taken medicine and can fight again. Lu Pingquan's eyes shone sharply, his finger pointing heavily at the map, indicating the location of the northern barbarians' camp. Guard the northern gate well. If anyone dares disobey orders or act on their own again, cut them down.
Yes.
Though reluctant, Lu Pingquan agreed. Everyone else, prepare for battle. Chen Hongfang ordered in a deep voice. Qiu Yan frowned and looked at Chen Hongfang, asking, General, are you planning a night attack on the northern barbarians' camp? Chen Hongfang nodded firmly and replied straightforwardly, yes. After speaking, he raised his hand to stop Qiu Yan and others who wanted to speak. You don't need to persuade us anymore. The prince can't wait, and his eyes flashed with coldness. They will surely think the prince was hit by a poisoned arrow. Now our army is in chaos, confused and helpless. They won't expect us to attack the camp at night. This battle isn't to defeat the enemy, but to disturb their morale and find a chance to capture their leader to get the antidote. Listen carefully, everyone. Yes, Your Majesty, you will lead 2,000 archers and 500 cavalry out through the west gate at the 3rd watch. Carry torches, beat drums to create noise, and pretend to attack the Eastern Army. Remember, make a big show, fight fiercely, but don't stay to fight. Strike quickly and retreat, making them think our main force wants to break through from the west. If we can make the Eastern people retreat or cause trouble between them and the Northern tribes, it will be a great success. Understood. I will follow the orders. Li Mu understood this was a trick to create confusion among the enemy. Yes, Your Majesty. Immediately choose skilled talkers, take gold and silver, and secretly go into the possible gaps in the Eastern and Western armies at night. Chen Hongfang tapped on the desk and said firmly, Tell them that the northern tribes are willing to cooperate with us. Our great kingdom can pay double. As long as they stay put or pretend to be defeated and retreat, they will be rewarded later. The key is the Eastern tribes they are most interested in watching. Be sure to persuade them. Understood. I will make sure they know that being friends with our kingdom is more profitable than fighting for the northern tribes. Zhou Yan's eyes brightened, and he nodded seriously. Captain Han Qian, yes, Your Majesty. You will lead 1,500 foot soldiers and 200 crossbowmen to gather inside the north gate. When Commander Li starts the attack at the west gate to attract the enemy's attention, suddenly break out and head straight for the northern camp and the western army's junction. Also, create the illusion that our army wants to open a gap here, forcing the western army to seek help or retreat, increasing suspicion between them and the northern tribes. Send the orders. All remaining capable soldiers of the Sharp Warriors camp, plus 500 elite night fighters and jump soldiers, will leave through the east gate at the third watch. He pointed to the map, drawing a winding route. Go around to Black Wind Valley, secretly approach the northern camp's flank from there. Your only task is to create chaos, draw the enemy's main force's attention. The bigger the commotion, the better. Use all remaining gunpowder, don't hold back, use it all. As for this general, his voice suddenly turned sharp and determined. I will personally lead 800 loyal soldiers, all wearing light armor, carrying oil, gunpowder, and powerful crossbows. We will secretly slip out from the west gate, circle around to the back of the northern D army camp. While you all feign attacks in multiple places to create chaos and distract the enemy, I will directly strike at their core, at the command tent of Tuobiliao. When he said this, everyone inside the tent was shocked. The commander leading the attack himself is too risky. General, you can't do this. General, let me go instead. Chen Hongfang raised his hand to stop their protests, his eyes sharp. No more arguing. This battle depends on speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness. We must do everything to get close to their commander's tent and capture or seriously injure their leader, Tuobiliao. Only then can we force the Northern D to hand over the antidote. Follow my orders and cooperate fully. We will die before we refuse. The Northern D camp was different from the tense atmosphere inside the city. It was brightly lit, with the smell of food and wine filling the air, full of a victorious and joyful mood. Tuobiliao sat high in the main tent, holding a golden cup, with a look of unhidden pride and happiness. His generals around him were toasting and making noise, very lively. Ha! The burly general with a thick beard laughed heartily. The strategist's plan is brilliant. That general from Dakian really fell for it. The one poisoned by wolf venom is actually the Prince of Dakian. He must be suffering from the poison now and is close to death. I think they're probably in chaos now, crying and begging for mercy. Exactly. Tuobiliao finished his mare's milk wine in one gulp, feeling very proud. The strategist's small trick has made Dakian stumble. They rely on a bit of cleverness and firearms to challenge us, but they are just fools. Send the orders. At dawn tomorrow, when their morale is low, our army will strike and take Yanmingwen. Inside the tent, there was again a chorus of flattering praise and laughter. At 3/4 past midnight, suddenly, a burst of fire and loud fighting sounds erupted from the west gate. Report. Great Khan. The Dakian army has been spotted attacking the Donghu camp from the west. Before he could think further, another scout rushed in quickly. Report. From the north gate, the enemy has launched an attack, targeting our front camp and the western Xia forces. Attacking from both sides at the same time. Tuobiliao stood up, walked to the tent entrance, and looked into the distant flickering flames. A hint of doubt appeared on his face, then quickly turned into a cold smile. This is a desperate fight. Send orders to the eastern Hu and western Xia forces to hold their ground. Command the flanking cavalry to prepare for a surprise attack and to eliminate the soldiers leaving the city. He instinctively thought this was a frantic counterattack by the Dakian army, driven by their prince's near-death situation. Just then, boom, boom, boom. A loud, earth-shaking explosion came from behind their camp. A fireball soared into the sky, lighting up everyone inside the tent with a red glow. What's happening? Tuobiliao's face finally changed. Where's the explosion? Report. Great Khan. Things are bad. The western camp has been attacked by the elite troops of the Dakian army. They used many explosive weapons, and the stables and grain depots are on fire. It's chaos everywhere. Report. There's a group of Dacian soldiers dressed in black, charging straight toward the tent. Not many in number, but extremely brave. We're about to be overwhelmed. The successive reports hit like cold water, instantly dispelling everyone's drunkenness inside the tent. Protect the Great Khan. Helion Duobi immediately reacted and shouted loudly. Stop them. Kill them all. After a brief moment of shock, Tuoba Liao roared in anger. No one expected that at this moment, the Dacian army would dare to take such risky actions and launch a fierce counterattack. Chen Hongfang's loyal soldiers, driven by a desperate will, tore through the chaos of the northern D camp, opening a bloody path. They boldly reached less than 50 steps from the Great Khan's tent. They could clearly see the terrified expressions of the guards at the tent, smell the aroma of wine and meat inside, and hear Tuoba Liao's furious roars. Stop them. Shoot arrows. Quickly, shoot arrows. A dense rain of arrows poured down. The first few loyal soldiers at the front were instantly pierced and fell like hedgehogs. The others immediately raised their shields and charged forward again. Chen Hongfang's eyes were cold, his heart as hard as iron. He knew this was his only chance. He gathered his internal strength, and his voice cut through the chaos, directly reaching the Great Khan's tent. Tuoba Liao, hand over the wolf poison antidote. Otherwise, tonight will be your last night alive. Tuoba Liao was both shocked and angry. The brave soldiers of the Imperial Army had come so fiercely, actually fighting right in front of him. Dream on. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. For a moment, the North D Army gradually regained their composure from the initial chaos. Soldiers poured in from all sides, like an ever-closing iron wall, trapping Chen Hongfang's 800 men in the center. Chen Hongfang led his main force of deadly fighters straight toward the king's tent, causing a loud commotion that drew most of the attention. But Wu Xiaoxiao noticed a small detail. Because of the explosions and fires they caused, along with the attack on the king's tent, a small North D team that was originally stationed in the rear camp was hurriedly rushing to support, their formation scattered, and some even wearing their helmets crooked in their panic. A bold idea suddenly came to her mind. She looked at the 20 or so brothers following her, made a quick decision, and hardened her heart. Brothers, kill these North D dogs. Let's wear their skins, sneak into the king's tent. Take advantage of the chaos and capture that old dog, Dehan. She pointed at the small North D team rushing nearby, making a gesture of slitting a throat and changing clothes. This suggestion made everyone's hearts race. Seeing Wu Xiaoxiao's determined and crazy eyes, everyone's blood surged to their heads.
All right.
Let's do it. At worst, we'll all die.
Yes.
Revenge for the prince. Capture that dog Dehan. Head Wu, whatever you say will do. Without hesitation, more than 20 of them quickly sneaked behind the North D team. They struck suddenly, when unprepared. With precise throat cuts using short blades, they quietly eliminated the team. They quickly stripped the North D soldiers of their armor and helmets, putting them on themselves, then dragged the bodies to a hidden spot. Keep your heads down. Follow me. Try not to speak. If you must speak, mumble something. Wu Xiaoxiao ordered, herself putting on a North D 10-man armor, smudging dirt and blood on her face. The group disguised themselves as a North D team sent to support the king's tent, keeping their heads down and blending into the chaotic crowd. They smoothly passed through several strict security lines and approached the outer edge of the king's tent. At this moment, around the tent, Chen Hongfang's deadly fighters were fighting fiercely with North D guards. Everyone's attention was focused on this bloody battle. Wu Xiaoxiao and her reinforcements' arrival did not raise suspicion. One North D centurion even pointed in a certain direction and shouted a few words in an unfamiliar language, probably telling them to block a gap. Wu Xiaoxiao responded vaguely, but instead of blocking the gap, she took advantage of the tent and chaos to slip behind the main camp like a slippery eel. The guard here was relatively sparse. Wu Xiaoxiao saw a middle-aged man dressed in a splendid royal robe, surrounded tightly by several guards, with a surprised and angry look on his face. She lowered her voice, drew a short blade from her waist, and lunged forward like an arrow. More than 20 of her brothers pulled out gunpowder hidden under their clothes. They kept their distance, threw the gunpowder to a place where it wouldn't affect their leader or hinder the reinforcements. Protect the Great Khan. The North D guards finally realized something was wrong behind them, but it was too late. Wu Xiaoxiao moved swiftly, dodging a curved blade swung at her, then suddenly lunged forward, pressing her short blade against Tuoba Liao's neck like a venomous snake. The cold blade pressed against his skin. Tuoba Liao froze instantly, his proud smile turning into shock. The blade is coated with a deadly poison that seals the throat. Be good and stay still, or I'll cut your throat, Wu Xiaoxiao whispered in a hoarse voice, like a demon's whisper. After threatening him, Wu Xiaoxiao loudly shouted in awkward, learned-in-the-moment language, "Everyone stay still. If you move again, I'll slit his throat." Within 100 meters around her, there were only bodies shattered by the explosion of gunpowder and blackened craters of various sizes. She, covered in blood, holding Tuoba Liao in the center, looked like a killing god. The North D guards and generals around were all stunned. Has this person betrayed us? You dare to betray us? The nearest North D general's eyes nearly popped out, shouting angrily in their language. He clearly thought Wu Xiaoxiao, dressed in North D leather armor and covered in blood, was a traitor. He pointed his curved sword at Wu Xiaoxiao but dared not approach because the Great Khan was in her hands. Although Wu Xiaoxiao didn't understand much of their language, the word, betrayal, and the angry gesture pointed at her made her instantly understand what they meant. She raised her head, looked around at the surprised and angry North D generals and soldiers, gathered her inner strength, and shouted loudly, "Betrayal? Open your dog eyes and see clearly. I am the captain of the sharp warriors under the northern general of the Great Qin, Wu Xiao. Today, I am using this disguise to take the life of your great dog. If you don't want him to be immediately beheaded, everyone, get out of here." The North D people, who had thought it was an internal rebellion, were all stunned. Is this not a betrayal? Hua Lian Chuabai's eyes darkened with confusion. He never expected that after they secretly plotted against the Prince of Great Qin, they would soon be threatened in the same way.
Listen. Listen to him. Step back. Step back.
No one move. Tuoba Liao shouted loudly in Hu language. This usually proud and confident Great Khan's voice trembled slightly. Wu Xiao, holding Tuoba Liao hostage, moved closer to Chen Hongfang and others. The dead soldiers immediately formed a defensive line around the perimeter. Chen Hongfang's gaze fixed on Huolian Chuabai, who was standing near the royal tent, looking very unhappy. Look carefully. Your Great Khan's life is now in our hands. If you want him to live, quickly hand over the antidote for wolf poison. Huolian Chuabai squinted, thinking, is this little prince of Great Qin so tough? Still alive? This was a deadly poison they had developed with some shamans, with no antidote at all. He hesitated for a moment, then narrowed his eyes slightly and responded in Chinese. The antidote can be given to you, but you must promise to release the Great Khan. Stop wasting time. Chen Hongfang interrupted coldly. Throw the antidote over first. Verify its authenticity. As for your Great Khan, he sneered, once we return safely to Yanmen Pass and confirm the prince is safe, we will consider releasing him. Right now, you have no right to negotiate. Huolian Chuabai had no choice but to take out a small jade bottle from hesitated briefly, then forcefully threw it toward Chen Hongfang. Chen Hongfang caught it quickly, stored the bottle, then looked back at Huolian Chuabai with a cold tone. Listen, before we safely reach the Yanmen Pass city gates, if an arrow is shot or soldiers pursue us, I will immediately cut off your Great Khan's head. Most importantly, if our prince does not improve after taking the antidote, you can prepare to receive your Great Khan's corpse. After speaking, he completely ignored Huolian Chuabai's extremely displeased face and ordered Wu Xiao and his men. Let's go. Bring along this honored guest. Wu Xiaoxiao understood and pressed his dagger tightly against Tuoba Liao, pushing him forward. Helian Chubi looked at the slowly disappearing group, his eyes cold and fierce. His carefully planned scheme was about to succeed, but at the last moment, it turned into a dead end. Without medicine, Dahan will die. With useless medicine, Dahan will still die. Moreover, Chen Hongfang simply led Dahan past so many soldiers. This is a huge disgrace. Meanwhile, Qiu Yan and Li Mu's fake attack troops had already seen results. Qiu Yan, along with a few trusted aides and a translator who spoke Hu language, sneaked into a less guarded area while the two sides fought fiercely. Qiu Yan sent a message, saying he wanted to talk to the Donghu tribe. Soon, a middle-aged general dressed as an East Hu was brought over.
Who are you?
Why are you sneaking around here? The East Hu general held his sword and looked at Qiu Yan and his men with suspicion. Qiu Yan remained calm and respectful, bowing slightly. I am Qiu Yan, military advisor at Yanmenguan Pass of Dakian. I am here on orders from General Chen to discuss a business deal with your leader. A business deal? The East Hu general sneered. Two armies fighting. What business could there be? It's a deal that benefits the East Hu tribe and avoids unnecessary bloodshed. Qiu Yan's expression stayed steady, his tone gentle. The benefits given by the Northern Sioux are just plunder. But look at the current situation. Dahan's great leader Tuo Liao has been captured by our elite troops. The East Hu general's eyes widened in disbelief. Qiu Yan didn't give him time to process the shock and continued. The Northern D's power is broken. Do you think, following a Northern D that can't even protect its own leader, you have much chance of winning? Even if you manage to break through Yanmenguan Pass, what about the possible unfair division of spoils afterward? Or even betrayal? Is the blood of your warriors worth it? He paused, watching the other's expression change, then slowly said, Our great Qian is willing to build good relations with the East Hu tribes. If you hold your ground now or retreat slightly, opening a route for us, we will buy your goods at twice the market price after the fighting ends and open 5 border markets to ensure your supplies. This will be more stable and profitable than following the Northern D in reckless plunder. Additionally, our army captured Northern barbarian spoils, and we will give 30% to the Eastern Hu. The Eastern Hu general hesitated for a moment and said, I can't decide this matter. Come with me, and we will discuss it with the main leaders. Seeing his response, Qiu Yan knew that the matter was already mostly settled. In the bustling capital city, an invisible undercurrent was quietly flowing through the streets, alleys, tea houses, and taverns. Did you hear? The fighting in the north has become even fiercer. The northern barbarians, Western Xia, and Eastern Hu, 3 allied armies with hundreds of thousands of soldiers, are attacking Yanmen Pass fiercely. A man who looked like a merchant lowered his voice and spoke to his companion. That's right. I also heard. Another person leaned in with a mysterious and slightly resentful look. General Chen Hongfang, who guards Yanmen Pass, has gone mad with anger at the border. He personally led a night raid on the northern barbarian camp and almost captured their great Khan. He's truly a brave man. General Chen is definitely capable. But an old scholar sighed, shook his head, and spoke with anger. Do you know? While General Chen fights bravely at the border, his mother and children in the capital are being confined by the court under the pretense of favor and support. What kind of thing is this? This remark immediately drew the attention of several nearby tables.
What?
Such a thing really happened. Isn't this discouraging the soldiers at the front? No wonder we haven't seen anyone from Chen's family go out lately. Sigh, it's because he's too successful and threatens the emperor. That's why the court is afraid of General Chen. Shuh. Be careful what you say. Don't talk about state affairs. Puffed. What kind of nonsense favor and support is this? It's clearly holding General Chen's family hostage. A rough man drank some cheap wine and angrily cursed. If General Chen had any second thoughts, he would have rebelled long ago. Why wait until now? Exactly. I've been transporting goods in the north and have seen General Chen's soldiers. They're the kind who fight to the death with the northern barbarians. The court's actions are just asking for trouble. Aren't they afraid the soldiers will abandon their posts? Maybe they won't abandon their posts, but how can they not have doubts? How can this war be fought properly? Sai, I heard that His Royal Highness King Yu is also at Yanmen Pass. Hopefully, he can stabilize the situation. Let's hope so. What a mess this all is. The Imperial College is under the jurisdiction of the Academy. Absurd. Absolutely absurd. Master Wang slammed his teacup onto the table, his face flushed. General Chen risked his life at the border, and yet the court is busy with such suspicion behind the scenes. That fool Zhao Yuankai probably didn't do a good job at Yanmen Pass. And the Crown Prince. He didn't finish his words, but his contempt was clear in his eyes. His student whispered, "Teacher, there are now rumors among the common people, all sympathizing with General Chen. Should we?" Master Wang hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. "The war is urgent now. Accusing the prince or criticizing the emperor's decisions isn't wise. But we can't let loyal officials and brave generals be heartbroken for nothing. Go and contact some trusted colleagues. When the time is right, we will jointly petition the emperor, begging him to release General Chen's family to reassure the soldiers at the border." The Crown Prince's residence. "Your Highness, there are more and more rumors among the people about General Chen and the detention of his family," a courtier reported respectfully. Song Yisheng was playing with a jade pendant, a cold smile on his lips. "Foolish commoners, what do they understand? General Chen Hongfang has troops at the border, and the court is just using some measures to balance him. That's the emperor's strategy, quite normal. As for the rumors, just ignorant people repeating what they hear. No need to pay attention. Once the northern border war is settled, Father will make a wise decision. Right now, the most important thing is to prevent the Crown Prince's side from causing trouble." He paused, then ordered, "Let our people spread some rumors too. Say that Chen Hongfang had some unclear dealings with the northern barbarians in his early years. The court's actions are just a precaution, nothing more. Remember, keep it vague, make it seem plausible. Yes, Your Highness." The courtier understood and bowed out. Song Yisheng walked to the window, gazing toward the palace, a glint of determination in his eyes. In the harem, a piece of news caused a huge stir. Last night, the emperor unexpectedly stayed in the palace of Consort Yu, who had long fallen out of favor. In the morning, the concubines paid their respects to the empress, as usual. "Wow, isn't that Consort Yu? She served the emperor last night. She looks much better today." The consort stroked her jade bracelet with a hint of sarcasm, saying that her family was powerful and usually looked down on concubine Yu, who had no external relatives supporting her. The noble consort gently covered her mouth with a folding fan and smiled softly. "Yes, indeed, it's rare. I suppose concubine Yu is worried about King Yu at the border and has asked the emperor for favor, also trying to gather some news." Truly a loving mother. Concubine Yu lowered her eyes, her face calm. She slightly bowed and spoke gently, with no sign of emotion. "Your words are kind, but I cannot guess the emperor's true thoughts." Seeing her like this, Consort De was annoyed and sneered. "Guess? Sister, there's no need to be modest. Everyone knows your son is making great achievements at the border, which has caused trouble for General Chen's family. Last night, did you go to the emperor to plead for your son?" A lower-ranking lady-in-waiting, who was good at flattering others, deliberately raised her voice. "If I may say, if Prince Yu behaves himself at the border, that's fine. But if he has any inappropriate thoughts, then..." Concubine Yu's teacup slipped from her hand and shattered on the ground. "Be careful with your words, sister." She stood up, bowed to the empress, and said politely, "I apologize for my manners. I will take my leave now." The empress waved her hand dismissively, showing no concern for concubine Yu. She posed no threat, and there were plenty of people ready to act against her. Back at Lanhua Palace, concubine Yu sat by the window, holding a needlework frame, but didn't stitch for a long time. "Your Majesty, there are rumors outside that General Chen's family is being..." The personal maid whispered cautiously. Concubine Yu gently shook her head, signaling her not to speak further. Chen Hongfang, Wu Xiaoxiao, and their group, holding Tuoba Liao hostage, managed to retreat safely through the north gate of Yanmen Pass under the watchful but helpless eyes of many Northern D soldiers. They didn't have time to breathe, rushing anxiously towards Song Yinyan's tent where he was recovering. "Doctor, who? The antidote. We have the antidote." Before they arrived, the voice reached him first. Doctor, who was wiping the sweat from Song Inyan's forehead with a damp cloth. Upon hearing the news, he suddenly turned around. I hurriedly took the jade bottle handed to me by Chen Hongfang and eagerly opened it. Carefully, I poured a small amount of black powder onto my fingertip, examined it closely, then sniffed it deeply and lightly touched it with my tongue. After a moment, Doctor Hu's face turned very pale, and his hand holding the jade bottle trembled. He looked up, his eyes full of anger. General, this is not the antidote. What? Chen Hongfang shouted angrily. North D invaders, how dare you deceive me like this? At that moment, a voice called out urgently outside the tent. Report. A messenger rushed in loudly, saying, General. General. Someone from Ningzhou. It's the left commander, who is close to the princess. He has arrived at the pass. Zuoruiz hurriedly entered the tent, and Qingyu quickly went to meet him, asking anxiously, Has the divine medicine for the princess been delivered? Zuoruiz, panting heavily, nodded firmly, and took out a small bottle from his pocket, handing it to Qingyu. Qingyu took it and hurried to Song Inyan's bedside. He unscrewed the bottle cap, poured out the pills, and tried to feed them to Song Inyan. But Doctor Hu stopped him. What are you doing? How can you feed the prince medicine without permission? Qingyu looked at him and held out the pills. Then you should check this. Doctor Hu reached out to pick up the pills, but Qingyu quickly withdrew his hand. He trusted the princess, of course. But Doctor Hu didn't know the princess well, and he wasn't familiar with her. What if the pills sent by the princess were unfamiliar to Doctor Hu, and he refused to use them? What should be done then? Since the princess often sent strange, new items they had never seen before. Now, the prince was in critical condition, and they couldn't afford any delay. Thinking this, Qingyu forcibly opened Song Inyan's mouth and pushed the pill inside. Doctor Hu pushed Qingyu away angrily. You're just causing trouble. After feeding the pill, Qingyu let Doctor Hu push him aside, feeling relieved, and stood quietly to the side, watching Song Inyan's face without blinking. Doctor Hu moved forward, opened Song Inyan's mouth to take out the pill, but found that it had dissolved. Song Inyan had already swallowed it. He frowned, lifted Song Inyan's eyelids, and nervously checked his pulse. Chen Hongfang looked at Qingyu and asked worriedly, Are you sure this medicine can save the prince? Zuoruiz stepped closer, patted his chest, and assured him, This medicine was personally given to me by the princess. It definitely won't be wrong. At that moment, another voice came from outside the tent. Report. General, it's bad. News from the capital said that the North General's residence was ordered by the emperor to be detained by the palace servants under the name of royal kindness. Hearing this, Chen Hongfang turned to the messenger who rushed in. What did you say? Say it again. The messenger knelt down with a thud. General, it's true. Our old lady, madam, and the young master and miss. They are all being guarded by palace servants. They say it's for the emperor's grace and care, but in fact, they are under house arrest. No one is allowed to enter or leave. General, as soon as he finished, everyone in the room was shocked. Chen Hongfang's tall body trembled slightly, his face turning pale. He had fought many battles, and life and death were no longer a concern for him, but his family was his weakness, his sore spot. How can the court be so cruel? While the general fights bravely on the front lines, they are doing this behind his back. A wave of suppressed anger and indignation filled the room. Chen Hongfang closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and forcibly suppressed his raging anger and grief. He squeezed out a sentence through clenched teeth. This matter must not be leaked. Anyone who disobeys will be dealt with by military law. Song Inyan's eyelids fluttered slightly as he opened his eyes in a blurry light and shadow. Master, you're awake. Qingyu couldn't hide his excitement, his voice choked with emotion. He knew the princess's medicine must have worked. Song Inyan opened his mouth, but his throat was so dry he couldn't make a sound. Qingyu immediately brought a bowl of warm water and held it to his lips. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn. Chen Hongfang steadied his mind, walked quickly to the bed, and relaxed his tense jaw. Prince, how do you feel? Song Inyen's whole body felt swollen and painful, as if someone had poured years of internal energy directly into him, causing his meridians to swell beyond their capacity. His entire body was extremely exhausted. Previously, there was a strong tingling sensation at the arrow wound site. He nodded and hoarsely said, "It seems he has come back to life. But he's a bit tired." Doctor Who's fingers never left Song Inyen's wrist pulse. His face didn't improve. Instead, it grew more serious and confused. "Strange. Truly strange," he muttered to himself, then carefully checked the other hand. "That's wonderful," Qingyu couldn't help but exclaim. When the Empress took her medicine and recovered well, the doctor also reacted the same way. Everyone thought Qingyu was excited to see the prince wake up, not realizing he was responding to Doctor Who. Chen Hongfang saw Doctor Who's worried expression and became more anxious. "Doctor Who, how is the prince? Has the poison been cured?" Doctor Who looked up, scanning the crowd with hopeful eyes. He sighed deeply and shook his head. "The prince's pulse is very strange." "How is it strange?" "I see the prince has woken up, and his face looks better. Doesn't that mean the wolf poison inside him is under control?" Doctor Who raised his hand to calm everyone and explained, "Based on my judgment, the medicine the prince took is extraordinary. It seems to have built an invisible barrier around his heart and pulse. The wolf poison is like a fierce beast trapped in a cage. Though still dangerous, it can no longer harm the prince's heart or veins." Chen Hongfang immediately caught the key point. "How long can this barrier last? Can the prince's body recover?" Doctor Who stroked his beard and pondered, then confidently said, "Judging by the stability and strength of this medicine, I boldly estimate that within at least a year, the prince's life will be safe. He can live normally, and the pain from the poison won't return." Hearing this, everyone felt a huge weight lift from their hearts. There was enough time to find a cure. Chen Hongfang's eyes sparkled with determination, and he quickly made a plan. A year was enough for him to prepare, even to take the fight directly to the Northern Dagger's stronghold. Previously, they could only defend passively because of limited supplies and equipment. Now they had everything they needed, including new weapons. His 10,000 troops of the Northern Army were enough to march straight into the Northern Dagger's palace. A fierce plan for a northern campaign quickly took shape in his mind. With his face now stern and lined with wrinkles from years of hardship, he made up his mind. Once he handled the Northern Dagger's affairs, he would personally go to the capital and have a good talk with the Emperor about family matters. "Your Highness, there is an important matter you must remember. During this isolation period, you must not use your internal energy recklessly. Although the wolf poison is sealed, it still remains. If you activate your internal energy, your blood will surge, and it could break through the barrier created by the poison, even causing a backlash. At best, the poison's power will weaken, and the seal will be shortened. At worst, the poison could break free instantly, attacking your vital points. Even a great immortal would find it hard to save you then." Song Inyen lay on the bed, listening carefully to Doctor Who's words. He nodded slightly. "I understand." After speaking, he sat up from the bed. His face, which was once dark and pale, now showed a healthy red glow from good blood flow, and even his cracked, pale lips looked fuller and healthier. Doctor Who's eyes widened in disbelief. He had been practicing medicine for many years and had never seen such immediate results, or such an effect that seemed to defy medical logic. It was as if some powerful life force was forcibly suppressing all the sickness and death energy, even nourishing a healthiness beyond normal. Song Inyen looked at Qingyu and asked, "Is this Yun Yun's medicine?" Qingyu nodded. "Yes, Your Highness." It was the divine medicine sent quickly by Princess Wangfei. Song Inyen's expression was complicated as he looked toward Ningzhou. "Yun Yun, I owe you so much." Qingyu brought a cloak and draped it over Song Inyen. "I heard what you just said." His gaze swept over Chen Hongfang, then he slightly curved his lips. Such nurturing, such imperial wisdom. They came for Yanmen Pass, fearing General Chen would abandon the pass. "Your Highness, I Chen Hongfang clasped his fists, wanting to say something. But he hesitated, unsure what to say. Should he show loyalty or express anger? His family was detained, and his heart was torn apart. Having served for many years and still being suspected by the emperor, he felt cold and hopeless. Prince Yu is still a prince, part of the royal family. Talking to him seemed inappropriate. In the end, all his words turned into a sigh. Song Yinian understood the pain and struggle in Chen Hongfang's eyes, and his heart was filled with anger. He suspected this was again the work of his older brother. He paused for a moment, then changed the subject and asked, "How are the battles going now?" Chen Hongfang reported, "Your Highness, last night our army launched a night attack. The elite soldiers disguised themselves and successfully captured the northern decon, Tuobiliao, at Guiguan. Qiu Yan took the opportunity to make initial contact with the Donghu and Xixia sides. Donghu agreed to delay their attack, and Xixia's attitude became uncertain. Additionally, our troops raided and burned part of the northern D's supplies and wagons. Their morale is now in chaos." Song Yinian listened and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He only fainted for 3 days, not 3 months, right? The northern decon was captured? Inside Inding City, the glass workshop began large-scale shipments. "Oh, shopkeeper Zhang, you've installed these glass windows, and the inside is as bright as outside." In the middle of winter, sitting inside doing business, warm and well-lit, so impressive. Passers-by looked enviously at a fabric shop that had newly installed transparent glass windows. Shopkeeper Zhang smiled broadly. "Thanks to the princess. These glass windows are great. Customers can see the fabric colors clearly." "Yes, they're expensive. This one window costs as much as a whole winter's worth of charcoal. But it's worth it. Not only shops, but some wealthy families also started replacing old paper windows with glass ones, letting sunlight pour in freely. Glassware became very popular. Its clear, shiny quality far surpassed traditional ceramics and bronzeware. Whether for entertaining guests or for personal decoration, it added a lot of prestige. Trade caravans traveling through Ningzhou now carried not only salt, sugar, and preserved fruits, but also fragile glass products that needed careful handling. Ningzhou's Lioli, colored glass, quickly became a well-known brand, following snow salt, white sugar, and Ning embroidery, thanks to its unique clarity and shine. Wei Yunyan was carefully reviewing accounts and documents from various places, with a cup of hot floral tea beside her. Qing He quietly entered and said, "Your Highness, Master Su from Hangzhou has sent a message back." "Oh, what's the news?" She didn't look up. "They said the glass mirrors and the 2 glass beads they brought caused a sensation in Hangzhou." Qing He spoke excitedly, especially the largest dressing mirror, which the richest man in Hangzhou bought for 2,100 taels of silver. The 2 glass beads were also fought over by several wealthy merchants and were finally sold for 800 taels and 1,200 taels of silver, respectively. Master Su said that the other glassware he brought was also sold out quickly. Many merchants asked about the next delivery date and wanted to sign long-term supply contracts. Although she had expected this, Wei Yunyan still couldn't help feeling a little excited when she heard such high prices. She stood up, took the letter from Qinghe, and quickly read it. "Reply to Master Su. Tell him to keep the channel steady, and that prices can be adjusted slightly. The next delivery can be a bit larger, but we should still follow the principle that rare things are more valuable." "Yes, Your Majesty," Qinghe responded and continued, "Your Majesty, the officials from the government office sent someone to ask about the selection of the pilot area for the Huimin pharmacy. Have you made a decision? Also, the officials from Zhou Prefecture came to ask whether we should recruit more artisans for the glass workshop to expand production." She rubbed her forehead and thought quickly. "The workshops in Inding City are already enough. The weather is getting colder, and the new year is approaching. To ensure production, we need to proceed step by step. Reply to them that there is no need to hire a large number of workers, just to fill some positions." She picked up another document, which was a suggestion for the pharmacy's location. As for the pharmacy pilot, she paused and said, "Let's choose Yongping Lane in the west of the city and Anya Lane in the south." These two areas have many poor families, and the neighborhoods are relatively honest. Tell Zhou Prefecture that the first batch of relief funds and medicines will be half paid by the royal estate, and the other half by the government office and local gentry. The rules must be detailed, the accounts clear, and the information publicly announced regularly. Noted, Your Majesty. Qinghe recorded the key points one by one. After finishing these tasks, Wei Yunyun's gaze involuntarily turned again to the north. She stood up and walked to the window. The courtyard trees still had some snow left on their branches. Song Enian, the medicine should have arrived. You must stay safe. Your Majesty. Chuanxue saw her gazing north and gently advised, Don't worry too much. Prince Wang is a good person, and with your divine medicine, everything will turn out fine. Warm reminder, you haven't checked in today. Was it her imagination? Why does it feel like the system's tone is a bit different today? It seems full of anticipation and excitement. She temporarily calmed her thoughts, suppressing her hidden concern, and silently thought, Check-in. Check-in successful. Congratulations, the host has received a special reward. Basic mechanical techniques explained, including puppet making, A much larger and more complex stream of information flooded into her mind than during previous check-ins. It was not just words but also included clear diagrams, structural analyses, and energy circuit ideas. The content covered everything, from simple trap mechanisms and improvements to crossbows, to complex gear transmissions and automatic transport devices like wooden oxen and flowing horses. There was even a method for using specific materials to create basic moving puppets that could follow simple commands. Isn't this the legendary Mosey mechanical arts, combined with the puppet techniques from the cultivation world? System, tell me honestly, what do you want me to do? This thing not only surpasses her current era, but also exceeds her understanding, okay? The host can check the material requirements for the puppet section in detail. Hearing the system, she searched for details in her mind. Core drive, a living energy core, or a spiritual heart core. The spiritual heart core requires extracting the heart of a recently deceased, vigorous creature. The main structure and conduction materials need celestial meteorite iron, and the transmission parts require thousand-year-old jade stones. A list of materials she had never heard of, all very strict. She finally understood why the system's tone was off when reminding her to check in. It was clearly offering her an invisible, big pie. The excitement and enthusiasm she just felt were suddenly cooled by a bucket of cold water. System, are you sure this thing isn't just teasing me? The system wants the host to be happy. You're quite humorous. She slumped back into her chair weakly, rubbing her forehead. If you really want to make me happy, you should just give me a puppet directly instead of giving me methods to make one. System. Can't hear you, I'll go first. Your Majesty, are you all right? Chuanxue widened her eyes, watching the constantly changing expressions on Wei Yunyun's face, and asked, The several managers from the military workshop have arrived and are waiting in the side hall. Wei Yunyun took a deep breath. Fine, one bite at a time and step by step. Those fancy puppet machines can wait for now. But the basic and simple knowledge in detailed explanation of mechanisms, like traps, improvements to crossbows, and gear applications, is still very useful. These techniques may not be as shocking as puppet magic, but if used in military or everyday life, they can also create great value. Let's focus on doing what we can well, step by step. News that Song Enian is awake and temporarily out of danger spread quickly, like a strong medicine, calming the restless minds of the commanders. He looks healthy, with a rosy face, appearing healthier than anyone else. Only he knows that this is because his deep internal energy is constantly flowing through his meridians. In just a few days, he feels as if all his meridians have been stretched. The key problem is, he cannot actively control this energy to return to his dantian. To boost morale and show achievements, Tuo Biao was and brought to the training ground. Chen Hongfang personally read out the reward order. All soldiers who contributed in this battle received promotions and silver rewards. This caused cheers from the crowd. The most eye-catching was Wu Xiaoxiao's promotion. Captain Wu Xiaoxiao of the Sharp Warrior Battalion, Chen Hongfang held a metal horn handed to him by Gan Wen and announced loudly, Calm and brave in danger, she seized the Northern D Great Khan Tuoba Liao among thousands of troops, turning the tide of battle, an outstanding achievement. She is promoted to the rank of officer, leading the Sharp Warrior Battalion. From today, she is responsible for reorganizing and expanding the battalion, with priority in receiving personnel and equipment. Yes, sir. Wu Xiaoxiao knelt on one knee, her voice clear. She clenched her fists, a glimmer of water in her eyes. Over the years, as a woman in the military, she faced great pressure to hide her identity. But she did it. Now she is a battalion commander, leading soldiers armed with gunpowder, the most destructive weapons. One day, she will kill all the Northern D dogs and avenge her parents. Did you see that? Wu Xiaoxiao was once a captain in our Jiazi battalion. I knew she had potential from the start. She's really brave, led over 20 brothers into the Northern D camp and directly captured their great Khan. Incredible. She was promoted to officer and is now reorganizing the Sharp Warrior Battalion. That is the sharp sword of our Northern Army. If I had known, I would have signed up and gone that night. Who would have thought I could make such a big contribution? An old soldier pounded his chest in regret, his face full of remorse. I guarded the city wall all my life, and now I miss the chance to make a name for myself. His companion teased him. Come on, old Zhang. If you had gone on the night raid, you probably wouldn't have caught that big troublemaker. In such matters, both brains and strength are important. Everyone around burst into laughter. The old soldier wasn't angry. He just clicked his tongue and looked eagerly at the stage. Next time, if there's another good chance like this, I'll be the first to sign up. The reward money and the promotion, I want them. Jealousy is natural, another soldier said, but honestly, Wu. The captain's skills and courage are better than most. Next time the Sharp Soldiers unit expands, I must try out for it. The soldiers who didn't participate in this night attack secretly steeled themselves, determined to perform bravely in the next battle. After the awards ceremony, Chen Hongfang looked around with a serious gaze. Did you see that? That's the example of those who risk everything and make great contributions at Yanmen Pass. The big enemy leader has been captured. Next, we rest the troops and sharpen our weapons. Those who earn merit will be rewarded, and those who fear battle will be punished. The children of the Northern Army, with me, will guard our border and show our strength. Guard our border. Show our strength. Guard our border. Show our strength. Amid shouts of encouragement, Tuoba Liao was lifted high, boosting the army's morale. At the northern camp, there was serious disagreement. Tuoba Liao's loyal followers were excited and repeatedly demanded to attack Yanmen Pass again. But others thought it was unwise to risk the entire tribe's elite for a leader whose fate was uncertain. They strongly called for retreat, to go back to the grasslands, and to choose a new leader to stabilize the situation. Helen Chubi naturally didn't want to retreat. It was hard enough to gather the three alliances, and now was a good time to take Yanmen Pass. But this year's siege had been difficult everywhere, and now they couldn't take it. It might be even harder next time. He didn't want to give up and retreat, but he also didn't want to rescue Tuoba Liao, who was a fool. He was caught between the two sides, exhausted from the struggle. The messages from the people sent to Xixia and Donghu were unclear. Noriaki was vague about continuing to send troops to cooperate in battle. The Donghu side was even more indifferent, and their armies had begun to pull back, showing signs of readying to retreat at any moment. A bunch of short-sighted fools, Helian Jibi muttered angrily. Master of the state, something's wrong. Tuoba Dahan has been hung outside Yanmen Pass to show everyone. They say. His trusted guard hurriedly ran in to report. What do they say? Helian Jibi's face darkened. The guard swallowed hard and said, They say. If the Northern D don't withdraw within 3 days, they will cut off a piece of meat from Dahan every day and hang it in front of the pass, until... Helian Jibi slammed his fist on the table. This was not just torment for Tuoba Liao, but also a way to shame the Northern D's face and crush their dignity. He interrupted the guard. He knew he couldn't delay any longer. The alliance was close to breaking apart, morale was shaky, and Dahan was humiliated. If they kept fighting, the consequences would be dire.
Go.
Send someone with my token to see Chen Hongfang. Helianjabi almost spit out the words. Tell them we are willing to negotiate. The guard immediately left to carry out the order. When the envoy from the Northern D arrived, Tuobal Yao was finally allowed to breathe. Song Inian did not come out. In the side hall, Chen Hongfang sat at the main seat, with Qiu Yan sitting calmly beside him. Below, 2 envoys dressed in Northern D clothing looked nervous. Withdraw by 100 li, compensate my army for the losses in defending the city. 10,000 gold taels, 3,000 war horses, and 5,000 cattle and sheep each. Chen Hongfang's tone was firm and unquestioning. Additionally, hand over the true antidote to wolf poison immediately. These 3 conditions are non-negotiable. The Northern D envoys' faces turned pale upon hearing this. Withdrawing 100 li was manageable, but the huge compensation was almost half of what the Northern D could produce in half a year. And the antidote. General Chun, military advisor Qiu, the leading envoy, tried to stay calm. The withdrawal can be negotiated. But is the compensation amount too high? We, a small nomadic tribe, really? Small nomadic tribe, Qiu Yan cut him off directly. A small nomadic tribe that can gather hundreds of thousands of troops to raid south? Do you think Yanmen Pass is a marketplace where you can come and go as you please? This compensation must be fully paid. As for the antidote, he looked sharply at the messenger. Since you have created the wolf poison, there must be a cure. Don't play tricks anymore. General, please understand. The wolf poison indeed has no antidote. It was developed by the national master and some high priests to quickly kill, not to save. Chen Hongfang suddenly slammed the table and glared angrily.
No antidote?
Then wait to be buried by your army. Show the guests out. Wei Yunyan just finished briefing the managers of the military workshop on the next steps. Suddenly, another secret letter arrived at the gatehouse. She held the thin letter in her fingers, her fingertips turning white with anger. She had long known about the constant power struggles at court, but she didn't expect their methods to be so mean. Now, during wartime, they are framing loyal officials, arming oneself, and resisting, having dealings with the Northern D. If these charges are true, it would mean a disaster for the entire family. If General Chen falls, Song Inian will lose an arm at the border.
Then,
Wei Yunyan brought the letter close to the candle flame, watching the fire slowly consume the words until they turned to ash. The flickering flames reflected in her calm eyes. Is passing the message through Mingyu too risky? Will she and concubine Yu become bargaining chips to threaten Song Inian? No, she must plan early. She intends to use commerce and the Chamber of Commerce to distribute supplies, learn about regional movements, and have her own eyes and ears. Suddenly, shopkeepers across various towns received a message. An experienced assistant was sent to the Inding city headquarters for training. Confused, the shopkeepers wondered. Training? What's going on? Ergo, Xuanzi. Knowing that the master was old Zhou from the Wang residence, he didn't dare delay. He shouted to the backyard. Pack your things. We're going on a long trip. Iron armor and Daming will guard the shop. Shopkeeper, where are we going? The assistant asked, puzzled. Stop wasting time. The master ordered us to go to Inding City for training, old Zhou said in a deep voice, his eyes sharper than usual. Get ready.
This
might not be simple. Similar scenes played out in many towns and shops. Some shops farther away refused to send people, and their businesses were directly shut down, with supplies halted. After these people arrived, Wei Yunyan ordered them to undergo 10 days of closed military training, and their salaries were still paid on time. She herself invited reputable and trustworthy merchants from the entire state government to the villa. She did not meet with them as a princess, but as the owner of Yanji business, dressed in a neat brocade robe, appearing in front of everyone. Everyone, I called you here today for one reason. Led by our Yanji Chamber of Commerce, we will establish the Northern Land United Chamber of Commerce. As soon as she finished speaking, the crowd became restless, and more than 10 merchants whispered to each other. What's this United Chamber of Commerce about? Shopkeeper Sue, who dealt in silk, picked up a clear glass cup, looked at it carefully, took a sip of tea, and asked. Most of these people came because of Yunji's popular glass products and Ningzhou white snow. These items sell very well in Hangzhou. Due to geographical reasons, outside the main city of Inding, wealthy families in other counties are rare. Some also knew that Yunji's products were backed by the Duke of Yu, and they wanted to connect with the Duke's family. Wei Yunyan looked at shopkeeper Su and explained, although trade routes are open now, everyone acts independently, standards vary, prices fluctuate, and it's easy to cause trouble. The main responsibility of this United Chamber of Commerce is to set rules. The major merchants looked at each other in confusion. They all dealt in different fields, selling different goods. How could they set rules? Please, Yunji owner, tell us more about these rules. Wei Yunyan continued, we will jointly set quality standards for main goods, classify categories and grades, and prevent inferior products from being sold as good ones. Second, coordinate prices of goods from the south and north, set guiding ranges, avoid fierce price wars, and ensure fair profits for everyone. Finally, unify the dispatch of large merchant caravans, optimize routes, share risks, and reduce losses. Her gaze swept over the thoughtful merchants and presented an even more attractive prospect. With this, we can control the source of goods, quality, and prices. Next spring, we will organize the first large-scale merchant caravan heading south, selling Ningzhou's products across the entire Great Qi. We will even conduct large, stable, and orderly trade with northern tribes and western regions' merchants. Profits will be shared according to the rules. Integration? Standardization? Coordinate prices? Shopkeeper Su frowned and looked resistant. Wouldn't that disrupt our long-standing business methods? Each shop is different, with different customers. How can we apply the same rules to everyone? Trade associations. Sound good, like a way to support each other. But this unified purchasing and price coordination, there's profit in it. Only the manager of the carriage business, Master Wei, clapped his thigh excitedly. Brilliant! This move by the owner shows great foresight. Once the trade association is formed, transportation will be the key part. His carriage business will surely benefit as the industry grows. Master Sun, who deals in medicinal herbs, stroked his beard thoughtfully. Then he agreed, herbal medicine affects people's lives. We can't have poor quality. If this helps clean up the Ningzhou market and set standards, it will be a blessing for the people. Wei Yunyan observed their reactions carefully. She raised her hand, and Chenyu immediately handed out a neat stack of booklets to each merchant. I understand your worries, shopkeepers. After everyone received the booklet, she changed her tone, but rules are not chains. They help us move more steadily and further. All the terms you're concerned about are in there, written clearly. Please review carefully. If anything is missing or wrong, feel free to point it out. Each shopkeeper picked up the booklet titled Northland United Trade Association Agreement and began to read. Basic profit sharing. The trade association will allocate 20% of its annual total profit to a basic dividend pool, distributed according to each member's contribution to the total trade volume last year. Seeing the first clause, many brightened up. Isn't this saying that as long as the trade association makes a profit, everyone gets a share? The bigger the business, the more they earn? This means they will never lose money. But then, how do they ensure that the more profitable side gets more benefits? Performance incentives. 20% of profits will be set aside as performance bonuses. These rewards will go to members who make outstanding contributions in opening new trade routes, introducing new technologies, or improving product quality. The evaluation will be fair, with representatives from each industry and the association's officials jointly reviewing. Shared risks and compensation fund. 10% of profits will be collected into a special fund. If a member faces major losses due to natural disasters, bandit attacks, or other accidents, they can be compensated from this fund up to 50% of the loss, according to the rules. Equity. Initial members, based on their own strength and the resources they first invested, can receive corresponding shareholding in the Chamber of Commerce. These shares participate in the final profit distribution, with 50% of the remaining annual profits, and also grant voting rights in chamber affairs. Major decisions are made jointly by the top 20 shareholders. After reading the above, Everyone's expressions varied. Wei Yunyun's gaze lingered for a moment on the faces of the different shopkeepers. Then she picked up a thick contract and said, "All terms, details, rights, obligations, breach responsibilities, and exit mechanisms are listed here. You can take it home and discuss it carefully with your accountant or advisor. If you wish to join in 3 days, you can bring your signature and seal here, and we will formalize the agreement together. If you do not want to join, I will not force you. In future business dealings, everyone can go their own way." Shopkeeper Su quickly looked over the contract, focusing on the standards for silk products, procurement coordination, and profit-sharing calculations. Although he frowned, his resistance was gradually replaced by careful consideration. Shopkeeper Qian laughed loudly, pointing at the clauses about transportation scheduling and risk compensation, and said to the person next to him, Look, the boss has thought of everything. With a chamber of commerce like this, we don't have to worry about not making money or having no meat to eat." His carriage and horse business was often rented out to traveling merchants. If they encountered robbers and their goods and people were stolen, the risk and loss would fall entirely on him. Shopkeeper's son nodded repeatedly, especially pleased with the strict regulations on the classification of medicinal herbs and quality traceability outlined later in the contract. With these rules, everything can be clarified, which is very good. Actually, they all knew that their own businesses were naturally not as good as Yunjia's. If there was any loss in profit sharing, it was definitely Yunjia's side that was losing out. But people tend to have hope and expectations about things that haven't happened yet, always believing they can make big money in the future. In the reception hall, whispers gradually turned into lively discussions, with the rustling sound of pages turning. Wei Yunyun said nothing, picked up her tea, and waited quietly for them to decide. Shopkeeper Qian didn't hesitate and signed the contract on the spot. With his lead, shopkeeper's son and several smaller merchants also signed. Out of the more than 10 merchants present, only 6 said they needed to go back and discuss further. Wei Yunyun took the signed contract and returned to the prince's residence. Suddenly, she ordered Chuanxiu, "Go to Yufeng village and call Dongqing over." Dongqing had been sent to Yufeng village for a long time. Why did the princess suddenly want to call her back? Could her personal maid position be at risk? She didn't ask much, just reluctantly replied, "Yes." When Chuanxiu found Dongqing with mixed feelings, she was teaching the eldest maid to read. Upon hearing the princess's summons, she calmly put down her branch, tidied up her things, packed a small bag, and then got into the carriage with Chuanxiu. Back at the residence, stepping into the familiar courtyard, Dongqing suddenly felt like she was in a strange dream. Servant Dongqing, pay respects to the princess. She knelt and bowed her head, not daring to look around. Get up. You've worked hard these past few months at the estate. Serving the princess and easing her worries is my duty, Dongqing said as she stood up, respectful and humble. Wei Yunyun looked at her carefully. It seemed that the months at the estate had changed Dongqing quite a bit. Her skin was a little darker, her eyes and brows looked more capable, her clothes simple and clean, and her hair neatly styled. At first glance, she looked like a strong woman from a farming family. Chuanxiu brought a chair for her and stood proudly beside Wei Yunyun, giving Dongqing a look that seemed to declare her authority. Dongqing ignored Chuanxiu's childish reaction. She knew that after so long, the princess calling her back must mean there was an important matter to discuss. Wei Yunyun looked at her and lowered her voice, speaking carefully. There's news from the capital. They are framing General Chun at the border for rebellion and hoarding troops, and have taken his family hostage. The real target is probably the prince. Hearing this, Dongqing's fingers instinctively clenched. But she showed no reaction and asked softly, "What does the princess want me to do?" Wei Yunyun saw her reaction clearly and made her plans. Dongqing's loyalty to the prince was unquestionable, and that was exactly what she needed. She wanted to use this loyalty to keep the core of the intelligence network firmly in the hands of her trusted people, and the first person must be someone who shares the prince's interests completely. I want to open shops in the capital and the local towns. I need trustworthy people to watch over these places, ensure rules are followed, and send back important messages. Dingqing felt a little awkward when she heard this. After all, she had done similar work before. As a maid to the princess, she reported everything about the princess to the prince. During her time at the farm, she realized something important. The prince and princess are like one person. If the princess dislikes her, the prince wouldn't support her. Because the princess didn't trust her, she was moved away from the palace. But she didn't expect the princess to still want to use her and give her such an important task. I understand, Your Highness. Dingqing suddenly stood up and knelt before Wei Yunyun with a determined look. I will do my best to watch over these shops, handle everything the princess asks, and pass on all messages carefully. In the past, I was slow to understand that the prince and princess are one. From now on, I will only serve the princess. I will follow her orders with all my heart. Wei Yunyun was a bit surprised by this. She didn't expect to gain such loyalty. She understood that Dingqing was a maid of the Yu Wang residence, and her loyalty was to her master, not the new princess, which was normal. Forget about the past. Since I chose you, I trust you. She went to her desk, took out a list and some silver notes. This is the first batch of funds. The manager will handle the business details. Your job is to watch, listen, and train more people to be alert and observant. Find reliable, honest, and clever people quickly to work as clerks, guards, or assistants. Their main task is to listen for any rumors or news in the market. All information should be encrypted using the method I teach you and sent back through our own channels. I will give you a group of guards. All selected people need to be trained first. Dingqing carefully took the list and silver notes. Rest assured, Your Highness. I understand the importance. I will choose the best people and set up the safest communication lines. The Alliance Army of the Northern Barbarians, unable to agree in talks and under the strong leadership of Helian Chubi, began to break camp and retreat. Among them, Tuoba Liao's loyal supporter was dissatisfied. He led 5,000 soldiers to leave the main camp, planning to attack Yanmenguin at night to rescue Tuoba Liao, who was hanging outside the pass. When Helian Chubi learned of this, his face darkened. Fools, let them go. On the city wall, large snowflakes fell heavily. Song Inian was wrapped in a thick fox fur coat. The white snow almost blended him into the surrounding environment. Prince, this year's snow is unusual. Chen Hongfong frowned and brushed the snow off his collar. Song Inian responded calmly, using a telescope to look at the distant dust and smoke. The northern barbarians' camp, like a dark cloud pressing down on the city, was gradually becoming empty. Prince, the military report is ready. Please review it. Zhang Xiaowei handed over a document. Song Inian quickly glanced through it. The report detailed how Zhao Yuankai falsely accused the commander, forcing Deputy Liu to leave the city to fight and get trapped. King Yu, Song Inian, was poisoned by an arrow while saving his comrades. Although he survived, the army doctor said he only had about a year left. The report was sincere and carried a sense of heroic despair. The tone matched his instructions, but after a moment of thought, he said, include in the report that Officer Wu captured the northern barbarian leader, Tuoba Liao, and their retreat. I will go and revise it immediately. Soon, a revised military report was placed before Song Inian. Northern barbarian leader Tuoba Liao personally appeared on the battlefield, arrogant and domineering. Fortunately, our centurion Wu Shao, brave and resolute, seized the opportunity in the midst of 10,000 troops and captured the enemy chief, Tuoba Liao, publicly. He was promoted to captain. With the enemy chief captured, the northern barbarians' morale collapsed instantly, and their attack faltered. Our army's crisis was eased. However, the enemy commander was stubborn and, in the chaos, secretly shot a cold arrow. To protect his comrades, the prince was unfortunately poisoned with wolf venom. Send this urgent report to the capital by the fastest courier, covering 800 miles. Song Inian handed back the final draft of the report. Have the messenger relay the message at every relay station. Understood. Zhang Xiao solemnly accepted the order. The messenger hurriedly rode forward, venting his anger as he spread the truth about the Battle of Yanmen Pass, including the heroic feat of Officer Wu capturing the enemy chieftain alive and the tragic news that King Yu was poisoned and only had a year to live. Before the military report even arrived, rumors spread throughout the capital. Did you hear? His Royal Highness King Yu was shot in the Yanmen Pass. The doctor from the Northern Army said he only has a year left to live. Who would have thought that King Yu, when in the capital, was so reckless, and now he dares to go to the front lines? That's right. I believe King Yu was born to be a general. His earlier mischief was probably because he didn't have a chance to show his skills here. If it weren't for that General Anbei Zhao Yuankai's reckless command, this wouldn't have happened. General Qin was also forced into a tough spot. His family was held in the capital, and he had to risk his life to save the prince. Such a hero like King Yu ending up like this. The court has really shaken the soldiers at the border this time. Some noble children sneered at this. Why didn't they speak up for Song Yinian back then? Now that his life is almost over, they suddenly feel pity. No, they must quickly send this news back. Song Yisheng heard the news, first stunned, then sneered. A year? That saves me a lot of trouble. What threat can a dying man still pose? He even thought that Song Yinian, knowing he didn't have much time left, was trying to show weakness to him and the emperor to seek peace. The next morning at court, the atmosphere in the Golden Hall was tense. The rumors about Yanmen Pass from yesterday had already reached every court official's ears. Now everyone was holding their breath, waiting for the emperor's response. Just then, report. Great victory. Our army has achieved a major victory. The urgent military report arrived at the desk. Emperor Jia, sitting on the dragon throne, finally relaxed, and a faint smile appeared on his face. He was glad his efforts, sending people and providing supplies, had not been in vain. The news from Yanmen Pass, I believe all ministers have heard. The great Khan of the northern barbarians has been captured. That is a great victory for our army. He paused briefly, his gaze sweeping over the ministers bowing before him. Those who contribute shall be rewarded. Those who make mistakes shall be punished. Do any ministers have reports on the merits and demerits of the soldiers involved? The Crown Prince Song Yisheng, who was already prepared, immediately stepped forward, holding a jade tablet, and loudly said, "Father Emperor, I have a report. Please speak clearly, my son." Song Yisheng spoke sincerely, showing loyalty and dedication to the country. The soldiers at Yanmen Pass fought bravely and captured the great Khan of the northern barbarians. This victory shows our strength and is a rare achievement. It must be rewarded generously to motivate the soldiers at the border and to comfort the people across the land. Especially that man Wu Xiao, who personally captured the enemy leader. He is brave and should be recognized as the top contributor. But he was only promoted to a minor officer, which seems a bit stingy. He had already learned all this yesterday. Not only the powerful officials in the capital, but even the officials in Ningzhou had no record of this person. This shows he is a commoner. He is so fierce, perhaps he can be persuaded to join us. If he could become a deputy general or even replace Chen Hongfang. Li Songping watched the crown prince coldly. Although the crown prince was indeed praising the border soldiers now, based on his understanding of the prince, he probably wouldn't end up with anything substantial. Some officials who favored the crown prince immediately agreed. Your Highness is right. Officer Wu's achievement must be rewarded. Such a brave soldier should be promoted and set an example for others. However, some experienced and cautious ministers frowned secretly. Suddenly showing such enthusiasm for praising a border general, especially someone like Wu Xiao, who was previously unknown, was quite suspicious. Emperor Jiahe nodded slightly but said nothing, turning his gaze to Song Yisheng. What do you think? How should we reward Wu Xiao? Song Yisheng had prepared his answer and replied calmly, replying to Your Majesty, Officer Wu captured the enemy leader. A great achievement. I suggest promoting him to loyal and brave general, awarding him 100 taels of gold and 1,000 bolts of silk, and publicly praising him with an official proclamation to let the world know that our great dynasty has such brave warriors. This not only shows the emperor's generous grace, but also makes the border soldiers aware that the court will not forget those who contribute. This was a fourth-rank official, a leap from mid-level officer to a high-ranking general. The ministers exchanged glances, understanding his intention. The crown prince was eager to win over the rising border generals because he believed King Yu's reign was coming to an end. Wu Xiao, who could personally capture the enemy leader among thousands, must be extraordinarily brave and highly respected in the army. If they take advantage of his unstable foundation and promote him with high official rank and generous rewards, not only will they plan a nail at Yanmen Pass to weaken Chen Hongfang's influence, but they will also show the outside world that the crown prince values talent and rewards and punishes fairly. Li Songping stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, Wu Xiaowei's achievements deserve great reward." However, jumping directly from a patrol officer to the loyal and brave general, skipping several ranks, might be too sudden. He might not win the support of others, and it doesn't follow the usual rules of promotion in the court. It would be better to wait until he makes more achievements and is promoted step by step. That would be safer. Song Yixing immediately objected, "Minister Li, your words are wrong. Great achievements require special recognition. Wu Xiaojian's remarkable achievement, if promoted step by step, might dampen the soldiers' fighting spirit at the border who are eager to fight and win." He then looked at Emperor Jiahe and bowed, saying, "I believe this is a good opportunity to show the world the court's determination to promote talent regardless of rules." Wei Chongming held a jade tablet and stepped forward slowly. "Your Majesty, I think the Crown Prince's love for talent is commendable and Wu Xiaowei's achievements are indeed outstanding. However, promoting a patrol officer directly to the fourth-rank loyal and brave general might cause veteran generals in the army to feel discontent and undermine their confidence. Secondly, for Wu Xiaowei himself, suddenly reaching a high position without the proper experience and reputation might not be out of love, but could be harmful. Overpraising him might do more harm than good." As Wei Chongming finished speaking, officials supporting the Crown Prince immediately understood. They must not let the Crown Prince win over the military leaders again. Vice Minister Wei is wise in statecraft. Rewards and punishments should follow the rules to gain the support of the people. Breaking the rules repeatedly is not acceptable. If everyone seeks special treatment, the court's laws and discipline will be lost. I agree. Wu Xiaowei is young, with a long future ahead. He should earn more achievements and be promoted gradually. That's the right way. At once, the court divided into two factions, one supporting the Crown Prince's bold reward to show favor, and the other insisting on following the rules to prevent chaos in the military ranks. Li Bu Shirlang Qinyong stepped forward earnestly and said, "Your Majesty, I have heard that Wu Xiaowei comes from a humble background but achieved this remarkable feat among thousands of soldiers. He is truly a raw jade, but jade needs to be carved to become a gem. If suddenly placed in a high position without good guidance, he might become unstable and be easily misled by false fame and fleeting gains. It would be better to appoint him as General Ningyuan first, so he can continue to be tempered under General Chen's command. General Chen is a seasoned veteran on the battlefield. He can teach others carefully, so they truly become pillars of the country. When the time comes, he will be promoted again, which would be even better." This speech seems to consider Wu Xiao's situation, but it actually hints at 2 points. First, Wu Xiao has a weak background and is easy to influence. Second, he should stay under Chen Hongfang's command to prevent other forces from easily taking control of him. He knows a lot about Ningzhou. If Wu Xiao came from a famous family, he would have heard of him. But a soldier no one has mentioned before probably comes from a poor family. When King Yu arrived in Ningzhou, he took Wu Xiao's money bag, and Wu Xiao remembers that well. Now, since King Yu's power is fading, the best plan is to quickly avenge the past and regain control of Ningzhou. Although Ningzhou doesn't have much wealth, it still has some resources. If they can bring Wu Xiao over and arrange for someone to replace him, it would be much easier. Most importantly, they must not let the Crown Prince recruit Wu Xiao. Emperor Jiahe listened to their debate with a frown. These people argued every day, giving him a headache. "Enough," Emperor Jiahe finally said. "Wu Xiao captured Tuoba Liao with great merit. He will be promoted to Ningyuan General, awarded 100 taels of gold and 100 bolts of silk, and allowed to expand his troops. The Ministry of War will prioritize funding and supplies. His heroic deeds will be written up by the Ministry of War and shared with all armies as praise. He made a compromise. He didn't give him a high official rank, but he granted real power and honor. This shows favor without breaking tradition. Song Yisheng looked disappointed, but he didn't show it. He bowed and said, "Long live the emperor." "Report if there are any issues," the emperor said, preparing to leave. Suddenly, the Minister of War stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, I have a report." Everyone's eyes focused on him. "Your Majesty, at the great victory at Yanmingwen, Lieutenant Wu Xiao captured the enemy chief and earned great credit. But General Chen Hongfang, who defended the northern border steadily, even when poisoned and betrayed by the Crown Prince's spies, was able to command confidently and turn the tide. His contribution is invaluable. Additionally, Deputy General Liu, military advisor Qiao, and other border soldiers fought bravely, risking their lives to protect Yanmingwen. I humbly ask Your Majesty to reward General Chen and these brave soldiers together to boost morale and uphold the law. As for the spy Zhao Yuankai, who betrayed the commander and almost caused soldiers to die unjustly, and even poisoned the King Yu, his crimes are terrible and the evidence is clear. I humbly ask Your Majesty to strictly punish Zhao Yuankai to uphold military discipline and serve as a warning to others." Li Songping's words were firm and clear. He not only wanted to credit General Chen Hongfang and others, but also to hold Zhao Yuankai accountable for his crimes. He then produced a letter, a handwritten note in which Zhao Yuankai falsely accused Song Yinian and the Northern Army of plotting rebellion. That letter was written when Song Yinian was near death from poisoning and before the Northern Khan was captured, making the letter seem especially ridiculous given the current situation of the Allied army retreating. Emperor Jia slightly frowned, glanced at the letter, but did not respond immediately. Minister of Revenue Wang Dexian looked troubled. "Your Majesty, what Lord Li said makes sense, but last year there were famines across the land and the treasury was already low. This spring, a large amount of military supplies and funds were allocated to the northern border. Right now, the Ministry of Revenue is really stretched thin. The rewards given to General Wu are already a significant expense. If we reward the border generals on a larger scale again, it may become unsustainable. Defending the border is the duty of the border troops. Do we really need extra rewards?" His words were not explicit, but the meaning was clear. The treasury is empty, and defending the city is the soldier's duty. Why give extra rewards? Wei Chongming also spoke at the right moment. "Your Majesty, Lord Li is concerned about the border, which is understandable. But rewarding merit should be done in moderation, and we must also consider the court's stability and balance. General Chen has done well in defending the city, and his family is already receiving special treatment in the capital. If we reward excessively again, it might cause criticism, with people thinking border generals are abusing their power. It would be better to wait until the situation at the northern border is completely stable before making a comprehensive assessment. That would be more appropriate." He cleverly turned his family being detained into special treatment and implied that over-rewarding Chen Hongfang could cause bad rumors, hitting the emperor's concern about balance. As for Zhao Yuankai, who cares? Emperor Jia really didn't want to hear their chatter anymore. "I understand what Lord Li said. The soldiers at the border are working hard, and I am pleased. But the treasury is indeed empty, and defending the border is the soldier's duty. Rewards will be discussed later. As for Zhao Yuankai, his reckless actions are indeed a fault. Starting today, his title of Anbei General will be revoked, and he will be demoted to a 7th-rank soldier, assigned to serve in the Northern Army to observe his conduct. I hope he can sincerely change his ways and make meritorious deeds. These few light words, which seem like a punishment, are more like a gentle lift and release of protection." Li Songping's face turned pale. He wanted to argue again. "Your Majesty, leave the court." Emperor Jia refused to listen further, rising directly and turning away amid the singing of the palace attendants. Song Yisheng smirked coldly, glancing at Li Songping, whose face looked grim, and Wei Chongming, whose expression was strange. "Old fox, trying to use this chance to kill Zhao Yuankai and weaken my influence in the army?"
Not so easy. Father still needs to balance things.
Back at his residence, his advisors stepped forward. Your Highness, although His Majesty didn't fully agree with your proposal, the rewards this time are generous. As for Wu Xiao, Song Yisheng snorted coldly.
It doesn't matter.
The seeds are already planted, he ordered. Send a special gift in my name, along with the military department's commendation documents, quickly delivered to Yanmen Pass, personally handed to the newly promoted General Ningyuan. Let him know who is fighting for him in the court. He believed that with such generous rewards and the potential backing of a stronger supporter in the future, a border general would find it hard not to be tempted. As long as Wu Xiao hesitated, the ironclad defenses of Yanmen Pass would start too. Mingla hurried into Lanhua Palace, her beautiful cheeks streaked with tears. Ignoring etiquette, she threw herself at Princess Yu's feet, voice choked with emotion. Mother. Princess Yu waved her hand, and the attending stepped back. Brother Wang. He was shot with an arrow at Yanmen Pass. The army doctor said, he only has a year left. She sobbed as tears streamed down her face. How could this happen? Brother Wang is so skilled in martial arts. It's all because of Zhao Yuankai. And those northern barbarians. Princess Yu leaned on the soft couch, watching her emotional daughter. Her heart ached as well. He was her only son, her greatest concern in this deep palace. When she heard the news, she almost couldn't hold on. She reached out and held Mingla close, gently patting her back.
L'air, don't panique. Take your time to tell me.
Mother knows everything. Mingla looked up with tearful eyes at her mother's calm face, confused. Mother, aren't you worried?
Brother Wang. Of course I worry.
How could I not? Princess Yu interrupted her. You and Yenner are my children. I am part of you. Her gaze drifted to the swaying bamboo outside the window, her eyes deep. Because you are both my children, I understand your personalities very well. If the young prince truly has an incurable and strange poison, he doesn't have much time left. With his personality, he would only plan more carefully, be more patient, or perhaps prepare a safe future for the people he cares about. Spreading the news of his death so openly is not like him. It seems more like a deliberate act to let everyone know. This move might be a way to show weakness to enemies, using himself as bait to catch a bigger fish. Mother, what should we do? And Wang saw. She loves Wang Xiong so much. If something happens to him, she might follow him in death. Princess Yu holds her close, her voice trembling with tears and helplessness. All we can do is trust that he will be safe, that fate will favor him. Unless father orders a search for a good doctor across the country, Mingyu steps out of her embrace, wipes her tears, and says, I'll go. I'll ask father. There's still time, a year. Wang Xiong can be saved. She then runs out quickly. Princess Yu looks at her back, filled with guilt. Just now in the court, neither your father nor the officials asked for a cure for Wang Xiong. What's the point of you asking your father now? But only by making a fuss can everyone believe, and it might help Wang Xiong's plan. In the northern military governor's residence in the capital, outside the bright red gate, soldiers who had guarded in military uniform for days quietly withdrew one afternoon. There was no announcement, no explanation, just as suddenly as they arrived. Old Madame Chen, supported by her daughter-in-law, walks to the front yard. She looks at the open gate and the now free courtyard, clutching a string of prayer beads tightly. Her face shows no happiness, only deep worry. She gently pats her daughter-in-law's hand and speaks in a hoarse voice. They've left, which is good.
But
be careful and cautious. Don't go out. Wait for news from Hong Fong. Grandmother, why can't we wait here in boredom? My grandson. He's grown up now, not a child. Father is fighting at the border, and the court treats us so coldly. Now that the guards are gone, why must we stay locked inside? I wish I could go to Yanmen immediately. Even if I can't fight, I want to be near my father and do my part. This is Chen Hongfang's youngest son, Chen Yushu. The young boy stood tall, with a few shadows of Chen Hongfang in his features. He lacked the calmness that comes from experience, but had the sharpness and anger of a youth. He clenched his fists tightly, his eyes full of frustration. Since his father went to garrison at Yenmen Pass when he was 5, he hadn't seen him for 11 years. As a child, his mother and grandmother told him that if he studied hard and trained in martial arts at home, he would see his father again. Now that he was grown up, he knew his grandmother was no longer fooling him. If his father couldn't come back, he would go to the border to find him. The general's wife looked worried and glanced at her mother-in-law. She then warned him, "Yushu, you are 16 now. You should understand some things. Don't make me and your grandmother worry." Old Madam Chen slowly turned around. "Your father is fighting at the border, risking his life. We must not act recklessly or give others a reason to attack us. Our place here is to keep the peace for him." She pointed to her head. Yushu's chest rose and fell quickly. He clenched his teeth and asked, Are we helpless? Only able to stay here like hostages? Waiting is a kind of attitude, a kind of strength." Old Madam Chen's eyes sharpened. "Yushu, you are a grandson of the Qin family, a descendant of warriors. You need to learn more than just fighting on the battlefield. You must learn to judge the situation, to be patient. When your father needs you, hold the rear steady and don't cause trouble. That is the most important thing we can do right now." Yushu slowly loosened his clenched fists and bowed deeply to his grandmother. "Grandmother, I understand. I was reckless." Old Madam Chen, supported by her daughter-in-law, walked toward the back courtyard. Night fell thick and silent. The regular footsteps of guards patrolling the estate and the flickering shadows of lanterns gradually faded away. Yushu suddenly opened his eyes on the bed, his gaze clear and alert. He sat up quietly, listened for a moment, and confirmed that the servant outside was asleep, snoring evenly. Using the moonlight filtering through the paper window, he quickly took off his nightclothes and changed into a dark gray, narrow-sleeved outfit he had prepared earlier. He pocketed a stack of silver notes and a map, then moved to a small courtyard on the west side. Here, clutter was piled up, and outside the wall was a quiet alley rarely used at night. He took a deep breath, feeling the flow of energy within him, and focused it into his legs. The tips of his toes lightly touched several leverage points, and he climbed up like a nimble cat, accurately gripping the cracks between the bricks on the wall with both hands. Using his waist and abdomen for strength, he quickly flipped and landed outside the high wall. He didn't know that shortly after his figure disappeared, the young servant, who was supposed to be asleep, opened his eyes, let out a soft sigh, and then helplessly closed them again. The lady had already given instructions. Some falls, he had to let the young master fall himself, so he could truly grow up. As long as it wasn't a serious injury, he would let him go. In the shadows, a blurry figure lingered behind Chen Yushu, watching from afar. The flickering lantern light inside the tent made Song Yinyan's face look somewhat unreal, with a healthy glow. He was wrapped in a fox fur, leaning sideways on the bed. An uncontrollable surge of energy coursed through him, giving him a strange feeling. Xiao Yan sat at the lower end, carrying the chill from the night patrol. "Your Highness, earlier we discussed with the East Huns about setting up a trading market at a designated border location. We promised to buy their furs and herbs at twice the market price, and to open trade for salt, iron, tea, and cloth." They had made this promise, but whether it would happen still depended on the approval of the governor of Ningzhou. Since the prince was here, it was enough to report to him. Song Yinyan tapped lightly on the edge of the bed with his fingertips. The East Huns follow water and grass, unlike the Northern Di, who have a stable royal court. They mainly seek a steady supply of resources. But the business side needed to be discussed with the government and Yun. Xiao Yan looked serious. "I understand, but if the court finds out we secretly opened a market with the East Huns, especially involving salt and iron, no matter how small the amount, it might cause suspicion, and we could be accused of collaborating with enemies or provoking border conflicts." A cold smile appeared on Song Yinyan's lips. "In extraordinary times, we must do extraordinary things. A little criticism is nothing to worry about. Everything should be done to stabilize the border and weaken the Northern Di. If asked, We'll say it's a temporary measure to pacify nearby tribes and maintain border stability. Yes, Your Highness. Qiu Yan responded just then. Who? A deep, urgent horn sounded, piercing the quiet night sky. Your Highness. Military advisor. The Northern D are attacking at night. It's the Wolf Head banner. About 5,000 soldiers, all elite cavalry, have charged within a mile of the West Gate. Qiu Yan squinted and said in surprise, Huolian Chua Bai just led the main force to retreat, and Tua Baoliao's most loyal followers have come? What do they want? To attack and save people?
Impossible.
Just 5,000 cavalry can't shake my Yenmen Pass. Song Enian snorted coldly, dismissively saying, They are loyalists. The most passionate supporters of Tua Baoliao, unwilling to see the Great Khan captured, have come to fight to the death. They're not here to break the pass, but to save Tua Baoliao at all costs. Qiu Yan's face lit up with excitement and said eagerly, Since they are risking their lives to come, and also here to save the Great Khan, maybe we can make use of this? Song Enian nodded in approval. Good, Advisor Qiu, go talk to them. Keep the war horses and try to keep the people too. Outside the Imperial study room, Ming Lu knelt on the cold stone steps. Her hair was messy, her face pale, and her swollen eyes filled with tears. She stubbornly looked up at the tightly closed palace door. Father, I beg you, save Brother Liu. The military doctor said Brother Liu has only a year left. Please issue an order to summon the best doctors from all over the world to find an antidote. Father, I beg you. Her voice was full of tears, repeating over and over. Her mournful and sad voice echoed in the empty palace courtyard. The palace attendants around lowered their heads, afraid to look or listen more. Inside the imperial study, Emperor Jaha paused while reading the memorials, his brow furrowing slightly. He glanced at Wei Chongming and several ministers standing at the lower seat. Everyone kept their eyes down, saying nothing about this matter. The disturbance was too great. If they ultimately failed, it would only damage the royal reputation. If they did find a solution, for a prince who was dying, it seemed not everyone was happy about it. Gao Yuan, the emperor called in a deep voice. The personal Gao Yuan immediately bowed. Servant is here. Go tell Ming Lu that I know. I will order the imperial physicians to do their best to find an antidote. Let her go back. Why is she kneeling there like that? His tone was cold and indifferent. Yes. Gao Yuan obeyed and quietly stepped out. Concubine Yu stood in the corner, listening to Ming Li's pleading from afar. She slowly closed her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. Little Lu, you must be so wronged. Only the sister of the king of you would be so desperate. Then the news must be true. Only 1 year? Maybe I should go to Huichun Hall to check in today. It's a good chance to see how Dr. Zhang's cold remedy is working. Why has there been no news from there all these days? Are they too busy? Or is something blocking them? There is a long line in front of Huichun Hall, stretching all the way to the end of the street. The crowd is lively, blocking the narrow street. Wei Yunyan frowns, puts on a veil, and, accompanied by her maid and guards, walks around a side alley to the back courtyard of Huichun Hall. As soon as she enters the backyard, she hears the noisy crowd outside, mixed with children crying and patients groaning in pain. Inside the backyard, people come and go. Several medicine boys carry large medicine packs, running back and forth, all sweating. She quickly spots Dr. Zhang, who is surrounded in the middle. He looks disheveled, with dark circles under his eyes and a very tired face. He is busy writing prescriptions quickly while giving orders without looking up. This batch of medicine should be given first to children with high fever and the elderly. Also, check the storeroom. Why haven't the pre-prepared herbs arrived yet? Li Chong, go to the front and help maintain order. Tell everyone not to rush. We have enough medicine, so there's no need to push. Be careful not to trample anyone, Dr. Zhang, Wei Yunyun calls out. He looks up when he hears her, surprised for a moment. Then, as if seeing a savior, he quickly pushes through the crowd to come over, ignoring formalities, and says with a worried face, Your Highness, the medicine is working too well. What's going on? Why is it so chaotic? She looks around at the backyard, which looks like a battlefield. Your Highness, you don't know. Dr. Zhang wipes his sweat and says helplessly, since we started trying this cold remedy, at first it was fine.
Just some curious neighbors bought it to try.
But somehow, news spread that our medicine is very effective, cheaper than making prescriptions by nearly half, easy to take, and after 2 or 3 doses, you'll get better. Now it's a big problem. People from the north and south of the city, even from 10 miles outside, are rushing here. Look at this. He points toward the front hall, voice hoarse. There are too many people. The staff making the medicine can't keep up, and there aren't enough workers handling the herbs. The old doctor sighed. My diagnosis work is even more difficult. Sigh. Some patients don't just have simple wind-cold illnesses. I need to carefully examine each case, but when there are many patients, mistakes are easy to make. I always keep that in mind. She suddenly understood why there was no news coming back. She was so busy that she didn't even have time to breathe, let alone send messages. Dr. Zhang, thank you for your hard work, she said soothingly. Then she instructed Chunxiue, ask the housekeeper to send 20 quick and literate servants to help. It needs to be done quickly. She looked at Dr. Zhang and the staff from Huachuntang. From now on, we will take several measures. Immediately post notices at the door, explaining that herbal medicines are limited daily and will be sold until gone, to prevent crowds and disappointment from causing trouble. Also, clearly inform that seriously ill patients, emergencies, children, and the elderly will be given priority. The attending doctor will confirm and guide them to the side passage. Arrange people specifically to maintain order. Add more staff. Use ropes to set up barriers. Organize the line and prevent cutting in line or trampling. Dr. Zhang, you can't keep diagnosing patients like this. Quickly select apprentices who can handle simple wind-cold cases independently and set up a first consultation station for them to do initial screening. Those confirmed with wind-cold can be directed straight to buy the herbal medicine. For complicated or doubtful cases, you and experienced doctors will personally examine them. The processing of herbs and preparation of medicines should be divided into clear steps to form a smooth workflow. I will send more staff to improve efficiency. Keep detailed records of daily herbal sales, patient feedback, especially the effects after taking the medicine, and any unusual reactions. This is very important. Her instructions were clear and organized, instantly giving the chaotic backyard a sense of direction. After finishing, she looked at Qinghe and softly ordered, send someone to notify shopkeeper Sun from the Merchant Guild to prioritize supplying herbs to Huachuntang. Dr. Zhang's white eyebrows furrowed deeply as he bowed deeply to Wei Yunyu. Princess, I am truly ashamed. You previously gave me that excellent wind-cold herbal recipe to try, which was a great kindness. Now, with the shop so busy, you even come personally to coordinate and have people from the estate come to help. How can I repay you? Thank you for your repeated kindness. Wei Yunyan looked at his nervous expression and smiled slightly, gently interrupting him. Dr. Zhang, you're being too formal. I trust your medical skills and character, and I hope this medicine can help more people. The current situation is very intense, which shows the medicine is effective. That's a good thing. She then changed the subject, smiling. As for me sending people to help, of course, it's not free. Their work needs to be paid. When the time comes, just pay them according to the market rate. I'm basically doing a labor trade with you, so don't mind me taking the opportunity to get some work done. Her words, half joking and half serious, instantly eased most of Dr. Zhang's guilt. Of course. The payment will be fair, no less than expected. Princess, you are truly. Dr. Zhang nodded repeatedly, feeling warm inside, unsure how to fully express his gratitude. Over the years, he had seen many kinds of people, but someone like Princess Yu, who is high-ranking, kind-hearted, clever, and considerate, was truly rare. Dr. Zhang, you should get busy now. I'll go see how things are up front. Wei Yunyan smiled and pointed to the main hall, not saying more, leaving the backyard space for Dr. Zhang. As she turned to leave, she silently thought to the system. Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Compendium of Difficult and Complex Toxin Relief Cases, Fragment. X1. She immediately immersed her mind into the system space and quickly looked through it. Sure enough, she found some scattered notes about wolf venom. Since it was a fragment, it only recorded one auxiliary treatment called golden needle acupuncture. Once back at the residence, she planned to copy this method and have the house doctors learn it first. When Song Inian returned, he could start treatment. Now that the three armies had retreated, he should be returning soon. Leaving the system space, she had just reached the door to the front hall when suddenly, the sky darkened unexpectedly. The originally light snow in the gray sky quickly turned into thick clouds, and a fierce wind swept the snowflakes inside, making cloves flutter and cheeks sting. This terrible weather. Someone muttered angrily. Before everyone could react, large snowflakes suddenly started falling heavily. Chenyu quickly took out an oil paper umbrella from behind and held it over Wei Yunyan to protect her. Hardened snowflakes fiercely hit the roof tiles, making a loud, harsh noise. The snow fell faster and faster, soon covering everything. These snowflakes are falling like hail. Quickly hide. Oh no! My medicine! Child, come inside quickly. Suddenly, the front hall became chaotic. The people waiting in line shouted and scattered to avoid the snow, crowding under the narrow eaves of the Huichan Hall. The already weak patients, caught off guard by the sudden cold, started coughing and groaning loudly. A few thinly dressed children shivered, their lips turning purple. The staff trying to keep order looked at the worsening scene and was so worried he stomped his feet, his voice trembling. What should we do now, Your Majesty? This place is too messy. Let's go back first. Chinny looked at the narrow, chaotic medicine hall, worried that these people might bump into the lady. Wei Yunyun, supported by several guards, got into a carriage. She lifted the curtain and said to Chinyu, arrange a few people to cook soup to fight the cold under the name Wayman Pharmacy, and prioritize giving it to the elderly and children. Then she asked for some charcoal basins and windproof oilcloths. The sound of snow hitting the carriage roof was loud and relentless, showing no sign of weakening. Wei Yunyun suddenly said, let's go to Zue Xianlu first. The snow-covered roads made the carriage move very slowly, much slower than before. On both sides of the street, everything was a mess. The sudden heavy snow caused big trouble for the townspeople. Vendors hurriedly packed up their stalls, vegetables and fruits rolling onto the muddy snow, causing sighs of pity. Shopkeepers along the street were busy checking the roof tiles, their breath forming white mist in the cold air. Many old, poorly built sheds could be faintly heard cursing the weather. Wei Yunyun frowned as she listened, feeling that improving people's lives was a long way ahead. Fighting extreme weather, these simple brick houses are just not enough. Suddenly, the carriage jolted, and she steadied herself by holding onto the door frame. It's not just the houses. The roads need fixing too. To become rich, first build better roads. As the carriage passed by a solemn courtyard with blue bricks and dark tiles, clear voices of reading reached their ears. Wei Yunyun lifted the curtain, her gaze passing through the snowy white landscape. Is this the academy she built? The signboard hadn't been hung yet, but inside, workers and Mr. Tao from different workshops who came to learn literacy should be present. At her command, the carriage stopped at the gate of the academy. Through the half-open gate, she could vaguely see some lush pine and cypress trees covered with snow. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the gate. Why can't my child learn here? Wei Yunyun frowned. She wanted to see who was causing trouble at her academy's entrance. Inside the courtyard, a man dressed in rough cotton-padded clothes, with a dark face, was holding his head high and shouting loudly at Mr.
Tao.
Behind him, a boy about 7 or 8 years old looked timid. My wife is working in the princess's embroidery room, earning hard-earned money. My son is already 8 years old, at the age to start learning. Why can't he come to this academy to study? I heard it's free here and even provides a meal. My boy is clever. The man spat and spoke passionately. Mr. Tao helplessly adjusted his glasses and patiently explained, Brother, it's not that the academy doesn't want to accept your child, but it's the rules set by the princess. Initially, this academy mainly recruits adult workers from various workshops and shops, teaching them literacy and arithmetic to help with their future work. Your son is still young, and currently the academy doesn't offer early childhood classes. Early childhood classes or not, isn't learning to recognize characters divided by age? I don't care. My wife works in the princess's embroidery room, and my son shouldn't miss out on this opportunity. Surely, you scholars look down on us common folks. The man's voice grew louder, attracting curious glances from some workers inside who were studying. At this moment, a woman dressed in a cotton dress, with her hair neatly combed, hurried over, looking embarrassed. She grabbed the man's arm quickly and said anxiously, "Hubby, why are you causing trouble here? Come back with me. Don't embarrass us." Embarrass? I'm fighting for my son's future. What's there to be ashamed of? The man shook off her hand and spoke even more passionately. You work hard in the embroidery workshop from dawn to dusk, while others in the same workshop can come to read and learn for free. I am sending my son here to learn a few words, so he won't grow up blind to the world. What's wrong with that? The woman was both angry and anxious, tears welling up in her eyes. This is a school run by the princess. There are rules here. If you cause trouble, how can I continue working in the embroidery workshop in the future? Seeing the situation getting worse, Wei Yunyan spoke in a calm, clear voice. What is going on? Everyone in the yard looked over when they heard her. They saw a noble-looking woman, dressed in a white fox fur coat, walking in under the protection of guards. Although she wore a veil, hiding her face, her elegant presence showed her high status. Mr. Tao stepped forward and bowed. Some craftsmen who had seen Wei Yunyan before also bowed and said, "Greetings, princess." The man suddenly froze, his arrogance fading quickly. He looked unsure and also bowed. What happened? Before Mr. Tao could speak, the woman suddenly knelt down with a loud thump. She hurriedly waved her hands and said anxiously, "Please forgive me, Your Highness." "Mr. Tao, please explain," Wei Yunyan said softly, looking at him. Mr. Tao briefly explained that the man wanted to send his young son to the school to learn. Wei Yunyan's gaze shifted to the man. "It's good that you want our son to learn and read." The man was surprised that the princess approved. He was a bit confused and stammered, "Yes. Yes, Your Highness. I just hope that if he learns to read, he can have a better future unlike me, but having a better future doesn't come from causing trouble. The school has rules. Without rules, there is chaos. This place teaches practical skills, not a place for young children to play. Your son is still young and should go to a proper school for young children. Your noise here is disturbing the workers who want to learn, and it makes your wife, who works in the embroidery room, feel embarrassed. Is this how you are helping your son's future?" Wei Yunyan's voice was quiet but full of strength. The man blushed and lowered his head, afraid to speak. Wei Yunyan looked at the shy boy and softened her tone. "But since you have this intention, I am not unreasonable. Mr. Tao, note this child. Next spring, if conditions allow, priority can be given to enrolling suitable children of workshop workers, but only if the parents are diligent and follow the rules." This statement gave them hope but also set a limit. The man suddenly looked up, eyes shining with excitement, and was about to kneel and thank her. "Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you for your kindness. I will work hard and promise not to cause trouble again. Remember your words," Wei Yunyan said calmly, then turned away and addressed Mr. Tao. "The weather is getting worse. Everyone should go inside and study peacefully. Stay warm." "Yes, Your Majesty. We will see you off," Mr. Tao replied respectfully. Wei Yunyan got back on the carriage. The carriage slowly moved again, heading toward drunken Immortal Tower. She rubbed her forehead, thinking that the common people still longed for education for their children, and there was a big gap in basic schooling. But expanding basic education involves many problems: teachers, space, money, and also roads and houses. Watching the heavy snow and the people working hard to survive in it, she felt the heavy burden of her responsibilities even more. The carriage creaked as it moved over the snowy street and stopped in front of the distinctive gate of drunken Immortal Tower, which had a frontier-style look. As the largest restaurant in the city, it was still lively despite the bad weather. Wei Yunyan quietly gave some instructions to Chinyu. Chinyu got off first and whispered a few words to the staff at the door, who was dressed in a thick cotton coat. Hearing it was the prince's carriage, the staff hurried inside to report. Soon, a steward came out with a smile and bowed respectfully. "I am Steward Zhao." "Greetings, princess. Our master is currently counting accounts in the back. We didn't expect your arrival, so we couldn't greet you properly. Please forgive us. It's cold in this snowstorm. Please come inside to a warm private room." Led by Steward Zhao, she went to a quiet, elegant room on the 3rd floor. Servants brought hot tea, which Wei Yunyan took a sip of. Steward Zhao quickly said, "Princess, we recently added a new dish, golden sand roasted lamb chops, with a unique flavor. Would you like to try it?" She slightly parted her lips and nodded. Yes. Steward Zhao made a note and eagerly recommended several new dishes. Wei Yunyan also did not refuse and nodded in agreement. Soon, the dishes were brought to the table. The golden lamb chops were crispy on the outside and tender inside, sprinkled with fine spice powder, and the fragrant aroma was very tempting. Wei Yunyan gracefully took a bite, chewing slowly as if she was truly savoring the flavor. The dish contained not only chili peppers, but also Sichuan peppercorn powder. Last time, Lin Weiwei mentioned to her that these were from Guanwei red mianjiao peppers. At this busy restaurant, being able to consistently get ingredients from outside the border must mean there is a secret transportation route behind it. Now, with the border unstable and Song Inian seriously poisoned, controlling this route would be very helpful for gaining outside information, opening up business markets, or transporting special supplies. After a moment, she put down her chopsticks. Just then, the owner of the restaurant, Hu Zhonggui, came to see her outside. The door to the private room was gently pushed open. A man dressed in dark brocade entered. "Your humble servant, Hu Wankai, greets Princess." Wei Yunyan slightly supported herself and said, "Hu Zhonggui, no need for formalities. Just now, I was checking accounts in the backyard. I didn't know your highness was coming personally, so I didn't prepare a proper welcome. I beg your highness to forgive me." As he spoke, his eyes quickly glanced at the nearly untouched lamb chop on the table. "Hu Zhonggui, no need to be so formal. I came here on a whim, to try something new. Sorry to bother you." Hu Zhonggui lowered his posture significantly, not daring to look directly at Wei Yunyan. "It's a great fortune for our small shop to have your highness visit. There's no bother at all. I heard your highness tried the new lamb chop. I wonder if it suits your taste? If there is anything unsatisfactory, please feel free to point it out. I will have the kitchen improve immediately." Wei Yunyan spoke casually with a hint of appreciation. This dish has a truly unique flavor. Besides the red mianjiao peppers, it seems to also contain the numbing aroma of Sichuan peppercorns. "Hu Zhonggui, you are quite attentive to find such rare spices from outside the border." Hu Wansai's heart skipped a beat. Why does it seem like the princess's last words carry a hidden meaning? Your highness is truly an expert. I admire you. The unique flavor of this dish is indeed due to the addition of these two rare ingredients from outside the border. He lowered his gaze, with a constant smile on his lips. I, a small trader, managed to get some rare items through the help of a few old friends in the business. The supply is limited, so I only use them for a few signature dishes, and I dare not waste them. Wei Yunyan picked up her teacup, blew on the foam, and spoke casually. "Oh, it seems that shopkeeper, who has good connections with traders outside the city. Being able to supply such rare items steadily suggests that your business route is quite secure." Hu Wansai's heart suddenly sank, and a fine layer of cold sweat broke out on his back. Although the princess's words sounded like praise, they were actually sharp and pointed. Was she praising his wide network, or was she accusing him? Could she suspect that he was colluding with outsiders? The thought made Hu Wankai feel a cold rush from his feet to his head. Right now, the three-party alliance army had just retreated, and the border situation was still tense. Prince Yu was also seriously ill. At this critical moment, if it was confirmed that he had close ties with outsiders, it wouldn't just be about business. It could be considered treason, a crime punishable by death for him and his family. Moreover, Maintaining this trade route involved secret support from officials and some hidden interests. If the princess investigated further and involved Lord Lin, would Lord Lin be in trouble? That was a huge risk for him. Thinking of this, his smile faded, and he forced himself to calm down. This was something he absolutely could not admit. His throat was dry, and he hurriedly explained, "Your Highness, please see clearly. I am just an honest merchant with a timid nature. I dare not have any deep dealings with outsiders or run a trade route. It was just some traders passing by, bringing rare items. I saw a profit and bought some materials. It's all a straightforward business transaction, with no other involvement. They come and go quickly, and I don't know when they will come again. I would never dare to claim that this is a stable route." Wei Yunyun gently tapped the table. Surprisingly, her reaction to shopkeeper, who was a bit unexpected. It seemed that his connections outside the city were not simple, and there were probably many hidden secrets. But today, she was not here to investigate or accuse. As long as he hadn't done anything harmful to Ningzhou or its people, she wouldn't pursue the matter. "Master Hu, there's no need to be nervous. I am only asking casually to appreciate the unique qualities of your Zue Xian Tower. Since it is a rare and valuable item, I also wish to purchase some for my residents. Could you kindly help introduce me to those merchants? Of course, we can discuss the prices easily." Huan Kai heard this and felt a little less anxious. However, his caution remained unchanged. He quickly weighed his options in his mind. Refusing the princess outright was impossible. That would be too obvious. But directly making introductions was too risky. After a moment, he forced a humble, eager smile. "Your Highness, it is our great fortune that you like our humble shop's simple goods. Serving you is our greatest honor. However, those merchants are nomads and unpredictable. I cannot be sure when they will come next. Perhaps, when they arrive again, I will report to your Highness immediately." Would that be acceptable? Wei Yunyun thought for a moment. That might work, since the alliance with the Merchants Guild still needs time to organize. Seeing how frightened Master Hu looked, pushing too hard might backfire. Plus, with the current weather, trade routes are indeed inconvenient. By next spring, if we can open this trade route, it will be good. Since that's the case, I thank Master Hu for your effort. I will have my people contact you then. Yes, yes. I will remember carefully. Rest assured, Your Highness. Huan Kai felt as if he had been pardoned and quickly agreed. But in his mind, he made a plan. He would immediately go to discuss strategies with Lord Lin and also tighten control over the trade route outside the pass. Wei Yunyun did not say more and stood up to leave. Master, who respectfully saw her off from Zue Xian Tower. Watching her carriage disappear into the distance, his smile suddenly faded. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and quickly walked toward the back courtyard. 50 miles outside Yanmen Pass, the wolf head banner of the Northern D tribe struggled forward across the snowy plains. Originally, 5,000 wolf cavalry, now only 1,500 had horses. The remaining 3,500 had no horses and looked dejectedly behind the group. In the middle of their formation was the strongest guard, carrying Tuoba Liao on a simple stretcher. He closed his eyes tightly, his face pale and yellow, and his breath was weak. It was as if he might suffocate at any moment amid the bumps, a stark contrast to his arrogant attitude earlier in the northern camp. The leading captain, Aguila, looked very pale. He and the strategist of the Great Qin argued hard before finally exchanging 3,500 horses for the Great Khan. Horses are the legs of their warriors. Losing them is like a bird with broken wings. But they had no other choice. Getting the Great Khan back was worth it. What made Aguila most angry was the national advisor. Even though 3,500 horses could bring back the Great Khan, he said the cost was too high and refused. On their way, Wu Xiaoxiao and the brothers from the Sharp Spear camp were hiding. They dressed as ordinary civilians. One of them whispered to Wu Xiaoxiao, "Boss, can we really hide like this? Won't they recognize us?" Wu Xiaoxiao shot him a quick look. "So, what if they recognize us? The bandits are the ones hiding in ambush, not us who keep our promises. Speed up." Across the valley ahead, Aguila looked at the terrain of Wild Wolf Gorge, feeling uneasy. The weather suddenly changed. If a snowstorm traps them, it would be a big problem. They must pass quickly. But just as the large group entered the narrowest part of the gorge, suddenly, an unexpected attack. A sharp arrow whistled through the air, hitting their horses ahead. Then came a barrage of arrows from all directions. Enemy attack. Form a circle. Protect the Great Khan. Aguila's pupils shrank, and he shouted loudly. On the snow-covered slopes on both sides, dense figures suddenly appeared. They wore tattered leather jackets, wrapped in torn cloth to block the wind, with faces covered in soot and mud. Their weapons were varied: curved knives, hunting bows, long swords, and even axes. At first glance, they looked like fierce mountain bandits. Following Wu Xiaoxiao's command, the dense arrows rained down like locusts from both sides. My leg. Scatter. Quickly, scatter. For a moment, screams filled the air, and blood quickly stained the white snow. Don't panic. Come closer to me. Aguila directed the cavalry to form a shield wall with their bodies and shields, protecting the Great Khan's stretcher at the center. He slightly squinted his eyes and looked at the rushing bandits. These bandits fought with skill, targeting only the soft spots, and were not just a disorganized crowd. Kill them. Steal their food and war horses. Harsh, wild shouts of battle rang out from all directions, accompanied by strange screams. Aguila looked at the bandit group of at least 2,000 people, feeling a surge of intense anger. How can a bandit hideout have so many people? Clearly, these are the people from Yanmen Pass pretending to be bandits. Despicable and shameless Qian people, they had promised to exchange 3,500 war horses for the Great Khan, and the horses had already been handed over. Yet they broke their promise and played such sneaky tricks. Aguila, swear to the eternal heavens that I will crush Yanmen Pass in this life and use your heads to honor the souls of my fallen warriors. Really? Then I'll make you into a fallen soul first. Shang Xing's figure suddenly appeared behind Aguila, overhearing his furious shout. He raised his long sword and aimed it at Aguila's neck. Aguila quickly turned aside and blocked with a curved blade. The surrounding Beatty soldiers quickly closed in and attacked Shang Xing. Shang Xing's lips curled into a mocking smile. He pulled out a clay pot filled with gunpowder, lit the fuse, and threw it behind him. With a loud bang, more than 20 soldiers were instantly blown into the air. A flash of fear appeared in Aguila's eyes. He nervously ordered his soldiers to retreat. Shang Xing's mocking smile deepened. What are you afraid of? Don't worry, I won't up the gunpowder. So close. However, although he didn't throw the gunpowder immediately, his actions seemed to set off a chain of events. Explosions kept ringing out one after another. Following several muffled explosions, frantic shouts came from behind. They're not bandits. It's fire bombs. The Northern Army, the disguised Northern Army, pretending to be bandits, launched a fierce attack amid the chaos. The black-faced bandit leader, played by Tai Zhu, led the charge, swinging his ghost-headed sword. The Beatty infantry trying to block him, along with their spears, were cut in half, blood splattering all over Tai Zhu. Shocking to see. Shang Xing's figure moved like a ghost, weaving through the crowd with strange agility and sharp sword skills. A northern barbarian cavalryman had just raised his curved sword when Shao Xing crouched low, slipping under the horse's belly. Instinctively, he tried to raise his long sword to stab the horse's belly. Suddenly, he froze, and his outstretched hand was forced to retreat. This was their warhorse. How could he stab it carelessly? What if he hurt the horse? In that moment, he quickly slipped out from under the horse and grabbed the northern cavalryman, pulling him down from the saddle. He then delivered a fatal to his throat. Although the Northern Army disguised as bandits only had 2,000 men, their use of gunpowder and disciplined bravery made the Northern soldiers quickly fall behind. Especially those who lost their horses. Under the fierce attack, they were helpless. The first round of gunfire killed many instantly. When the main force of the Northern Army charged forward, they broke into the panicked, disorganized Northern soldiers. Most of them looked stunned and had no resistance. Aguila's eyes were red as he commanded his elite guards to protect the stretcher tightly. He himself charged ahead, trying to find a way out no matter what. He had to save the Great Khan. Wu Xiaoxiao noticed Aguila's movements and signaled to the others behind him. Immediately, countless arrows shot toward Aguila. Trying to run? No way. An hour later, inside Wild Wolf Valley, the once pure white snow was stained dark red with blood. Broken flags, discarded weapons, and damaged corpses littered the valley. Almost all 3,500 infantry had been slaughtered. Only Aguila was left, kneeling on the ground, clutching his chest. Behind him was the stretcher with the barely alive Tuo Liao. About 200 cavalry had escaped, though that was understandable. Count the casualties and clean up the battlefield. A dozen horses galloped wildly through the snowstorm, most of the northern cavalry wounded. The leader, a centurion, still had a broken arrow stuck in his left shoulder. He leaned forward on his horse, racing toward the royal court. Helen Chobe was wiping his dagger as his trusted guard approached on horseback. Grand Master, they're back, with fewer than 20 riders. They say they've brought back the Great Khan, but they were ambushed by bandits in Wild Wolf Valley. Aguila fought bravely to protect the Great Khan. The guard paused with a pained look. 5,000 soldiers are almost completely wiped out, and the Great Khan's fate is unknown. Hurlian Chibi wiped his dagger without any pause, not even lifting his eyelids. The guard hesitated and added, "They say those bandits are well-trained, ruthless, and even used fire and thunder. They suspect that it was soldiers from the Great Qi pretending to be them." Hurlian Chibi interrupted calmly. He lowered his dagger, and his narrow eyes showed no surprise, only a mocking understanding of everything. "I've always said that Aguila took those foolish men, who were blinded by their passion, to their death. As for why he didn't stop them at first, it's because Aguila and his men were loyal followers of Tuoba Liao, and the 5,000 Wolfhead banners were the core force of the Tuoba clan. They strongly opposed choosing a new Great Khan. Now that they are all defeated, it is a huge loss for the Northern D tribe, but it also strikes a heavy to the Tuoba clan's power, clearing the way for him to take control. Trade 3,500 horses for the Great Khan? If the people of Qi could agree so easily, the negotiators I sent would not have returned empty-handed." Hurlian Chibi turned around calmly and ordered, "Send someone to support the returning warriors and let them rest well. As for the Great Khan, just say that despite everyone's efforts to rescue him, the Qi people are cunning, and the Great Khan sacrificed himself for the country." The guard understood and pulled on the reins, turning to leave. Captain Wu Xiao was brave and determined. He captured the enemy leader alive in the middle of a large army, achieving great success. Because of this, he was promoted to General Ningyuan, awarded 100 gold coins and 100 silk bolts, and given permission to expand his troops. The Ministry of War prioritized funding for his needs. His brave deeds were shared across all armies as a model for others. Inspector Zhao Yuankai acted strangely, was stubborn and self-willed, nearly causing danger at the border. He should have been punished severely, but since his past minor achievements and the fact that he had not caused irreversible damage, he was stripped of his title as Anbei General and demoted to a 7th-rank officer. He was still allowed to serve in the army and earn credit, to see how he would perform later. When the imperial decree was read aloud, everyone in the hall fell silent. It seemed no one could believe the decree was finished so quickly. This war had achieved remarkable results, yet the decree mentioned nothing about Chen Hongfang's bloody fight, the poison that King Yu was poisoned with, or other brave soldiers who fought hard. It was as if only Wu Xiao had contributed to defending the city, and only Zhao Yuankai had made a mistake. Your servants accept the decree. Long live the emperor. Long live. Long live. After a long moment, Song Yinyan's weak voice was heard. He was the first to bow, and Chen Hongfang followed calmly, as if he had expected this. When the decree was finished, the palace attendant handed the decree to Song Yinyan, smiling falsely. "Prince, His Majesty knows you are unwell and has ordered you to rest well. You and General Chen must continue to guard Yanmengwen." Thank you, lordly. Song Enian nodded slightly and replied quietly. After the attendants left, the atmosphere inside the tent was heavy, almost dripping with tension. Chun Hongfong stood silently, expressionless. The decree that didn't mention him at all was more painful than any scolding. He had risked his life behind enemy lines, saved the situation with his life, yet the court's attitude was so cold and indifferent. Wu Xiao also stood there, stunned. Her unique contribution felt like a hot potato, something she didn't want to hold. She didn't know how her fellow soldiers, who had fought and died with her, would see her or think of her. General Chun was very generous, but the court's cold reward was hard for anyone to accept calmly. After reaching Yanmengwen, King Yu never saw himself as a prince. He stayed with the soldiers every day, strategizing for the battle and risking his life several times. To save Deputy General Liu, he was even poisoned by wolf venom. His perseverance, bravery, and sacrifice were not mentioned at all in the imperial decree. Her gaze swept over the familiar faces, each showing different expressions, and she felt a wave of confusion inside. After a long moment, she struggled to speak. General, her emotions were about to overflow, but she didn't know how to express them. Fortunately, Chun Hongfong quickly raised his hand to stop her. Commander Wu, congratulations on your promotion. You deserve it. He then turned to look at Prince Song Yinyan. Your Highness, the court is. Prince Song Yinyan leaned back into his chair and calmly said, This is to tell us that achievements are achievements, mistakes are mistakes, but some merits the court does not want to acknowledge. It's also a reminder that we risk our lives here, but the capital has never truly trusted us. He sighed, his tone carrying a different emotion. But, General Chun, you have been wronged. Chun Hongfong, a man who usually shed blood without shedding tears, flickered with a glance when he heard Prince Song Yinyan sigh. He never expected that at this moment, King Yu would still say such words. Who else is wronged by this reward? The other soldiers? Of course they are. He quickly straightened his back and said in a deep voice, Thank you, Your Highness, for your concern. I am guarding the border, protecting the common people behind us, not seeking recognition from a decree. Good. Prince Song Yinyan nodded, a hint of relief and approval in his eyes. Then he slowly looked at the others present. You all saw the court's attitude. From now on, we must rely on ourselves. Commander Wu, you don't need to worry about anything. Everyone here knows that your reward is well-deserved and earned. Disrespecting the soldiers is the court's fault, not yours. You just need to focus on expanding the elite soldiers' camp. Defense must not be relaxed. These few words reassured Wu Xiaoxiao greatly. I obey the order. She quickly clasped her fists in salute. The others exchanged glances, and their feelings of dissatisfaction and anger quickly faded. General Chun is right. What we are defending is not just a royal reward, but the people of Dakian. They are brothers in the same camp. No matter what the court does, their hearts must stay closely connected. After leaving drunken Immortal Tower, a dark snowstorm suddenly swept in from the northwest. A fierce wind carried ice pellets toward the carriage, stronger than before. In an instant, it blurred Wei Yunyun's vision. Your Majesty, the snow is falling so heavily that the horse hooves might slip. Chinyu looked up at the dark gray sky swallowed by snow and wind, then at the very quiet street, and looked worried. Before he finished speaking, a stronger gust of wind howled. With a large tree branch suddenly broke off above Wei Yunyun's head, heavy with snow, and fell with a loud crash. Chinyu's face changed suddenly, and he shouted urgently, Your Majesty, be careful. Wei Yunyun had no time to think. She used her waist strength and swiftly dodged to the side like a nimble cat. With a loud bang, she turned to look back. Sharp broken twigs had pierced into the ground beneath the snow. Your Majesty, are you all right? Chinyu, still shaken, looked pale. The guards outside drew their swords and surrounded them nervously, watching carefully on both sides. Wei Yunyun steadied herself, her heart pounding. She brushed the snowflakes off her face and looked at the branch with a cold gaze. It was just a dead tree by the roadside, but in such extreme weather, It had become a deadly weapon. How many hidden dangers like this are there inside and outside Ningzhou City? Those thatched huts and earthen houses might collapse under a stronger snowstorm. She withdrew her thoughts and looked at Qinyu and the guards, saying, "It's nothing. Just an accident, no need to panic. Hurry back. This snow probably won't stop anytime soon." She then got on the carriage. Before the carriage could start moving, voices came from outside the curtain. "Ah, if this snow keeps falling, it will be hard not only to do business, but even to go out." At the entrance of a fabric shop nearby, the shopkeeper was sighing with the owner of a neighboring general store. That's right. The general store owner looked worried. The snow just stopped yesterday, and today it started again so heavily. I heard many villages outside the city are buried under snow, and the roads are blocked. They probably can't even send messages. That's right. My brother-in-law lives 30 miles outside the city in Lajiakan. It's been 3 days without any news, which really worries us. The shopkeeper sighed heavily. Oh, heaven, it feels like life is just not meant to be easy. Their conversation reached Wei Yunyun's ears, and her brow furrowed tighter and tighter. It felt like her burden had grown even heavier. Not only did she need to develop trade routes, gather information, and find a cure, but the basic needs of the people and their safety also became urgent. After a few steps of the carriage, a rough voice of complaint came over.
Ugh.
This terrible weather is really exhausting. Not far ahead, a caravan had stopped. More than 10 mule carts loaded with goods were stuck deep in the snow and couldn't move. The manager of the caravan, wrapped in a thick leather coat, looked at the falling snow with a worried and helpless expression. "Manager Wang, the snow is too heavy. The road is completely blocked, and the wheels can't turn at all," the worker reported with a worried face. If we can't deliver these goods on time, we'll be fined to death." Manager Wang cursed angrily, but felt helpless. Everyone stopped standing around. "Clear the snow quickly. Any bit we clear helps." The workers used simple wooden shovels and iron spades to dig out the snow from under the wheels, but as soon as they cleared a little, new snow quickly covered it again. "Your Majesty, the snow is too heavy. Our carriage might not be able to move soon either." Qinyu looked at the scene with concern. Indeed, the carriage was moving as slow as a snail, and it was jolting violently from time to time. The road was blocked, trade had stopped, and people's lives were hard. When the carriage was about a mile from the palace, it could go no further. The wheels were stuck deep, and the guards pushed hard but couldn't move it an inch. "Get out and walk." Wei Yunyun wrapped her fox fur tightly and stepped into the knee-deep snow, walking carefully. There were no pedestrians on the street anymore, only houses half covered by snow. When she returned to the Yu Wang mansion, her hair and clothes were covered in snow, and her cheeks were red from the cold. As soon as she entered the gate, the butler hurried over with a serious look. "Your Majesty, you're finally back." Just now, someone from the government office reported that many houses inside the city have collapsed under the weight of snow, and the number of casualties is unknown. Several villages outside the city have lost contact, and roads are blocked. Wei Yunyun's heart tightened. There was no time to change out of her wet clothes. She immediately ordered, "Gather all the available men and servants in the mansion, and bring all usable shovels and hoes. Divide into 2 teams. One team, led by Qinyu, will help the guards clear the snow from the main roads leading to the palace, making sure at least a path wide enough for people to pass. The other team will count the extra coal, quilts, and food in the storehouse, preparing for emergencies." "Yes, your ladyship," Qinyu responded and hurried off to carry out the order. "Manager, go tell the government officials that the palace will do its best to help. Have them count the number and locations of people in urgent need of aid, especially those whose homes have collapsed and are now homeless. The palace will open 2 empty courtyards to temporarily shelter disaster victims and provide charcoal and hot food. Additionally, in the name of the palace, summon the heads of the major merchants in the city. In 1 hour, no, change that to the morning hour, meet in the front hall of the palace to discuss how to respond to the snow disaster, clear the roads, and assist the victims. Understood, old servant." "I will go now." The steward hurried away. Wei Yunyun quickly walked toward her bedroom. As she walked, she told the maid following her, "Change into simple, warm clothes. Also, have the kitchen immediately boil a large amount of soup to distribute to everyone outside, helping clear the snow." She took off her wet clothes, sat at her desk, and spread out some paper. Dipping her brush in ink, she sketched some simple tools for snow clearing and temporary roof reinforcement from memory, hoping they might be useful. The palace servants and guards braved the wind and snow, starting to clear the snow from the main streets outside the palace. Soon, some nearby villagers saw the palace's efforts and spontaneously joined in with simple tools. Together, they gradually extended a pathway forward. In the northern region of Yunjeong County, where the snow and wind were even harsher, the disaster was expected to be the worst. But here, there was no scene of widespread house collapses. At dawn, the sound of shovels clearing snow echoed through the city. Without much prompting from officials, every household went out to clear the snow on their own. They worked in an organized manner, led by the village head, first clearing the main roads, then extending outward to the sides. Ensure that every street can quickly become passable again. Groups of militia members, dressed in thick cotton armor and holding long spears, patrol the cleared streets regularly. They walk steadily, carefully watching toward the city wall. Despite the snow and wind hitting their faces, their formation remains tight and disciplined, showing they have trained hard every day. Sometimes, people use long poles to clear heavy snow from rooftops to prevent the beams from collapsing. Older people and children with weaker bodies skillfully open hidden entrances inside houses and walk down stone stairs into the underground. The tunnels are dark but warm and dry inside. Many families have already prepared beds, food, and water in their cellars. Among the 4 counties of Ningzhou City, Yunjeong County is least affected by this snowstorm. In contrast, the main city, which has not yet implemented militia policies, suffers the most damage. Above Wu Xiaoxiao's tent, a brand new flag is hanging, symbolizing her status as General Ningyuan. Although the prince and General Chun said she deserved it, she knows her achievements are not that great. The court has given all the rewards meant for the army to her alone. She is not worried about her identity being exposed. She is alone, and at worst she will die. What worries her is that the general and his brothers might feel uncomfortable and lose trust in her, causing them to turn away. The court is putting her in a difficult position. Just as she takes off her armor and prepares to clean her short blade, a soldier reports outside the tent. "General, messengers from the capital have arrived. They say they are sent by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince to congratulate you and bring a gift." Wu Xiaoxiao pauses her cleaning, her brow furrowing slightly. She has no connection with these people, so why are they suddenly sending her a gift? A warning rises in her heart. "Please let the messenger in." She puts down her short blade, straightens her robe. A court attendant dressed in fine silk enters, with 2 young eunuchs. The attendant glances at the simple military tent with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Then, he quickly puts on a warm smile and bows to Wu Xiaoxiao. "Greetings, General Ningyun. The general captured the enemy chieftain alive, demonstrating our country's strength." The crown prince in the capital heard about this and was very pleased. He ordered us to quickly deliver a gift to the general as a sign of respect and appreciation for the brave soldiers at the border. He then signaled the small behind him to open several decorated lacquer boxes one by one. Inside, there was a short sword embedded with gemstones, with intricate patterns on the scabbard that shimmered under the charcoal fire. There was also a top-quality lake silk battle robe from the south. Wu Xiaoxiao looked at the fabric and frowned. The robe was so light and soft, not suitable for battle. It seemed more like a display item and not practical. There was also a pair of fine Hetian jade discs and a letter. The crown prince said, "The general is a pillar of our great Qi. This small gift is just a token of respect. Please accept it," he added. "If the general needs anything in the future, you can use this letter to visit the crown prince's residence in the capital." Wu Xiaoxiao glanced at the valuable gifts, but her face showed no happiness. Instead, she sneered inwardly. The short sword was flashy, but useless in battle. The robe was more for display. The jade discs, what use would they have at the border? This was not appreciation for her military achievements. It was clear the crown prince was interested in her new rank and the influence she might represent from Yenmen Pass. He wanted to take advantage of the situation with Prince Yu's ill health and the court's delicate influence at the border to win her over. Wu Xiaoxiao had achieved her position through her bravery in battle and the trust of General Chen and Prince Yu. The crown prince, far away in the capital, had never cared about the lives of border soldiers. Now that she was rising in prominence, he wanted to buy her off with these trivial gifts. Her mind raced, but her face remained calm. She forced a smile that looked surprised and grateful, then bowed slightly toward the capital. Your Highness, I am honored by your kindness. You are busy with many affairs, yet you still remember a humble soldier like me. I am truly grateful. But, as the border commander, my duty is to fight for the country. The gifts you sent are too precious and not suitable for the military environment. I feel unworthy and afraid of tarnishing your good intentions. The border is harsh, and our soldiers live simply. If I alone enjoy such luxury, I would feel uneasy and it might discourage the soldiers. Please, kindly inform His Highness that I deeply appreciate his recognition, but I cannot accept these gifts. Her words were smooth and flawless. Refusing the gift politely, citing the hardships at the border and the unity of the soldiers, made it impossible to find fault. The smile on the inner servant's face froze. He clearly didn't expect Wu Xiaoxiao to refuse so decisively. You're being modest, General. This is His Highness's kind gesture. Why refuse? Moreover, Wu Xiaoxiao interrupted him firmly, with unwavering resolve. There are rules in the army, and I have my own principles. The gift, please take it back as it is. I appreciate the prince's kindness. If the official has no other business, I need to patrol the camp. I cannot stay to see you off. She directly ordered him to leave, her gaze sharp and her presence commanding. The killing intent, honed through hardships and battles, made the pampered inner servant shiver, almost losing his footing. He dared not argue further, only insisting on leaving the letter, claiming it was some words of encouragement from the crown prince. Reluctantly, he took back the gift and, maintaining proper etiquette, prepared to leave. Wu Xiaoxiao watched the tent curtain fall, her expression turning cold instantly. She approached the table, looked at the letter left behind, but did not open it. Instead, she lit a fire with a fire stick and threw the letter into the charcoal basin, watching it turn to ash. Big brother prince, she silently thought, her eyes cold. Her mother once said that true kindness is helping others in times of need, while those who add beauty are only seeking benefits or a share of the gains. If he had extended a helping hand when she and her brothers were starving and fighting with rusty blades, perhaps. At that time, the entire army, including the generals, was deeply disappointed with the court. Only King Yu came to visit them, and the queen personally delivered supplies and weapons. An alliance of 3 sides, with 200,000 troops watching closely, and King Yu himself went to the battlefield. She only recognized the 6th prince, King Yu, from the royal family. She took a deep breath and picked up her short blade again, carefully wiping it. She didn't care about anything else. Her roots were here. Before, she fought for revenge. But now, her sword would also be used to protect the common people inside the border. Outside the tent, footsteps sounded again. General Wu, are you here? The prince and the general have prepared food and wine to reward the brothers who participated in the Wild Wolf Valley operation and to celebrate your victory. I am sent to invite you. It was the voice of a close guard beside General Chen. Good. I will be there immediately. She quickly tidied her hair, still dressed in her dusty military uniform. Inside the North General's tent, the lights were bright. A large table was filled with big bowls of stew, steamed buns, and rare fine wine. The soldiers and some officers involved in the Wild Wolf Valley operation had already arrived. The place was lively with voices, and the atmosphere was warm. A wave of rich food and wine scents filled the air. Song Enian leaned casually on the main seat, picked up a wine jar, and drank it all in one gulp. The clear wine flowed smoothly from the jar, tracing a clean line along his jaw and neck. His Adam's apple moved up and down with each swallow. After the last drop entered his mouth, he put down the wine jar. Everyone around cheered loudly. Your Highness has great drinking skill. When Wu Xiaoxiao entered, everyone stood up to greet her. General Wu has arrived. General Mingyuan, she nodded in response. In the imperial study in the capital, it was already very late at night. The air was filled with the scent of ink and sandalwood. Emperor Jia sat at the imperial desk, flipping through a memorial. This was a secret report from Lin Mingyuan, the governor of Ningzhou. He looked at it repeatedly, overwhelmed with shock. His eyes showed a mix of imperial authority and fear. He couldn't believe that the young man, full of frivolous airs, had done so much in such a cold and harsh place. Not only had he settled refugees, purified polluted water, and controlled locust plagues, he also provided enough military grain, weapons, and gunpowder for the border troops. He even resisted invasions from 3 alliances. And he established schools to teach practical skills. A person who had only been in such a cold place for half a year, how could he have achieved so much? Even if he allocated thousands of people and delegated tasks, it wouldn't be easy to accomplish all this. He didn't understand how the 6th prince managed to do it. All of this was too shocking for him. It made him fear the hidden risks behind it all. Not to mention his previous neglect of the 6th prince. Just this time, the prince daring to charge into enemy lines and being poisoned. If he hadn't summoned famous doctors or rewarded his military achievements, it would have caused the prince to lose his favor. If one day, the 6th prince suddenly develops rebellious thoughts, it will cause chaos across the land. At that moment, he wouldn't know whether to feel regret, sorrow, or concern about the 6th prince being poisoned. He stood up and walked to the map of the country hanging on the left wall, his gaze fixed on the area belonging to Ningzhou. I really underestimated you. He let out a complex sigh, tiredly massaging his forehead, then sat back on the throne. Gao Yuan, he called. Servant is here. The close attendant Gao Yuan bowed and approached. Bring Li Songping into the palace. I have something to discuss with him. Emperor Jia's voice was clear in the spacious study. Half an hour later, Minister of War Li Songping arrived at the study. Your servant, Li Songping, bows to your majesty. Long live the emperor. Long live the emperor. Long live the emperor forever. He knelt and paid his respects. Emperor Jia stepped forward a few steps and gently helped him up. Get up, Li Aiqing. Sit over here. He then led Li Songping to the tea table and sat down. Li Songping leaned slightly and sat opposite the emperor. Li Aiqing, have some tea. The emperor personally poured freshly brewed tea into a decorated cup and handed it to Li Songping. Li Songping was surprised. The emperor personally pouring tea for him? Being summoned late at night was already confusing enough. Now he was given a seat and tea. He hesitated for a moment, then took the cup with both hands and expressed his thanks. Thank you for the tea, your majesty. Li Aiqing, no need to be so formal. The emperor waved his hand, indicating he need not be so cautious. He then returned to his desk, took the memorial, and placed it on the tea table. Take a careful look at this memorial. The emperor tapped the document with his knuckles. Li Songping put down his teacup and nervously read the contents of the memorial. Does Li Aiqing think there is any fabrication in what is presented here? The emperor asked after he finished reading. Li Songping considered carefully. Replying to your majesty, I am not aware of all this. But since the prince you arrived in Ningzhou, he has indeed done quite a lot. Not to mention, the supplies for the 10,000 border troops are not something to be taken lightly. Recently, I haven't received any secret messages from General Chen about supplies and soldiers. This shows that he is still providing food to the border area. Moreover, he personally went to the battlefield. If he hadn't gone to the front lines, he wouldn't have been poisoned by wolf venom and would only have a year left to live. Hearing this, Li Songping sighed. Just from the fact that Prince Yu managed to survive in that cold land and still had the strength to supply the army at Yanmen Pass, it shows that this least favored 6th prince is not simple. Emperor Jia nodded. Inside the imperial study, everyone fell silent. After a long while, Emperor Jia let out a sigh. Li Aiqing, as Minister of War, What do you think of the achievements listed in the memorial? If all these achievements are true, I deeply respect Prince Yu, Li Songping replied with a bow. In the past, when Emperor Jia refused to supply food to Yanmen Pass, not only General Chen but even he himself was filled with sadness and anger. If Prince Yu hadn't supplied food to Yanmen Pass, many soldiers might have starved to death long ago. Besides respect, do you think there are any problems hidden in this? Emperor Jia asked pointedly. Li Songping was stunned. Please clarify, Your Majesty. Emperor Jia stroked his beard and frowned. Are the soldiers at Yanmen Pass controllable? Are the defenses there effective? Oh?
Then,
According to Your Majesty's opinion, as a Prince of Dakian, no matter where he is, his actions must be controllable. Dakian values profit and also needs to prevent harm. Emperor Jia said this, then walked to the map of the country, holding a red brush. He drew a circle around Ningzhou, then extended arrows outward to the east, west, and north from that circle. General Zhao Yuankai from Anbei is considered safe now. I need Li Aiqing to go to Yanmen Pass himself. Check the current situation of the 6th Prince and Yanmen Pass. And carefully think about how they respond to external enemies. How do they manage to fight with fewer people? They even managed to sneak into the enemy camp and capture the North D Khan alive. And whether the 6th Prince and his wife are truly loyal to Dakian. All these matters. Until you return with clear answers, I will not feel at ease. Li Songping stared blankly at the area marked with the red brush. After a long time, he finally understood Emperor Jia's full intention. I accept the order. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jia sat back on the throne. The eldest prince and the Minister of Officials, I am aware of the situation. Li Aiqing, you can rest assured. I want you to quietly go to Ningzhou, observe carefully, and think deeply. Note the good points of the 6th Prince. Also, pay attention to his mistakes. In the big picture, this concerns the entire Dakian, Your Majesty. Thank you for your kindness. Li Songping bowed deeply. In the training ground of the Crown Prince's residence, Crown Prince Song Ichi is holding a long, refined sword, wildly chopping at a huge wooden in front of him. With a roar of anger, the prince uses all his strength and strikes down hard. With a cracking sound, the wooden is split into two. He leans on his sword, gasping heavily, his chest rising and falling rapidly. His eyes burn with fierce anger. This year, most of his trusted military aides have been recruited or dismissed by the eldest prince. Although he is the crown prince, there are very few people he can rely on now. Your Highness, take a break. A man in a blue cotton robe, holding a steaming cup of ginseng tea, approaches the training ground. The visitor is Pei Yong, Song Ichi's most trusted aide. Song Ichi glances at him faintly, then throws his long sword onto the ground with a loud crash. Pei Yong remains calm, raising the teacup in front of him. Your Highness, please have some ginseng tea. What's the point of drinking tea? If I keep going like this, I might lose my position as crown prince. Song Ichi snorts coldly, not even glancing at the cup. Pei Yong speaks softly. Your Highness, the eldest prince is doing these things just to make you lose your composure. If you act rashly now, won't that play right into his hands? If you hadn't kept urging me to stay calm, I wouldn't be in such a passive position. Song Ichi, with his hands behind his back and chin slightly raised, glares at him. Seeing the beloved crown prince fall into a state of confusion and weakness, his heart is full of anger. Pei Yong is unafraid, placing the ginseng tea aside, and takes out a letter just delivered by a spy, presenting it with both hands. Your Highness, please look. This is the latest news from the Emperor. Song Ichi looked confused as he quickly took the document and read it. The message was simple. The Emperor intends for Song Yinian to lead Yanmengwen. Isn't Song Yinian supposed to die? Father, why are you doing this? What is your purpose? Song Ichi's voice was slightly hoarse from shock. The previous imperial decree didn't mention Song Yinian's military achievements at all, yet now they suddenly want him to command Yanmengwen. How should one interpret this? Pei Yong's expression remained calm. He walked over to Song Ichi, picked up the long sword that Song Ichi had dropped on the ground, and gently wiped off the dust. The emperor's move might be because he received certain news. This arrangement serves to test the sixth prince's abilities and to understand his true strength. The sixth prince is a dying man. If he earns merit for stabilizing the country, once he dies, all the credit belongs to Dakian. The emperor won't need to worry about regional warlords seizing power anymore. On the surface, it also shows the emperor's trust and reliance on the sixth prince, which could ease their relationship. Song Ichi asked blankly, "How does this relate to the pressure from the eldest prince? Am I just going to watch everything be taken from me?" "Not at all." Taeyong shook his head, then handed the cleaned sword back to Song Ichi. "Think about it. Who has been the most aggressive in suppressing the sixth prince? If you can't beat him, why not choose to form an alliance?" "Form an alliance? With whom?" Song Ichi's confusion deepened. "Show goodwill to the sixth prince." Taeyong summarized simply. "You want me to bow to that fool? I've already told your highness, the sixth prince isn't a fool. And this isn't bowing, it's forming an alliance. Right now is the best opportunity to show goodwill. The sixth prince is poisoned and needs care. If you ally with him, the commander of Yanmenguin, and work together against the eldest prince, it's much better than fighting alone. Plus, it can help finalize the marriage with the Wei family. The sixth prince's wife is from the Wei family. If you marry her elder sister, you'll be even closer to the sixth prince." Seeing that Song Ichi no longer spoke, Taeyong took the ginseng tea again and handed it to him. After Song Ichi finished drinking the ginseng tea in his cup, he continued, "Your Highness, a capable but short-lived ally is the best kind. With the support of the sixth prince and Wei Sifu, we shouldn't worry about removing the eldest prince. When the time comes, the eldest prince will be dethroned, and the sixth prince will die from poisoning. Then, the great Qin will be firmly in your hands." Song Ichi's eyes lit up again after hearing this. "So," Taeyong said carefully, "we must send our sincerity to the sixth prince before the imperial decree arrives in Ningzhou. We want him to see that you are the one who cares most about him in the palace. Send him medicine, silver notes, grain supplies, and promises to protect concubine Yu and Princess Manhwa. We want him to know that you will safeguard everything in this city for him." Song Ichi nodded and slowly said, "Go back to the study. Prepare ink and paper." Once the supplies were ready, Taeyong reminded him, "Your Highness, don't rush to write just yet. This letter doesn't need to be long. Every word should show sincerity. You must make the sixth prince feel the brotherly love from you. A caring brother who stands up for him is more convincing than a fierce ally." Song Ichi frowned and thought for a moment, then began to write, "My younger brother Enian, the cold frontier is harsh, and you have suffered. I heard you were poisoned by wolves, and I searched for famous doctors to find this medicine. Please follow the instructions and recover soon. Whenever I think of you alone at the border, facing threats from 3 alliances, I feel heartbroken. I don't know what I can do to help. The army's expenses are huge, and with ongoing wars, I hope you can accept these silver. Everything in the palace is under my care. Queen Yu and Princess Manhwa are protected, and I will do my best to keep them safe. We are blood relatives. Let's work together to strengthen our homeland. If there's trouble in the city, I am willing to be your backup." Finally, Taeyong looked at his writing and said satisfied. At the end of the letter, "Add brother, Ichi," bowing. Song Ichi followed his instructions and wrote it down. Wei Yunyun, based on her memory, finished drawing the blueprint of the snow-removing machine in her mind. It was almost the hour of the ox. Lying in bed, she unexpectedly found herself unable to sleep. During her restless tossing and turning, she thought of Song Enian, who was far at the border. She remembered the scenes when they were together and the little moments that happened after arriving in Ningzhou. Surely, Song Enian will return safely? She wondered how much the wolf venom had affected his health, and whether the gold needle acupuncture therapy could help him completely remove the toxins from his body. Although the system was always reliable, she couldn't help but worry. "System, you must help Song Enian recover. In this strange, alternate world, he is the most important person to me. My only family." Wei Yunyun silently prayed in her heart. Usually, the system didn't participate in conversations. But today, for some reason, a strange sizzle sound came from it. Just as Wei Yunyan thought the system was malfunctioning, the familiar prompt sounded, "System products are all top quality. Host, rest assured, your most loved one will recover." The system emphasized your most loved one, with a hint of playful teasing. Hearing this, Wei Yunyan's tense heart finally relaxed. At the same time, she suddenly realized that the system was different today. It was actually chatting with her. Seizing the rare opportunity, she quickly asked, "System, is there a way to help with the snow disaster in Ningzhou?" "Try checking in," the system replied in its usual cold, mechanical tone. After receiving the system's reminder, Wei Yunyan hurriedly said, "Check in. Check-in successful. Congratulations, the host has obtained the blueprint for making a fire ignition gun and the ammunition ratio diagram." "System, are you sure you didn't make a mistake?" Her breath caught, and she immediately immersed herself in the system's space. Wasn't the goal to solve the snow disaster? Why was it a fire ignition gun? Could it be that she was supposed to seize territory and steal grain? Yes, host. According to system data analysis, currently, the Western Xia Kingdom does not have a snow disaster. They happen to be able to accommodate all the people of Ningzhou. Wei Yunyan. System, compared to you, I am still too conservative. I just wanted to clear the snow to protect the people, but you want me to move all the citizens of Ningzhou to Western Xia. Western Xia could form an alliance with the Northern Di and attack Dakian. Why can't Dakian move its people to Western Xia? It seems to make a lot of sense. Wei Yunyan stopped chatting and focused on the blueprint of the firelock gun. The blueprint shows a detailed diagram of the tube-shaped weapon, along with the process of making gunpowder and bullets. She remembers that guns first appeared during the Southern Song dynasty. A craftsman invented the matchlock gun, with a tube-shaped structure, using a large bamboo as the gun body, filled with gunpowder and primitive bullets, firing by igniting the gunpowder to shoot the projectile. Its structure has a front bamboo tube, a middle chamber for gunpowder, and a rear wooden handle, requiring support from the ground when firing. Because it had a short effective range, slow loading, and was prone to bursting, it was not widely used. After the fall of the Song dynasty, the Yuan dynasty expanded westward, bringing this technology to Europe, where the matchlock gun was developed in the 14th century. Matchlock guns were similar, but not very accurate or fast, and needed two hands to hold. Soldiers also needed someone to protect the gunner during battle. Later, European craftsmen invented the flintlock gun, which used a soaked flint to ignite the fire pan. This made the effective range over 100 meters, able to pierce the armor of soldiers at that time. As for the firelock gun, it was only invented in the early 17th century. It used a hammer to strike flint against steel to ignite the fire, making operation much easier, with an effective range of nearly 200 meters, unaffected by weather during firing. The appearance of the firelock gun allowed infantry to shoot from a distance and defend in close combat. With this weapon, heavy cavalry lost their charging advantage, making them almost useless. Once produced, not only Western Xia but also the northern tribes and the Donghu could be defeated easily. She knew all this because in her previous life as a craft blogger, she once connected with a military blogger who mentioned these facts. She never expected that this knowledge would come in handy. She patted the armrest and suddenly stood up, her bright eyes shining. But before that, she had two important things to do. Early in the morning, Wei Yunyan loudly called out, "Little servant." Chen Yu hurried over. "Go invite the court doctor to come quickly. I have something important to ask." Soon after, the court doctor hurried in with a medicine box. "Your Majesty is calling the old doctor. Is your body feeling unwell?" "I am fine." Wei Yunyan signaled him to sit down and took out the already copied diagram of the golden needle acupuncture technique. "First, look at this diagram. After you finish, we can talk more." The palace doctor hesitated and took the diagram, carefully examining it. The more he looked, the more serious his expression became. After a while, he looked up, eyes full of shock. "Your Majesty, this acupuncture method is very profound and clever. It involves several points like Soul Gate and Yang Meridian. which ordinary doctors would never dare to needle because of the high risk. But the route of the flow seems to follow the principles of guiding energy. If successful, it could help clear blockages and activate the body's hidden vitality. Your Majesty, where did this acupuncture method come from? I found it by chance in a fragment of an ancient medical book that was lost over time. I think this method might help extract the wolf poison from the prince's body. So I asked you here to hear your opinion and see if it is feasible. The palace doctor pondered for a long time and said cautiously, Your Majesty, in theory, this method should be very effective against stubborn illnesses. But the need for a precise needle placement is extremely high, and it must be combined with breathing techniques. Any mistake could have serious consequences. I cannot say I am completely confident. His worries are understandable. The golden needle acupuncture technique far exceeds the common medical skills of this era. Wei Yunyan nodded understandingly. Understood. How about this? We first find some animals or mild patients with similar symptoms of blockage and carefully practice according to the diagram to get familiar with the sensation of the needles and the coordination of breath. I will also study ancient texts to see if I can find more help. Your Majesty's careful planning is admirable. I will do my best to study this technique. Just then, Chun Shue's cheerful voice came from outside. Your Majesty, we are back. Come in quickly. Wei Yunyan looked up and said, then turned to the palace doctor. I entrust the diagram of this acupuncture method to you. Thank you, Your Majesty. The palace doctor took the diagram, folded it carefully, put it into a bag, and prepared to leave. At this moment, Chun Shui and Qing He had already entered one after the other. Both their cloaks and shoulders were covered with unmelted snow, and their cheeks were red from the cold. Chun Shui spoke first. Your Majesty, as you ordered, the people transferred have already helped at the Spring Rejuvenation Hall. Dr. Zhang is really busy and can't even sit still. This heavy snow has caused more patients to suffer from frostbite and colds. As she spoke, she couldn't help but complain. This terrible weather. If it keeps going like this, what should we do? Wei Yunyan looked out the window at the snow falling heavily, her beautiful eyebrows furrowing. Seeing the princess sigh, Qinghe quickly said, However, when we returned, we saw that the snow-clearing team sent by the manor had already cleared the road to the west of the city, so at least mules and horses can pass. All right, that's enough. Wei Yunyan changed the subject. Let's go change our clothes first. It's not a big deal to catch a cold. Chuanxue and Qinghe asked together, both looking confused. Wei Yunyan knew she had spoken out of turn, bit her lip, and said to hide her mistake. It's just a cold. Don't stand around foolishly. Hurry up and change. Since she traveled here, she had been consciously trying to speak like an ancient person. She relaxed for a moment and accidentally said cold. Fortunately, Chuanxue and Qinghe didn't pay much attention to it. Especially Chuanxue, who smiled and said, The princess always comes up with new words and things. I might not understand everything, but I think whatever the princess creates is good. Your words are getting better and better, Wei Yunyan said with a teasing smile. I only speak from my heart, Your Highness, and the heavens can witness that, Chuanxue swore. All right. Go change your clothes. I know you speak from the heart. Besides, the people around her are truly kind and trustworthy. Hearing this, Chuanxue finally smiled happily. Then I'll go change first. Wei Yunyan nodded and gestured toward her bedroom. Qinghe, however, didn't rush inside. She stepped forward and said, Your Highness, let me report the situation first. When Wei Yunyan saw Qinghe's eager eyes, she signaled. Master Sun sighed, I have personally seen him and conveyed the message. They promised that all medicinal herbs for treating colds, frostbite, and cold-related issues will be given priority to Huichun Hall at the lowest market price, without raising prices. The first batch of herbs should arrive very soon. Master Sun is a person with great integrity. As she spoke, Wei Yunyan handed a small stove to Qing He. You did very well. Thank you for your hard work. Qing He shook her head and bowed politely. It's my duty to help the Empress. Wei Yunyan paused for a moment, then leaned close to Qing He's ear and lowered her voice. Send someone with my token to secretly call the managers of the military workshop. Tell them to develop new mining and ice-breaking tools. Have them wait for me at the village in Nanshan. Remember, only tell the managers, don't let anyone else know about this. Although Qing he didn't understand why the Empress suddenly wanted to secretly gather the managers, she quickly responded, yes, I understand. I will do it right away. Meanwhile, news of Tuoba Liao's sacrifice for the country had spread throughout the Northern D army. The generals of Xixia, Yi Lichang, and the leader of Donghu, Mao Liao, arrived at the Northern D king's tent for final alliance meeting with the Northern D military advisor, Helian Chuabai. Helian Chuabai, wearing a mink fur vest, was pacing anxiously inside the tent. His face looked grim, almost as if it could drip water. The army had been losing ground steadily and suffered heavy losses. Preliminary reports showed that nearly 20,000 soldiers had been lost, and unbearable for the Northern D army. More importantly, morale had fallen to its lowest point. The strange demon weapons kept exploding, causing great psychological trauma among the soldiers. Many soldiers, hearing loud noises, would tremble in fear, no longer showing the fierce fighting spirit they once had. Advisor, we're ready to retreat. The alliance ends here, Yi Lichang said with disdain and dissatisfaction. You're no match for the Qian people. If we keep fighting, we might all be destroyed. Yes, the Northern D are now troubled both inside and out. Even the great Khan sacrificed himself for the country, Mao Liao added. The Qian weapons are too strange and powerful. We can't win. We, the Donghu, are also preparing to retreat. Retreat? Helian Chuabai suddenly turned around, his eyes fierce. Do we still have a choice? Do you think that once you retreat, the world will be peaceful and safe? Will the Qian people forget all about our alliance and the battles we fought together? Will they forgive us and forget past grudges? If the Qian people are truly as powerful as you say, then, if we continue to fight separately, won't we be even weaker against our enemies? But if we keep fighting, we will all die here. Mao Liao coldly said, our alliance with the Northern D is to fight for wealth and women, not to die for nothing. Although retreating now might mean Dakian won't let us go easily, at least we won't die immediately. If we keep advancing, we will definitely be doomed. After weighing both options, we naturally choose to withdraw. Helian Chuabai's face looked even more grim. He knew why Xixia and Donghu agreed to send troops. On one side, they saw the promise of rich rewards from the Northern D, and on the other, they wanted to see some benefits. Unexpectedly, Yanmen Pass suddenly became very strong, not only defending well but also attacking fiercely, making it hard to fight back. Not only Xixia and Donghu wanted to retreat, even he. But from the moment the Northern D raised their swords at Yanmen Pass, they had made a deep enemy of Dakian. This battle, Xixia could retreat, Donghu could retreat, but the Northern D had no choice. Now he was trying hard to persuade Xixia and Donghu not to withdraw, because if they lost their help, the Northern D situation would only get worse. However, his threats and temptations couldn't change Xixia and Donghu's decision. Just as he was about to speak, Yi Lichang interrupted. The strategist need not persuade further. Xixia has made up its mind. After saying that, Yi Lichang led his remaining soldiers to retreat. Mao Liao followed closely behind. Stop, Helian Chuabai shouted angrily, wanting to order them to stop. But Yi Lichang and Mao Liao didn't even look back. The alliance quickly fell apart in the face of heavy losses and fear. Helian Chuabai watched the soldiers retreating, trembling with anger but helpless. He could kill one or two disobedient generals, but he couldn't offend all of Xixia and Donghu. Such cowards. Such traitors. Helian Chuabai roared in fury. Soon, the soldiers of Xixia and Donghu finished their retreat. On the Yanmen Pass side, inside the camp of the General of the North, there was a joyful atmosphere. When Wu Xiaoxiao entered, she initially had some worries, fearing that her unique honor might cause King Yu, General Qin, and their brothers who fought together to turn away from her. But she soon felt the blessings and kindness from everyone around her. There was no turning away, only pride and happiness after victory. Gradually, she let go of her heavy burdens and joined everyone in eating hearty meat, drinking large bowls of wine, and sharing the joy of victory. For a moment, the entire general's tent was filled with high spirits and brave energy. After the celebration, Chun Hongfang was about to discuss his plan to attack the northern barbarians early in spring with Song Enian. But Song Enian spoke first. "This matter is settled, and I should return to Inding City now." As soon as he finished speaking, Shang Xing, almost stumbling, rushed to the door. "Prince, something's wrong. The main road to Ningzhou is completely blocked." Chun Hongfang looked at Song Enian, awkwardly touching his nose. "What happened?" Song Enian asked coldly. The recent snowstorm was a bit worse, but it was only snow on the main road, making it hard for carts to pass. "It shouldn't be impossible to return. Your Highness, the snow is too heavy." On the Black Wind Ridge, a large avalanche occurred, sliding half the mountain down. The main road is buried under snow and rocks. Other smaller paths are also completely covered with snow, and it's unclear how deep, making travel impossible. Chun Hongfang cleared his throat. "Your Highness, it seems even heaven wants you to stay here a little longer." Song Enian didn't reply. Could the snow disaster be that severe? The terrain of Black Wind Ridge is dangerous, but such a large-scale avalanche probably relates to the geological conditions there. He looked at Shang Xing and ordered, "Bring a team of elite scouts. Find a way, even if it means taking a detour or climbing walls, to explore all possible routes to Ningzhou and assess how long and how many people it will take to clear the main road." "Yes, Your Highness." Shang Xing clasped his fists and immediately turned to leave. Chun Hongfang raised his hand, guiding Song Enian toward the discussion hall. "In that case, Your Highness, regarding the spring campaign plan after the new year, we can discuss it further." Song Enian's eyebrows slightly furrowed. "General Chun, please wait a moment." He walked to the desk, spread out the paper, and Qingyu stepped forward to grind ink. After a brief pause, he picked up the brush, dipped it in ink, and wrote with more thought than usual. "My wife Yin Yun, I see your words as if we are talking face to face. Outside Yanmen Pass, heavy snow falls. The Ningzhou official road is blocked by a snow avalanche at Black Wind Ridge, delaying my return. I fear we may not meet before spring." When he wrote this line, his pen hesitated slightly, almost imperceptibly. "The road is blocked and messages are delayed. The Ningzhou snow disaster has caused suffering for the people. You have endured alone. Thank you for your hard work. The cold in the northern frontier is harsh, but I still remember the warmth of your tea. Once the snow melts and the mountains and rivers are safe, we will enjoy the spring scenery together. I am well, do not worry." Written by Yin Yen himself, he put down his brush, took the letter, blew on the ink to dry it, and handed it to Qingyu. Qingyu immediately carefully sealed it in a special waterproof oilcloth bag. Song Yin composed himself, then turned to look at Chun Hongfang, who was waiting quietly nearby. "General Chun, let's go to the meeting hall." Chun Hongfang glanced at Qingyu, who had just left to deliver the letter, and wondered if he should also write a letter home. His mother was probably still waiting for news. In a couple of years, Yushu would be old enough to wear a crown. If they could conquer the Northern D next year, he might still have time to attend his coming-of-age ceremony. What he didn't know was that his beloved youngest son was now walking on the snow-covered streets of Tsangzhou, wearing only a thin cotton robe, stepping carefully. Chen Yushu had originally planned to take a shortcut to Yanmen Pass, but lost his way in the snowstorm and accidentally arrived in Tsangzhou. Even worse, his remaining money was stolen by a group of seemingly friendly travelers when he stayed overnight. He had no choice but to sell his fast horse. But even that wouldn't last him many days. Now hungry, penniless, and without relatives, he truly felt what it meant that a single coin can defeat a hero. The secret guard of the general's residence, watching from the shadows, looked grim and wanted to rush over to help his young master. But, remembering his wife's instructions, he held back. Chun Yushu looked up and saw a newly opened, impressive-looking shop. The sign read Yunji General Store. There were many people coming and going, and several clerks and guards were busy working. Maybe he should find a job first to earn some money for the road. He pursed his dry, chapped lips, tidied his appearance, and stepped inside. In the backyard, Dong Qing was holding a ledger and quietly talking with the shopkeeper. She was the chief manager of the business, responsible for shops in various regions. She wore a blue armor over her cotton dress, her hair neatly, with a calm and capable look in her eyes. She looked more confident and in charge than before. Chief manager, shopkeeper, there's a young man outside. He says he wants to apply as a guard. He doesn't seem local, but he looks capable, a worker reported. Dong Qing looked up calmly and said, "Bring him in." Since the shop in Songzhou had just opened, they indeed needed more guards. As long as he was honest and skilled, he could be considered. Soon, Chen Yushu was brought in. Dong Qing examined him. The young man stood tall, and his clothes were made of fine silk, which Dong Qing could tell at a glance. He had a different aura from ordinary guards. Who was this young man in trouble? Or was he here just to have fun? She put down the ledger and asked, "Name, origin, and why are you here to apply?" Chen Yushu saw Dong Qing look surprised, not expecting a woman to be in charge. But he only hesitated for a moment and quickly thought of what to say. "Chen Mo, from Lizhou. My family had a disaster, so I came to Songzhou to find relatives. But they had already moved away, and I ran out of money. I need a job to earn some travel expenses. I've trained in martial arts since I was young, and I know some fighting skills. I hope the manager can give me a chance." His accent was unusual, but she didn't point it out. "How skilled are you in martial arts? Have you ever fought someone?" Dong Qing asked. "I know a little about fists and sticks, and I've sparred with others," he replied. Dong Qing nodded and signaled to the guard captain nearby. The guard captain understood and stepped forward. "Kid, come with me for a few moves and show me your strength." Chen Yushu took a deep breath, ready to fight. But he hesitated. A very awkward look appeared on his face, and he looked at Dong Qing with some confusion. "What's wrong?" Dong Qing asked, puzzled. Chen Yushu's face turned bright red. Just at this moment, gurgle. A clear stomach growl suddenly sounded from his belly, very untimely. Chen Yushu's face flushed instantly, spreading all the way to his ears. He instinctively pressed his uncooperative stomach, wishing he could find a hole to hide in. Had he ever shown such embarrassment and awkwardness in front of others, especially a woman? This was even more humiliating than losing in a real fight. The guard leader beside him was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but chuckle softly, quickly covering his mouth and shoulders trembling slightly. Dong Qing also froze, looking at the boy's ashamed expression, as if he wanted to disappear. He waved his hand to signal the guard leader to step back. "Since you're hungry, there's no need for sparring. Judging by your build, your skills are probably good." Dong Qing then turned to the servant nearby and ordered, "Take him to the back kitchen. Have Zhang's mother prepare a bowl of hot noodle soup with plenty of meat sauce. After eating, change into a clean, simple outfit and come back to see me." Chen Yushu looked at Dong Qing with gratitude. "Thank you very much, sir." Dong Qing simply nodded and picked up the account book again. "Eat your fill. Then you'll have the strength to work. Go now." After he left, the shopkeeper whispered to Dong Qing, "Master, this boy doesn't seem like someone who can be a guard. He looks more like a young master from a noble family. Li will guide you through the night patrol routes and rules. Remember to watch and listen carefully, speak less. If you encounter any issues, alert others promptly, and do not try to handle everything alone." "Understood, sir." Chen Yushu nodded. Even though he was dressed in a uniform guard outfit, his noble air still showed through. Next, he settled into the Yunji General Store. Dong Qing had arranged for someone to observe him for a few days. They found he was serious about his work, though he occasionally inquired about Yanmen Pass. He explained that he wanted to join the army there. Dong Qing told her people to keep watching him and report any unusual signs. She was preparing to leave for other prefectures. Meanwhile, in Hangzhou, Su Wenyuan and Qin Yu and their group were stuck at the inn and couldn't leave. "Manager Su, it's not that I don't want to help, but we really can't do anything now. The main road to Ningzhou is completely buried in snow, and there are reports of falling rocks. Other small paths are too dangerous to try, deep or shallow, risking death if we go. If the snow keeps falling, in 10 or 15 days, the roads will be impassable. Su Wenyuan rubbed his hands and looked out at the white snow covering everything, his brow furrowed. Qinyu stood at the door with his arms crossed, looking serious. Mr. Su, what the innkeeper says is true. The snow is too heavy. Our caravan's cargo is heavy, and forcing the way could get us stuck in the snow. We might end up stranded with nowhere to go, which is very dangerous. It's better to stay here until the snow eases. Su Wenyuan moved to the table. But we can't just wait around. Qin, could you take a few skilled brothers and explore nearby? See if there are any overlooked paths that are still passable. Even a few people lightly equipped to gather information and send it back would help. Qinyu thought this was pointless, since even the main roads in Hangzhou were buried by snow. The situation in Ningzhou City must be worse. The villagers probably couldn't go out at all. But he didn't refuse. He nodded and took a few men to go out. It was also a way to ease Mr. Su's worries and check for nearby dangers. Su Wenyuan then looked at the accountant and servants with him. Since we can't leave now, let's not be idle. Use this time to learn more about Hangzhou's market conditions. Additionally, inquire about the local prices in Hangzhou, especially for essential goods like charcoal and grains, to see if there are business opportunities or if dishonest merchants are hoarding supplies during the snowstorm. The cold wind blows snowflakes into the sky, isolating the village in Nanshan from the outside world. The firelight reflects on several focused faces. Wei Yunyan, dressed simply in a cotton robe and without makeup, stands in front of a makeshift long table. On the table are the blueprints for making the Hwasue gun. Everyone, this device is called a Hwasue gun, and it is not an ordinary firearm. You have all seen the blueprints and understand its structure. Do you have confidence in building it? Li Mao and a few gunpowder experts exchange glances and whisper. Such a long iron tube, made so smooth and straight. It's very difficult. It requires special iron materials, repeated forging, and slow drilling with water or manual power. Any mistake could cause it to bend or fail. Even if it's hard, we must try. Wei Yunyan speaks firmly, with no room for doubt. Please tell me what materials and tools you need. I will do everything possible to supply them. We can start by testing with a shorter barrel. She looks at Lu Cheng. Master Lu, the stock, guard, trigger, firing pin, and other mechanical parts are all yours. They must be strong, flexible, and reliable. Lu Cheng's eyes sparkle. Recently, he has become obsessed with intricate mechanisms. Most of the military workshop's work is handled by apprentices and other workers, while he experiments with strange gadgets. He is excited about the firing mechanism of this Hwasue gun. It's quite unique, especially since it was designed by the lady. Rest assured, Your Highness. Although this mechanism is delicate, I am confident I can figure it out. The only challenge is ensuring the dimensions fit perfectly with the iron tube from Manager Li. Exactly, this is where your teamwork is essential, Wei Yunyan emphasizes. From today, you all will stay and eat here. All trial waste must be destroyed, and no blueprints or parts are to be leaked outside. Publicly, it will be said that we are developing new mining or ice-breaking tools. She looks at Lu Cheng and the gunpowder experts. Master Lu, the technology for granulating the gunpowder and casting the projectiles is crucial. We need not just smoke, but steady and powerful. The weight and shape of the lead bullets must perfectly match the gun's barrel diameter. Lu Cheng nodded seriously. I understand. I will keep testing to find the best ratio and process. Wei Yunyan looked around at everyone with sharp eyes. I know this is difficult, but no matter how many times we fail, we must succeed. If we do, your names will go beyond just craftsmen. They will be heroes who change the way wars are fought and protect our land. The palace will reward anyone who contributes. Everyone involved in this project will get double pay, and if we succeed, there will be a big reward. We will do our best and not let the Empress down. They all replied together. Wei Yunyan kept a copy of the plans and told Qin He a few more things, making sure the place was safe and supplies were secure before quietly leaving. When she returned to the palace, Qinyu hurried over to report, Your Majesty, the prince has sent a message by pigeon. She asked quickly. It's in the study. Hearing this, Wei Yunyan hurried through the corridor, her skirt flowing behind her. In just a few words, she read the message at a glance. He's not coming back. What about the wolf venom in his body? He said he was safe. What nonsense. She flipped through the letter. He hasn't solved the wolf venom problem. She only heard about it. Left Ruasia also didn't send her any news. Could it be that he spread false information? Prince Junjian, I have read your letter and know you are safe, which eases my mind a little. Please take good care of yourself and don't worry about the palace affairs. Everything in the palace is going smoothly, and I am well. The treasury is full, much more than expected. At this point, Wei Yunyan paused, as if choosing her next words carefully. He didn't mention the poisoning in his letter, but not asking about it left a thorn in her heart that wouldn't go away. She thought for a moment, and then wrote, "The border is dangerous, not just with swords and guns. Recently, I found an ancient formula that is very effective for detoxing and reducing blood stasis, but it must be used carefully. I hope you return to the palace soon. Yun, handwritten." She dried the ink and carefully sealed the letter. Shui walked in with a gentle smile, holding a delicate carved wooden box. She bowed politely. "Your Majesty, Lady Zhou sent this." She said it's a special fragrant ointment made with plum blossom petals, pine leaves, and soapberry, very fragrant and nourishing. Ancient-style shampoo? Wei Yunyan took the box, opened it, and a fresh herbal scent filled her nose, mixed with the cool fragrance of plum blossoms. It seems that Madame Zhou really likes plum blossoms. First, she invited her to a plum blossom feast, and now someone has sent her plum blossom scented ointment. Inside the box, neatly arranged, were several brown blocks of ointment. She curiously picked up one, brought it close to her nose, and sniffed. The scent of cypress leaves, the slight bitterness of soapberry, and a faint, almost elusive floral aroma from the plum blossom. The ingredients are natural and the appearance is elegant. It's clear that a lot of thought was put into it. Why did Madame Zhou suddenly send this gift? Did she mention anything else? She put the ointment back in the box and asked, "Your Majesty, you are truly forgetful. There are only half a month left until the Lunar New Year. Every lady and young lady in the city who has some insight has already prepared their gifts." Wei Yunyan was momentarily dazed. Are the New Year celebrations coming soon? Unconsciously, she realized she had been here for over half a year. Yes, the New Year is approaching, the busiest time for social exchanges. Maybe she should also prepare a return gift? Suddenly, she remembered that when she first arrived in Ningzhou, Mingyu gave her a brocade box, saying it was a gift from Consort Yu. She had kept that brocade box in her space, long forgotten what was inside. At the time, she thought that if she found anything useful, she would give it as a return gift to Consort Yu. "I was negligent," she said with a slight smile, pulling the box back and handing it to Chuanxue. "Put it away first and remember to keep a record." "Yes, Your Majesty." Chuanxue closed the door as she left. Wei Yunyan returned to her inner chamber, took out the brocade box from the corner of her space, and opened it. What a simple, unadorned gift. A pair of gold bracelets and a gold hairpin, with a thick stack of silver notes underneath. She took out the stack of silver notes. Each one was worth 100 or 500 taels of official silver. Roughly estimated, it totaled around 10,000 taels. Could it be that Consort Yu has given her all her private savings? The bracelets were sturdy, as if ready to be melted down and repurposed as currency. This silver note stack was also solid proof of her backing. I believe Consort Yu's initial thought was to use her wealth and connections to secure her position when she first arrived. She gently placed the silver note back, her fingertips brushing the cold lines of her hairpin. If she didn't have her system, this heavy gift might truly have become her main support. Therefore, this gift must not be taken lightly. In the palace, Consort Yu needs to maintain good relationships, but giving money directly isn't appropriate. It would seem like she was returning the silver note she gave. This gift needs careful thought. Additionally, she should prepare a New Year gift for Mingyu. The Northern D army has retreated back to the grassland palace. Helen Chubi looked around the tent at the tribal leaders and elders with a fierce gaze. The great Khan bravely died in battle, his soul returning to eternal heaven. But our Northern D's eagle cannot be without a leader. Tufat Yayan, the oldest leader of the Tufat tribe, spoke first. According to our grassland tradition, we should appoint the eldest son. Prince Tuabalu is 16, skilled with bow and horse, and the best choice to inherit the throne. Many nodded in agreement. Tuabalu is the legitimate eldest son of Tuabalyao, with a strong family influence and a reputation for bravery among the young generation. Helen Chubi snorted coldly and retorted, Prince Tuabalu is brave, but lacks experience. After our recent defeat, surrounded by strong neighbors, we need a wise leader who can help us recover and grow stronger, not a reckless warrior who only charges ahead. He looked at a boy sitting in the corner, Tuaba Yi, the 10-year-old son of Tuaba Liao. I believe young King Yi, though young, is kind-hearted and trainable. With our experienced elders guiding him, we can get through this tough time and restore our strength. Helen Chubi, Helan Eagle, the leader of the Helan tribe, who had long been at odds with Helen Chubi, suddenly stood up and slammed his hand on the table. Your words sound nice. About recovering and gaining strength? I think you want to be the unappointed king of the Northern D. Supporting a 10-year-old child. Doesn't that mean you're calling the shots in the palace? Someone immediately responded loudly. The Grand Master claims to act for the good of the Northern D. But I ask you, this time you suggested a joint attack on Yanmen Pass? Why did you retreat in disgrace? Not only did I fail to seize enough grain and women, but I also lost the Great Khan there, costing me many of my soldiers. Is this what you call the wisdom of a wise man?
Yes.
This defeat is entirely your fault, Helian Chubi. Did you secretly conspire with the people of Dakian, causing my army to return empty-handed? A group of people exaggerated Helian Chubi's military failure and even wanted him to perform a ritual with Tuobiliao. They argued fiercely, spitting and shouting, almost drawing swords. Helian Chubi's face turned pale. As a national advisor, he had many supporters, more than the Great Khan. When had he ever been accused like this? Enough! He shouted loudly. His angry voice temporarily silenced the chaos. The southern campaign failed because of bad timing and heavy snow blocking the roads, not because of any fault of mine. If you want to blame me for this, go ahead and try. He looked coldly at the proud bald Yen and Heelaning, sneering inwardly. Trying to overthrow me, Helian Chubi? It's not that easy. The royal court of the Northern D will eventually follow my will. The disagreement over the Great Khan's election caused the tribal council to break up in anger. After everyone left, a man in his 20s, a Han from Qian, was brought in. As soon as he entered, he hurriedly knelt down. Greetings, Grand Advisor. This man is the son of the old Taoist priest involved in the murder case investigated by Song Enian. The Northern Army has already mastered the Fire Thunder, which is dozens of times more powerful than the one you handed over, and it has been used in the army. This defeat of the Alliance Army was all because of this. Helian Chubi's voice was low, dangerous, and full of killing intent. The man was so frightened he quickly kowtowed. Grand Advisor, spare my life. Spare me. He was crying, his forehead pressed tightly to the cold ground, not daring to lift it. I don't know. I've already shared all the Fire Thunder techniques I have, without holding back. How could the Northern Army? How could it be better than yours? Helian Chubi interrupted him. I want to know too.
Could it be
that you secretly held back, or that your father, that old thing, never truly passed down his real skills to you, this useless person? He bent down, his cold gaze sweeping over the man's neck. Do you know how much blood my Northern D warriors have shed on the battlefield because of your useless Fire Thunder? How much shame our national master has endured in this royal court? The man immediately sensed the danger. People say the Northern D are savage. Surely, the national master wouldn't just cut him down directly? He trembled all over, collapsing to the ground.
Sir,
I dare not. I am loyal to the national master and to Northern D. As he begged for mercy, he thought to himself, Father, why did you betray Great Qi? It would have been better to hand over this technology to the government. Maybe I could have earned some money and lived a good life. But you insisted on working with these Northern D wolves and tigers. Now I have nowhere to go, and Northern D doesn't see me as a person at all. You have ruined your son. Loyalty, was Lian Shuabai sneered, straightening up with a cold tone. What I want isn't loyalty, but a more powerful fire thunder. One that can open the walls of Yanmen Pass. One that can let Northern D cavalry conquer Ningzhou. He kicked over a small table nearby. The wine jug and cups clattered to the ground, making a harsh noise that made the man flinch. Listen, I give you one last chance. Use all your wisdom and think of every method you can. In a month, I want results. Create a fire thunder far more powerful than the one used by the Northern Army. Wealth and honor will be yours. His tone turned deadly serious. If you can't do it, or if you bring back some inferior products to fool the national master, then you and your mother in the rear camp will become offerings to the Heavenly Eternal. With your blood and flesh, perhaps the Heavenly Eternal will grant some inspiration for making fire thunders, the man stammered, promising. I can do it. I will do it. Please, National Master, give me more time. I will work tirelessly to create a stronger fire thunder. Please have mercy and spare my mother's life. Huolian Shuabai looked at him coldly as the guards dragged him out like a broken rag doll, showing no emotion. Tools that are useful should be used. If they can't be used, they should be destroyed. Li Songping, Minister of War, stood with his hands behind his back by the window, his brows tightly furrowed. Sir, a close guard pushed open the door and entered. We just checked at the county government office. The workers clearing the roads have fallen ill again. The governor of Hangzhou said, looking at the weather, we still need to wait at least 7 or 8 days before we can barely clear a small path. We cannot guarantee safe passage yet. 7 or 8 days. Humph. Li Songping turned around, his sleeve fluttering in the wind. What is the purpose of the Hangzhou governor? The court has ordered us to stay here, and yet he dares to be so negligent. As Sun Yonglian stepped over the threshold, he heard Li Songping's angry words and shivered in fear. Please forgive me, Minister of War. It's not the governor's fault. The weather is unpredictable, and the snow and wind are relentless. I have already ordered more people to help, but the cold and frozen ground make it hard for the workers. He looked worried, smiling awkwardly, with his hands open in a helpless gesture, carefully watching Li Songping's expression. However, Li Songping was worried about something else. Such heavy snow would surely cause a snow disaster in Ningzhou. But there was no report of a snow disaster from Ningzhou. Could the news be blocked? The situation at Yanmen Pass might be even worse. How could General Chen and his soldiers withstand such snow and wind? He waved his hand to reassure Sun Yonglian not to worry. Governor Sun, I do not blame you. But with such heavy snow, the situation inside Ningzhou and outside Yanmen Pass is probably even more serious. His brow furrowed with concern. There has been no urgent report of a snow disaster from Ningzhou. Is it because the roads are blocked and the news cannot get out? Or is there some hidden reason? Yanmen Pass is a vital gateway. General Chen and thousands of soldiers are in a cold, harsh place. Supplying food, keeping warm, and resisting the cold are all difficult. How can they withstand this? Sun Yonglian lowered his head, sneering slightly. Who doesn't know how to speak flattering words? If you didn't know better, you'd think he was genuinely worried about the border soldiers. All these empty words. Why not send some clothes and food instead? The snow is getting heavier toward Ningzhou. The merchant caravans from Ningzhou are stuck at the relay stations and can't leave. We have to go through a lot of trouble to clear the way. Your Excellency's worries are justified. I am also concerned, Sun Yonglian said. But there's nothing we can do now. We can't get through. The fighting has stopped there, so the Minister of War need not worry so much, Li Songping ordered. Continue to work hard to clear the roads. Also, find a way, no matter how much trouble it takes, to get accurate news from Ningzhou and Yanmen Pass. I need to know the real situation there. Yes, I will obey your orders. After replying, Sun Yonglian had no intention of making a big effort to clear the roads. When their lips touched, he was always asked to give money and information about the other side. Later, he would send someone to the relay station to ask the merchants there. Yanmenguan Pass Meeting Hall. Song Inian, Chen Hongfeng, Wu Xiaoxiao, Lu Punkuan, and others were all gathered here. A large map of northern borderland was spread out on a wooden stand in the middle. Unlike the usual maps showing only the terrain around Yanmenguin Pass, this one clearly marked mountains, rivers, and tribal settlements, especially around the areas representing the northern D Royal Court and Jinqiu grassland, where the ink was darker. After hearing Chen Hongfang's plan to attack after the new year, everyone had different expressions. Military advisor Qiu Yan was the first to oppose. "General, we don't understand the terrain of the grasslands. If we rush in with a large army, we might fall into an ambush." Song Yinian didn't speak immediately. He looked at Chen Hongfang with a thoughtful gaze. Jiang Xiu looked at the map and said thoughtfully, "Advisor Qiu, I think otherwise. We need to go to learn more." His eyes fell on Wu Xiaoxiao on the side. At this time, internal conflicts among the Northern D to choose a new leader are likely. Why not take advantage of their chaos and unpopularity and strike first, catching them off guard? Lu Pengquan raised his hand and said, "Captain Zhang is right. In the past, they only attacked us when the weather was good and the horses were fat. Why can't we go to the grasslands and give them a warning?" Qiu Yan still frowned and shook his head. Launching a surprise attack is exciting, but our army mainly consists of foot soldiers, and our riding skills are not as good as the Northern D's elite cavalry. Going deep into the grasslands, if we get caught by their cavalry, the risk is very high. Moreover, how do we ensure supplies and logistics? A long supply line is easy to attack. Qiu Yan's worries hit the mark. Deep grassland warfare makes supply and terrain the two biggest challenges. Advisor Qiu's concerns are very reasonable. Chen Hongfang immediately agreed with him, but then shifted his tone, completely different from his usual pursuit of steady tactics. But opportunities are fleeting. The internal chaos of the Northern D is a gift from heaven. Once they choose a new leader and consolidate, their sword will turn back toward Yanmenguin Pass. He stood up, walked to the map, and picked up a red pen, drawing a clear arrow between Jinqiu grassland and Yanmenguin Pass. We cannot wait for them to regain their strength. Our first target is the Jinquan grassland. We will seize their spring pasture, see what they will do next year to feed their horses, and gather our forces. The key to this first attack is not to occupy, but to destroy. Our goal is their stored grain, young livestock, and small tribes. We will use swift cavalry raids to strike quickly and retreat fast, burning their supplies and scattering their herds. Wu Xiaoxiao nodded and stepped forward, agreeing. The general's plan is feasible. As for supplies, the military grain brought by Princess Wang is enough to support small-scale operations. We can fight quickly and withdraw without issue. She traced a few winding routes on the map. The main army's target is clear. If we send elite squads along these dried riverbeds or through this wind-eroded hill area, we can avoid the main northern tribe scouts. We don't need a large army, just a sharp, fast-moving team that can strike and retreat quickly. Qiu Yan's expression changed as he looked at Wu Xiaoxiao. "Are you suggesting a surprise attack?" Wu Xiaoxiao's tone was firm, her eyes shining with eagerness. "As long as our goal is clear, this first strike will be to destroy the Jinquan grassland, burn all the stored grass for their spring horses, scatter, or even seize their young livestock. We won't need many troops, just enough firecrackers, oil, and enough dry food and water to support the operation. We must act swiftly, like lightning, strike in, take what we need, then immediately retreat without entangling with the enemy." She looked at Qiu Yan and added, "As for supplies, our small team will travel light, with no need for long supply lines. Each person carries 10 days of rations, supplemented by fighting to sustain ourselves, enough for this mission." Chen Hongfang immediately clapped his hands in agreement. General Mingyuan is not only brave, but also clever. This plan is excellent. Wu Xiaoxiao felt a little shy and smiled at his praise. Song Yinian also nodded in approval. The northern tribes already have many conflicts over the grasslands and livestock. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a retreating army or cavalry coming to rescue Tuo Biliao. If the Jinquan grassland is destroyed, their internal disputes will only grow worse. Lu Pengquan excitedly pounded the table. "Yes. Let them taste what it's like when their homeland is taken away." Qiu Yan still frowned, but his expression was no longer as resolute as at the start. Song Yinyan's gaze flickered among the others for a moment before settling on Wu Xiaoxiao. He asked in a deep voice, "General Wu, if you are in charge of this mission, how many men do you need? What are your chances of reaching the Jinquan grassland safely and returning?" Wu Xiaoxiao met Song Yinyan's gaze without any hesitation. "Your Highness, I only need 800 elite cavalry, each with 2 horses. Quality over quantity. We need experienced archers and horsemen, able to endure long rides, and capable of judging the situation independently on the plains." She pointed to the map again, her finger tracing a winding path. "Following this route, using the hills and seasonal river valleys for cover, we can avoid the main tribe's patrols and move quickly and lightly. If the weather is clear, we can travel day and night, reaching the edge of the grassland in 5 days. We have 3 nights for reconnaissance, surprise attacks, and retreat. After burning the grass and causing chaos, we will immediately return along the same route, avoiding engagement with pursuers." She paused slightly before giving a cautious estimate. "If we prepare well and act swiftly, I believe there is a 60% chance we can complete the mission and bring back most of our brothers." 60%? Qiuyan couldn't help but speak up. "General Wu, that means nearly half of our brothers might not return. Isn't that too high a cost?" Song Yinyan clasped his hands and looked at Qiuyan. "No, it's not that nearly half won't return, but that there's a near 50% chance of total defeat." Hearing this, Qiuyan became even more agitated and directly opposed. "I don't agree with this plan." Wu Xiaoxiao was always someone who bet with her head held high. She looked firmly at Qiuyan. "Commander Qiu, there is no perfect plan on the battlefield. A 60% chance is based on detailed reconnaissance and careful planning. Compared to waiting for the Northern D to recover and repeatedly sending tens of thousands of cavalry to attack, which would cost our border soldiers and civilians even more, I believe this risk is worth taking. Moreover," her tone softened slightly, "my brothers and I are willing to risk everything for Yanmen Pass and the safety of the people behind us to secure a peaceful spring and summer." Lu Pengkuan was immediately moved by her resolve. He clasped his fists and said, "Old Lu is willing to go with General Wu." Chen Hongfang also stroked his beard and looked at Song Yinyan as if waiting for his decision. Song Yinyan shook his head immediately. "A 60% chance is too low." Wu Xiaoxiao pursed her lips, her gaze still firm, but she did not argue with him. Lu Pengkuan opened his mouth to speak, but swallowed his words under Song Yinyan's commanding stare. "But it's not impossible." Song Yinyan shifted his tone and pointed to a spot on the Jinquan grassland. "The key to this battle isn't about going or not, but about how to increase the 4% chance of survival." He looked up at everyone and said, "Do you know that last summer, the Bald Head tribe and the Helan tribe of the Northern D clashed over the lush river valley at the edge of the Jinquan grassland? There are still small conflicts happening." All the generals were surprised. Even those who often fought against the Northern D didn't know this information. How did the prince know? Could it be that the prince has already planted spies inside the Northern D? There are no spies yet, but a few Northern D prisoners are still held in Ningzhou's prison. Naturally, this information was obtained from them. Song Yinyan didn't explain further and continued, "This is one of the missing 4% of the chance. We can find ways to deepen their conflicts, make them suspect each other, and even help us hold back some of the pursuers." Then he pointed to another, more hidden retreat route. "After the surprise attack, there's no need to return the same way. Divide your troops into 2 groups. 1 light cavalry carrying a small amount of conspicuous spoils, pretending to flee toward the traditional pasture of the Bald Head tribe. The main force, carrying fire sources, quietly returns along this dried-up ancient riverbed. Faking and real tactics combined will confuse the enemy. Your Highness's plan is brilliant. Win hearts and minds, divide and conquer." Military advisor Qiu, "If we can raise the success rate to 75 or even 80%, what do you think? Are the necessary risks and the potential huge rewards worth a try?" Qiuyan hesitated for a moment and nodded slowly. "If we can truly keep the risks within this range, I have no objections. Now, I ask again. With the most detailed intelligence support, the best equipment, and a safer retreat route, how confident are you?" "Certainly." Here is the improved and simplified English translation. Definitely, we will do our best. Burn the grasslands, disrupt the enemy's territory, show our strength, and return victorious. Qiu Yan still couldn't help but criticize. General Wu, your ambition is admirable. But right now, with this heavy snow, even after the new year, it might not melt soon. The main roads are difficult to travel, let alone deep into the grasslands. If our army gets lost in the snowy plains or is caught in a snowstorm, we won't need the northern barbarians to attack. We'll be in a hopeless situation ourselves. This is not a good time for battle. It's a natural obstacle. If we wait until the snow melts to attack, the northern barbarians will have chosen their new leader by then, and we will lose the advantage. This time, Song Enian agreed with Qiu Yan's opinion. He looked at the map of mountains and rivers and said, Qiu, your advice is correct. The timing is not in our favor. Forcing the issue will only cause more casualties. He then looked at Chen Hongfang and Wu Xiaoxiao, who were eager to act, but the opportunity can wait. Our preparations must not slacken. The plan remains the same, but we must wait until the snow melts before acting. Zhang Xiu, send your scouts out again. Double the number of skilled men. Not only must they closely watch the movements of the northern barbarians' court, but they also need to record the weather changes, the retreat of the snow line, especially the depth of snow and melting progress on all paths leading to Jinqian grassland. Report daily, without fail. Yes, Your Highness. Zhang Xiu solemnly saluted. Lu Pengkuan, Song Enian continued to call out names. Your servant reports, your troops, aside from daily drills, must immediately work on clearing the main roads inside the pass and repairing bridges. Before the snow melts, ensure that our supplies and food routes are smooth and unblocked. Yes. Prince, Lu Pengkuan responded loudly. After giving these orders, the tense strategic discussion paused for a moment. Lu Pengkuan rubbed his hands, feeling the warmth inside the tent, which was different from previous years. He couldn't help but comment, by the way, this winter has been very cold, but our command tent and the camps are much better than before. Thanks to the princess's idea of this fireplace. It's really a good thing. The brothers can sleep warmly at night, and many of the frostbite cases have been reduced. His words immediately resonated with everyone. That's right. Wu Xiaoxiao smiled and added, this fireplace is great for warmth, and it produces little smoke. In the past, after patrols, everyone would come back covered in ice. Now, at least, we have a warm place to rest. The princess's kindness really benefits all of us. The princess understands the hardships of the soldiers and cares deeply for us. With this aid, our army's ability to withstand winter has greatly increased. It has played a significant role in maintaining combat strength and stabilizing morale. Chen Hongfang looked at Song Enian and said with a smile, Prince, when spring arrives and we win the battle, the victory report should also give credit to the princess. The generals agreed enthusiastically, and the atmosphere in the tent became lively. Everyone was filled with gratitude toward Wei Yunian, who was far away at the Prince Yu's residence. Hearing the praise from his subordinates, Song Enian's usually stern face softened slightly. Just as he was about to speak, Qin Yu entered quickly, holding a letter respectfully and presenting it. Sir, an urgent letter from the prince's residence, written by the princess herself. The tent instantly fell silent. Song Enian's expression grew serious as he took the letter and quickly opened it. He glanced at the familiar handwriting, frowned slightly, then a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. When he saw the words, "The treasury is full," far beyond expectations, his finger paused subtly. When he read, "Return home soon," a complex wave of emotions surged in his deep eyes. He closed the letter, holding it in his palm, and looked up at the snow still falling outside the tent. It was as if he could see through the icy cold to the figure inside the prince's residence, busy and tirelessly working. Everyone prepared to leave. His voice seemed to carry an extra something. When the snow melts, it will be time for the northern army to draw their swords on the grasslands. Yes, my lord. The others left the meeting hall one after another. He planned to return to the Prince Yu's residence before heading to the grasslands. He raised his hand and clenched it into a fist. He could feel that his strength had grown significantly, even increasing day by day, but he still could not use his internal power. If he could, he wouldn't be trapped by this snow and wind. Send for Zuaruasia to come to my tent, he ordered Qingyu before turning to leave the meeting hall. Yes, sir. When Zuaruasia arrived, Song Inian was writing a reply to Wei Yunyan. My wife, Yunyan, I have received your letter, and the soldiers at the border share your virtue. The treasury is full, and I am pleased to hear it. You manage the household well, far surpassing men. I have no worries outside. Although affairs at the border are busy, the army is united, fires are set everywhere, and hunger and cold are greatly reduced, all thanks to your efforts. The soldiers appreciate this deeply. Now, there is an important matter that requires your coordination in Ningzhou. The Donghu tribes produce a lot of furs but lack good prices. General Chen sent an envoy to secretly meet with their leader, promising to buy their furs, livestock, and other goods at twice the market price for a long time. He also reopened border trading posts to exchange goods. As a condition, they were to break their alliance with the northern tribes and remain neutral during our military actions. This matter is strategic, so we need to use the lady's wisdom and the royal court's influence to contact trustworthy merchants, prepare the first batch of silver and money, and find a skilled, persuasive person familiar with the Hu customs to act as an envoy. The details should be described by a reliable messenger. Additionally, when the snow melts, it will be time for our army to move north and attack. The moment has come. We must act. Before the army departs, I will make a quick trip back to the royal court with light luggage. First, to reassure you. Second, to discuss trade and logistics with the Eastern Hu tribes face-to-face. Third, and most importantly,
think about it.
At this point, Song Inian paused, wanting to express his longing, but felt it would seem too frivolous to write in a letter. So he started a new line. Though the border is dangerous, I have my ways.
Do not worry about me.
Take good care of yourself and wait patiently for my return. From Inian. After finishing, he did not give the letter to Qingyu to send by pigeon, but looked at Zuaruasia nearby. Guard Zua, I remember you are good at light skills. Find a way to return to the Prince Yu's residence and deliver this letter directly to the princess. Zuaruasia's eyes widened in disbelief. No, your highness, are you sure? I can do light skills, but I can't fly. How am I supposed to get over that collapsed half-mountain? Before he could reply, Song Inian waved him over. When he approached, he lowered his voice, explaining some details, including his physical condition, and asked him to tell the princess. Zuaruasia wanted to refuse, but had no choice. The prince entrusted him with such an important message, so he had to find a way, go around, climb over, or crawl through whatever it took. Since that day, when Wei Yunyan received the fragrant bomb from Lady Zhou, the entire Prince Yu's residence seemed to be infused with lively energy overnight. Everyone started busying themselves enthusiastically. Servants set up long ladders, carefully cleaning cobwebs and dust from the eaves, wiping the pillars and window frames. The courtyard's blue stone slabs were repeatedly washed, revealing their original color, only to be quickly covered again by a layer of white snow. The large red lanterns stored in the warehouse were being carefully checked one by one, ready to be hung at the eaves after the 23rd day of the lunar month. Wei Yunyan watched them work so busily, feeling a strange warmth in her heart. The manager in charge of shopping carried a long list, bringing in various New Year goods every day to the palace. Besides the essential rice, flour, grains, and oils, there were rare dried goods and fruits from the south, as well as a large amount of red paper, firecrackers, incense, and candles. The kitchen was filled with delicious smells. The cooks and helpers were making fried foods and pastries. Not only the Yuang Palace, but it seemed the whole Ningzhou city had suddenly slowed down, preparing for a peaceful new year during the heavy snow that blocked the roads. On Wei Yunyan's desk, there was a thick pile of gift lists. Chunxue and a few literate maids were recording and checking them. Gifts from officials of all levels in Ningzhou, local noble families, and other related forces from different regions were arriving like a flowing stream. Each gift needed to be registered and carefully considered for the appropriate return gift. Looking at the stacked gift lists, Wei Yunyan finally understood how hard it was to be the head lady in ancient times. Lady Zhou's return gift, besides the usual silk fabrics and medicinal herbs, should include the set of blue and white porcelain tea set we received the other day, along with 2 jars of pear blossom white wine from the south. Wei Yunyan pointed at the list and gave instructions. Yes, your ladyship. Chuanxue hurriedly took out her brush to note it down. After finishing, Chuanxue looked worried and said, Your ladyship, for the gifts to Beijing, given the current situation, I'm afraid they might not be sent out. That's not a problem, Wei Yunyan replied. For the New Year gifts to Mingyu and Consort Yu, she had already informed Dongqing to give them half of the shares in the shops in Beijing. Your ladyship, Miss Lin from the Tongji family, has arrived. She says she's here to bring New Year's gifts for you. Vivi is here? Please ask her to sit in the flower hall and serve tea. I will join her shortly. The window in the flower hall was open, making the temperature a bit cooler than the warm chamber. Qinghe brought her a small hand warmer, but she refused, telling Qinghe to keep it for herself. Lin Vivi sat there with lively eyes and expressions. As soon as she saw Wei Yunyan, she stood up to bow politely. Busy with year-end chores, I'm sorry to trouble Miss Lin to come all this way. Just as she was about to say a few polite words, Lin Vivi smiled sweetly and waved her hand, her voice clear. No trouble at all. No trouble at all. Mother Wei said that your ladyship is kind and caring for the people, and managing the palace is not easy. A while ago, I acquired a pair of century-old ginseng roots in excellent condition. I specially asked Wei Wei to send them to your majesty to help strengthen your health. There is also a screen painted with the 100 Suns Welcome Blessings pattern embroidered by my mother. The craftsmanship is simple, but I hope it shows my sincerity. Please do not mind its modest quality, your majesty. As she spoke, her maid immediately presented the gifts. Wei Yunyan's face stiffened. 100 Suns? Welcome blessings? Do you really want such good fortune? No. Isn't the 100 Suns picture about praising King one of Zhou in a past story? Legend says he had 99 sons, and after finding an orphan, he had exactly 100 children, which was considered a sign of good luck and many children. How could this happen in this time period? Could it be that someone here also had 100 children? Thinking this, she asked directly. This question caught Lin Weiwei off guard. She awkwardly smiled. Your Majesty, I don't know. My mother never told me. Feeling a bit helpless, she asked Qinghe to accept the gifts first. Since Song Enian is not here, am I supposed to reproduce on my own? Lady Lin must have also received news that Song Enian was poisoned for only a year. Sending the many children bring good fortune picture might be a reminder for her to conceive soon. It sounds a bit ambiguous. Lady Lin, you are too kind. The gifts are modest, but they represent my sincerity. Please thank your mother on my behalf. They exchanged a few more words about New Year preparations and local customs in Ningzhou. Suddenly, a faint blush appeared on Lin Weiwei's face. She leaned in slightly, shy like a young girl, and hesitated. Your Majesty, I have one more thing I am very curious about. May I ask you about it? Wei Yunyan was curious and nodded for her to continue. Recently, I heard a storyteller mention a story about a young general at Yanmen Pass. He was brave and was personally appointed by His Majesty as Ningyuan general. His name is Wu Xiao. When she mentioned this name, her voice softened and her ears turned redder. People say he is very skilled at a young age, able to outsmart enemies, move freely among thousands of troops, and even capture the Northern Khan. Is that true? Have you been to Yanmen Pass before, Your Majesty? Have you seen him? What kind of person is he? She asked carefully, but her curiosity was obvious. Seeing Lin Weiwei shy and full of admiration, she found it both amusing and a little helpless. General Wu is indeed a real person. She picked up her teacup and took a hesitant sip. Yes, this matches her initial impression of Lin Weiwei. But this Wu Xiao is a woman. When I was at Yanmen Pass, I saw him from afar a few times. He is truly a talented young man, calm, capable, and trusted by the soldiers. She chose her words carefully. Wu Xiao captured the Great Khan of the Northern D tribes and was promoted directly from a captain to General Ningyuan. His reputation is very high, and it's normal for a young lady from a noble family to admire him. She wanted to dispel Lin Weiwei's little thoughts but couldn't reveal Wu Xiao's true identity. Really? Really impressive. Unexpectedly, Lin Weiwei's eyes lit up as she imagined the style of that young general, and her face flushed even more. She gathered her courage and whispered softly, "Your Majesty, if you go to the border again, could I go with you to see the world? I promise I won't cause trouble. I just want to see the scenery at the border and meet those brave heroes who defend our country." She almost whispered the last words, too shy to lift her head. Wei Yunyun pressed her lips to hide her smile. It was clear Lin Weiwei was very interested in Wu Xiao and even wanted to get closer. Who said ancient people were reserved? Unfortunately, she couldn't agree. "Miss Lin, you're thoughtful. Since you know I have been to the border, you should also know that I argued with the prince when I returned. He didn't approve of me going to the border." She spread her hands helplessly. "It's not that I won't help you. Miss Lin, you are a noble lady, and staying in the city is safer. Let the soldiers handle those dangerous matters." Lin Weiwei's face showed obvious disappointment. She nodded hesitantly. "Yes, I understand. I was talking nonsense." After sending away the disappointed Lin Weiwei, Wei Yunyun looked at the Hundred Suns picture and thought about Lin Weiwei's strange, unrequited love. What is this all about? One is pushing, the other is longing. Life really isn't boring. "Your Majesty," Chunyu's voice came from outside the door. A bit hurried. "The left guard has returned and is outside asking to see you. He says he has a secret letter from the prince to deliver to you personally. Wasn't the road blocked by heavy snow? How did he come back? And with a secret letter? Could there have been some trouble at the border? Or is it his poison? Quick, let him in." She immediately stood up and hurried to the hall. Zhuoruiji's face was pale and white, his lips cracked and purple, his eye socket sunken. Every step he took seemed to drain all his strength. Thick ice covered his leather boots. When he saw Wei Yunyun, he wanted to bow, but his body shook uncontrollably. "No need for formalities," Wei Yunyun quickly said, instructing Chinyu, who was behind her. "Help him sit down, bring a bowl of hot ginseng soup, and get a thick blanket." He was also startled by Zhuoruiji's appearance and hurriedly handed over a small stove. Zhuoruiji was helped to sit on a soft cushion, wrapped in a thick blanket. His body still trembled uncontrollably. He struggled to lift his hand, took out an envelope wrapped in oilcloth from his inner pocket, and tremblingly presented it. "Mother, Empress, the prince's secret letter. I was ordered to deliver it to you personally." Wei Yunyun took it, her heart sinking. She didn't open it but looked at Zhuoruiji with concern. "Don't speak now. Rest first, then talk. Chinyu, the ginseng soup. Hurry. Coming. Coming." The hot soup was soon brought over. After watching him drink a few sips and seeing his face regain some color, Wei Yunyun sat back down, opened the envelope, and looked at its contents. Trading with the Donghu tribe? That was in line with her plan. But they intended to take the initiative to attack the Beatty and fight deep into the grasslands. She thought it better to wait until her firelock gun was ready. Otherwise, it would be too dangerous. Her gaze fixed on the words, "Before the army departs, I will travel light and return to the palace quickly," and the unfinished phrase, "Rusi." She felt her heart tighten as if something was gripping it, then suddenly loosened. Since he planned to return before departure, they could discuss it then. She read the last few lines twice, calming her turbulent heart, then looked up at Zhuoruiji, whose breathing was easing. "Guard Zhua, thank you for your effort. Is everything at the border safe? Besides what was mentioned in the letter, did the prince have anything else to tell you to pass on?" She could tell that Zhuoruiji's return this time was not easy. It was probably a special order from Song Yinian. Left Ruize leaned back in his chair, took a deep breath, and lowered his voice to carefully inform Song Yinian about the unresolved internal toxins, the inability to use internal energy, and the fact that his sensing abilities had increased but were limited by the wind and snow. He explained everything in detail. With each word, Wei Yunyun's expression grew more serious. Indeed, He is just barely holding on. That body health claim is completely false. I understand. You should go rest now. Make sure the palace doctor examines you carefully to remove the cold, she said to Left Ruize. Then she turned to the butler and ordered, use the best herbs and make sure guards will recover quickly. Yes, Your Majesty. Left Ruize was helped out by Qinyu. Wei Yunyun returned to the back courtyard. Chen Shui was still sketching and recording from the gift list. When she heard footsteps, she looked up. Qing, he placed the items sent by Lin Weiwei in front of her. Please register the items sent by the county magistrate Lin, she said. Chen Shui nodded and opened the beautiful box to check. When she saw the vivid and meaningful screen inside, her expression flickered slightly, and she instinctively looked at Wei Yunyun. She remembered that the Empress had previously seemed quite resistant to the idea of having children. Wei Yunyun also saw this. Normally, she might have made a teasing remark. But right now, with the border expedition and Song Yinyan's health on her mind, this small matter seemed unimportant. She gave a light glance and said to Chen Shui, register it and store it in the storeroom for now. Yes, Your Majesty. Chen Shui quickly closed the box, took out her brush, and recorded it on the gift list. But she thought to herself that the Lin family's gifts always seemed to come at just the right time. Wei Yunyun returned to her desk and organized her thoughts. No matter what, everything had to wait until the snow melted. Now, whether it was trading with the East Hu or helping Song Yinyan detox, she had to wait until the roads were open. Left Ruize's skills were second only to Ganwen among Song Yinyan's guards. It was already difficult for him to return once. Thinking of this, she said to Chen Shui, during the New Year's visits with the ladies of the various households, unless necessary, you can handle it for me. No need to report everything. Chen Shui was surprised for a moment, realizing that the Empress might have something important to handle. She nodded seriously. I understand, Your Majesty. Rest assured. Wei Yunyun refocused her thoughts. Now, her only option is to develop the firelock gun as soon as possible, ideally before Song Yinyan returns. Once ready, she will invest in larger production to equip the border soldiers. Whether facing the northern D or the eastern Huns, they will all be ours. Relying solely on the workshop staff is too slow. She repeatedly reviews the method of making gunpowder in her mind. She takes out the part about making bullets for the firelock gun and compares it with her mental notes to start research. Perhaps she can try to improve the bullets. She has experience with making gunpowder, so she understands the basic ratios are similar, but bullets need higher stability, purity, and evenness. Saltpeter needs to be recrystallized and purified to remove impurities. Willow charcoal is best, light and quick to burn. Sulfur also needs refining. She records key steps on paper while thinking about how to improve. She sketches a small, cylindrical shell on paper, noting the dimensions. It needs to be made from flexible, strong, and moisture-resistant paper. Maybe soaked in saltpeter or tung oil, using mulberry bark paper. She murmurs and writes down alternative materials, comparing them with available options in this era. She also draws a standard small lead ball for the projectile. A standardized mold is necessary to ensure each ball is the same size and weight, which is crucial for accuracy. She considers the hardness of the lead. Too hard might damage the rifling, too soft could deform. She finds the most difficult part is the firing pin. The firelock gun relies on sparks from flint striking steel to ignite the gunpowder, so a sensitive and reliable ignition system is vital. Suddenly, the word mercury fulminate appears in her mind, but making it is extremely dangerous and currently nearly impossible to do safely. Maybe I should start by improving the existing gunpowder. Wei Yunyun frowns thoughtfully. Add a small amount of more sensitive materials to the gunpowder and design a more effective ignition structure. She sketches and revises her plans for the ignition system and the powder chamber on paper. Time passes with the sound of her pen scratching on the paper. The candle burned out, and spring snow quietly entered to replace it, then silently withdrew, not daring to disturb the focused princess. Wei Yunyun sometimes concentrated deeply, sometimes wrote quickly, crumpling her drawings into a ball and tossing them aside, then starting over. Any small mistake could cause the gun to malfunction, or even harm the user. She had to be very precise. It wasn't until dawn outside the window that she put down her charcoal pen and let out a gentle sigh. On her desk, there were already more than 10 sheets of paper filled with various diagrams, formulas, and calculations. A design plan based on current technology was laid out on the paper. She massaged her sore wrists and forehead. After explaining some matters at the estate to Chunshiwa, she took the drawings and headed to the villa in Nanshan. Li Songping stayed in Hangzhou for several days. As the new year approached, he found that the road to Ningzhou could not be cleared. His face looked like a dark cloud in the sky that wouldn't disperse. Sun Yonglian rubbed his hands and stood beside him helplessly. "Minister, it's not that I haven't tried my best. You see, this snow. It's really hard to clear with just human effort. The official road to Ningzhou is buried in snow in many places. The mountain terrain is steep, and clearing it is very slow. Sometimes new snow falls, making it even more dangerous. The workers and soldiers I sent out have already been frostbitten or fallen ill. It's impossible to open the road before the new year." Li Songping remained silent. He knew what Sun Yonglian said was true. In the past few days, he personally checked the blocked roads. The piled-up snow and ice couldn't be cleared quickly. When he was ordered to leave for the capital, he had hoped to use this chance to observe the soldiers at Yanmen Pass and meet King Yu. But now he was trapped here, unable to move. Such heavy snowfalls meant Ningzhou couldn't be safe. Was it because the message couldn't be sent out? Or was Ningzhou hiding everything on purpose, concealing the truth? "Master Sun, I understand. It's not your fault." He sighed deeply. Staying in Hangzhou was pointless now. With the new year approaching, as a high official of the court, he couldn't spend the holiday far from home. He needed to return to the capital quickly and report the blocked roads and the uncertain situation in the northern border to His Majesty. He could only make new plans for Ningzhou. Sun Yonglian clearly relaxed and quickly said, "I will arrange horses and guards immediately to ensure Your Excellency's safe return to the capital." After a moment, the convoy was ready in front of the government office. Li Songping looked at the snow-covered direction with a complicated expression. This trip was a failure. He returned empty-handed and was even trapped here, looking a bit awkward. "Let's go," he sighed and lowered the car curtain. Back in the capital, Li Songping didn't have time to return home and went straight to the palace. He stood solemnly on the white marble steps outside the hall. After a moment, sharp voices of palace attendants came. "Minister Li, Your Majesty requests your presence." Li Songping adjusted his clothes and stepped into the fragrant hall. "Your servant, Li Songping," bows to the emperor. "Stand up." The emperor turned around with his usual calm face. "Minister, you hurried into the palace. Did your trip to the northern border have any results?" Li Songping remained bowed and spoke in a heavy tone. "Your Majesty, I was ordered to go to Ningzhou, but I failed to reach there and feel I have let down Your Majesty's trust." "Oh." The emperor raised an eyebrow, sat behind the imperial desk, and signaled him to continue. "The weather in the north is extremely harsh, far beyond expectations," Li said, beginning to report in detail. "When I reached Ningzhou, the main road to Ningzhou was blocked by several heavy snowstorms, with snow several feet deep, and some mountain sections buried by avalanches. The governor of Hangzhou tried hard to organize people to clear the snow, but the weather was too fierce, progress was very slow, and many workers were lost. I stayed in Hangzhou for several days. Seeing that the new year was approaching and the roads were still blocked, I had no choice but to return to report." The emperor listened with a furrowed brow. Li Songping observed his expression and, seeing no displeasure, continued, "Your Majesty, such heavy snow in Ningzhou means the entire area is unlikely to escape damage. Normally, there should be urgent reports about the snow disaster sent to the capital for relief or tax reduction, but during my time in Ningzhou, I heard no official reports from Ningzhou. This is very unusual. It must be that the roads are cut off, and messages cannot get out. I am truly worried." The emperor, hearing this, showed no emotion and calmly said, "Nature is ruthless. Your trip was blocked, and you returned without success. I will not blame you. As for Ningzhou, Since the roads are blocked, let's put it aside for now. Once the snow melts and spring arrives, we can discuss it again. Your Majesty. Li Songping wanted to say more, but Emperor Jiahe interrupted impatiently. That's enough, Li Aiqing. Right now, the palace is busy with the heaven worship ceremony and prayers for good fortune. We will discuss this matter later. You've worked hard. Go back to your residence and rest well, the emperor signaled to the nearby. Holding a feather duster, approached Li Songping. Please go, Lord Li. Despite his worries for the people of Ningzhou, Li Songping had no choice but to hurriedly take his leave. Time quickly passed, and it was now the 28th day of the 12th lunar month. Thanks to the simple snow removal machine made by Wei Union, clearing snow became much easier. Because this snow remover was easy to make, just adding a handle and widening the snow blade, many civilians, along with the military workshop working tirelessly day and night, joined in making them. Removing snow and ice is everyone's responsibility. As a result, the roads gradually became passable. Moreover, it seemed the heavens knew everyone was preparing for the new year. The snow gradually lessened. Although the city was still covered in white, many stalls that hadn't appeared in a long time re-emerged despite the cold. The air was filled with the busy, festive atmosphere typical of New Year's Eve. Uncle Wang, you better save me a good piece of pork today. The kids at home are just waiting for this New Year's dinner. A man dressed in a thick cotton coat called out loudly at the meat stall, rubbing his hands. Don't worry, third brother. I've already set aside the back ham for you. Look at this fat. It's so thick. Uncle Wang quickly lifted the heavy cloth covering the meat, revealing a well-marbled piece of pork. With a swift motion, he weighed it. Here, exactly 3 jin 2 liang. I'll count it as 3 jin. Great. Give me 2 big bones too. For making soup to warm up, the man paid happily, grabbed the meat, and pushed into the crowded street nearby. Next to a stall selling Spring Festival couplets and New Year pictures, many people had gathered. Boss, how much for this one? Heaven adds years. People add longevity. Spring fills the universe. Blessings fill the door? Honest price, 10 coins for one. Red paper with gold powder, guaranteed to be festive. 1 for me. And 2 more door gods, make them fierce-looking, to protect the house. The children could no longer contain their excitement for the new year. They wore bulky cotton coats and ran around playing in the alley. A small firecracker suddenly exploded with a pop in the corner, causing laughter and pretend scolding from the adults. Little brat, watch out. If you set your clothes on fire, I'll beat you. Got it, Dad. The child made a funny face and quickly ran away. At the street corner tea shop, a few old men sat together, holding steaming bowls of tea, chatting and blowing out white steam. This snow is really heavy this year. Luckily, it stopped before the new year, or the holiday wouldn't feel right. Yeah, I heard the snow disaster in Yunzhong County is worse, and the roads are blocked. Our Ding City is better. There's the palace, coal, and heated beds. We won't freeze, so we feel safe. That's true. I also heard the palace bought New Year's goods fairly this year. Ordinary folks like us benefit too, and we can prepare a little more. Unlike the lively market scene, the grand mansion in the east shows a different picture. In front of the Lin family estate, Lin Weiwei was excitedly directing servants to hang new bright red lanterns and paste gold-embossed characters. Higher on the left. Yes, just like that. Lin Weiwei nodded happily. The butler hurriedly said, Miss, that's not right. It's crooked. Inside the gate, Lin Mingyuan and his wife watched the lively scene outside and couldn't help but smile. Mrs. Lin looked at the scene with affection and gently chided, Weiwei is about to come of age, but she doesn't look like a girl at all. How will she get married? Lin Mingyuan stroked his short beard, full of love in his eyes, and said with a smile, Madam, don't worry. Weiwei is cheerful and bright. She'll find her happiness. As I see it, the young men in Ningzhou probably aren't worthy of her true nature. He spoke proudly as a father, spoiling his daughter. It's all your fault for spoiling her. Mrs. Lin rolled her eyes at him. Actually, she hadn't always been so indulgent. After marrying into the Lin family, She understood how important it was to carry on the family line and expand the lineage. When Weiwei was born, she was happy but also felt a bit disappointed that she didn't have a son. But during childbirth, she was injured, and the doctor told her she might not be able to have children again. This news was like a thunderbolt to her. I felt guilty and anxious for a long time, thinking I had failed to continue the Lin family's bloodline, letting down my husband and ancestors. However, my husband kept comforting me. Later, I took the initiative to ask him to accept a good wife for Lin Mingyuan, hoping to have children. I had already chosen 2 honest and pure girls, but he firmly refused. Not only did he refuse to take a concubine, but he also became even more caring toward me than before. He was very loving to Weiwei, personally teaching her to read and write, never restricting her natural personality because she was a girl. I felt proud and happy to have married such a good husband. Weiwei overheard her parents talking outside the door, holding up her skirt, and happily ran in.
Dad, Mom, what are you talking about?
The lanterns are all hung up, and I promise they're the brightest and most proper in the whole street. Mrs. Lin snapped out of her thoughts, looked at her daughter's carefree smile, and took out a handkerchief to wipe some dust off her nose that she didn't notice had gotten on it. Then she shook her head helplessly. Look at you, not like a young lady from an official family, more like a little boy who ran outside. After coming of age, you can't be so lively anymore.
Got it, Mom.
Weiwei held her mother's arm and pouted. Coming of age is coming of age, and New Year is New Year. Mom, I heard the palace has prepared a lot of new things this year. When can we go to pay New Year's respects to the princess? She blinked her big eyes, full of anticipation. Lin Mingyuan took over the conversation. Of course, we'll go to pay respects, but we must follow the rules. On the first day of the new year, Father will go with the officials to the palace for the New Year's greetings. You and your mother will probably have to wait until the second day or later. I understand, Father. At this moment, the steward came over and bowed. Master, Madam, the gift for the prefect Zhou is ready. Should we send it today or tomorrow? Lin Mingyuan paused for a moment. Send it today, to show respect. Remember to include my name card. Yes, sir. Not far from here, on another street called Bai Ning Street, most of the houses were leased by the officials working for the palace. Including Su Wenzheng and Tao Yuan, they all settled here. Mr. Meng, take your time. My lord said he will invite you to visit another day. All right. Stay safe, stay safe. Meng Qian nodded politely, his new satin leather coat shining brightly under the snowlight, looking very luxurious. This coat was a gift from the royal family for the new year. It kept him warm and made him look respectable. He felt the passing pedestrians' gazes, some full of envy, others full of respect. The feeling was very different from when he was just a simple scholar. Inside the gate, faint sounds of strings and flutes, along with the soft laughter of women, could be heard. It was clear they were holding a small New Year feast or poetry gathering. Occasionally, ladies dressed in fine silk and fur cloaks, supported by maids, carefully stepped onto clean stone steps to leave in their carriages, leaving behind a faint, pleasant fragrance. Did you see that? That's probably Lady Zhao. Her coat looks like fox fur. So impressive. Stop talking nonsense. That's Lady Zhao, but now she's the wife of Steward Foam, in charge of the embroidery workshop. She's highly valued by the princess. The passing townspeople whispered, full of admiration. Mr. Meng, Foam Lianyun saw Meng Qian and greeted him with a smile. Did you just come from Mr. Su's house? Since they started providing paintings for the embroidery workshop, Foam Lianyun and Meng Qian had become familiar with each other. Exactly, Meng Qian nodded with a smile. Brother Su invited a few people to compose poetry for the Laba festival. But I have many chores, so I couldn't stay long. Steward Foam, what brings you here? We're having a small gathering of the sisters in the workshop. Actually, I wanted to ask Mr. Meng about the theme for next spring's embroidery. Do you have any new ideas? Foam Lianyun spoke sincerely, with a tone of consultation. Recently, I read some miscellaneous notes and have a few thoughts. Once I organize them, I'll ask for your advice. Hearing this, Meng Qian thought for a moment and said, Steward Feng is thoughtful. Recently, I've been inspired by the snow, such as plum blossoms reflecting snow, or good snow promises a good harvest. Maybe these ideas can be incorporated into the design. When you have a draft, we can discuss it further. They briefly talked about embroidery design. After a while, Feng Lianyan looked at the sky and said, Mr. Meng probably has other matters to attend to. I won't bother you further. Meng Qian bowed again. Steward Feng, please go ahead. The new year is busy, so take care. Feng Lianyan nodded slightly and turned to walk toward his home. The young servant at Lu Cheng's house opened the door and looked at the lively street scene, feeling puzzled about why his master hadn't returned yet. Is he not planning to come back this year? Wei Yunyun was testing gunpowder at the Southern Mountain Estate. Qing He appeared there unexpectedly, looking worried. Your Majesty, the New Year's Eve is coming soon, and there are many matters at the mansion that need your decision. Wei Yunyun looked up in the environment filled with the smell of sulfur and saltpeter. Her attention was drawn to Qing He's reminder, and she suddenly realized how much time had passed. It's already New Year's Eve, she whispered softly, looking lost. These days, she had been fully focused on improving and making the firelock gun, cutting herself off from the outside world. Fortunately, her hard work paid off. The stability and power of the gunpowder in the bullets had improved. She calmed her mind and said to Lu Chan, Li Mao, and others nearby, make sure to record all the data carefully today. Seal the formulas and store them securely. No leaks allowed. Understood, Your Highness. Everyone has worked hard. You can all go home in the next few days. Have a happy new year. Hearing this, they all showed relieved smiles. Thank you, Your Majesty. Lu Chun led the others to bow and pay their respects. Seeing their fingers blackened from the gunpowder and their faces tired, Wei Yunyun's tone softened a little. Everyone, stand up. The New Year's bonus and extra wages will be distributed later. Please send my regards to your families and have a peaceful new year. After making arrangements, she sat in the carriage with Qing He. Leaning on the soft cushion, she closed her eyes to rest, but her mind was still active. Qing He, she asked with her eyes closed, how are the preparations for Chun Shui? Replying to Your Majesty, everything has been arranged properly. We are just waiting for Your Majesty's final confirmation at the mansion, Qing He replied softly. She nodded slightly, murmuring, then sat up straight again. Through the carriage window, she watched the busy townspeople shopping for New Year's goods and children laughing and weaving through the crowd. All of this seemed to breathe new life into the city covered in snow and wind. Wei Yunyun's expression unconsciously relaxed, and a faint smile appeared on her lips. Passing through the courtyard of the royal residence, red lanterns were already hanging, and each door was decorated with the character for good fortune. She stared blankly, memories flooding her mind. In her past life, the world developed too quickly, so fast it was hard to keep up. Skyscrapers cut through the sky, and neon lights replaced the stars. New Year's seems to have become just a red mark on the calendar. It's the endless, uniform blessings on mobile phones. It's the noisy TV background music during celebrations, unreachable yet ever-present. Greetings among friends turned into grabbing red envelopes in WeChat groups. Staying up late became watching the countdown on screens. Everyone was busy, striving to meet year-end goals, handling social obligations, making family reunions hurried and formal. The New Year's feeling is fading. This became everyone's common thought. But the smell of fireworks at the tip of her nose was real and comforting. The lively city sounds filled her ears, and she saw the handwritten Fu characters. All of this was rough, primitive, yet incredibly real, full of human warmth. It made her feel the long-forgotten New Year's feeling deep inside her memory. It's a pity, though, this city full of joy and carefully prepared family reunions. In the Yu Wang mansion, Prince Yu was absent. Warm reminder. The host has not signed in today. Suddenly, a familiar system notification sounded in her mind. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, the host has received. At the same time, a blue light screen popped up before her eyes, showing ingredients for a special gift box. Glowing cabbage. Provides light and is edible, eco-friendly. Colorful carrots with BGM, plays good luck comes, sliced for better taste. Rapidly frozen volcano chili, cool to the touch, sparks fire after 3 seconds. Please use carefully. Endless onions, cures all disobedience. Warm reminder, prepare tissues. Hope the host enjoys the meal. And have a happy time. Wei Yunyun. What's going on? Just now, she was feeling the warmth of human kindness and peaceful days, and the next moment, she was presented with a glowing cabbage and a carrot playing good luck comes BGM. She even imagined the scene in her mind. At the New Year's Eve dinner, she took out a plate of stir-fried vegetables that glowed and faintly played good luck comes in the background. I can't imagine what the people around me would look like. I think my beliefs might even collapse. And then there's those frozen peppers. What's the point? Is it not cold enough with the heavy snow blocking the city? Do they want to add a bit of extreme ice and fire experience from inside? The most unbelievable thing is that endless onion peeling. If used to punish prisoners, they'd probably be scared to death. It's like seeing ghosts. System, you're amazing. Ching, he noticed her lady's strange expression, half smile, half frown, a mix of annoyance and amusement. She couldn't help but ask, "My lady, what's wrong? Are you tired?" Wei Yunyun took a deep breath, temporarily blocking the chaotic thoughts in her mind, and forced out a stiff smile. "It's nothing, just thinking of some interesting things." Interesting, very interesting. She seriously suspected that the system was trying to tell her, "It's New Year, time to have fun." On New Year's Eve, although the snow had stopped, it was colder than usual. Song Yinian stood on the city tower, looking at the snow-covered plains outside the city. "Prince, the feast is ready," Chen Hongfang said as he stepped through the snow and stopped behind him. "The soldiers are waiting for you." Song Yinian nodded, glanced toward Ningzhou, then turned and left the city tower. On the training ground, dozens of large pots were steaming, filling the air with the smell of cooked meat. Because of limited conditions, the so-called New Year's dinner was just a bit more meat than usual, and each person got a jar of cloudy wine. But the soldiers were still lively, sitting in small groups around the fire. Song Yinian walked to the center of the field, raised his wine cup. "Everyone, today is New Year's Eve. I, the Lord of the North, drink with you. This cup is for the brave souls of our Northern Army. Cheers to the brave souls." Thousands of soldiers responded in unison, their voices shaking the sky. Wine spilled onto the snow, instantly freezing into ice. Song Yinian poured another cup. "This second cup is for each of you here. You've used your flesh and blood to protect the northern border of Dakian. Protect our homeland." The soldiers' shouts grew louder. Wu Xiaoxiao sat among the crowd, watching Song Yinian toast with each soldier. She noticed that when the prince drank, his brow slightly furrowed, almost unnoticeably, but she caught that hint of pain. "Prince's injury?" She quietly asked Jiang Xiu beside her. Jiang Xiu sighed and gently shook his head. At this moment, Song Yinian approached their table. He reached out to pat Wu Xiaoxiao's shoulder, but was skillfully avoided. Song Yinian squinted and naturally withdrew his hand, saying, "General Ningyuan, there's no need for formalities today." "I dare not." Wu Xiaoxiao quickly stood up. Song Yinian motioned for her to sit down again, then sat in the empty seat beside her. "Today, we are brothers who share life and death, with no hierarchy." He looked around at the soldiers at the table, his gaze finally resting on Wu Xiaoxiao. He noticed that Wu Xiaoxiao seemed a bit strange. She appeared to deliberately keep her distance from others and disliked physical contact. That night, inside Yanmen Pass, the lights were bright, and everyone celebrated with joy until late at night. Song Yinian visited every camp, sharing the new year with the soldiers. When the clock struck midnight, he climbed alone onto the city wall and softly whispered, "Yun Yun, Happy New Year." Compared to the simple celebrations at Yanmen Pass, the capital was extravagantly luxurious. In the splendid hall of supreme harmony, singing and dancing filled the air. Diplomatic envoys dressed in fine clothes performed the traditional 3 bows and 9 kowtows, presenting New Year gifts. Emperor Jia and the Empress sat on the golden throne adorned with 9 dragons. Crown Prince Song Yiqi sat on the left of the imperial steps, while the eldest prince Song Yixing sat on the right. Other princes, relatives, and high officials sat according to their ranks. The grand announced loudly, "The gift presentation begins." Song Yixing was the first to stand, dignified and respectful, bowing before saying, "Father, Mother, I know you care deeply for the country and work hard for the people. Therefore, I did not choose gold or jewels but asked people to visit famous mountains and find 9 ears of good grain. This is a sign of divine blessing, symbolizing your wise rule, a good harvest and peace for the nation." A servant presented a jade tray, holding lush green seedlings with 9 full ears of grain, especially precious in this cold winter. Emperor Jia looked visibly pleased, and the usually reserved empress also smiled softly. "Good, I like this gift. Farming is the foundation of the country. These grains should be announced to the world so everyone can share in the joy. The eldest prince, kind and considerate of the people, makes me very happy." This was a great compliment to Song Yixing. He quickly bowed respectfully and stepped back. Seeing this, Crown Prince Song Yiqi snorted coldly, thinking, giving some cheap trinkets. What a clever trick. He calmly stood up, and 4 palace attendants together carried a gift covered with red cloth. "Emperor Father, Empress Mother, I admire your wisdom and strength. I present a large white jade screen carved with the 8 steeds galloping scene. This jade was taken from the top of Kunlun Mountain. It took dozens of artisans a year to carve. The 8 horses each have different poses and look powerful. I hope Emperor Father's spirit remains strong like a dragon and horse, leading Dakian to conquer thousands of miles and bring glory to the country." As he finished speaking, the red cloth was pulled away. The jade screen was smooth and flawless, with detailed carvings that shone brightly. Its value was clearly much higher than the previous gift of grains. Everyone in the hall gasped in amazement. The Emperor of Jiahua looked at the beautiful screen and was impressed. Before he could speak, the Empress Mother spoke first. "The Crown Prince's kindness and courage are clear. However, this gift is a bit too luxurious." But before she finished, Song Yiqi ordered someone to bring her a gift, an exquisite necklace with 108 high-quality East Pearl beads, each round and shiny. "May Mother stay forever young and healthy." The Empress Mother took the necklace, feeling a bit embarrassed by the praise, and changed it to a gentle smile. "The Crown Prince is thoughtful." The Emperor of Jiahua nodded happily and said, "Take down that screen and place it in my study." The Minister of Revenue stepped forward and bowed. "Your Majesty, I am grateful for your rule, peace across the land, and abundant granaries. I present a pair of luminous pearls from the East Sea, hoping your virtuous light shines like these pearls, blessing all people." "Minister, you manage the country's finances. Your hard work is the best gift for me. Place these pearls in the Empress's chamber for her to enjoy." The Empress Mother smiled and bowed to the Emperor, thanking him. The Minister of Works followed and said, "Your Majesty, I offer a delicate self-striking clock to celebrate the new year. This clock not only tells time, but also has a water-powered astronomical device that shows celestial movements. It took skilled craftsmen 3 years to make. I hope your Majesty understands the secrets of heaven and controls time." The clock was complex, made of gold and silver, with small figurines that moved to music, amazing everyone. The Emperor of Jiahua looked at it with interest and said with a smile, "The Ministry of Works has great skill. Well done. Keep researching for the benefit of the country and its people." When it was the turn of Wei Chongming, the second assistant, the hall's gaze became more curious. "I, the humble servant, am grateful for Tian's grace. I have found a genuine painting from the former dynasty, the landscape of 10,000 miles, and hope our great nation of Dakian remains as beautiful as this painting forever. Minister Wei, your kindness is appreciated. This painting has a broad and inspiring scene with a very good meaning." Mingyu frowned as she watched the lively main hall, feeling cold inside. A few days ago, she and her mother received New Year gifts brought by Dong Qing, which were dividends from Madame Wang's shop. How difficult is Ningzhou? It forced Madame Wang, a noble lady, to open shops everywhere to earn money. They must be under pressure from the army's pay, which is a huge burden. She wondered if they might be falsely accused of competing with the people for profit in the future. After the princes and ministers finished presenting their gifts, it was the turn of the princess and other women. Mingyu's gift was food from Dong Qing's shop. She even took apart a glass box, using only a wooden box, making it look very plain. Although it was worth a little more than the eldest prince's gift, it lacked good meaning. Emperor Jiahe saw it but didn't even look. He simply ordered it to be taken away. The gift-giving segment ended, and the palace servants removed the priceless presents. The atmosphere in the hall was peaceful, with the sound of strings and flutes becoming more gentle and melodious. The grand announced loudly, "Music begins, now dance." A dancer dressed in colorful clothes stepped lightly onto the stage, like a butterfly fluttering in. They moved gracefully, sleeves flying, changing formations with the music, performing a court dance symbolizing good fortune, peace, and prosperity. Though beautiful, the dance was always the same year after year. For the seasoned royal family and high officials, it was nothing new, just a background for the feast. Everyone at the table raised their cups, whispered to each other, and occasionally looked at the dancers. Concubine Yu sat calmly among the other consorts, her expression serene, her hands slightly clenched on her lap. Mingyu sat close to her mother, her face tense, with no mood to enjoy the music and dance. She found the cheerful music especially harsh, and the dazzling dancers made her feel uneasy. When the dance ended, the dancers bowed and stepped back. The hall clapped softly. At this moment, Wei Yingying took a deep breath, and under her mother's encouraging and expectant gaze, she stood up, bowed to the emperor, and immediately drew everyone's attention. "Your Majesty, Empress, although the court dance is beautiful, it lacks some freshness. My humble daughter is not talented, but I wish to perform a dance called The Surprising Swallow to entertain Your Majesty, the Empress, and all the princes and officials. I also wish to celebrate the New Year." When I said this, the hall suddenly became much quieter. Although it is not uncommon for a lady to perform at a palace banquet, it still takes great courage to do so in such a formal setting. The old lady from the General Zhenbei's household looked at her daughter-in-law, Peng Qiu, and asked, "Is she the sister of the King Yu's wife?" Peng Qiu nodded in confirmation. The old lady frowned. What does this mean? The dancer had just finished her performance and eagerly stepped forward to entertain. Was the Wei family thinking that the King Yu was not good enough and wanted to attach themselves to a prince? Emperor Jiahe looked at her, and the nearby quickly stepped forward and whispered, "She is the eldest daughter of the Wei's second assistant family." Emperor Jiahe nodded. He knew about Wei's second assistant's second daughter being married to the Prince Yu. When he granted the marriage, the imperial decree mentioned the eldest daughter, but did not specify which one. Normally, the eldest daughter would be married first. Although Wei's second assistant's actions were unusual, it was not against the rules. Since she was already married, he paid no further attention. Thinking about this, he became interested and nodded at Wei Yingying, saying, "Approved." The Empress smiled and nodded. Only the musicians on stage were a bit caught off guard. The Surprising Swallow dance required very high accompaniment skills, and they hadn't rehearsed in advance. But as palace musicians, they quickly adapted. A pure, melancholic prelude flowed out. Wei Yingying removed her palace dress, revealing a snow-white silk skirt specially prepared for the dance. The hem was embroidered with silver threads depicting a wild goose about to take flight. Standing in the hall, she held her breath and focused. As the music changed, she moved gracefully, her dress fluttering like a startled swallow. Unlike the neat court dance earlier, this was full of gentle beauty. Song Ichi watched intently, forgetting to put down his wine cup. He had seen Wei Yingying's charming side before, but he didn't know she could be so lively and graceful. This dance seemed to touch his heart. The officials' expressions varied. Some admired, some marveled, and some looked disdainful. Song Yisheng watched coldly, with a hint of sarcasm on his lips. She's not as stunning as the courtesan from Huan Tower. Is the Wei family eyeing the position of the prince's side consort? Wei Yingying finished her dance with a gentle pose, her breath slightly hurried, her face flushed. With a gentle, shy gaze, she looked happily toward the crown prince. She had planned for a long time to use this stunning dance to win his heart and smoothly enter the Eastern Palace. Song Ichi put down his wine cup, his eyes full of admiration and determination. He stood up, hoping to take this chance to ask the emperor for an order. Ning Guifei saw his movement and subtly tugged at the sleeve of Emperor Jia. Emperor Jia was still immersed in Wei Yingying's dance from earlier. When Ning Guifei pulled him, he came back to himself. Ning Guifei softly asked, "Your Majesty, what do you think of Wei's daughter?" Jia nodded, "Very good." Then he looked at Wei Yingying, who was waiting for praise, and said, "Wei Yingying, gentle and kind, with excellent dance skills. I am very pleased." Hearing this, Wei Yingying was delighted. She quickly bowed to thank him. When she bent, her gaze briefly met Song Ichi's in the air. But before she could feel happy, the emperor's next words hit like a thunderclap, making her head buzz. From today, she is promoted to Jiyu and granted residence in Zuoxia Palace. Isn't that a rank and residence for a consort in the harem? Song Ichi's smile froze. He looked at his father in surprise. Wei Yingying hadn't yet stood up when her body wobbled, her legs went weak, and she nearly fell. A nearby maid quickly caught her. "Look at Ji Wei, so happy she almost fell. Quickly thank the emperor." Song Yisheng also stopped joking, his eyes showing surprise, then a teasing look as he swept over everyone. He instinctively glanced at the expressionless crown prince, sneering inwardly. At this moment, the most complicated feelings belonged to Ning Guifei. Her heart was like a jar of mixed flavors, and her elegant posture almost faltered. She had a good impression of Wei Yingying, good family background, striking appearance. If she could bring her into the crown prince's palace, it would be a great help. She also knew the crown prince had some feelings for her. Originally, she was the candidate for his wife, but suddenly she was sharing her husband and serving him together? And in the future, she might become a younger sister competing for favor with her because of her youth and beauty. Looking at the calm expression of the emperor on the throne, as if he casually took a toy, a wave of uncontrollable anger and absurdity surged in her heart. What is this all about? Without the prince's support, she unexpectedly gained a new rival. Wei Chongming was also confused, with a blank mind. They wanted the crown prince's concubine, the future consort, even the empress. The daughter he carefully raised had become just a low-ranking lady in the palace. The most delighted were the empress and the eldest prince, Song Yisheng. Although Wei Sifu supported the crown prince, the marriage alliance was different. If a daughter of the Wei family entered the palace, her position would be even more significant. The empress held her handkerchief, hiding her smile, and exchanged a glance with her son. "Oh, this is such great news." She smiled kindly at the emperor. "Your Majesty has a keen eye. Wei's daughter, with her beauty and talent, is truly a treasure. Sending her to serve in the palace is her good fortune and also a glory for Wei family." Emperor Jia looked at her appreciatively, thinking, "My empress understands the big picture." He naturally believed that Wei's daughter performing a dance at the New Year's Eve banquet was to attract his attention. Her performance was so charming that he couldn't help but be moved. Although her looks and youth were not as good as concubine Yu's, her dance was quite good, better than many of his other concubines. The empress's smile deepened, and her tone became more sincere. "Lady Wei, what are you waiting for? Thank the emperor." To be favored by his majesty is a blessing many seek but few attain. Wei Yingying's face turned pale as she looked at Emperor Jia, who was full of wrinkles, and thought about what might happen to her in the future, feeling sick inside. She suddenly knelt down with a thud. "Your Majesty, I do not wish to enter the palace. I beg you to revoke this order." Hearing this, Emperor Jia's expression changed. Some clever officials quickly spoke up. "Lady Wei is naturally beautiful and well matched with your Majesty." Officials from the eldest prince's side also reacted quickly, seeing this as a good chance to sow discord between Wei Sifu and the crown prince. I think Empress Dowager is right. Congratulations to your majesty. No one paid attention to Wei Yingying's opinion. She looked up, desperately seeking help from her father. Wei Chongming wanted to argue and fight for her, but Emperor Jiahe waved his hand and said, "Take Lady Wei away to rest." Song Ichi was about to speak, but Ning Guifei shot him a sharp look, and he immediately fell silent. Although he might lose the support of his trusted advisor in the future, the crown prince should not let a woman cause the emperor to dislike him. The palace attendant stepped forward confidently and gently led away Wei Yingying, who was struggling. Consort Yu watched the scene with a deep, serious look. It was very similar to a past event. Back then, she also refused to become a concubine in the palace and was forcibly taken away by the emperor. Mingyu, not understanding, whispered in her ear, "Does Wei's eldest daughter not want to marry the prince? Is she trying to join the emperor's harem?" Consort Yu covered her mouth to signal her to be careful with her words. They were risking making things worse for themselves. The banquet continued, and what just happened seemed like a small interruption. Wei Chongming returned to his seat, and his wife looked at him with concern. "Husband, Yingying, how did she become a concubine? Can we ask the emperor to take back his decision?" Wei Chongming sighed and shook his head. If it were a private matter, there might still be a way to fix it, but in front of so many people, the emperor would never allow anyone to go against his wishes. Yingying's entry into the palace was now certain. Pang Qiu quietly served a dish to her mother-in-law and whispered, "Wei's second daughter-in-law probably miscalculated this time." She wanted to strengthen her relationship with the crown prince by arranging a marriage, and they agreed privately to ask the emperor for a marriage proposal. But they chose to make a scene at this New Year's Eve banquet. The old lady played with her prayer beads and said, "We don't know if this was the emperor's deliberate plan or not. If it was deliberate, the emperor's move is very clever. He took a beauty, punished the Wei family, and also created trouble for the crown prince." The general's residence in Jinbei, except for Qin Hongfang, who was far at the border, had no other officials. If they knew more about the emperor, they wouldn't think this way. The old lady closed her eyes and sighed, saying, "The court is full of unpredictable changes. As a family of military officials, we just need to do our duty well." In the Great Qin dynasty, civil matters were valued over military ones. Military officials could not be granted noble titles, so even as the Jinbei general's family, they couldn't enter the top noble families in the capital. Pang Qiu also sighed as she watched the lively banquet, recalling a letter from Chen Hongfang earlier. He wrote that this year, the grain supplies were abundant, and the Princess Yu had designed a stove that kept them from freezing and starving. This New Year's Eve, things should be a bit better. She worriedly sighed, "I just wonder how Yushu is doing." The old lady looked at her and asked with a smile, "Are you reluctant? You were the one who let him go willingly back then." She understood that her daughter-in-law wanted to see Hongfang, but since she couldn't leave, she let Yushu go instead. She patted Qiu's hand to comfort her. Meanwhile, Chen Yushu was having New Year's Eve dinner with the shopkeeper and workers. In the small main hall, the charcoal brazier was burning brightly. A large round table took up most of the room, filled with bowls and dishes. In the middle was a big steaming pot of pork and cabbage stew with vermicelli, shiny and fragrant. Next to it was a plate of golden scrambled eggs, a dish of cured meat, and a bowl of radish soup. Chen Yushu looked at this modest New Year's dinner, but didn't complain. Recently, he understood how hard it was for everyone to earn money. For these workers and shopkeepers, it was a very rich meal. Everyone sat around the table, and the shopkeeper picked up his chopsticks. "Come on, don't just sit there, start eating." He took the first bite of the stew and put some into Chen Yushu's bowl. "You've worked hard these days, eat up." At the Prince Yu's residence, Wei Yunyan specially ordered some long tables to be joined together into a big table. Besides the officials from the prince's estate, there were also local officials from Ningzhou. Today is New Year's Eve. No need to be formal. Wei Yunyan sat at the main seat, smiling and raising her cup. Thanks to everyone's efforts these past 6 months, Ningzhou has remained peaceful. I toast to all of you. Everyone quickly raised their cups in return. Wei Yunyan signaled Chuanxue to come forward. Today is New Year's Eve, and I have prepared some special ingredients to share with you. As she spoke, maids brought out several covered silver dishes. When the covers were lifted, everyone's eyes widened in surprise. In the cold winter month, the dishes revealed fresh green vegetables, bright red tomatoes, and some fruits with a fragrant aroma that they had never seen before.
How?
How is this possible? Lin Mingyuan suddenly stood up, unable to hide his amazement. In this season, how can there be such fresh vegetables? Zhou Maokai proudly patted his shoulder.
Lord Lin, you don't need to ask.
The princess is like a fairy descending from heaven. She can make anything appear. He then pushed Lin Mingyuan back into his seat.
See?
You're just surprised because you don't see this every day. Wei Yunyan smiled slightly and said, "This is a special planting method from outside the pass, and there aren't many of these." Actually, these were all obtained through her system check-in. Besides the strange gift packs she received on Laba Day, the rest were winter vegetables that couldn't be seen later. Lin Mingyuan picked up a piece of green vegetable, put it in his mouth, and immediately his eyes lit up. Sweet and refreshing, everyone started eating with curiosity. They couldn't believe they could enjoy such fresh vegetables in the cold winter. Serving under the prince and princess is our blessing. Next year, we will work even harder and never forget the princess's kindness. Never forget the princess's kindness. Everyone responded in unison. Since Prince Yu was not present, everyone said some auspicious words to Wei Yunyan before preparing to leave. After the others left, Zhou Maokai, with a shy smile, approached Wei Yunyan, rubbing his hands and said, "Madam, that green vegetable from outside the pass is really wonderful. My wife at home is weak, and in this cold winter, I wonder if the princess could spare some." Seeing his eager look, Wei Yunyan couldn't help but smile. In his hopeful gaze, she instructed Chuanxua, "There should still be some left in the kitchen. Go wrap it up and bring it to Lord Zhou." Zhou Maokai was overjoyed and repeatedly bowed. "Thank you, madam. Thank you, madam." Just as he reached the door, a few people who hadn't left turned back. Wei Yunyan looked at them and said, "The quantity is limited, so only these can be given to Lord Zhou. In spring, if we can grow more, I will share with everyone." Zhou Maokai, holding a small oiled paper package given by Chuanxua like a treasure, happily took his leave amid the envy of his colleagues. After seeing off all the guests, the palace gradually became quiet. The servants quickly tidied up, and the steward began preparing the New Year's celebration arrangements. In the hall and courtyard, thicker red candles were lit, and more lanterns were hung than usual. They wanted to ensure every corner of the palace was brightly lit until dawn. This symbolized driving away all evil and disease and welcoming a new year full of good fortune. On the incense table in the main hall, new sandalwood incense was placed. It should have been Song Eli's turn to burn incense, but he was absent. As the hostess, Wei Yunyan lit incense at the altar, praying for ancestral blessings and peace for the family and country. Behind her, the housekeeper, maid, and servant followed, praying quietly. Even the guards who couldn't leave their posts at this time bowed respectfully. Wei Yunyan arranged a small table in the warm pavilion, setting out late-night snacks, various delicate pastries, and warm sweet soups. She sat with her close attendants, Chuanxua and Qinghe, along with a few nannies and maids, preparing to stay up for the new year. Suddenly, a system notification sounded. "Host, I am about to upgrade. I cannot check in until the upgrade is complete." Wei Yunyan paused, pinching incense. "Can you still upgrade? What will it become after the upgrade?" All she received was a blue light screen. Upgrade progress, 0.1%. On New Year's Eve, the system suddenly stopped working, feeling a bit like it was causing trouble. How long will the upgrade take? She was used to the useful or strange items gained from daily check-ins, which helped improve her life and supported her plans. In a way, it was her reliance and confidence to survive in this unfamiliar era. She gently stirred the soup in her bowl, steam rising and blurring her face. Even after staying up all night, Wei Yunyan woke early. Under Chuanxua's care, she changed into formal clothes. Today, She was to receive New Year greetings from officials of the royal household and local officials of Ningzhou. Your Majesty, Magistrate Zhou and Deputy Magistrate Lin are waiting outside, Jinghe reported. Ask them to come to the main hall. When Wei Yunyan arrived at the main hall, they were already waiting. The officials send their New Year wishes, wishing Your Majesty good health and all the best, they said respectfully. Wei Yunyan smiled kindly, letting them stand, and ordered Chuan Xue to present the red envelopes she had prepared. Quiet and peaceful times always pass quickly. On the second day of the new year, after receiving greetings from Lady Zhou, Lin Weiwei, and other family members, Wei Yunyan still entrusted the household affairs to Chuan Xue and the housekeeper. She didn't know when the system upgrade would finish, so she called back Lu Cheng, Li Mao, and Zhang Taitu to continue developing the fire ignition guns. Under the gradually warming sun, the snow covering Ningzhou began to melt reluctantly. Icicles hanging from the eaves dripped water, creating muddy puddles on the ground. The fields and roads under the thick snow are now showing wet, muddy ground again. The farmers at Yufeng village, who had been holding back all winter, finally come out of their houses. The water-soaked soil feels soft under their feet. Wow, the sun is finally a little warmer. Look at this ground, it's so wet and good. God bless us, with a little more effort, this year's spring planting will surely be a big success. Now we feel confident and work feels more solid. They stretch and move their muscles, shouting to prepare for a new year of work. This winter was the most comfortable and peaceful one they remember. In previous years, winter was the hardest. Heavy snow blocked the doors, and inside the house was as cold as a freezer. Even wrapped in old quilts, they shivered all the time. The elderly and children often couldn't endure it. They ate very little, saving every bit of leftover food, sometimes eating wild vegetables or even tree bark to fill their stomachs. They were so hungry that they felt their front and back pressed together. But now, everything is different. They all have heated beds, clean water, and enough food. It's so comforting. Just before the new year, the Wang family gave us some salty, fragrant cured meat. Our little one has gained some weight this winter, looks so happy. In previous years, we would have been starving by now. It's the kindness of the princess. The eldest daughter straightened up, wiped her face, and started hanging clothes and bedding to dry. Look at our house. The princess arranged that heated bed for us, and it's so warm. When we're warm, our hearts feel warm too. Wang Yuliang came over and ordered, "Stop chatting and get ready. Take the tools and go clean the ditches." The collapsed embankments from the snow also need fixing. He directed the young men to start clearing the main roads to the fields. Snow melting is good, but we can't delay the work in the fields. The ditches must be cleared quickly and the mud cleaned out. Otherwise, the water won't drain and there will be floods. Got it. Village head. Behind the scenes, the eldest daughter, like a little bird released from a cage, happily darted through the embankments with a few friends. She wore an old patched cotton coat, her face red from the cold wind. Her cloth shoes quickly got muddy. While the adults were busy with important work, the eldest daughter went to the area where they buried the clay eggs. Something seemed different here. She has sharp eyes and curiously leans in to look. In the soil, a small green sprout has emerged. She squats down and gently touches the tiny green shoot with her little finger. Then she looks around, here a cluster, there are few, like little children cautiously peeking out. Although she is young, having lived on the farm for many years, she knows that the green shoots coming out of the ground are crops.
Mom.
Mom, big sister, ignoring the mud on her feet, runs excitedly toward the yard. She waves her small hand as she runs, saying, "The seedlings are growing in the field. Green ones." Big sister's mother is hanging out bedding that has been drying all winter. She doesn't look up and casually replies, "Silly girl, what are you shouting about? If weeds grow in the field, what's so special? Once I finish my work, I'll go. It's not weeds. It's not weeds." Big sister is so anxious she stomps her feet and pulls on her mother's pants. It's in the earth egg field. There are lots of little green sprouts. They're different from other weeds. Big sister's mother pauses. "What did you say? Which field? Are you sure?" She lifts big sister into her arms and quickly walks toward the direction her sister is pointing. Nearby farmers, attracted by their noise, stop their work and gather around curiously. The small sprouts are not obvious. You have to squat down and look carefully to see them. They've sprouted. Really sprouted. The princess said it's true. The potatoes buried all winter, almost forgotten, have unexpectedly given everyone a big surprise on this day when the snow melts. What does this mean? It means they don't have to wait until autumn to harvest like wheat or millet. It means that while other crops are just being planted, their land already has growing plants. They all saw with their own eyes the potato yield from last year's experimental field. Wang Yilyong stretched out but felt something was wrong, hurriedly breaking off a third. He exclaimed excitedly, "No, no. It's not just once.
Count it."
These potatoes sprouted less than 3 months after planting. They're already sprouting now, so before spring is over, they can harvest a crop. After harvesting, they can plant again immediately, and by autumn, they'll have another crop. If winter comes early, they might even get a third harvest. He held up 3 fingers and shook them vigorously. 3 crops in 1 year, a yield of over 3,000 jin per mu. 3 harvests a year. How much grain is that? Someone started trying to count, using their fingers and trembling lips, but they couldn't figure out how big that number really was. It was beyond what their ancestors had ever imagined or understood about land production. 9,000. No. 10,000 jin. 1 mu of land can produce 10,000 jin of grain in a year. A person who knew a little about numbers shouted out with all their strength. 10,000 jin. The crowd erupted with excitement. Oh my goodness. How much grain is that? If we pile it up, it might become a mountain. From now on, we won't go hungry anymore? Not just that. We'll eat until we're full every day. The children will grow up healthy and chubby. We can't finish it. We can't eat it all. We can sell some, build new houses, find wives. They were so excited they grabbed each other's arms, shook with joy, their faces full of almost crazy happiness. Old Zhang laughed loudly to the sky, tears streaming down his face as he did. He knelt in the mud, grabbed a handful of dirt, and his once thin fingers now looked a little plump. Sadly, his wife and son had bad luck. If they had survived a few more years by now, when the master changed to the princess, they wouldn't have gone hungry like that. As the snow melted, even before the 15th day of the first lunar month, workshops everywhere had already started working hard. The common people eager to earn money voluntarily went to work. Xiao Yun, a girl working in the embroidery workshop, worked busy all day. She walked home tired but happy. She rubbed her sore eyes, but thinking about the extra wages she'd get at the end of the month made her feel warm inside. Just as she stepped into the yard, before she could put down her cloth bag, her husband, who was so weak he couldn't even properly, suddenly rushed over. He picked her up around the waist and spun her around without care.
"Oh,
My dear, are you crazy?"
put me down."
She was surprised and shy, hitting her strong husband's back. The chickens nearby were so startled they flapped their wings and ran around in all directions. Her husband stopped, still holding her tightly. His voice was full of excitement she'd never heard before. "Xiao Yun, it's happening. It's happening." Xiao Yun struggled to get out of his arms, quickly went to close the yard gate to block the outside view. "What's going on?" "Be quiet. I'm earning money in the embroidery room, and you must not tell anyone outside." She looked at her husband with a scolding expression. Last year, when she wanted to go work at the embroidery shop, he was reluctant and unhappy. But ever since she brought back her monthly allowance, he stopped complaining and took care of the children himself. He also did most of the household chores. Life at home has improved a lot, but they haven't become wealthy yet. Why is he talking nonsense now? It's not that. It's in the field. The potatoes. They sprouted with green shoots. He waved his hand excitedly. "I plan to go tidy up the ditches today, but I found green sprouts in the land where we planted the government-supplied grain. And it's not even spring planting time." Xiaoyan asked skeptically, "Are you sure? Are they really sprouts, not weeds?" He immediately replied, "I've been farming most of my life. Do you think I can't tell weeds from sprouts? Come on, I'll take you to see the field." He took her hand and led her outside. Sprouting is a good sign. Look at you, making such a fuss. Making a fuss? It's too much. Last year, when the new grain was first distributed, he had no confidence at all. The old grains from ancestors were wheat and millet. He had never heard of digging up fruits from the ground to eat. Although the palace praised this new grain highly, claiming it could yield thousands of jin per mu. But if even a day passed without it sprouting, he worried more and more. Now, finally, it has sprouted. How could he not be excited? Inside Yenmen Pass, the car was ready to stop. Song Enian untied the reins of his warhorse, preparing to mount. Master, Qin Yu quickly stepped forward and stopped him. Better take the carriage. The road is bumpy, and you can't use your internal energy to protect yourself now. Riding a horse isn't safe. If anything happens on the way, I would be responsible, even if I die. Song Enian paused silently, then loosened the reins. Chun Hongfang and the soldiers stood at the gate to see him off. Prince, take care on the road, Chun Hongfang said with clasped hands. Song Enian's gaze fixed on Wu Xiao, his voice serious. General Wu, for the plan to explore the grasslands, wait until I send the next batch of gunpowder before you act. Wu Xiao responded. Understood, Your Highness. I will not act rashly. Rest assured, I will wait for your orders. Song Enian no longer spoke much. He glanced at the tall, mighty pass, then turned around, stepped onto a small stool, and entered the carriage. The curtain fell. Qin Yu turned her horse around. Ganwen stood beside the carriage, raised his hand, and said, Let's go. Chen Hongfang, Wu Xiao, and others had been standing there, watching the convoy disappear at the end of the official road, until the dust was no longer visible. At this moment, Chen Hongfang said to Wu Xiao, The prince's poison can't wait. Keep a close eye on the scouts and report back. If there's a chance, we should act directly. If the Marquis of Yu gets into trouble, our North Guard army might return to how it was before. Wu Xiao nodded. Yes, General. Within a year, they aim to defeat the northern barbarians and force them to produce the antidote. This plan had to be fast, not slow. In Songzhou City shop, Chen Yushu suddenly approached the shopkeeper. Shopkeeper, thank you for your care these days. I am here to say goodbye. The shopkeeper paused while fiddling with the abacus.
Goodbye?
Where are you going? I told you, you're doing well here, quick, clever, and capable. Business is getting better because of you. With all this chaos, why don't you stay safe in the city instead of going to join the army? His son, about the same age as him, was about to reach adulthood. If he went to the battlefield and had an accident, what would happen? He earnestly said, Child, have you been listening to some storytellers' tales and got carried away? Is the army camp such a good place? It's where you have to fight fiercely against the northern barbarians with real swords and guns. Blades and swords have no eyes. If you're not careful, you could lose your life. You're young. Why suffer that kind of danger and take such risks? Just live a peaceful life, find a job, get married, and have children. Isn't that better? Shopkeeper, I appreciate your kindness, but I must go. He had only been here a short time, but he could feel everyone's warmth. If he were just an ordinary boy from a simple family, maybe he would just find a job and stay safe. Now that the snow has melted, he needs to find his father. Seeing Chen Yushu's determined look, the shopkeeper sighed deeply. Ah, young people. Since you've made up your mind, I can't stop you. I just hope that when you get there, everything goes well and you come back safe. While speaking, he turned back to the counter, took out a small money bag, and without hesitation, handed it to Chen Yushu. Here's your wages for this month. Use it on the road, or when you reach the army camp to buy what you need. If things get too hard, you can come back. We're about to open a new branch and need more staff. Seeing the heavy money bag in his hand, Chen Yushu knew it contained more than just his wages. He bowed to the shopkeeper and turned to leave. He didn't notice two sneaky figures outside the door, staring intently at the money bag in his hand. The two exchanged glances and quickly left. Chen Yushu didn't have enough money to buy a horse, so he had to walk. Learning from his previous mistake, he bought a new map and decided to ask for directions at each place to avoid getting lost. However, less than 10 miles outside Songzhou City, A group of a dozen men armed with wooden sticks surrounded him and blocked his way. "Stop right there, kid," the bandit leader, with a face full of flesh, pointed his stick at Chen Yushu and sneered, "If you're smart, hand over all your money. We just want the cash, no need to hurt you." Chen Yushu's heart sank. He knew things were bad. He looked around at the more than 10 men, realizing he couldn't fight them all. He instinctively took a half step back, clenched his fists, and quickly assessed which way to run. He forced himself to stay calm and said, "Good gentlemen, I am just a poor traveler. I don't have much valuable on me. Please be kind. Stop talking nonsense." Another tall, thin man spat and greedily stared at his chest, where he had hidden his money. "We've been watching you in the city. That old guy must have given you a lot of money, right? Hand it over quickly or you'll suffer." Chen Yushu knew he couldn't escape easily. He clenched his teeth, kept his eyes alert, and looked for a chance to get away. "It looks like you're not going to cry until you see the coffin." The bandit leader lost patience and swung his stick at him. He quickly dodged to the side, and the stick whistled past his ear. "Huh." The bandit leader missed his strike and looked surprised, clearly not expecting Chen Yushu to be so agile. Chen Yushu gathered his strength in his waist and abdomen, then kicked out with his right leg, aiming at the bandit's wrist holding the stick. A sharp, cracking sound accompanied by the screams of a pig farmer as a wooden stick flew out of hand. Chen Yushu's eyes sharpened. He quickly threw punches and kicks with simple but fierce moves. Every strike hit the enemy's joints or soft spots accurately. They weren't deadly, but enough to make them lose their fighting ability instantly. In a moment, 3 or 4 bandits were knocked down with bare hands. However, there were many enemies and they held sticks. One careless move, and he was hit on the back with a heavy. The sharp pain made him hesitate. Suddenly, an unexpected change happened. A dark shadow shot out like a ghost from the shadows on one side. A tall, thin man holding a stick was about to strike Chen Yushu again. He froze, and a bloody hole appeared in his throat, blood pouring out. The tall, thin man stared wide-eyed and fell down. The shadow landed. It was a man in gray clothes, with cold eyes, holding a short blade, the tip still dripping blood. He didn't look at the fallen body. He moved like a tiger into a flock of sheep, with the short blade turning into streaks of deadly cold light. Each flash brought a bandit screaming and falling to the ground. The remaining bandits, frightened by this sudden killer, lost all courage to fight. They dropped their sticks and ran in all directions. The gray-clad man didn't chase. He coldly glanced at the fleeing figures, confirmed there was no threat, then sheathed his blade. He quickly walked to Chen Yushu's side and knelt on one knee. Your subordinate's delayed protection caused the young master to be frightened. Chen Yushu held his back, eyes full of surprise. Uncle Chung. It's you? How are you here? Uncle Chung was the secret guard left at home when his father went to garrison at Yanmen Pass. He was skilled in martial arts and usually protected his grandmother and mother. Why was he here in the wilderness outside Songzhou City? According to the young master, I was ordered by the old madam. Since you left home, I've been secretly following you. Grandmother. She already knew? Chen Yushu's eyes darkened. He thought he had kept it secret well, but it turned out his grandmother and mother had allowed him to go out. Then he remembered losing his silver and money and searching for work while hungry. Did Uncle Chung know everything? And did his mother also find out? His face turned red, feeling a bit ashamed to face others. Uncle Chung nodded, paused, and said, Madam says that young eagles must leave the nest to fly. She can't stop you, so she secretly ordered her men to protect the young master and ensure his safety on the way. Hearing this, Chen Yushu felt a lump in her throat, feeling a bit embarrassed and helpless. She looked at the bodies of a few bandits, her brows furrowing tightly. These bandits dared to block the official road and rob people in broad daylight. Their actions are so bold. What is the governor of Songzhou doing? Is he just going to let these troublemakers stay here? How many innocent civilians and traveling merchants have fallen into their hands? If she weren't skilled in martial arts and if Uncle Chung hadn't secretly protected her, she might have lost everything by now. Ordinary people without weapons who face such bandits can imagine their terrible fate. A sense of responsibility as a descendant of a military family suddenly arose. Uncle Chung silently stood aside, listening to the young master's angry questioning, and said, Songzhou is a key location between north and south, with many travelers passing through. Bandit troubles have always been difficult to clear. The local governor perhaps lacks the ability, or is entangled with local powerful families and military forces, making governance very tricky. Young master, this matter is beyond our control. The smell of blood lingered at the tip of her nose. Chen Yushu hesitated and nodded. He knew Uncle Chung was right. Local officials are complicated, and he couldn't interfere. Now, the most important thing is to go to Yanmen Pass to find his father. Later, he would surely eliminate these bandits. Uncle Chung, handle it quickly. Let's leave here as soon as possible. Uncle Chung quickly dragged the bodies to a ditch by the roadside, covered them with dry grass and leaves, and quickly cleaned up the signs of the fight. Chen Yushu tidied up his clothes, carried his bag, and continued heading north. Meanwhile, Wei Yunyan, still at Nanshan village, was unaware that a huge commotion had already erupted in Ningzhou. The strange grain seeds that the government forced to plant in winter sprouted green shoots after the snow melted. Unlike the lively fields inside Yufeng Manor, Nanshan village was filled with the smell of metal, oil, and sulfur. Wei Yunyan stood in front of her workbench, her eyes shining brightly, trembling slightly with excitement. The objects on the table were made of fine iron, with complex and tight structures. The wooden gun stocks were smooth and comfortable to hold, with key parts glowing faintly under the candlelight. Your Highness, all components have been checked according to the latest drawings and fit perfectly. Lu Chung excitedly pointed inside the barrel. Look at this rifling process. After continuous improvements by Zhang Taitu and the team, it is now smooth, even, and consistent in depth. This will greatly improve shooting accuracy and range. Zhang Taitu rarely showed a smile these days. Carefully, he touched the firing mechanism. Here, the flint holder and spring, made 10 sets according to your standardization request, are interchangeable with very small tolerances. Based on our recent 100 tests, the firing success rate has reached over 75%. Wei Yunyan couldn't help but smile. This was a milestone achievement given the current craftsmanship level. It meant this firelock gun was now practically ready for combat use. And the bullets, Your Highness, the weight of the projectiles and the amount of gunpowder are strictly measured, with very small errors. The ideas of standardization, modularity, and fixed ammunition, concepts ahead of their time, had been gradually introduced by Wei Yunyan during this period. Finally, through everyone's joint effort, they became reality. Good. Everyone, thank you for your hard work. She stroked the gun, feeling the power of its precise structure. Lu Chung, prepare for the final comprehensive test. Test its stability during continuous firing, accuracy at different distances, and maximum power, Wei Yunyan ordered. Yes, Your Highness. Outside, on the dedicated shooting range, a brand new target was set up. All involved in the project held their breath, eyes fixed on the firelock gun in Lu Cheng's hands, which embodied their collective effort. Loading, packing, pulling back the hammer, aiming. A clear hole appeared in the wooden target, and smoke rose from the muzzle. Everyone's eyes lit up with joy. Next, they loaded again, fired a third shot. The gunfire was steady and powerful. Wei Yunyan watched the target, which was now full of holes and with chips flying everywhere, and finally felt a great weight lift from her heart. The combat strength of the Northern Army was about to make a huge leap. From now on, in any future wars, they would hold a card capable of changing the course of battle. She looked up to the north, as if seeing the mighty fortress standing amidst the mountains, surrounded by peaks. Song Enian, wait for it. This gift is almost ready. Once this gift is equipped in the army, we will go to the grasslands and completely solve the border problems. A high-quality prototype gun is just the beginning. To build real fighting power, we need stable, mass-producible equipment. She immediately gathered Lu Chung, Li Mao, Zhang Taitu, and other key craftsmen. Li Mao, you are responsible for breaking down the final drawings into detailed assembly diagrams of individual parts, following our agreed standardization requirements. Dimensions, tolerances, and material specifications must be clearly marked to ensure all parts are identical. Standardize the gunpowder mixture and assembly process for the firing rounds. All steps must follow clear rules. Master Zhang, she looked at Zhang Taitu, the coordination and supervision at the military workshop will be entirely your responsibility. Mass-produce the parts. Remember, quality comes first. It's better to be slow than to make mistakes, she emphasized seriously. All finished parts will be shipped to Nanshan Village. The final assembly, testing, and inspection will still be handled by Lu Qing here. No parts may leave without approval. We understand. We will not fail your Majesty's trust. After everything was arranged, she left Nanshan Village. On the way back to the palace, the afternoon sun shone through the carriage window, easing the fatigue of the past days. Suddenly, the sound of urgent horse hooves came from outside. It was the palace guards. Your Majesty, the prince's carriage has reached 30 miles outside the city. It will arrive at the city gate in about an hour. Song Yinian is returning. Wei Yunyun's eyes immediately lit up brightly. Change course, go to the city gate. Her voice was unexpectedly cheerful. The coachman immediately turned the carriage and headed swiftly toward the northern gate of Anding City. When they arrived at the city gate, she saw it was already crowded with people. Zhou Maokai, Lin Mingyuan, and many officials were there. Even General Guoli, responsible for implementing the everyone enlist policy, was present. Now, the other counties in Ningzhou had already started the policy smoothly, but the main city had not yet begun. Guoli had returned immediately after the snow melted, just in time to hear that King Yu was returning to the palace, and he was waiting here with everyone. Even inside and outside the city gates, many villagers gathered, all looking forward eagerly. Has he arrived? Where is the prince's carriage? Almost there. I just heard someone on the main road shouting, and I can see the flags. That battle last year was really dangerous. The speaker's tone was full of fear and respect. I heard that Yanmen Pass was attacked by a large army of 200,000 soldiers, all in black. The prince led the elite troops out to meet the enemy, and in just 500 men, he defeated over 800 Northern D cavalry and rescued the deputy general, who was surrounded. That's right. It's a pity we won the fight, but the prince was in the front line to boost morale. He was ambushed by the Northern D traders and got poisoned. Spring is coming soon. I wonder if the prince's poison has been cured yet. The court has many imperial doctors. They should be able to find a cure for that barbarian's poison, right? Hearing the noisy discussions around her, Wei Yunyun also felt worried. The antidote she had found was incomplete. Now that her system had upgraded, she didn't know when she could fully cure it. The court doctor seemed to have almost mastered the acupuncture techniques, so she decided to try that first. If the system upgrade took too long, she would gather famous doctors to study and develop a cure for the acupuncture method. After all, she couldn't let Song Yinian die. Nearby, a plain-looking carriage was pulled aside, and a middle-aged merchant-like man peeked out and said, "In Ningzhou, if it weren't for the prince and princess coming last year, we wouldn't even have enough to eat. How could we live such good days now? We can't just let the prince leave like this. We need to think of a way." Someone glanced at him with disdain and said, "The officials above will think of something. You're just a merchant. Mind your own business." That's not fair. The imperial doctors and famous physicians above might not have better methods than ordinary doctors. The merchant then raised his voice and said, "Fellow villagers, I heard that there are some renowned doctors in the south who are good at detoxification. Maybe we can gather some silver and ask someone to find them. Would that be okay?" Some villagers who appreciated the prince and princess agreed. Yes. Let's pool our money. My family isn't rich, but we're willing to contribute. I know a traveling merchant from the south who has good information. I can ask him to look for those doctors. Just finding doctors isn't enough. We should also go to the temple to pray, asking the Bodhisattva to help the prince turn misfortune into blessing. However, the man who just argued with him immediately asked, "Are you trying to cheat money?" The merchant-like man was publicly accused of being a liar, and his face darkened. Don't spread false accusations. Ding Lao-san, have been running a shop in the south of the city for over 10 years. Everyone in the neighborhood knows me. If I wanted to cheat money, why wait until today, especially during such an important event when the prince is returning? I truly want to help the prince. Before the prince and princess arrived, what was Ningzhou like? Don't you all know? Since they came, bandit problems have decreased, the officials are more fair, and in winter, we have coal and hot bricks so we don't freeze. My shop's business has also improved by 30% compared to previous years. This kindness is real. I only made a suggestion. Those willing to donate money, I ding Laos and swear on my life that I will keep track of every penny, and everyone can come and check to supervise. If even one coin ends up in my private pocket, I wish I could be struck by lightning and my shop would close. His sincere oath moved many people. I still trust shopkeeper Ding's character. Yes, his shop is right there. He can't run away. The main thing is the prince's poison. I heard we only have a year. We should look for a doctor. Having more options is always good. The man who argued with Ding Laosen flickered with doubt and said stubbornly, sounds nice. Who knows if you're all colluding? Stop arguing. Guo Li and 2 soldiers approached. General Guo. Everyone bowed. At that moment, at the end of the official road, a group of figures appeared in everyone's view. They're coming. The prince is back. Cheers suddenly erupted, drowning out all the discussions. A flag with the character, "You," fluttered in the wind under the sunlight. Song Yi, dressed simply and casually, only brought a few dozen people back to Ningzhou. The cavalry rode on both sides of the carriage. Although few in number, they looked energetic and unwearied from the long journey. The iron hooves hit the still damp official road, making a dull sound. Master, it seems like the whole city's people have come out. Qingyu leaned close to the carriage and said loudly. What are they doing? Song Inian pushed open the sedan curtain and saw rows of people standing on both sides of a street. All their eyes were eagerly looking at them. Of course, it's to welcome the prince, Qingyu proudly said. Song Inian suddenly remembered the first time he went to Yufeng Manor to find Wei Yunyun. At that time, the villagers praised Wei Yunyun endlessly. When he arrived, they looked at him as if they would lose their heads if they didn't give him a proper greeting. He remembered feeling a bit uncomfortable back then. If this time, these villagers were here to welcome him, he would be truly excited. Finally, Song Inian was beginning to be loved by the people. As if responding to him, the villagers started shouting loudly, "Welcome back, Prince! Long live the prince! May the prince live 1,000 years, 1,000,000 years!" The shouts grew louder and more enthusiastic, full of admiration. The officials were all stunned. It seemed to be the first time they saw the common people cheer so spontaneously and in unison for someone. The prince and princess's prestige among the people was clearly evident. Wei Yunyun stood among the crowd, her hand gripping Chen Shui's tightly. Her heart was pounding as if it might jump out of her throat. Her almond-shaped eyes fixed on the carriage that Song Inian was riding in. The longing in her eyes was impossible to hide. "Your Majesty." Chen Shui turned her head and called her. Wei Yunyun controlled her turbulent emotions and smiled at Chen Shui. "You and the prince are the blessings of Ningzhou. Look, the people remember your kindness." Chen Shui looked at the excited crowd, her eyes slightly misty. "The common people are the simplest. Whoever treats them well, they remember it clearly," Qing He added. She had once gone hungry. If it weren't for the princess saving her, she would have lost her life long ago. Yes, Wei Yunyun watched the carriage getting closer, her eyes burning with passion. They were right. The hearts of the people were clear as day. Song Inian used his intelligence and bravery to earn the respect of all.
He was her man.
She felt both pain and pride. Having traveled here blindly and cluelessly, her initial hope was just to hide behind his status, find shelter in this strange world, and survive smoothly. The longer they are together, the more his feelings for her change. When he gets close, she feels nervous. When they part, she feels a deep sadness. After they are apart, she often misses him. She has never been in love before. In her previous life, She was a girl majoring in electromechanical automation, a bit materialistic. Her only wishes were to work hard, win the lottery, buy a house within the second ring road, find a suitable man to marry and have children, and live a simple, happy life. But suddenly, a car accident brought her to this strange world, and she started a different life. Here, she levels up and fights monsters, and also meets her true love. Meanwhile, Song Inian in the carriage looks at the scene in front of him and quietly says, "It's better to ride horses, because it's too noisy around." Chingy doesn't hear him clearly and asks loudly, "Sir, what did you say?" Song Inyan's lips curl slightly, but he only replies, "Nothing." He just thinks that on horseback, Yun Yun can see him more easily. And he can also find Yun Yun more easily in the crowd. He knows she must be somewhere among these people. The carriage stops steadily in front of the city gate. Song Inian gets out of the carriage. He wears dark-colored formal clothes, tall and straight, with a healthy complexion. The guards all dismount and follow behind him. The crowd surges forward like a tide, everyone stretching their necks eagerly looking at the official road. Long live the prince. May the prince be safe. Welcome back to the palace. The officials in front step forward to greet and bow, followed by the common people kneeling down. Song Inian raises his hand gently to help. "Everyone, please get up." His gaze crosses the crowd and catches sight of the princess's carriage, and Wei Yun Yun beside it. Wei Yun Yun supports Chun Shue's hand, standing quietly in the sunlight. Song Inian feels as if he's in a different world. Wei Yun Yun doesn't step forward immediately. He is the Prince of Ningzhou, now a victorious general returning home. She smiles softly, with a calming gesture. Song Inian seems to understand what she means, then turns to Zhou Maokai and Guo Li and others. "General Guo, at your command, maintain order. Let the people disperse and go back to their work. I have returned, and I do not wish to disturb the people too much." "Your Majesty's command." Guo Li saluted with clasped hands and immediately turned to organize the soldiers to manage the crowd. Song Inian then spoke to officials like Zhou Maokai and Lin Mingyuan. "Thank you all for your hard work. We will discuss many matters back at the residence." "Yes, Your Highness." Everyone responded respectfully. Only then did Song Inian look again at Wei Yunyun, a slight smile appearing on his face as he extended his hand toward her. Wei Yunyun calmly stepped through the opening crowd and approached his carriage, placing her hand into his cool palm. "Welcome back to the palace, Your Highness," she whispered softly, her fingertips gently pressing. Song Inian held her hand tighter, using her to help her onto the carriage, then climbed in himself. As the carriage started moving, the streets on both sides were filled with cheers from the happy people. Inside the carriage, only the two of them remained. She looked at Song Inian carefully and asked worriedly, "Your poison. Is it still okay on the way? Is there anything?" He tightened his grip on her hand a little more. "It's fine. I can still suppress it." "Yunyun, thank you for your effort." All the words were contained in these simple phrases. Seeing his seemingly relaxed appearance, Wei Yunyun firmly said, "It's good that you're back. I have some ideas about the antidote. I won't let anything happen to you. I won't let anything happen to you." This sentence sounded like a deep promise, hitting Song Inian hard in his chest. His eyes flickered with emotion. With a gentle pull, he embraced her into his arms. Wei Yunyun was caught off guard, her cheek pressed against his clothes, her nose filled with his unique scent. He held her tightly. Wei Yunyun felt that his strength was much greater than before, with a strange sense of reliance she couldn't quite explain. She let him hold her, her eyes shimmering with tenderness. At this moment, she clearly felt how precious this rare alone time was for them. She even wished that time could stop here for a while. Song Inian quietly held her unmoving. A faint scent of plum blossoms kept drifting into his nose.